Hansard Broadcasting, good morning. Okay, I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications and the arts portfolio, excluding communications and the arts. All questions on communications and the arts go to the department's appearance before the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has before it a program listing agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice, and the proceedings today will begin with an examination of the Infrastructure Division within the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. The committee has fixed Friday, the 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat by the 22nd of November. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions and estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everyone present to switch off your mobile phones or render them inaudible? Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates of 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Carol Brown, Assistant Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, and of course officers of the department. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Okay, now Minister Brown, do you or Mr Betts wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. No, I do not have an opening statement.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Betts, all good. Now I'll just carry on, colleagues, where we were from last week, still in outcome 2. I believe you still had questions.
Yes.
Senator Canavan.
This morning. Thank you, Senator Sterle. Can I just go back first, though? Well, actually, what I might do first is just thank you very much for this information. Really appreciate it. Can I just clarify the information we've received this morning? Is that additional to what my office or we received last Wednesday? Is there sort of more now?
It's additional, yes.
Okay, great. And is this sort of the complete, if you like, all the information you can provide based on my letter, or is there more to come even?
There may be more to come, so
Okay.
we're still working through it. Our staff worked through both of
Yep.
the last 2 weekends to provide that information.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Betts. That is very useful. I just wanted to start going back to a question I asked the last time we were here, and I believe I asked what was the cut or increase or change, what was the change in spending on regional Australia, infrastructure spending on regional Australia over the forward estimates. Do we have a figure for that?
Ben Maher, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Investment Division. Senator, I don't have a specific figure, but I can go through particular profiles if you would like. Last session, we provided, I provided an overview of funding regional towns and versus urban, and we have an overview information that we could table in that regard.
Right. I believe you've already taken on notice, and I realise you've got time to get that back. Just seems strange, but you did have a figure for 10 years, I believe.
Yes, so I do have a figure now.
Seems strange. I don't need the figure for 10 years again. I think we got that last time.
I have a.
Oh, you figure the 4 years?
Yes.
Okay, great. What's the figure for the 4 years?
So in respect of, at the October budget for projects in regional Australia, they constituted 34.2% of funding over the forward estimates and 34.4% over the 10 years, compared to the 31st of August, so that would reflect PFO, Senator.
Right.
Over the forward estimates, there was 33.6% of funding going to projects in regional Australia, and over the 10 years, 31.2%. So recapping, because I know it's a bit hard to follow these, at the 10-year, over the 10-year period in the October budget, 34.4% to regional Australia. As at PFO, the 31st of October, there was 31.2%. So a difference in the order of 3.2% increase.
Okay. I was actually after figure in absolute terms. Have you got those?
Sure, I do have those. Yep. So in absolute terms, Senator, over the forward estimates, or both?
Yes. Yep.
Over the forward estimates, Senator, in the October budget, there was 17.5 million towards projects.
Billion, I presume?
Sorry, billion. Apologies,
Yes, sorry,
Senator.
yeah,
Thank you.
yep, no problems.
17.5 billion to projects in regional Australia. Yep. And then as at the 31st of August, there was 18.7 billion, Senator. Okay. So a reduction of 1.2 billion. But I think it's also worth looking at that context. There was an overall reduction across all projects, 51 million as at the October budget. Billion, sorry.
Yes, yep.
I've got to get used to my millions and my billions. Versus 55.7 billion as at PFO.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Senator, that's for the infrastructure program.
Yes, which is so for my that's a good point, Mr. Hallinan. So these figures you're providing here are equivalent comparison to the, I think it was 4 billion figure over the 10 years that you provided on Friday last.
Yes,
so that was the Infrastructure Investment Program.
Correct.
That figure was for the Infrastructure Investment Program.
Yep.
These figures are also for the Infrastructure Investment Program, not the total spending across the portfolio. So to my mind, colloquially, if we can, without going through line by line, the Infrastructure Investment Program does not include regional, like BBRF, those sort of programs. Is that correct? Obviously, it wouldn't include infrastructure spending not in this department, like dams and things like that. That's correct, is it?
It does not include.
Yeah, yes.
Correct.
So yeah, that's just to help me. So I've got, just to confirm here, we had in regional areas over the forward estimates on the 31st of August, or the pre-election funding was 18.7 billion. In this budget 2 weeks ago, the same figure for the infrastructure invest program was 17.5 billion.
Correct.
So that's what I've got. So there has been a cut in funding to regional Australia by $1.2 billion in the October budget.
I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator. I think there's been an increase in funding. It's just been distributed further across the forwards and out beyond the forward estimates.
Yes, well, the shoe is on the other foot now for not for you, Mr. Hallinan, but for the Labor Party. But okay, so we've had a $1.2 billion cut in regional funding. Thank you very much for that. I very much appreciate it. Turning to, I just want to go back to the Brisbane Olympics, especially given there has been a little bit more commentary about this over the weekend. Just to clarify, what area of the department is working on the Olympics?
That's the Significant Projects Investment Delivery Office.
Is that in this outcome? We might have asked these questions at corporate, I think, on Friday last, but is it in
There were
outcome
quite a
one?
few questions asked corporate, but it does.
Yeah.
Yep, that's his
It's
house.
in outcome one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So is your work including the establishment of a jointly owned Olympic infrastructure agency within Queensland?
Sorry, Senator?
Is your work including establishing a jointly owned independent Olympic infrastructure agency with the Queensland government?
Our work at this stage is negotiating with the Queensland government on what a governance arrangement would look like for
Okay.
the Commonwealth's investment into the Olympics, both land transport and sporting facilities.
So there's no decision yet on a jointly on to establish an agency as such?
No, we're in early negotiations with the Queensland government, Senator, on what that governance architecture would look like.
Okay. Are you talking to the government, the Queensland government, about the delivery of non-transport critical infrastructure?
Yes, so we both have sporting facilities and infrastructure and land transport infrastructure inside the group.
Okay. I see the budget, I'm told the budget includes $24.7 million for departmental funding. Is that all provided to this department, or are there other allocations to other departments of that amount?
I don't have the line precisely in front of me, but some proportion of that is coming to this portfolio for our negotiations and supporting administration of the games from our perspective. And I think another proportion of that will be going to the Office for Sport, but I'll just have to confirm that.
Maybe if you could take that one on notice. Yeah. In terms of your department, what's that funding, the allocation to you, what's that going towards?
That's going to both the negotiation of the governance arrangements and architecture for our financial arrangements with Queensland, and also to the administration of any program of activities or program of works that comes out of that, Senator.
Okay. And is any of that supporting additional staff? And if so, how many ASL is it going towards?
There's certainly staff involved in it.
We'll get that information for you, Senator. There are, as Mr. Allen said, there will be additional staff involved. We may be able to provide it to you now.
Good morning, Diana Hallam, First Assistant Secretary, Significant Projects Investment Delivery Office. Yes, the department received $5.8 million over the forwards, and that accounts for an additional 2 ASL in 22-23 and 8 ASL in 23-24, 24-25 and 25-26.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that's clear. So, have you determined any of the infrastructure requirements yet, or?
That's still subject to negotiation with the Queensland government, Senator.
All right. Have you got a list of projects you are discussing with the Queensland government at the moment?
I think it'd be
Like
fair to say
specific projects?
that we've seen a variety of lists of projects in consultation with Queensland, but we've yet to finalise an agreed outcome for the government or for the intergovernmental arrangements between the Commonwealth and Queensland. So it's a bit too early. A lot of the questions we got on this last time as well, it's a little bit too early for us to be able to provide clear answers until such time as those agreements are in place, Senator.
Has the Queensland government written to you with a list of projects that they're looking to consider?
I think the Queensland government has written to us on a number of occasions, both with with potential projects and a couple of different lists of potential projects, as well as their views on what governance arrangements could look like, and all subject to negotiation.
Could you take on notice the dates on which the Queensland Government wrote to you on any issues relating to projects
Yep.
and or governance arrangements for the Olympics?
Yeah, certainly. So I'll just confirm we'll take on notice dates at which they've written both at a ministerial level and also at an officials level.
And could you take on notice providing that correspondence to the committee as well, please?
We can take that on notice and have a look. I wouldn't want to prejudice any negotiations underway with Queensland though, so we'll have to be careful about what information we can
Sure,
provide there.
keeping in mind, of course, the public interest immunity conditions of the Parliament. I'm sure you will. Just moving on, the March budget also included $22.5 million for business cases for a number of projects, including Sunshine Coast Road Priority, Sunshine Coast Public Transport, preliminary evaluation and business case for Ipswich Motorway Corridor, and business cases for M1 Pacific Highway Planning. Could you tell me what's the status and the funding to each of these business cases? So I've got 4 there: Sunshine Coast Road, Sunshine Coast Public Transport, the Ipswich Motorway, Oxley to Darra, and the M1 Pacific Motorway, sorry.
Yeah, I'll just pull it up.
We'll just draw that
That
out
might
for
take you a second, so that's fine.
Sorry, Senator, if you could just read them
Okay, I'll
one by one
say
again.
Sunshine Coast Road priorities, Sunshine Coast Public Transport.
Okay, well, I'm just doing searching one by one, Senator.
Okay, so let's go
If you
one by
could.
one.
So I have just my first hit, if you will, Senator, was for Southern Sunshine Coast Roads Improvement Study. Was that on your list?
Well, that's not the wording I have, but it sounds similar enough, so let's go with that one.
Okay. So what information specifically were you interested in?
Just the status of the funding, like, so how much funding,
Yes.
how much has been expended to date, and if so, is there somebody completing the business case for that project?
Okay. So in respect, I can confirm there was no change in Australian government commitment for that project, but I'll just pull up. So the commitment is $5 million, Senator?
Right.
And that is $1 million rather than $1 billion. I
Yep.
got that right this time.
I hope so, for a study.
An expensive business case.
It would be a very expensive business case. In respect of expenditure,
Yeah, let's take have a look at, see if we can take the questions from number 7. Just need to have-
I don't have that. I'm just going to look somewhere else, Senator, for the expenditure information. Senator, apologies. I don't seem to have the expenditure information readily
If you could
available.
take that one on notice. Moving to Sunshine Coast Public Transport.
Senator, I've just been advised that all of the projects that you've referred to are wrapped up into one project
Right.
that we administer in relation to the Olympics.
Okay, so they're all
Brisbane
connected
Olympics.
to the Olympics?
Yes.
And they're all administered in one program. So can you, I don't know how you do your budgeting, can you provide the funding for all of them then, or
I don't have the breakdown of the projects within that group.
individually within that group?
Not available.
So the total funding for them is $22.5 million? Is that
I would just have
correct?
to. I was reading from a different line, Senator, a
Okay,
different
yeah.
project line. I'll just have to find that that project.
What we could do, Senator, if you like, if you read off the list of the 4 project lines I think you had, I've got Sunshine Coast Road Priorities, Sunshine Coast Public Transport. There were 2 others.
Ipswich Motorway,
Ipswich.
Oxley to Darra, and M1 Pacific Motorway.
We could take that on notice or perhaps come back to you later today before the committee's finished with the details. So you're after on those
Yeah, yep, we can-
what the
we can
status
come
is,
back
how
to
much
it.
has been expended.
I'm sure we can come back to it, yep. Yeah, so how much funding's been allocated, how much has been spent, and who's doing the business case if there is an external Well, if you're doing it or some other body's doing it.
Senator, would you like the information in respect to that overarching project?
No,
line?
actually, I think we're after it individually.
Okay.
But as I said, I'm not entirely sure how your budget.
So I do have, it is one line item in the way that we administer
Yep,
it, but I
okay.
do have information in respect of the breakdown for the individual commitments against the against the
Yep.
particular projects, if that would be useful. And I do have overarching information in respect of information paid to date, and that is nil, Senator.
Okay, there's nothing been spent then on any of them. Okay,
Correct.
all right. And maybe you can take everything else on notice then.
Okay.
That's fine. So I just turning to back. Well, we're still on the Brisbane Olympics, but in the budget paper one, there's in the contingent liabilities. I think we spoke about this last time, but the text in budget paper one. The text in the March budget had a line saying the Australian government has committed to fund half the costs of critical infrastructure for the Games. The support is subject to the shared governance arrangements with the Queensland Government. That was in the statement of risks or the contingent liability in the statement of risks. That doesn't seem to be in budget paper one for this budget. So was there a specific decision to alter this text, and was the Infrastructure Department consulted on that?
Yeah, so the contingent liability text was updated in this budget, Senator. Technically, it's a risk controlled through Departments of Finance and Treasury.
Yep.
It is, I think, in the Department of Health section.
Page
278.
in the March budget, it was on page 245.
So for this one, it's page 278, major sporting events, 2032 Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games, and the text relevant to that risk, the contingent liability risk, is identified on that page, Senator.
So were you consulted on that text for this for the October budget?
Ms Hallam?
I don't recall being directly consulted, but certainly we've been in conversations about throughout the negotiation phase. So we are aware that there still remains the obligation on the Commonwealth to support delivery of the Games.
Well, if you could take on notice whether you have been consulted on that'd be great. And so, has there been a decision to alter the deal with Queensland on funding for critical infrastructure to the Games?
I think the point is that there isn't a deal with Queensland at this stage on funding for the Games. The previous government made
Well,
some-
yeah. Or I might rephrase it. Has there been a decision of the government to alter the government's position on funding critical infrastructure for the Games?
Well, certainly there's been a decision not to be as prescriptive at this stage until negotiations are completed with
Yeah,
Queensland.
okay.
I think a fair way of describing this is the former government made a fairly public statement about a 50-50 funding arrangement for the Games, but it was subject to a whole range of terms and conditions that would need to be negotiated with the Queensland government,
Yep.
which is why it's presented a risk as a
Yep.
risk in the budget
Yep.
papers rather than a condition or a financing arrangement.
So the government is no longer committed to a 50-50 split with the Queensland government?
That's
Probably to you,
really-
Minister.
Well, I think the officials at the table have already indicated there's discussions are ongoing with the Queensland Government.
In fairness to the officials, I'm asking a question about the government's position, and obviously they're handling the detailed negotiations, but just trying to see clarity on is the government committed to a 50-50 split on infrastructure funding for the Games with the Queensland Government?
The government is committed to having discussions with the Queensland Government, and when those decisions are finalised, then there will be announcements made.
So clearly, I think it's it was a little bit unclear in the media on the weekend, but it's pretty clear here that the government is not committed to a 50-50 split. When did the government just tell the Queensland Government it was no longer committed to a 50-50 split?
If I may, I think...
I've answered your question.
Well, this is a very different question.
No,
I'm
it's
just
not
saying
a
when.
very
I
different
didn't ask
question.
about
I've
timing
told you
before.
that decisions around funding for the Games are ongoing, and decisions will be made and announced as appropriate.
But Minister, with all respect, there has been a change, as Mr Hallinan said and confirmed. The previous government had indicated its position was for a 50-50 split. It's clear now from your answer that the government is
No,
not
it's
committed to a
not. It's
50-50
not.
split? Well, you're not. Well, you'd say yes then. Are you committed to a 50-50
I've
split?
answered the question.
Yeah, I agree
and
you've answered
you
it.
may not like the way I've answered the
no, I-
question,
I-
Senator
I
Canavan,
haven't
but I
said
have
that.
responded
I
in quite a
agree. I
responsible
agree you've
way,
answered
and
it.
we treat our discussions with states and territories with the greatest respect, and we will continue with the discussions between the Commonwealth and the Queensland Government as appropriate.
Well, just ask again. I mean, this is not a...
And if the officials at the table have anything else to add.
So, Senator, I think it'd be fair to say that what's changed at this stage is negotiation strategy, and I think that's reflected in the budget papers. The former government had a very clear statement around terms and conditions that it would require in order to meet a 50-50 funding obligation on the Games, and negotiation was underway to determine what that might be. Current government is negotiating and has not made clear the specifics of the negotiating mandate in the same way that the former government did, which is reflected in the change of position in the budget papers.
Yeah. So that change in position, clearly there's been a change. When, Mr Hallinan, was that communicated to the Queensland Government?
I'll have to take on notice
Okay.
specifics of that.
Happy for you to take that on notice.
That could be, Senator, that could be through either the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio or through the Department of Health portfolio.
All right.
I think
Happy to take on
the
notice.
position of the government reflects a view that we are now at a stage where we would like to begin discussions with the Queensland Government about the extent of the investment required to support sporting infrastructure and transport infrastructure and potentially other infrastructure as well, which may be managed by other parts of government. And rather than writing a blank cheque for 50% of whatever the outcome is, we would like to have a discussion about what the infrastructure should be and what a worthwhile Commonwealth contribution should be. And those are the discussions which are just beginning to kick off now.
Okay. All right. Did you have a question, Senator Rennick? I thought my follow-up.
I know you're in discussions, fair enough, new government, whatever. Have you got a timeline for when you think these discussions will be finalised so that you can then set about going about the costings, step one, and then the impacts on communities, step two? Because we're less than 10 years. I mean, this time in 10 years' time, the Olympics will be all over. So we kind of need to, if you're going to start building things and everything like that, you're going to actually have to start getting on with it pretty soon. I say you, not you, but Queensland Government, whoever, is going to actually have to start the building, you know, all the planning and zoning and everything like that. So have you got any idea when that funding agreement will be agreed upon? The actual, how soon?
Look, I don't think we're working to a firm deadline. We usually work to budget updates, so budgets and MyEFOs. My anticipation is there'll be a lot of negotiation undertaken over the next few months, and then as and when there's an agreement reached, that'll be announced by the governments jointly.
But your point is well made, Senator. We obviously have a fixed time frame for the Olympics, and then we work back from there.
Yeah.
What are the minimum time frames, or indeed the maximum time frames associated with the infrastructure and enabling decisions? And part of our earliest negotiations with the Queensland Government will be to mark out time frames which work for them and work for us, and ensure that we're not introducing undue scheduling risk into the program of works that are required ahead of the Olympics. So, to be determined, but
thanks.
we're very conscious of that timing issue.
And does the federal government have any control over the actual operational decisions, or is it purely just a funding question of funding from the federal government's perspective in regards to the Olympics?
Well, I think that will all depend on the outcomes of negotiations, Senator. So it's, again, we're probably just a little bit too early to answer the detailed questions on those.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My questions go to the level crossing safety program. Got the right people at the table?
Senator, that program has two components that cross divisions. One is in my division, Senator. If you can continue.
What is the division that's in your area?
So it relates, so that the measure is in the order of $180 million, Senator. Yes, and $160 million of that is towards a new program that will fund safety level upgrades. That component is in my division. And then there is another component that goes to education and technology trials, I believe, that is the remainder of the 20-odd million that sits in another division that has already, that component has already started to be implemented.
Terrific, thank you. So, probably further to your answer, has there been any change in the Regional Australia Level Crossing Safety Program as announced in the budget compared with the program as announced in the budget handed down in March of 2022?
So there's no change to the funding either at any level, Senator.
Terrific. In the March 2022 budget, an allocation of $180.1 million was made to this program, whereas in the recent October budget, the program is reported as $180 million. Has there been any budget savings to the program which has resulted in the reduced level of reported funding?
So, Senator, no, that's not the right thing. We've got several programs that have the, projects and programs that have that name, so I just will bring up the correct one. Okay. So, Senator, reconfirming the information I have before me is in relation to the 160 million component of that 180. The other remaining 20 is administered by another division that might be able to talk to that if you're interested. The commitment of that $160 million remains unchanged. There was a change in profiling information, Senator.
So the 0.1 million, can you identify where that's gone?
Senator, the information I have before me doesn't indicate that there has been a change, but when you're talking about below $1 million, that does then become a rounding issue. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Taking that on notice for me, thank you. So it's specifically the $100,000. Can the department confirm that the program was originally budgeted with funding allocated commencing in 21-22 and was to be delivered over 5 years?
Senator, I can confirm, based on the information I have available here, that as at PFO, the funding was started to be expended or was expected to be expended in 22-23 over the course of 4 years, Senator, up until 25-26.
So has there been any reprofiling to this funding?
There has, Senator. Funding is now due to commence in 23-24 over the course of 4 years, so 1 year change in the administered timing. Probably worth providing some context there, Senator. We obviously lost some time in respect of getting government approval to how that program was going to be delivered and administered in the policy settings with the election and the change of government.
Since the March 2022 budget, has the department been party to any discussions with state and territory governments or the Office of the National Rail Safety Regulator about the development of guidelines for this program?
Senator, I don't have that information before me, but the Surface Transport Policy Division is the one that leads contact with in respect of that matter. I do understand there have been discussions with some stakeholders, but as I said, that program design was delayed as a result of the caretaker period and the election.
Right, and well, it would seem obvious that the National Rail Safety Regulator would be involved in those discussions before the funds were committed, so I'll come back to the Surface Transport Division on that. Which section are they appearing in, Chair?
We do have them listed down. We'll find out.
They're in transport.
In transport, so
in
outcome
transport.
4, outcome 3.
Yeah, I think it's 2 sessions away from here.
Terrific, thank
A
you.
long way away.
Since the March 2022 budget, has the department had any discussions or correspondence? I'm going to hold that question because I think that too will go to the Surface Transport Division. On page 184 of the Regional Ministerial Budget Statement, it is reported the program will commence in 2025-26. That's not aligned with what you just said. Can you confirm which is the correct dates?
Senator, I am aware an error was made in respect of the regional ministerial budget statement. The start that I indicated of 23-24 is correct. And I understand the Minister did release a media release a week ago to clarify that matter.
I think the devil there is, Senator, rather than saying to start in 25-26, the text should have been to 25-26. So that was when it would complete.
Yeah, sure. All right, so the reason for that delay is a misannouncement. It's not actually the department's budget.
An administrative
plans.
typographical.
Okay. Have any states or territories or rail or road infrastructure operators or local government organisations expressed concerns or queried the department on that on the
Timing.
rollout that's happening now? Yeah.
I'd have to defer again to my colleagues in Surface Transport Policy.
Okay. So noting that in the March 2022 budget, on page 225 of the Regional Ministerial Budget Statement, reported that, and I'm going to quote here, the risk of level crossing accidents is expected to increase. And this is due to the growing freight task nationally, including demand for agricultural goods, which are primarily transported through regional Australia. Has there been any analysis or other evidence presented to the department to suggest the risk of level road crossing accidents has increased or decreased since March?
Again, apologies, Senator, but I'd have to refer that to the Transport Group.
So Mr Maher is responsible for the capital oversight of the capital delivery program as opposed to the policy considerations which are for the Service Transport Group. We'll be very happy to talk you through that, Senator, later on.
Thank you. Okay, so of the 180 million, 160 will be invested in actual upgrades to level crossings, and
Correct.
20 million is going to education.
Senator, that's broadly accurate, but to provide some more detail underpinning that, the 20 million was more than education. I think there was also technology trials, but again, that's administered by our Transport Group, so I would defer to them on that detail.
All right. And how much of the total 180 million will be allocated to the department to administer and deliver the program and associated data and research? What percentage of the program is that?
Senator, my recollection is that that funding is entirely for program delivery, and there was a separate decision in respect of any departmental funding that might support that delivery. But I'm happy to take that on notice. And would you also be interested in, outside that money, what the quantum, if it exists, of departmental funding is?
Yes, thank you.
We can certainly take that on notice, Senator.
All right. Turning to the upgraded rest area and truck stops that we started talking about last Friday week. I'm not sure if I need to table this, Chair. It's you being quoted in Big Rigs magazine.
My God, I finally made it. I've been working on this for 40 years. I'm happy to be quoted in Big
Mate, I
Rigs.
thought you'd be in there every week.
I am, nearly.
So we talked on the week before last about, and Senator Sterle confirmed in that the $80 million will be delivered straight up and not over 3 or 4 years, be part of Labor's first budget. Mr Meager, can you tell me about the profiling of the $80 million for the new and upgraded rest stops, truck stops?
Certainly, Senator. I'll just find that information. While I'm searching, worth clarifying that $80 million commitment was in addition to a $60 million commitment made in the March budget.
Yes, we did cover off on that previously, but thank you.
Could you table that document?
Oh, no problems. No problems at all.
I want everyone to see it. I tell you what, I better be sleeping in one of these new ones.
And I apologise that I didn't bring adequate number of copies, Senator Sterle.
All right.
No, but I was just checking if you want me to hand back to you when I'm done.
Senator, so I do have that information in respect of that particular additional new commitment of $80 million, worth noting that that is being delivered through the Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity Program as a new defined stream within that program. So this profile is specifically for that $80 million new commitment. On top of the $60 million that was already committed to in the March budget. So it will tally $140 million, Senator. Funding commences in 23-24 with $20 million. Then in 24-25 we have $30 million, 30 again in 25-26, and finishing with $60 million in 26-27, Senator.
And when can you describe the process that is going to be undertaken for the identification of rest stops, who that will be with, councils, state government, the department, and will there be an allocated fundings to each region, or will they have to tender for them? Can you describe that for me, please?
Yes, Senator. So there was a brief overview last estimate session referring to a governance model involving a steering committee, but I might just pass to my colleague, Ms Legg, to provide further detail.
Sure. Morning, Senator. Robin Legg, Assistant Secretary, New South Wales ACT and Targeted Roads Branch. Yes, we did talk briefly at our last appearance. The guidelines for the delivery of the Heavy Vehicle Rest Area program will see it delivered through the Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity program, with the $140 million kept aside solely for rest areas, even though the program more broadly funds a number of different initiatives. The government has announced that they will be inviting a steering committee to play a part in the development of the guidelines, and that the steering committee will involve representatives from industry direct. Through the Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity program, there is already quite a well-established process for delivering and assessing projects to ensure that those with the highest merit are the ones that are recommended to the approving minister for approval. So in that case, it will run very much in the same way. It will be open to proponents who will be state and territory and governments and councils. When those projects come in, they will be assessed against a number of criteria, both by the department in the way that we already assess projects for value for money and deliverability, and there'll also be input from the steering committee to ensure that those projects align with the guidelines and the priorities that they would like to see in terms of rest stop amenities and locations. We'll support the steering committee with data and other support that they need, and then the projects will be recommended. Those with the highest merit will be recommended to the approving minister. The
members of the steering committee, did you say that they were going to be invited to join? I'm sorry, just describe that again for me.
So the government's made a number of announcements about wanting to ensure that the steering committee is composed of truck drivers themselves and other representatives, road users and other representatives of the industry. I believe Assistant Minister Senator Brown will be making some decisions together with the broader government about the membership of that committee, and we in the department will support them coming together to establish the guidelines.
When do you think that might happen, Minister?
I'm hoping that it will be announced reasonably soon. I'm very keen to get the steering committee together for a first meeting. It's pretty exciting. Election commitment, which is now obviously a budget commitment of $80 million, which of course goes on top of the $60 million that was previously there under the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Fund. So it's imminent.
So it's now 6 odd months since the election. There was $60 million on the table already. There is money in the budget to be spent this year. What do you think the likelihood is that the steering committee will be appointed, will approve the guidelines, will call for applications, will assess the applications, and that anything's allocated before the end of this financial year?
Well, what I can say is that this was a fantastic commitment that was roundly and applauded throughout the industry. I'm answering your question, Senator McDonald. And for the first time ever, an announcement that included truck drivers being at the table and making the decisions. And that was the most important aspect of this announcement. And as I said, an announcement around the steering committee and the guidelines will be made very soon, and all the other meetings. The first meeting of that committee, I hope, will be undertaken before the end of this year. There's a lot of work to do. As we already know, there's been some criticism around where rest stops are sited and the difficulty around having rest stops put in place with the facilities that are actually required. You know that, and I know that. And Senator Sterle, who has worked tirelessly on this announcement on this committee, knows that. And out there, truck drivers are very excited about this commitment, and will be delivering rest stops that are required in the places that are required.
Thank you, Minister. What I was trying to get at is that given that you've been in for 6 months, this is a passion project for a number of us here, but including, members of the new government, that I'm just concerned that we're now 6 months down the track, we haven't got the committee in place, there's money allocated for this financial year, but, do you think that we will get to... We certainly wouldn't turn sods this year, I would imagine.
As you know, the budget has just been
but there was
brought
$60
down,
million
and
previously.
there'll be announcements made as hopefully in the next few weeks around the work of the steering committee, the makeup of the steering committee and the work of the steering committee.
All right. So at the next estimates after the budget in May, we should be able to have, would you think it reasonable that you would have got through the point that projects had been identified and tasked?
What will happen as soon as the steering committee meets for the first time, there will be a number of announcements as we go through milestones of that committee.
I remember in opposition the government being very critical of announcements. I look forward to you making some headway on this.
Yeah.
Can
I
you
take that
tell
on
me-
board, Senator McDonald. We were critical of announcement because there were no deliveries.
Well, we will agree to disagree on that, Senator Brown. What I wanted to ask then is, given that during the last term there was money allocated by the government to effluent stations that could never be landed with the state government in Queensland, the money went to other states. How does Queensland ensure, how does Queensland truck drivers ensure that they actually get these rest stops? What engagement do you intend to have with the state government to ensure that they don't make the parameters so onerous that you end up not being able to build any there anyway? How does that work?
I think that we've already gone through who will be able to apply. Those guidelines will be released. I understand, Senator, your interest in this matter, and we will be making sure that we've got rest stops and projects that are value for money, and the rest stops that truck drivers need, which would include effluent trucks.
So I guess my question was really, so proponents can apply, it's just whether or not the regulations under the Department of Transport in each jurisdiction will make that possible. And I guess this is the thorny issue of federation, isn't it?
We'll have to go through the normal processes, as you would understand.
Can I just ask, who will provide the definition of what a rest stop is and what amenities that would include? Is that something the steering committee will determine, the definition?
That's my understanding, Senator, is that the steering committee, through its membership, will help craft those guidelines.
The guidelines of what it looks like.
That's right, which we would then need to make available so proponents, councils and state governments can put forward their proposals for funding.
The aim, and I know it's an aim that you would support, Senator McDonald, is around road safety and safety of truck drivers. And, yeah, I know.
We're in furious agreement on this. It is a frustration, though, that in Queensland we're not getting progress with actually having them built. So you can allocate all the money you like, but then the guidelines from the Department of Transport and Main Roads then become too onerous for the budget. It's been my experience. So I hope you have great success.
Yeah, I'll have every confidence in the steering committee, and we'll discuss this later, I'm sure.
Terrific. So can I just go back? The announcement previously was for $65.3 million. Previously you said that the previous announcement was $60 million. Are we missing $5.3 million?
That's for the administrative...
Yes, for the department,
yeah.
yes.
It's
So there'd be $60 million that went in actively to the rest areas, and $5 million in administrative costs.
Right, 5.3 million in administrative costs.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the list of industry, the people who will sit on the advisory committee, how have they been identified and chosen? Was the department provided with a list of people to contact, or was there an advertisement and they applied?
So I think that list of steering committee members will be released once it's finalised, Senator. We haven't, that's not public at this stage, and we're providing advice into ministers on what the program could look like and how that architecture works as well. So I think, as indicated, there's likely to be a series of announcements about the program structure, its architecture, and how it will work in the near term.
Right, so there wasn't an advertisement calling for expressions of interest. It's been nominated by industry groups.
the announcement on who the who will be on the steering committee will be made as soon as possible.
Yes, no, sure, I understand the announcement. I'm just trying to identify how you got to be considered to be on that committee. And so there was not an advertisement calling for expressions of interest?
No.
No advertisement. Okay, so it's been people who've been... Was letters sent to industry associations asking them to nominate, you know, people of calibre who would be able to be good representatives?
Once the steering committee is finalised, announcements will be made.
I understand that, thank you, Minister. No, I'm just trying to ascertain how you got to be put onto this important committee. So were letters sent to
Senator, I don't
bodies?
think we're at the point where people have been put onto the committee.
No, I understand that. I'm asking for how did you get the names to be nominated?
Well, we don't have names as yet, Senator, because the committee hasn't been established.
So there's no process for identifying these people to go to the committee, as far as the department's aware?
Well, as a general principle, when you establish a steering committee, you've got a bunch of different ways you could do it, which include seeking nominees from reference groups, an EOI. Usually an EOI or an expression of interest process for something like this is probably over the top, because you might get 1,000 people, but you only need 3. So you design something specific to the process. And at this stage, I don't think we're at the point where we can explain exactly what's occurred, because we haven't got the committee yet.
No, okay, so we
not long to wait.
don't have a
Senator
process.
McDonald.
I'm curious, because if there's not long to wait until the announcement and yet the department has not had any input into names, there's not been a process, do we know how many people will be on the steering committee?
As I said, the steering committee will be finalised hopefully very, very soon, and we'll make announcements at that time.
Okay, so do we know how many people
Well,
will be on
what
the
we do
steering
know
committee?
is that the people that will be on the committee, by and large, will be truck drivers, as was announced during the election campaign.
No, I thank you. You've explained that clearly, and I understand that. I'm just trying to understand if the department has provided any names, if the industry groups have been contacted to provide any names, just what the process is for identifying them, or can I assume that the Minister will identify people and appoint them?
I'll make that announcement hopefully really soon.
Sorry, can I just clarify, Chair? This is a question around process before you get to an announcement. So how names are identified, not who they will be. So Senator McDonald was asking about how we get to a point where names are identified for the Minister to announce.
We'll have discussions with people that are identified and ask and invite them to be part of the steering committee.
So the Minister...
So those discussions have yet to take place.
Okay, so there's no process yet been designed, was the evidence that the Deputy Secretary gave. You're now saying there are conversations to take place. Who's having those conversations?
Those, once the decision around the guidelines have been finalised, there will be potential members of the steering committee will be contacted and to see if they would like to be part of the steering committee, and then an announcement will be made.
Okay, and so that was...
And that will be work. That will be a discussion between my office and the department once we get to that point.
Okay, so an announcement very, very soon, but there is no process and we're not at the point of inviting people on, is where we're at.
We're at where I just said we were at.
Which is inconsistent with what you
No,
said before.
that's not inconsistent
Well, anyway,
at all.
you must move like Speedy Gonzales on that, so sorry to have cut across.
No,
Well, our intention is to make announcements that we deliver on, unlike the previous government.
I completely appreciate the point that you're taking from the talking points Minister, but what I'm trying to understand is what is the process? I think we've identified that there is no process and that the names will appear magically with the announcement.
What I can tell you, I've said all I can say to satisfy the questions that you've asked, but I can tell you I'm looking forward to the announcement of the steering committee and the work that they will get on and do and deliver restores.
Will the steering committee be remunerated for their work?
That is a decision that is yet to be finalised, but it is expected to be out-of-pocket expenses.
Right.
Senator, just one clarification. When I read out the profile information before, I believe I indicated in 26-27 there was 60 million. That is correct, but it's 26-27 onwards, so not just that year, but going through to the end of the 10 years.
Oh, so that's the reprofiling.
So there was $10 million per year from 26-27 to 31-32, so for the remaining period of that 10 years.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, well, we will be looking forward to the announcement of the steering committee, which will happen very, very soon, I understand. Senator Brockman, do you have questions?
I know I do.
For me to keep going.
I know I do, but I'll let you finish on infrastructure, and I want to finish off on road safety. So if you've...
I've got some on a particular project, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want me to go to that?
Sorry?
I've got some on just on the Bunbury Outer Ring Road.
No, by all means,
to
keep going on here, then I'll...
Can we get your
once you let me know you've
expert on the
finished there,
Bunbury
then I'll
Outer Ring
finish
Road
that.
up, please?
So, Senator, with apologies, I'm the person for that one. The relevant expert had leave scheduled before the last session, has provided her information, she attended the last session, but is not available today, unfortunately. But I have the information that should be able to
I got some highly
assist.
specific questions, so
Well, we'll see.
You may need.
Sure.
I shouldn't say this, but if you need to take them on notice, that's fine. I'd sooner have accurate information than best guesses or
Indeed, Senator.
Or superficial information. The extension of the Bunbury Outer Ring Road to the southern Wollongy Drive. Are you aware whether the current scope of project includes the southern Wollongy Drive extension? Goes to the Southwest Highway, I believe.
Okay, Senator, so I have some information before me in respect of Bunbury Outer Ring Road stages 2 and 3. I'm just going to read the information. I've just been advised that is the correct project. I'm just going to look through that information for scope. Sorry, your particular question was if it included...
Does it include that Wollongy Drive intersection and extension, the southern section?
That is a very specific question, Senator.
I accept that.
I do not have that information before me.
I'll go
but
more
I'm happy to
generally
take that
then.
on notice.
So what we heard on Friday, my colleague Senator O'Sullivan asked a question about this, is that scope and funding are unchanged for the Bunbury Outer Ring Road. That question was asked on Friday, and I believe the answer was unchanged.
Through this budget, yes.
Through this budget, sorry, yes. So that's correct. Okay, getting a nod there. Have there been any delays or additional costs to the project since May 2022?
Senator, in respect of additional costs, there, as outlined in the last session, there has been a general increase in market costs, but in respect of this particular project, we have not. Based on the information before me, I do not have any indication that we have been advised of a specific increase in cost for this project. at this time.
Now, this is an 80-20 project, correct? So at what point is that 80-20 calculation is made? Could you outline for me how much of the federal government's 80% has been spent and how much of the state government's 20% has been spent, or not?
Senator, I have information in respect of the Australian government's expenditure and not
Right.
in respect of the state's expenditure.
Okay, can you give me the Australian government's?
Certainly paid to date $320 million, Senator.
Out of?
Out of one... I've got it written in thousands of millions, Senator, but 1 billion and 1 million and 600,000, Senator.
Okay.
Stop laughing, anyone. I think you're having fun here.
And we are talking about billions. We probably shouldn't laugh
we are,
when we're talking about billions.
Yes, indeed.
All right. So 320 million. And what stages does that cover?
I don't have that breakdown, Senator. I have so I would say that's how much expenditure the Commonwealth has incurred to date and provided to the state. We break down projects by agreed milestones with jurisdictions, and when they hit those milestones and provide evidence, we then provide that. So it could be, for example, contract stage or delivering a particular aspect of the project, but I don't have that information before me.
Are there local procurement targets for a project like this? And are they set by state government or federal government?
That would be a matter for the state government. I would note that this government had a buy local commitment, and that is being worked through across portfolios.
This government?
Correct. Yes. Yes. It was an election commitment, I believe, Senator. It's administered by the industry portfolio, and that's being worked through across government as to how that could be implemented across programs.
Will that impact potentially a project like the Bunbury Outer Ring Road?
As I said, Senator, it's being worked through about how that would be that would be implemented, but I would expect that it would not be retrospective, Senator.
Right. Okay.
So, Senator, just to give you context on that, industry participation plans have existed on major projects for quite some time, and they've had a principle of local industry to the extent possible, and within value for money grounds, participating in projects of this nature. There has been also a broad approach taken by Western Australia to local procurement, just through, I know this through conversations with them. So while that's actually made life a bit difficult in the COVID period, while border closures remained, that meant that they actually hit capacity constraints a bit faster than some other jurisdictions. But
do we at federal level monitor those things though? Like, do you have any insight into the local procurement on that Bunbury Outer Ring Road project?
Well, I won't have a detailed breakdown of what the local procurement is on this at this point. We don't collect that data in an aggregate form, so on every project. But it's the sort of thing that has certainly been a policy push from us for a number of years now, certainly through the COVID period.
So you couldn't tell me the proportion and amount of local spending on that project?
Not precisely,
No.
not right now.
And I would never expect that we could, Senator, given the delivery proponent has that information.
All righty. So the scheduled completion date of the project?
Based on the information before me, late 2024. Again, that is information that comes from the delivery proponent, so from the WA government, and we do have ongoing liaison with them in respect of the suite of projects, so that is obviously subject to change, but that's what I have here.
So in terms of your oversight of a project like this, is there anything either that's happened or in the pipeline that you're aware of in terms of environmental legislation, climate change legislation, changes to environmental action plans that would impose delays or costs to the Bunbury Outer Ring Road project?
Senator, the information I have before me does indicate that environmental approvals are a feature affecting this project, and there were some environmental approvals recently granted for the southern section. there's also a federal court case that impacts part of this project.
So has the department looked at potential risks, delays, cost overruns because of those legislative changes and court cases?
They're all things we work through with WA as the delivery proponent.
And in working through them, do you currently expect any project delays or cost overruns on the basis of those things?
Senator, as I said, the information I have before me is that currently the latest advice from the WA government is that they are intending construction by the end of 2024. That may change, as I said before.
Okay. So I'll accept that you're going to have to take these last couple on notice, Chair, because they are pretty specific. So I'll just read them into Hansard. What is the quantum of funding required to deliver the Bunbury Outer Ring Road, Wollongy Drive intersection and the Wollongy Drive southern section to the original grade separated scope and design on which the business case was founded? And can you table or provide to the committee correspondence relating to the southern Wollongy Drive section of the project between the WA government and the federal government since May 2022?
We can certainly take that on notice. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator Hopkins. Now, Senator Davey in this area as well.
Roads, I believe it's this area, but it's probably a cross-portfolio issue. I'm really keen to understand what work the Infrastructure Department is doing in conjunction with emergency management to respond to the severe damage that's been caused to our road network, and whether you're looking at how our road repair and road flood response for roads is funded, whether it comes from your department or whether it comes purely from emergency management.
Senator, I think there's a substantial funding arrangement under law through emergency management, which used to be Attorney General's, but might now be Home Affairs.
Home Affairs, yeah.
Yeah, now that's relief and recovery and arrangements where through flood or major natural disaster, there's funding that will go through to a jurisdiction to help repair and replace damaged roads and infrastructure. We're not involved in that program of activities. What we do in this department is administer the infrastructure program for new projects, those sorts of things.
So things like the old local roads and community infrastructure program, that never came from this department?
No, so the local roads and community infrastructure program is one that's run through this department. It's not a flood response program, though, Senator. It's,
no, I'm aware of that. I'm
yeah.
just trying to work it out because, as you'd be aware, the Local Government Association of New South Wales have called for a state of emergency for roads funding, and we have seen $312 million in joint funding from New South Wales and the federal government for repairing flood damaged roads in 26 local government areas. So I take it from what you're saying that budget item would have come from the emergency management budget, not your budget, but the local governments are now looking at how they repair their roads, and they're looking at the local roads and community infrastructure funding, which is, in their words, nowhere near enough. And I'm trying to understand how we can possibly ensure there's enough money and through what sort of programs, or whether we need to be calling for further roads and infrastructure funding going forward to respond to these natural disasters.
So look, I think I would direct you to the Emergency Management Committee, whichever one that is, I'm not certain, to get the detail of how the flood response and disaster response funding operates. It's established, I think, with a special appropriation through law. This is just me working from memory, from looking at it a few years ago. But it was really a matter for that agency. What we can do and what we do is contemplate with jurisdictions Resilience in networks. So our mega and major projects are often about building resilience into a transport network that will support movement of people and goods even under flood conditions, those sorts of things. But we don't have an immediate response as a portfolio in that sense. That is handled through the emergency management areas. The Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, I think I can explain its genesis and why it exists, if you like, but it's certainly not a flood response program, Senator.
No, but I am interested in that program, particularly insofar as, and you know, for the benefits of Hansard, you could probably give an overview of it, but also whether that is being reviewed and whether any of the formulas for assessment are being reviewed.
Certainly, Senator. So the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program was established as a stimulus activity, I think in 2020 during the COVID period, and it's designed to allow local governments to fund relatively small projects of various natures between both roads spending and local community infrastructure, which could mean playgrounds through to roundabouts, anything that is relatively small in nature but was able to get jobs delivered across the country to make sure that where we had a downturn, there was absorptive capacity in local governments to pick up additional workforce. That program has run now for 2 years, and I think it was announced with an extension by the current government through an election commitment of an additional $250 million. We're working through the details of what that $250 million will look like and how that will work, with briefing going into government on it over the coming months, Senator.
So it's a wait and see as to whether there's any adjustment to the funding arrangements.
Yeah, once decisions are taken on precisely how that will operate, I think all that information will be made available, Senator.
Can I just say, Senator Davey, that the government is constantly monitoring the condition of our national and local road infrastructure, and we've been working, and the government's been working closely with the New South Wales state government to deliver funding for local government areas following consecutive flooding events, and you can be assured that the Commonwealth is aware of the damage and is exploring different options for repair. And the Minister Watt has also been out making statements along those lines as well.
Okay, and just quickly before I lose the call, on a particular project that's quite important to me, the Great Western Highway, which takes all our freight from inland to the Port of Sydney and in reverse. There was a proposal for upgrades to this highway, which has now been deferred for a couple of years. Is that right?
That's the Great Western Highway upgrade. Yeah, that's been deferred, Senator. It's still a commitment of the government.
So, can you explain why it was deferred and how much consultation was had with the state?
Senator, I think in broad terms, the reason for the deferral is a decision of government. However, the nature of that project is one that the two ends have been funded. The middle section has not yet been funded. Infrastructure for New South Wales, their independent infrastructure advisory body, had advised that New South Wales should consider changing and scheduling some of their mega projects, including the Great Western Highway, to make sure that it would be able to be built within capacity of the construction sector. And I think, moreover, Infrastructure Australia made a recommendation on this project, which was it should be considered in total rather than funded in the sections that it's been funded in. And so the decision really for government was to move this a couple of years further into the future and make sure that the whole project has been considered appropriately before the go button is hit on construction, Senator.
So how much consultation or prior notice was New South Wales given? Because my understanding is early works were well underway and the project was due to be, shovels in the ground early next year. So when was the New South Wales government consulted and or advised that the project would now be deferred?
I think ultimately that would have been in the budget night letter, but there was consultation with the New South Wales government. Yeah, there was consultation with New South.
It was sent to the New South Wales government on budget night. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the budget night letter.
As a letter, but not with any precursor consultation.
No, Senator, as I was explaining, that there was consultation with New South Wales that had been going on since August on a whole range of matters, including the profiling of all of their projects.
Well, my understanding is that the New South Wales government was only given that letter on advice. They were not aware that the project would be deferred until they received the letter.
Well, ultimately, the decision of the government is provided to states on the budget night through the budget night letter, Senator, which is our usual practice.
But prior consultations and conversations do take place at official level in the run-up to the budget.
So, was there as part of the decision to delay, was there a review panel, or this was just based on, you mentioned earlier, the advice of Infrastructure Australia?
And Infrastructure New South Wales, Senator.
So you're saying that Infrastructure New South Wales also recommended this delay?
Yes.
It would seem quite odd to me that the New South Wales government, who maintains that the project should still go ahead as scheduled, have that position when you're saying their own agency was one of the ones recommending the delay.
Yes, so Infrastructure New South Wales in its most recent state infrastructure strategy identified a number of mega projects, so-called, including the Great Western Highway, and advised its own government that it should reconsider the urgency of those projects, and that projects should proceed, or projects that proceed should be sequenced and commence procurement only when other existing mega projects are stable and in mature delivery. So in framing the infrastructure investment program and in reprofiling it, the government took into account fiscal constraint, but it also took into account market capacity. The Great Western Highway is a project which is funded 80-20 by the federal government, and therefore we have a very significant stake in that. We had conversations with the New South Wales government and we notified them of the decision to defer for 2 years those two end sections on budget night as discussed.
So, I mean, this is a bit like the Rocky Ring Road all over again, because there'd been a significant amount of early works. There were, private enterprise looking at, had already expended significant costs. Given how much work had been done, is it ever taken into account the flow-on impacts of decisions to defer that has on private enterprise, local business, and very importantly, our freight network and the forward planning of businesses throughout the regions?
Of course, Senator, I think the pieces of advice that we just articulated from Infrastructure Australia and Infrastructure New South Wales are precisely for that purpose. It goes to the deliverability of the projects within the scheduled timeframes and whether or not the projects themselves have been fully financed. So, for instance, that Great Western Highway central section was not yet financed, so we would be delivering two major elements of a project for which most of the benefit would be obtained through completion of all three, and that was certainly a consideration, is whether or not those projects can be delivered in the timeframes given the competing priorities in the infrastructure market through New South Wales.
We're talking about a deferral rather than a cancellation here, so early works still have merit.
You finish.
I was just going to say, it is not unusual for big projects like this to be funded in phases and to actually be constructed in phases. That's quite normal. But what you're saying is you've deferred it so you can do the whole project in one hit. which will be remarkable, and I can't wait to see that. But what compensation is now being offered for businesses and contractors who are out of pocket because of a last-minute decision to defer?
Senator, I'm not aware of businesses that are out of pocket as a result of the decision to defer this. Any contracts that are underway, I think will continue to be underway for the purposes of early works. That's the sort of activity that has to happen either way. You're moving power lines, moving utilities so that the roads can be constructed. That would continue irrespective.
As I understand it,
I was just going to, Senator Sterle agreed I could just ask a couple of questions on this great. Senator Sterle, as the chair, agreed I could ask a couple of questions on this Great Western Highway project.
I was just about to say that, as I understand it, in terms of the Great Western Highway, our commitment is for the east and west sections only, and a funding commitment from the New South Wales government is yet to be made for the central section.
Thanks, Senator Payne. Thanks, Senator White. Thanks, Senator Davey. Your interpretation, Mr Hallinan, of wanting to do this as a complete project would probably run a good chance of a script in Utopia, I think. I mean, if that was the approach we took, we would never have started work on Mulgoa Road in Penrith, because that is absolutely staged. Jane Street, we're now looking at the work that's being done at the other end near Jamison Town and Regentville. But if we'd taken the approach that you're talking about now, we'd still be sitting, in fact, I wouldn't be here because I'd still be sitting in the bottleneck that was at the bottom of Mulgoa Road near Jane Street. So I don't quite understand your interpretation of that.
So, Senator, I didn't say that the project must be delivered in full in one go. I said that it's only been funded, 2 sections have been funded. There's a report from Infrastructure Australia that suggests that should be considered in total for the benefits of the total project, and there's also a report from Infrastructure New South Wales that suggests that some of the mega projects through New South Wales should be rescheduled, Senator.
But the New South Wales government, as I understand it, have not formally adopted that, what is it called, Staying Ahead State Infrastructure Strategy report in toto, have they?
No, it's independent advice to the New South Wales government from its own agency.
And so what is the federal government's view of the Staying Ahead State Infrastructure Strategy if you're relying on that, at least in part, for this decision? How do you characterise your reliance on that report, Mr Betts? You'd be very familiar with it.
Yes, indeed. And that advice sits within the context of advice that has also come from Infrastructure Australia about the overall state of the construction market in Australia, across the country. And Infrastructure Australia are giving some evidence later on today, and you'll be able to ask them questions about that. So it's explicit that the government took into account in its decisions around the phasing of the infrastructure program the very significant overheating which is occurring in the infrastructure market at the moment. And some projects needed to be deferred in order to relieve that pressure, in the Great Western Highway, for some of the reasons we've described, was one of the projects that got deferred. Industry has been crying out for a very long time in this country for a considered overall pipeline of infrastructure projects, not merely so they have transparency about what lies ahead in terms of projects being brought to market, but so that that pipeline can be managed in such a way that we are not creating unnecessary skill shortages and input cost inflation, which is a feature of the current construction market in Australia, as documented by Infrastructure Australia, our independent advisor. So there is a strategy behind the macro decisions which have been taken, and that affects individual projects which may need to move around and be reprofiled as they have been in the past.
This was quite a popular project, as I understand it, from a commercial perspective, which Senator Davey was asking about. I understand this had, 4 bidders in the procurement, not just one. I know the ministers made public comments about projects that only got 1 bidder, but this had, I think, 4. It was quite a popular project in terms of the commercial capacity to address the infrastructure projects in New South Wales. This one was one which was quite competitive.
Yeah, my point was not that there was a shortage of bidders. My point was one about the overall state of the construction market, where we've seen non-labour inputs go up by 24% in the last year, steel and timber for house construction up 40%, skills shortages across multiple different grades, 41,000 shortfall in engineers across the country, we are seeing an overheated construction market, and part of the design behind rephasing some of the mega projects was to take some of the pressure out of that in order to enable existing projects to be delivered in accordance with value for money.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Betts. I didn't quite get a response to my question, I thought, about the view of the federal government of Infrastructure New South Wales and that Staying Ahead State Infrastructure Strategy report. Is that something that you rely on? Is it?
No, but it's a authoritative source of advice by New South Wales Government's own independent infrastructure advisors, so it doesn't count for nothing in terms of our considerations, just as we take into account advice from Infrastructure Australia.
So, as I understand it, Infrastructure New South Wales, for example, have recommended that we proceed with the raising of the Warragamba Dam wall. Is that something the federal government is viewing favourably as a result of Infrastructure New South Wales's view?
It's an input. It's an important data point.
Can I also...
I'm conscious that...
Yeah, I was just going to ask one more question, Senator, but I just wanted to seek clarification from the agency. It's not an agency I've worked with closely before. Is this agency the delivery agency for the government's commitment of 1 million new houses?
No.
Who is?
It'll be the Department of Treasury, I suspect.
Yeah, I believe Treasury has the lead on that.
They build houses now in Treasury.
You have to ask Treasury about how they intend to go about it, but my understanding is that Treasury is the lead agency within government.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Shaw.
Thank you, Senator Davey.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of very quick questions on the announcement, welcome announcement, I may say, 4th of November, in relation to the Launceston City deal and infrastructure funding for the Tamar River.
This falls under our regional development output or outcome, so we would be moving around in the agenda here, and if you would like to move on to regional development, which would be consistent with the prior timetable, we're happy to do that.
Okay. So it was announced, yes, 4th of November.
Sorry.
The chair needs to
Senator,
give us a vote.
the chair needs to make that decision.
Oh, okay.
So we just have to...
Sorry.
Can we move on to regional development?
No, I believe senators still have questions for infrastructure.
So this is not just Launceston City deal, it's also the federal government's commitment to the Tamar Estuary Management Task Force.
Still in a different outcome, though, I think.
So, sorry, your questions are in a different area.
Well, I've just been informed they were.
Is that correct?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, you're not going to believe this, Senator.
That's right,
We're still in infrastructure.
Oh, really? It wouldn't have anything to do with the Rockhampton Ring Road, would it?
So it's 10 o'clock.
I haven't got there yet.
It's 10 o'clock on Friday. Okay, enough frivolity. So Senator Canavan, and then I believe Senator Rennick and Senator McDonald, you still have questions in infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay.
Given I've got triggered there by Rockhampton Ring Road, may as well go there. I just wanted to confirm I don't believe in the information that has been returned to us so far. This is from my letter prior to estimates. I can't find Rockhampton Ring Road project in the list. I realise you might not be able to go through right now, but does anyone know whether that has been included or it's still to be included, information to come back to us?
Okay, so the information that we've provided to you, Senator, responds as fully as we can to the request that you put in 2 days before the prior Senate estimates hearing, and then to the questions which were taken on notice at that time. That information is not entirely complete for a couple of reasons. Although whilst we've provided 900 or more pages, there are some things which we will provide on notice as previously discussed. If you're asking, are you asking really for information about the infrastructure investment program schedules to the budget night letters?
Well, I'm not exactly familiar. I'm asking about the Rockhampton Ring Road project. I presume that's probably under the investment infrastructure program,
Yes.
but I'm not. I'm not the expert there. Okay, so it is under that program. So that hasn't been included yet.
No. So some of the information that you requested is still subject to discussion with jurisdictions, quite sensitive discussion with jurisdictions following the issue of the budget night letter. In that letter, the Minister sought written agreement from her state and territory counterparts that the projects would be administered under the terms and conditions of the NPA, and that once agreed that schedule would precede previous schedules. We are still waiting for confirmation of that from a number of states and territories. We've received confirmation pre-caretaker from the Victorian government, and you have in full the infrastructure investment schedule for Victoria. But until we've received confirmation from the other jurisdictions, the Minister's view is that it would be disrespectful to release that in full. Once we get that confirmation, we're happy to release the information.
So just to take a step back and look more broadly here, I presume for the budget last 2 weeks ago now, you had a list. There is a profile of funding on a project by project basis. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And now there's discussions with the states about whether those profiles are what you stick to, if you like, given any feedback from the states. Is that a fair characterisation?
Yeah, we've asked the states to confirm that those are the schedules that we're mutually happy to adopt, yeah.
Well, returning specifically to the Rockhampton Ring Road, could you take on notice what was... Well, I believe we already have this information. So,
yes,
the information you provided Friday last, I think that was Mr Maher, that was yourself, that was the profile for the Rockhampton Ring Road in the budget.
Correct. We did provide that information.
Yes. Okay. And so that's there's no. You would have looked at that, and that's perfectly right and correct. Okay. And so that profile could change now, could it? On relatively soon, if there's feedback from the Queensland Government or some discussions. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I think we are offering the Queensland Government the opportunity to come back to us, have any clarification discussions that they want, and then we move on formally having ratified those numbers.
Okay, but that seems to indicate that there could be a change to the profile for the Rockhampton Ring Road based on any feedback by the Queensland Government.
I think that would be a matter for government.
Yeah. Okay. So did the Queensland Government know, or were they aware of the profile for the Rockhampton Ring Road project before the budget, before last Tuesday last?
I think the answer you're going to get to that is similar to the one that we previously discussed for other projects, which is that a number of discussions took place.
Yeah, so a whole series of discussions took place with Queensland officials, and I think at ministerial level, and the final outcome of that was communicated through the budget night letter, Senator.
Right. Do you know, I mean, you might need to take this on notice, and I'm happy for you to do that, but who made the suggestion for the reprofiling of the Rockhampton Ring Road project? Was it the Queensland Government or the Australian Government?
I think we traversed this last week. I'm not sure that we can answer that with any clarity, but I will take that on notice and see what we've got.
As you might be aware, I've driven to Canberra over the weekend with a bunch of concerned residents and businesses from Rockhampton. There's been a massive community reaction from the government's decision to defer this project. As I'm sure you're aware, it was due to start within just a few months, so there are a number of businesses that are effectively out of pocket now because they were gearing up for the project on the urging of especially the state government. And this is just a very important project for our community and region. We're all expected it to happen. It was had bipartisan support. Have you, since we met at estimates, have you had any discussions with the Queensland Government about the Rockhampton Ring Road?
Not me personally.
Since Friday last, or anyone in the department? Anyone? I mean, as I said, there's been a lot of media interested in this. We had a rally last week in Rockhampton, 500 people came out. Has the government had any discussions with the Queensland Government Minister on the Rockhampton Ring Road project in the last week?
We're not aware of any conversations at official level, but we might have to take that on notice.
Okay. Minister, are you aware of the government having any?
Take that on notice.
Right. Okay. I would have thought, given the reaction, and these people are spending their weekend or a week they'll spend it on the road, I would have thought maybe that they would have had some focus on it. I believe. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Mr. Betts, but I believe the Minister is meeting with the convoy later today, and I really appreciate her doing that. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but is there any opportunity for you, Mr. Betts, to meet with them as well, so they've come all the way from Rockhampton? I don't know if they've asked you or not, but I think
they haven't asked me. I'm in Senate estimates all afternoon or all evening, unfortunately.
Don't we finish at 2, I thought?
Yeah, but there's
communications.
communications.
You go to another committee, do you? Yeah. Okay, well, maybe if you're busy, would your appropriate deputy secretaries be able to meet with them? I think there is a time the Minister's meeting with them, so you probably could
let me get some details from the Minister's office, and I'm sure we'd be happy to send an official if the Minister decided that she wanted one.
I think that would be greatly appreciated. As I say, these people are genuinely concerned for their community. This project, it's not just an important project for the Bruce Highway. There are 4 schools along this part of the Bruce Highway where 2,300 trucks go past every day. And so we're just desperate to see that change, and we thought we had a timeline for that to change, and it's been taken away. I've noticed in the media that the Minister has said last week that the project now, the Rockhampton Ring Road project, has an undetermined start date. Is that your understanding for the project? From the Minister, is the start date undetermined right now?
So the project, we would require information to come back from the Queensland Government with precise details of start dates. We're not at that stage yet, Senator.
So the Minister's correct in saying it has an undetermined start date?
Well, the profile that we provided to you last estimate stands, and what we'd need to do is work with the Queensland Government on exactly when that start date would be.
I suppose these sort of, to try and help me out and especially to help the people that come down here to Canberra and try and work through the gobbledygook that we speak in here down here, that profile, that's sort of not set in concrete then, is it? It's a bit of an estimate, I suppose. Is that correct for the project?
Well, that's certainly the profile that's in the books, Senator.
You know, how likely is it? What happens here with projects of this kind when you've said, I think the first funding for it, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Maher, was 25, 26 from memory, so we're 3 years away from that date. I mean, how likely is it that a project that's getting funding in 3 years' time, it's not contracted or tendered yet, how likely is it that could change?
Ultimately, that'll be a decision of government.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it just doesn't help much, Mr. Hallen. I mean, just trying to help these people, right? They've come all this way, and they'll be watching this, and they just kind of want clear language about, you know, how likely it is this project will happen for their town.
But
and you've been involved with lots of big projects before, so
Senator, likelihood isn't clarity. Likelihood is a guess. What I can give you is,
this
clarity, which is what we've given you, which is the profile.
So you're suggesting that the funding profile there is a guess at the moment? It's the government's
no.
best guess.
You've asked me to guess to you when it's going to start, and I can't do that.
Yeah, so this is what people get frustrated with this place, right? They get really frustrated that you can't provide people clear answers. You're always trying to protect yourselves.
I think Senator
why can't we just tell people and be upfront with people about what the situation is?
Senator Canavan, the official has given a clear answer, but the Australian government remains committed to the project. You know, we've put 824 million in the budget, and we're working with, as the officials already outlined, with the Queensland Government to get this project delivered. And but we do need to be realistic, and as you asked just then, to be honest and upfront about the facts of the matter. And we've done that in this budget. We've been very clear. We are committed, and we remain committed. And you have to remember, you know, in 2009, the former federal Labor government first began investigating the planning of the Rockhampton Ring Road when we commissioned the Fitzroy River floodplain and road planning study. And I'm sure you're more than familiar with the history of the Rockhampton Ring Road, and I'm sure you're very familiar with the fact that the coalition government has been in place for previous nine or so years. So what we are saying is that we are committed to this project, but we're committed about not making announcements but getting it built, and that is exactly what we intend to do.
I'm going to yield to Senator
And
McDonald.
I'm sure... Sorry?
I'm sorry, I thought you finished. Minister. Senator McDonald just had a follow-up. Did you?
Ask that this project was so advanced that the prices were being negotiated through the tender, that local businesses have committed millions of dollars to, equipment, to gravel gear, to trucks, to the bus contractors lost all his work because he knew that he was getting work through the new tenders that have been released. This is not a project that didn't have a workforce, contractors. I'm struggling to understand who provided the advice that this was a project that was not ready, was not suitably resourced, and I know you've tried to take this on notice, saying, Mr. Hallinan, saying that you're unclear on that, but for such a significant investment in a town that had geared up with significant project cost savings, but by being able to do it locally, precasting and steel and so forth, that I think it's only fair to these people who are now potentially going to lose homes and businesses that somebody should answer who gave the advice that this is a project that was not ready to go ahead now. There must be somebody who has said this, because the Minister has just said that the scoping work started in 2009. We'd come so far down the line that the project was going to commence in January of next year. Significant financial investments by individuals and businesses, and yet that decision's been made. You know, I really think that somebody should be able to provide an answer to the people of Rockhampton who are now struggling to make ends meet.
As you know, Senator McDonald, the former government costed the project at $1 billion. The tender, as you outlined around final tenders, came in at over 70% more, $1.7 billion. And there's many reasons for that, and that's the current market conditions and the overheating of the road construction sector, which the department has already gone through. So it's 70% over what the former government costed the project as. So the government has made the decision to defer the project, and we remain 100% committed to the project. But as I've said before, we're about delivering on projects, and that's what we intend to do.
My question was that for such a significant and serious decision, that we should be able to point to who made that decision, who provided the advice.
The decision was taken by government through the Expenditure Review Committee. So
expenditure. So there wasn't advice from the state government asking for it not to go ahead.
Senator, those are deliberative processes of cabinet, which you know well we can't openly discuss.
So the department believes that by delaying this expenditure, ERC must believe that by delaying this expenditure, that the price will come down, and that putting off the project to some unknown date in the future, it will be cheaper than what you've allocated now, what you've identified the cost to be now. Is that correct?
What we have done is put in a pipeline of construction that will smooth out the projects, which is what states and territories have been calling for years. You didn't take any notice of it because you're too busy making announcements that you were never going to ever deliver.
I'm going to yield some time, but can I just say, Senator Minister, look, we all play politics from time to time. I get that, but I've spent 21 hours on the road with these guys, and I think we just want to get this project done. So I wouldn't normally do this, but you've made a number of accusations about the former government. I know this history of this project very, very well. There has not been any delays on it. I recognise you started the study of the project, went through various things. There was different routes that people had. It was a very passionate issue in Rockhampton about where it should go. We settled on a route probably about 5 or 6 years ago. The route got settled, and then when we worked on getting the funding, and we got that in 2018, 2019. All sides of politics agreed to it. This wasn't a political issue. It wasn't any debate. We were all committed to it. It was a project for the region, project for the nation. So I'd like to get back to that. That's all this convoy's asking. That let's take the politics out of this. I'm happy if you come and announce the funding. Great. Let's get on with it. I'll support you because this project is much, much bigger than any sort of petty battles between you and I over politics. We've both supported this over the last decade. We've both been involved in it. But at the moment now, we don't even know when it's going to start. So that would be the best thing, to just get a start date, and the sooner the better. I'm happy if you respond if you want. Sorry, it wasn't really a comment, but it was just more of a reply to some of the comments you made. And I think Senator Allman-Payne had some questions.
So we'll give you the same information we gave you on Friday, which reflects the reprofiled spend for the project. and we are now, post-budget, working with the Queensland Government to determine exactly what that implies in terms of when activities will begin, recognising that project development work, project tender work, etc., precedes the main capital spend. So, Mr. Meyer, are you able to give us those numbers over the forward estimates period?
I am, Mr. Betts. Confirming your earlier recap, Senator, that funding commences in 25-26 with $31.6 million. Did you want me to continue?
No, that's
through
okay.
that?
We've already got that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. But happy for Senator Elmer-Payne. So, look, I just want to finish this, and again, it's probably more of a comment, but I just see in the media there's a lot of excuses saying we don't have the workers and we don't have the people in Rockhampton. Just, I don't know what advice you get and how it works through to the department, but again, speaking to these businesses the last week, talking to the Rockhampton business community, the issue, it is very hot in Rockhampton at the moment. It's hard to get a house. There's hard to get an employee. But a lot of big projects are coming off in the next year. The Rookwood Weir is due to complete over the next few months. The Shoalwater Bay upgrades, I know outside this department, big project. That's due to really finish over the next 12 months. And so what these businesses are worried about is there'll be a big hole for our region if this timeline, if 25, 26, and as you would, I'm sure, appreciate in the infrastructure department, unless there's work for construction companies and a pipeline continuing, we'll lose a lot of those workers, and some businesses even will go elsewhere in the country. And that would be a real shame, given we all thought we had this really strong pipeline of work over the next decade to encourage investment in the construction industry in central Queensland, and a continuity there. So just wanted to relay that to you, because you might not get that advice if you just talk to government officials, but on the ground that's very much the advice of the Rockhampton business community. Thank you very much for that. Now, I think did others... Okay.
I'm just going to try, colleagues, just get an idea, like Senator McDonald's got questions. Senator Rennick, you now have questions? Yeah. And Senator Elmer-Payne, now you told me earlier yours was in the next one, so you don't have any questions for infrastructure? Okay, just clearing that up. Senator Rennick.
Yeah, hi guys. I just want to know, is the Albanese government, if they're still committed to the Brisbane Metro project? I know the prior government committed $300 million to the funding of the Brisbane Metro, and whether or not the Albanese government will match that funding or not.
I'm just searching for that information, Senator. So, Senator, I can confirm that project remains a commitment of the government, and the scope of the commitment, or the quantum, $300 million, has not been changed.
Has not been changed?
Correct.
So how soon will that funding become available? When's it actually slated for? What year?
In respect of the funding, I can read you through the profile, but it does commence in 22-23, the current year, with $70 million forecast.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to the Tyro project, just north of Gympie, Tiaro?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah. Is that funding still going ahead?
Yes, Senator. Again, no change to the Australian government commitment of $268.8 million.
Yep. And that will be a dual lane highway, not single lane?
I'll just have to find the information about the project in another source, Senator. So the information I have before me indicates in June 2021, the federal and state governments announced additional funding to increase the scope of the project from a 2-lane to a 4-lane bypass.
Yeah, so we've still got that commitment that it's going to be 4-lane bypass. Brilliant.
That remains the scope of discussions with the Queensland government.
Okay, awesome. Just a couple more. So just on the National Highway, Gore Highway, Newell Highway, as you may well know, that's on a lot of black soil country, a lot of heavy rains there in the last year or so. Who's responsible when it comes to national highways for general repairs and maintenance? And then, because of all this rain now that it's just littered with potholes, you've got a highway here, with big semis and everything, as I'm sure Senator Stirl will know. in times of emergency, which is what I'd consider, like that road is dangerous right now, that whole New York Gore Highway, you're doing 110 down the road and you hit a pothole that's half the size of a volcano. Is there anything being done about looking at repairing those roads? How much? This is sorry for my ignorance, I suppose. My question is how much of that's a federal/state maintenance issue?
The short answer is maintenance is the responsibility of state and territory governments.
Right.
The Australian government provides funding maintenance, maintenance funding rather, for roads that are on the National Land Transport Network.
Yeah, which is what these are.
And we provide $350 million annually, Senator.
For the entire national...
Correct.
Right, and then that's split up by...
Yes, by
and is that prorated on kilometres of road or population?
So it's based on the road network, Senator, but I believe, but happy to take that on notice to confirm.
Okay, and can you also just look into, because we really need more funding for those particular roads at the moment because they are dangerous, and is it possible to actually look at, getting some extra funding because of all the rain? As you well know, central western New South Wales has been heavily flooded lately and the roads down there are in quite a state. And just one other question, and I want to come back to your point, Mr. Betts, and it was a very good one about the whole overview of planning and everything. Is there somewhere where both myself and my constituents can get on the website and actually have a look at all the projects funded by Infrastructure Australia in an easy to read sort of, here your projects year by year by year and how much funding by projects?
Yeah, sorry to sound bureaucratic. When you say Infrastructure Australia, I think you mean the Infrastructure Department.
Yeah, Infrastructure Department, yeah.
So there is a website.
Yeah, certainly there's a website where you can search up all the different projects that are currently being financed. I think possibly the simplest thing to do, though, would be in response to Senator Canavan's letter and previously Senator Stell's letters from this committee, we table usually about 1,000 pages worth of documents on the number of projects we've got scheduled, including their profiling across the country.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I mean, is it actually consolidated into...
That's everything.
What's that, sorry?
In a website, which is...
There's not a website that contains the information at that level, but the information, other than the committees...
So I guess, like, I come back from a database management point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just had a great big list, an Excel spreadsheet, you can fit 1,000 projects, you can fit 10,000 projects in there, state project funding 21, 22, 23, 24.
Yep.
Is there somewhere where that all of that funding can be consolidated so you can go in and actually get an overview from a top-down point of view? Because if I was a minister, that'd be the first thing I'd be looking for. Would be, okay, we've got a $100 billion budget here, but let's break it up by projects. That's not hard to do, row by row. And then column by column is just the year.
Yep.
And how much funding per year.
That's precisely what we provide to the committee.
What's that, sorry?
That's precisely what we provide to the committee.
Okay, so is that available online where you can go in and then open up an Excel spreadsheet that shows you row by row, column by column?
It's certainly available on the committee's website through, in fact, the committee secretary might be able to confirm whether it's, I think it's a tabled document for the purposes of the committee. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
That's all my questions. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thanks, Senator Rennick. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to clarify again just about the congested market across Australia for infrastructure, Mr. Betts. And you've had advice from Infrastructure Australia on proceeding with projects. Can I ask, was Infrastructure Australia asked to do an assessment of the Melbourne Suburban Rail Loop project before the $2 billion was allocated towards it?
I don't believe it was. No. Is that right? Am I right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Infrastructure Australia are giving evidence later on today, so you should ask them what information they've received from the Victorian Government for the purposes of assessment.
Right, so the Victorian Auditor General says that the project doesn't stack up. I should ask them about that as well then.
If you want their opinion about it, you should ask them about what their opinion is, yes.
Was that advice that the department received from the Victorian Auditor General saying that the project didn't stack up?
It wasn't provided to us, but it was published, so we're aware of the advice of the Victorian Auditor General, yes.
Just trying to draw out the comparison between the Rockhampton Ring Road and the Great Western Road, two very close to tender projects, and now we've had money allocated to a new project.
So what's the question? I apologise. What's the question?
I was just explaining the purpose of my questioning around Infrastructure Australia's assessment.
So they will be able to tell you their assessment of that project if they've made one when you talk to them later on today.
I now turn to the Beef Corridors project. In regard to the Beef Roads program, do we have the correct people at the table?
I'm just thinking, did we touch on that on Friday?
We spoke about this
Beef
last
Roads?
Friday.
Yeah, Beef Roads?
We did, but not specifically what I'm... No.
Okay, all right. Whatever that's called.
In regard to this program, can the department advise if this is based on the joint proposal from the Central Highlands Council, the Banana Shire Council, the Barcaldine Regional Council, Warrabinda Aboriginal Shire Council, Gladstone Regional Council, Rockhampton Regional Council and Isaac Regional Council?
Senator, I'm just looking to see if I have that information. I doubt I have that before me, but...
Is it the same program as was announced by the previous Infrastructure Minister on the 27th of April 2022?
So the information I have before me is that the scope of this project in Queensland is to upgrade beef road infrastructure across key roads in the network, sealing unsealed roads and upgrading of heavy vehicle freight routes on the Dawson, Burnett and Leichhardt highways.
So can I get a more specific identification of the roads that will see improvements? How many kilometres will be sealed? Some clarity, because this was a very specific project that was taken forward by this group of councils on sealing an important strategic corridor.
I'm very happy to take that on notice, Senator. I would note that the profiling information for this project funding commences in 25-26. So I would expect that the detail of exactly the specific projects is something that would yet to be worked through, but we'll take that on notice and get back to you.
If you could, because there was this very specific proposal, so unless it's a new project or a different project to what was proposed by the councils, then it should be to hand. So if you could take that on notice. Will the cost blowouts that are currently causing deferrals on spending of projects like Rockhampton Ring Road, will that impact this project? And if so, what roads would be affected?
Again, Senator, I think that's a bit too specific for the stage that this project is at. But I would say we're in ongoing discussions with delivery proponents in respect of any cost pressures, and that is something that is then considered at the next economic update.
So it was my understanding that in order for a project to be funded by the federal government, that the state government came forward with a proposal. Is that not the case?
That is certainly how project implementation works, Senator. And I would say it's a delivery proponent, which could be a state or territory government, or it could be a local council. But the Australian government makes commitments, and apologies if I'm telling you things you already know, through the budget process, and then we work with a delivery proponent towards implementation, which includes a specific project proposal before funding is released.
Right, so there would have been a Queensland State Government tick. This is a project that we want prioritised and funded, with some specifics around it, because I assume that you wouldn't have recommitted to funding without that.
Senator, just one point of clarification. This project was the same project that was previously funded under the Energy Security and Regional Development Plan.
Oh, terrific.
Does that...
Thank you.
Yes.
There we go. Terrific news. Thank you.
Sorry it took us a while to get there.
No, well, that answers my questions, and that's terrific news. Look forward to following on, seeing that progresses.
Just Senator Sterle, I think maybe I
We are
might
done?
I've just got one question, and that might, then we
Well,
can probably
I'm
have an
still
early morning
patiently
tea.
waiting here
Have we
for
got
some
any other
road
questions for
safety.
this outcome? Because then we might be able to wrap up before
I'm keen
morning
to
tea.
get moving.
I might just ask one, and then we can break for an early morning
No, well, I
tea.
want to do some quick.
Oh, you go.
Seatbelts if I can, but
Go
I
for
want to
it.
get this
No, you
finished.
go for it. Mate.
All right, thanks. So just before we do, colleagues, we have the smoko break at 11:15, but I want to talk about, Mr Betts, some people in your department where I can go to ADRs.
Yeah.
For Australia, particularly for Australian heavy vehicles. Now, if there's no one here, I'll come back to it later.
No, we've got the right people here.
We've got someone, all right, and I am conscious that I do want to get through because this issue is very, very important to women in trucking Australia, and a good shout out goes out to Julie Downey, who's done a fair bit of work around this. So
We'll just get them to the table. So.
while the official's making her way to the table, I just want to quote Professor Roger Byard, AOPSM, Professor of Pathology in University of Adelaide, and these are Professor Byard's words. While seatbelts have undoubtedly saved many lives, they must be correctly fitted. If not, they can cause very severe injuries and even death. Inappropriate fitting of a seatbelt over the neck can, unfortunately, turn it into a lethal weapon in the event of a crash. So that's where I just want to kick off. We got an official? You coming? Officials. And it's something just so out there too, Mr Betts. I have been in conversation with your officials on this, so there's no gotcha moments. We just want to follow up on some stuff.
Appreciate that, Chair.
So I just go back to the Australian Design Rule ADR 4/06 and 2.1, and it actually says the function of this vehicle standard is to specify requirements for seat belts to facilitate fastening and correct adjustment to assist the driver to remain in the driver's seat and thus maintain control of the vehicle in an emergency, to restrain vehicle occupants under impact conditions and to provide protection against ejection in an accident. Now, one thing I do want to say, and I'm sorry for the preamble, but we do know that drivers are all different shapes and sizes. I look at my driving photos from the 70s and I look now, I'm a classic example of the years haven't been that kind. But there are also many sets of rules that are dependent upon the class of the vehicle being safe to drive. So the function of the seatbelt ADR 4/06 at section 2.1 implies there must be some sort of adjustability to accommodate all the shapes and sizes of vehicle occupants. And I'm interested particularly in the commercial vehicles, predominantly the heavy end of the market being our prime movers for B-doubles, road trains, quads and all that sort of stuff. So, as I said, we need to accommodate different shapes and sizes. So can someone please explain to me how this can be? How does it come apart? How does it come to be, the ADR? How do we pick the seatbelt that's going to fit everyone? Is there some magic potion formula or?
Senator Lisa Lawrence, First Assistant Secretary, Road and Vehicle Safety Division. There's two different components to that, and I'll get my colleague Ms Cashman to talk about the process for developing and reviewing an ADR. I think there's also then, if issues arise in terms of how that is working in practice, then there's two different things that we consider in that, whether it is the design rule itself or whether it is the application of that rule. Ms Cashman, would you like to talk about the ADRs?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Melissa Cashman, Assistant Secretary for Vehicle Standards Policy and Partnerships Branch. Primarily when starting with a new ADR, we take the United Nations regulation as the starting point and only deviate from there where necessary for Australian conditions. That's to ensure that we can access the latest vehicles from around the world at the lowest possible costs. The seatbelt ADR, of course, has been in place for a very long time and it has been maintained over the years to ensure to the greatest extent possible alignment with the evolving United Nations regulation. So the United Nations does a lot of work on ADRs. We are a party to that work and we take the expertise of that group as our starting point.
And Ms Cashman, I want to thank you for your assistance as we've been working through this too. You've been fantastically accommodating, trying to answer a number of questions and concerns, particularly from Women in Trucking Australia, which I know is foremost in their mind. And I'm going to make a few statements, and it's nothing personal, it's just to the ADR. So I'm going to ask that how can we consider this ADR to be anything other than a failure if its function is to provide a correctly fitting seatbelt and vehicles being approved under it are unable to provide that correctly fitting seatbelt. And I know the argument of United Nations. I've had this conversation with the vehicle manufacturers, and we talk about the 5% that don't fit into this category. So if we can just, if I can put that question to you, because it doesn't fit everyone, and I honestly want to say here, the standard is not fit for purpose in 2022.
Certainly, Senator. So on the particular issue that we've been working on, we are still investigating whether there's been any work done on the seat or the seatbelt post provision to the market, or whether in fact the vehicle was provided to the market with a non-compliant seatbelt arrangement. So that work is actually still ongoing and is yet to be finalised.
Oh, good.
And if it turns out that no, the vehicle was either provided correctly and or was not modified post provision, that it's the ADR that needs to be looked at, we certainly will be looking at that. But the current ADR, my understanding is, only excludes a very small percentage of body sizes. You're always going to have extremely tall people and extremely short people, but the advice I have is that the ADR covers a very, very wide range of body types.
Yes, I have had this conversation, Ms Cashman, with the manufacturers, and I can't help but think, but what about the 5% that it doesn't fit? And I've seen many photos, because Women in Trucking Australia are making it a campaign of theirs, and they've had a lot of truck drivers, men and women, send in their photos where the seatbelt's choking them on the neck because they're not your stereotype 1970s male of being 5'10", you know, and only weighing 75 kilo. So I really struggle, I just want to say this as a statement, struggle that, well, and I know you're not saying this, don't worry about the other 5%, the small women or small people, that it doesn't suit. So all right, you're working on that. So are you aware of any other classes of vehicle that may not be fit for purpose because they're allowed to be registered with seatbelts that do not accommodate all shapes and sizes of the driver?
To the best of my knowledge, Senator, this issue hasn't been raised with us before, so we've not had to review the issue before, but certainly now that it's been brought to our attention, it's something we'll be looking into.
Well, I think the best part is that, you know, you're working on it, it's work in progress, and I look forward to it. And I am mindful of the time, so I'll tell you what...
Can I just add to Ms Cashman's comment?
Yes, please.
We also, through the consultation on the National Road Safety Action Plan, we've had Women in Trucking involved in that conversation and are well representing the views of that group also.
Yes, tremendous. And I congratulate you, Minister, for inviting Women in Trucking Australia to that road safety forum, because it's never happened before. So well done, that's great stuff. Look, okay, I know that it is time that we have to go to the break because it is allotted. There are a number of other questions I probably will put on notice, because we do want it, because you don't have any more. Senator, you have one more?
No, I think we're happy. I'll be happy to leave that now, as long as I had the agreement with you before to have this outcome back on the spill.
Yes, you did say that to me, and I won't go back on my word. You've said that.
That's fine. Let's move on
Okay.
after morning tea.
So I'll put these on notice, and I'd be very keen to see how we're progressing. But once again, Ms Cashman, thank you so much for your efforts. Thank you for meeting with Julie and taking her concerns forward. And it's not just hers, it's hundreds of truck drivers that have this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, yes, Minister.
Can I just clarify which outcome we're returning
We're going to outcome 3 now.
Okay.
We are finished with with outcome 2 for now.
Thank you.
But the opposition has requested that if we can find a spillover day, that they want to continue questions in this area.
Right.
Okay, so Mr. Betts, if you can release your officials. There we go. We said we'd get it done by 10 o'clock. It's only 11 o'clock, 4 days later. So let's go to, what's the word, Jerry? I was going to say sustain. What do we do? What do we do? We're knocking off. We're suspending. Thank you. Back at 11:30, please. Yep, thank you, Hansard and Broadcasting. Oh, can I welcome the Honourable Assistant Minister, Minister Chisholm. Welcome, Minister. And now can I call representatives from the Regional Division? You're all here, beautiful. Questions? Who wants to go first? Who wants to open up the baton? No one? Okay, we'll let you go then, and we'll call...
Happy to open up.
Oh, just a good try. Senator Jimper Price, you have questions? Fire away.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just have a couple of questions. I'm very pleased to see that the government has honoured the commitment that we've made with regard to the Middle Arm Sustainable Development Precinct, the $1.5 billion. I just have a few questions. I need some clarification around recent comments made by the Territory's Chief Minister with regard to the Middle Arm Precinct not having anything to do with petrochemicals, which is contrary to what the Territory government's website says, in that it's energy, low emissions, petrochemicals, minerals processing and advanced manufacturing precinct. Can I get some clarification around what the federal government sees the project as?
Certainly, Senator. David McKay, Acting Deputy Secretary for Regional Cities and Territories. We touched on this briefly at the hearing on the 28th. So just to recap, the Commonwealth's investment is in the common user marine infrastructure, not specific infrastructure for a particular use. So it's $1.5 billion in planned equity for the marine infrastructure at Middle Arm, and an additional $440 million in planned equity for logistics hubs in Katherine, Tennant Creek and Alice Springs. So all of the Commonwealth's investment is common user infrastructure. It's not specific to a particular use.
So going forward, can you provide the profile of funding over the forward estimates for me?
Natalie Waddell, Acting Assistant Secretary. As was announced at the budget in March, the government announced planned equity for both the investment in the common user infrastructure, $1.5 billion for the marine infrastructure and $440 million for the logistics hubs. But at this stage, the equity or the planned equity is not yet profiled because we need to engage further with the Northern Territory government with regards to the rollout of the infrastructure, but also in terms of establishing the equity in a way that meets the developing plans for the infrastructure.
So does that mean planned equity is not yet detailed as to exactly what projects that means?
It would recognise that discussions are ongoing with the Northern Territory government, which I think, as we mentioned last time, are the lead proponent of the Middle Arm precinct. So it recognises that negotiations are ongoing with the Northern Territory government, but that in the budget there was the commitment to the 1.9, which is the combination of the two common use infrastructure projects, and that the profile will be developed as the discussions with the NTG go on.
Senator Matthew Roper, First Assistant Secretary, Cities and Northern Australia Division. If I could just come, I think you were asking about the particulars of where that money will be applied. Mm-hmm. So as Ms Waddell set out, when we talk about the common user marine infrastructure, that $1.5 billion has been committed to that in this budget for those things, which includes items such as a wharf, material offloading facilities, dredging of the shipping channel, and then for the $440 million in planned equity for those logistics hubs, it is for those places. So that'll do things like rail sidings and headworks and common user facilities in those places.
Going back to the $440 million for the logistics hubs in Alice Springs, Katherine and Tennant Creek, can you describe to me exactly what the purpose is? Is it to do with gas? Is it minerals? Is it livestock? What industry does it seek to support?
Yes, Senator. As with the Middle Arm Precinct, as Mr McKay explained, this is shared public use infrastructure, so it's really to enable a more efficient supply chain for any commodity that may be moving through those areas, opening up opportunities for growth in regional businesses and the resource sector, and also in terms of emerging industries, providing access for things like green hydrogen and critical minerals to come through those hubs up to the Middle Arm Sustainable Development Precinct.
So nothing specific to, but a broad range of industries. And again, I guess, just to clarify, it won't be, the Middle Arm Precinct itself the investment is not to support specifically low emissions petrochemicals or minerals processing or advanced manufacturing.
Well, I think Minister's been quite clear in different places that it is a priority for her, and opening up those new opportunities and providing access to those new entrants into those markets is an important part of these investments.
Given that there's still seems to be negotiation going on as to exactly what they plan to invest into, do we have an idea of when the start date for these projects will begin?
Do you want to talk to the process?
I can talk to that one. Thank you, Senator. As well as discussions with the Northern Territory Government regarding the infrastructure itself, the NTG is also leading quite a comprehensive environmental assessment process as well, which was announced earlier on in the year. So that assessment process, strategic assessment process, is underway under both federal and territory legislation. There will be further work this year to develop terms of reference, opportunities for public consultation next year in 2023, and then in 24-25 the assessments will be finalised, and I guess the parameters for project approvals vis-a-vis the environmental assessments will be known, and I think at that point there will be construction, or possibly the further year, but I think my point is that the construction will depend on those environmental assessments. So the Northern Territory Government on their public website talk about construction in 25-26, but as I say, it depends on the ongoing processes around regulatory approvals and also the detailed design work.
And what industries will that affect specifically? Will that affect the gas industry in the Northern Territory going forward? Will that then push out projects further delaying getting gas to the Australian market?
Senator, I might answer that one. I think throughout this, the Northern Territory Government has been very conscious of the influence on other industries in the Territory, knowing the size of the markets up there, and they've take real pains to consider other industries and ensuring that there is a workforce who can deliver these projects. That is something that in our partnership with NTG we'll need to keep a focus on, and recognising that in the north there are thin markets in a lot of different places, and so that's part of detailed project planning that will come as we work through that design process that Ms Waddell was talking about.
Can you give me some clarification as to if there has been any cuts to the accelerator grants made available to the gas industry in the Northern Territory?
Senator, I think we'd better take that one on notice because I think those grants come from a different portfolio, but we can take it on notice and consult with counterparts.
Happy to do that. I think it's concerning that it appears as though there's projects being held up. I know traditional owners want activity on their land. They want to be able to create economic development opportunities, and there's no clarity on when any of these investments are supposed to take place. So that's a little bit concerning. Okay, given that there's no real clarity around much of that, I'll move on to some of the investments that are currently being made with regard to roads.
Sorry, Senator, can I ask a quick follow-up on the Middle Arm? Sorry, just on Middle Arm, is there any, with the investment, is there any test of carbon emission impact for projects that would qualify for funding? Do they have to meet some net zero or any other reduction in carbon emissions before they'd receive funding under any guidelines or criteria?
I'm not quite sure which projects you're referring
Well,
to.
I'm referring to any projects that would be funded under the Middle Arm development, either directly or indirectly, that benefit from the development of Middle Arm, say a petrochemical facility or some such. If it's to indirectly benefit from this development, does it have to meet any kind of emission reduction requirements to qualify for funding under this program?
Sorry, we may be at cross purposes somewhat, but this funding is only for that public use, public infrastructure common use.
No, I realise that, but some people might use that indirectly to build a petrochemical plant, for example.
Oh, okay, so you're referring to that.
Have you developed any criteria or guidelines around the potential carbon impact on carbon emissions of the public use infrastructure?
Yes, Senator. It's very early days for this project. The Northern Territory Government is the proponent of the project, and that is something that they would, I think, be thinking
so
about.
So the answer
more
is you haven't got any restrictions as of yet, but that's still in discussions.
All that's planned at this stage is the equity investment.
Okay.
Senator.
All right. Thank you.
Why was the funding changed from a grant to an equity investment?
It's a decision of government, Senator.
Who will deliver the hubs if they're now equity investments? Is it still the Northern Territory Government as the proponent?
They are the proponent. Delivery is something that will need to be considered down the track once we've got further down the design and procurement process.
Is the government planning to get a return on investment now that it's an equity stake? What's the profiling of the equity stake?
So, Senator, it is described in this budget as planned equity, and the specific profiling and return that you describe is part of what we will be discussing with our Northern Territory Government counterparts. So we don't have a profile for the equity at this point.
Right, so the equity investment's been made, but there's no agreement as to who gets first right of refusal on a sell down, on what the value might be.
All of those are things that we'll need to discuss.
Right.
Just for context, Senator, I would say that the announcement of the funding for Middle Arm in the March budget also was not profiled. So this was work that would have needed to be done whether or not it was a grant or equity.
Oh, but if it's an equity investment, it's very different, isn't it? Because you don't have to repay the money, or you don't have
That's
to...
true. That's true, but the specific question about profiling and in what years money would flow...
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. I should have said...
I do that
can
regularly.
you describe the equity investment
Understood.
rather than profiling? I'm
Understood.
sorry. Minister, could you tell me what was the reason behind the change from a grant to equity funding for that project?
I think the department have provided the answer on that,
They said it was a decision of government.
and that's the decision that we made.
Okay. Is there any logic to why?
If there's further information, I'll provide it on notice.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And so the assessments for the project, as previously been asked, they'll take 2 to 3 years, but we don't know what the assessments, what the industries are being assessed. Is that right, Minister?
I'm happy for the department.
Senator, I can help with that. I think the Minister was fairly clear last week that this assessment that Ms Waddell is referring to is for this infrastructure that's being funded through the budget. As we understand it, separate assessments will be required for any other projects proposed by people seeking to use the infrastructure.
Right. And the infrastructure is specifically for the port facility and the gas pipelines?
So, sorry, Senator, it's just
access?
the wharf, the material offloading facilities and the dredging of the shipping channel at Middle Arm.
Right. And that supports the economic development area at Middle Arm?
It's the Sustainable Development Precinct, yes, Senator.
Okay. All right. those industries will be critical to the success of that precinct. So, yeah, look forward to that. I'm sorry, thank you.
So, sorry, just so I'm clear, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, are you still seeking the call?
I am.
You are. How did I get conned into all that?
Well, they're all
On top.
It's
you're bouncing off each other. Because what I will do is I'll go back to you, Senator, then I'll go to Senator Pocock, and then I know Senator Almond Payne has questions, and you too, Senator Wishes.
It's 9 o'clock. So he has been in queue for a long time.
I'm going to be here till 11 o'clock, so you're welcome to join me as well. But you have been waiting patiently, as others have too. So I'll just, Senator, you go first, and then I'll bounce off the availability of where Senator Pocock needs to be, where you need to be. We can do that. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. So, will there be any private investment? Is the government seeking any private investment as well?
The Northern Territory Government at the moment, again, is the lead proponent for the precinct, are currently engaged in discussions with private sector bodies who might be interested in operating on Middle Arm, but as Mr McKay has mentioned before, there haven't been any decisions taken around tenants for Middle Arm. They will need to abide by any parameters set through the environmental assessments that Mr Roper was referring to. But I might just note that the precinct has already attracted private sector investment, and there have been public statements by, for example, Sun Cable, which is the private company investing into the solar power generator in Northern Territory, and they have talked about their interest in establishing a renewable battery site at Middle Arm. And I just wanted to use that example because the Middle Arm precinct, as you know, it's been a proposal of the Northern Territory Government for some time, and there has been interest from other private sector industries in the precinct, and I think renewable energy is one of those industries that have put their hand up with interest.
But the Sun Cable project will not be providing, energy to Australia in any way, shape or form, will it?
I would refer to their public statements in their interest in setting up a renewable battery storage facility at Middle Arm.
Okay. I just have some questions on...
Sorry to interrupt you, Senator. Now, Senator Almond Payne has questions on Middle Arm as well. So is it all right if we flick across to Senator Almond Payne? Are your questions on Middle Arm, Senator Pocock?
Middle Arm and then something else.
With the indulgence of the colleagues, can we just finish Middle Arm?
Sure.
And then we can, thank you very much. Senator Almond Payne and then Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair, and I apologise because I didn't hear all the questions that Senator Nampijinpa-Price has asked, so if I traverse the same ground, I apologise. I guess my first set of questions are around the Northern Territory Government's gas supply task force, which has outlined what they envisage the functions of this precinct are going to be, and I would like to go through a list of those and see whether or not this is consistent with the department's views on what the functions of this precinct are. So they're talking about the precinct converting gas to liquids, so petrol and diesel. Is that envisaged that that's one of the functions?
So, Senator, we did discuss just a moment ago that the Commonwealth's investment at this point is only into the common user infrastructure, and Ms Waddell outlined a number of assessments that will need to be done over the next couple of years and negotiation with the Northern Territory Government that will inform the final arrangements on use of the precinct.
Yep.
So just want to...
So, but at the moment, the Northern Territory Government, in a presentation that they've given fairly recently, has said it's going to convert gas to liquids, methanol, ethane and urea from gas, hydrogen from gas, ammonia from gas, an LNG export terminal of about 5 million tonnes capacity. Is that what the department understands the Northern Territory Government is currently envisaging is the purposes of that precinct and its functions?
Anything to add?
So, Senator, in terms of our understanding of the Northern Territory Government's position, we obviously hear what they say publicly. The Chief Minister's made some clear statements in the last week. Other senators have referred to other public documents. These are things that we will take into consideration as we work with the Northern Territory Government going forward. But at the moment, the Commonwealth's, if you like, position is that we are providing this common use public infrastructure, and that is the starting point. It is very early days, and as Ms Waddell talked about, there's a series of environmental assessments that need to be worked through before we can talk in detail about any particular proponents.
Okay. Just clarifying in terms of the size of that proposed terminal, an export terminal of 5 million tonne capacity, a terminal of that size would be bigger than Darwin's current gas terminal, is that correct, if that were to go ahead?
I can't speak in detail to matters of gas capacity, but if you're talking in terms of the relative numbers you've just provided, that arithmetic checks out, Senator.
Okay. The gas company, I think it's Tamboran, told the Environment and Communications Committee around a month ago that it would be gas in the untapped Beetaloo Basin that would be providing the gas to the Middle Arm precinct. Is that your understanding as well?
I think I could only refer to my earlier answer there, Senator. It's, as I say, very early days with this project. There are a number of proponents in the marketplace who would like to use the facility, but nothing is done yet.
Such as who? What other proponents?
We've referred to a number of people who've made announcements about their interest.
Can you give us their name now, please?
Ms Waddell referred earlier to the Sun Cable project and the battery facility that they're interested in placing there. The Senator's referring to other public statements from other industries.
I would say that a number of private sector companies have indicated their interest in Middle Arm across a range of different industries. But I'd also note that the NTG is in discussions with industry, but we would not be able to go into sort of any further detail around who they're talking to because it would be commercial.
It would be fair to say then that not all of these industries are sustainable or renewable energy type industries, is that correct? Because my understanding is that from what's coming out of the NT government, a number of these proponents must be fossil fuel industries.
I think the NTG is, as Mr Roper has said in public comments made by their Chief Minister and also by our Minister, there's an opportunity here for sustainable energy industries, including green hydrogen. So we understand that the NTG is talking to
sorry to interrupt,
green hydrogen.
On green hydrogen, if I look at the presentation that was given by the NT government, green hydrogen is a very, very small component of what looks like a large number of fossil fuel companies and projects that they are envisaging will be in this precinct. Would that be correct?
Senator, as Ms Waddell has said, the Northern Territory Government is leading the discussions that you're referring to. We're limited in what we can say on their behalf. I'm very happy to take these questions on notice and consult with our...
Could I maybe ask a different question then? Is the federal government still prepared to fund this project if it turns out that the majority of the proponents that are in the precinct are not sustainable energy companies, are in fact fossil fuel companies? So is the government prepared to put money behind a project that's going to increase our coal and gas output?
I think you're putting a hypothetical there, Senator Orman-Payne. We're committed to fulfilling our election promises, and this was one of our election promises.
But that doesn't answer my question,
well, that's because
Minister.
It was a
my question
hypothetical.
is the government still prepared to put the $1.9 billion in if it includes a substantial number of fossil fuel projects?
I answered your question.
I beg to differ, but I'll go on to my next question. And I do apologise because this may go across the ground that was being asked before. So is this a joint venture with the NT government and private companies?
So, Senator, for the common user infrastructure, it will be a joint activity between the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory Government.
Yep.
But I'd draw a clear boundary around that description for the common user infrastructure, not the future uses of that infrastructure, if that makes sense.
Okay, so at the moment that aspect of the project is being driven by the NT government and the federal government, but it's quite possible that gas companies and other fossil fuel companies are involved behind the scenes in other parts of the project.
when you say the project, certainly the only participants in the project around common user infrastructure are the two governments.
Okay. In terms of the joint venture between the Commonwealth and the NT government, how will it generate income? So will it be charging gas and petrochemical companies and others that use the site for the use of that common user infrastructure? Is there a return on the investment?
I think that's part of some of the issues that need to be worked out with the Northern Territory Government, recognising this as a joint venture. As Mr Roper has said, it's very early days following the budget announcement, and certainly the commercial model that would underpin the equity investment and deliver on policy objectives that the government has been quite vocal about, which includes sustainability, support for clean energy industries as well. The commercial model is still to be negotiated with the NTG, and one of those key issues as part of the commercial model will of course be any aspect of revenue raising or return on investment, as has been discussed already.
So is it the case that the 1.9 billion is going to be expended regardless, or it's dependent on this analysis justifying that there's a sufficient return on the investment? And is there any analysis available, I guess, at this point in time that justifies that 1.9 billion? Because I note that Infrastructure Australia didn't recommend the investment, so interested to know who recommended it and on what basis.
Senator, my understanding is that this is on the Infrastructure Australia priority list.
Okay.
To your question about the...
Has it always been on that list, or...?
I would have to take on notice when it was added to the list, Senator.
Could you... That would be helpful.
Did the Minister put it there, or did the Department recommend against the project independently?
The Minister wouldn't put the project on an IA priority list. That's a matter that you might want to ask Infrastructure Australia about when they give evidence to this committee this afternoon.
But certainly the budget commitment is to the planned equity for the 1.9 for the common user infrastructure.
Okay.
And
and at this point in time, it's not clear yet what the return on that investment will be. Is that right?
As Ms Waddell said, the detail of how the commercial model will work is one of the things that we will need to work through with our Northern Territory Government counterparts.
All right. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for letting me jump in there.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Just to finish off on Middle Arm, just interested whether we spoke about this last time a cost-benefit analysis was done. You claimed cabinet confidentiality, but took it on notice.
Yes. So Senator, the bit we've taken on notice, we will respond on notice, and I think this committee is set the 16th of December for answers to...
So you haven't looked into whether that's something you can tell me?
We've taken it on notice. I think, as I said last time, Senator, we need to be careful about the fact that it was a project that was committed to through a budget process. Mm-hmm. And in response to your question and to Senator Canavan's question, what we've taken on notice is to provide as much as we can to answer your question, given that sensitivity and the particular treatment of material that goes to the deliberations of the Cabinet.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess it doesn't seem unreasonable to know whether or not there simply was or wasn't a...
Indeed, Senator, as I say, that is what we've taken on notice.
Okay. Thank you. And then just on... you mentioned Sun Cable. Just interested in which other companies have expressed interest or have put in sort of applications, been in touch about this.
So, Senator, I think given that they are in contact principally with the Northern Territory Government, in order to give you a comprehensive answer to that question, I'd suggest we take that on notice to come back to you with a list informed by our Northern Territory Government colleagues.
So you're not aware of any who have contacted the department?
Ms Waddell's given an example, but they aren't contacting us. They're contacting the Northern Territory Government as the proponent of the project, and so in the interests of ensuring that the list is comprehensive, I'd prefer that we come back to you once we've had a chance to consult with our NT Government colleagues.
So just to confirm, you haven't had any expressions of interest to the department? That's all gone to the... None?
No.
Correct.
No,
We are not the proponent of the project.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I think, trying to be helpful, Senator, but sort of getting into what is the responsibility of the Northern Territory Government.
Yeah, no, cool. I just, it's close to $2 billion is a lot of federal government money, so just keen to dig. But thank you. And if I can change gears here slightly and go to city deals. Yeah.
It's also in Mr. Roper's team.
Great.
Just get the relevant officials to the table.
I understand city deals are now called city partnerships. Is that correct?
So, Senator, to explain where we're up to with urban policy, the government had an election commitment to honour all existing city deal commitments, and has announced in this budget its approach to partnerships going forward. There is a number of things in the government's plan for cities and suburbs that will promote greater collaboration between governments and business and communities, including revitalising CBD and working through the review of Infrastructure Australia and looking at the creation of a cities and suburbs unit as a part of that review, and also doing an annual State of the Cities report and delivering a new national urban policy framework and giving local government a voice in the National Cabinet process, which has already occurred. In terms of city deals, those, as I say, commitments will be honoured, and in my division we'll maintain teams that will work with our partners on those deals to continue the delivery of those commitments.
My understanding is 12 have been completed so far under this.
So there's a number of deals that have been agreed. Yes, that's right. I'd have to double check the exact number, but I think 12 is right.
But I would just say, Senator, those are deals that have been signed.
Yeah.
You used the word completed. They're all still on foot, as it were. There's still
12
activity.
haven't been completed. They're sort of
They're
in the,
deals
in the
signed over
works.
many years.
So no, just to be clear about that number, under the previous government, 9 city deals and 2 regional deals were agreed.
And I understand there's been one for every state and territory except the ACT. Is there a reason for that?
Senator, that goes to decisions of the previous government as to where city deals were.
Okay, so it's just
were
up
struck.
to the government. Are there plans to sort of under consideration for a city deal for the ACT for Canberra?
Senator, as I said in response to your earlier question, in this budget the government has set out the way in which it wants to proceed with these place-based partnerships. The Regional Precinct Partnerships program will be that way. It will be a program that is open for expressions of interest and then will be considered through my division in terms of which partnerships will proceed following that expression of interest process.
So no active consideration of an ACT project?
So there'll be an open opportunity for proponents to come forward and then those will be considered.
Has the ACT government contacted the department about a potential partnership for Canberra?
So, Senator, I have certainly had meetings in the past, and I'm going back a year or two now, with proponents of a Canberra and region deal under the previous government. From memory, there's a prospectus that a number of groups have developed. I have not met with the ACT government about that matter. I'm happy to take on notice whether there have been any meetings directly with ACT government.
So that was private sort of...
You're testing my recollection of it now, Senator, and I'm happy to take that on notice and confirm. It may have been local government, but I wouldn't want to speculate.
We've only got one layer here.
Well, no, that's why I say Canberra and region. So my recollection is that...
been...
Well, my recollection is that the proposal that I had a meeting about included, for example, Murray Bateman, Yass, the region, not just solely the city of Canberra.
Yeah, just to clarify though, Senator, under the previous government, community organisations, local governments, coalitions came forward with these ideas. I think Mr McKay is referring to one of those, that they're not alone. Under this government, what the government has said is that there will be a program, there will be guidelines, there will be structure around how that process is done, and the decision making will be against those guidelines.
Okay. And so just to clarify, so I'm clear on this, to your knowledge, the ACT government hasn't approached the department or the minister since the change of government?
That's a question I'd like to take on notice, Senator. They haven't approached me personally, but I would want to check with my team to
Are you
make
able
sure
to check that today? Is that possible?
we can see what we can come back with. You know, this could be through Mr. Roper's. Well, it could be through Mr. Roper's division with responsibility for cities. We also have our territories team with responsibility for engagement with our territory governments. That's a lot of people. And your question is, has the ACT government contacted the department? So we will come back as quickly as we can, but I would want to make sure it's an accurate answer.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Senator Nampijinpi Price.
Thank you. I did have one last question with regard to Middle Arm. I just wanted to understand whether the government was open to private sector ownership and or operation of the port.
So, Senator, the commitment at present is for the equity to be delivered through a joint activity of the two governments. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any discussion about private involvement in the common use infrastructure.
Okay, thanks. Just moving on to questions regarding roads in the Territory.
Sorry?
The 132 million for Central Australian tourism roads that's been invested. Can you please provide the profile of the funding over the forward estimates?
Senator, I think those are projects delivered by our colleagues in the Infrastructure Investment Division who appeared before us. So we might need to take those on notice and come back to you.
I'd appreciate that. With regard to, if you could take that on notice, with regard to the Central Australian tourism roads, as well as the Outback Way, how much of the 678 million is to be spent in the Northern Territory, and also with regard to those tourism roads, whether they are going to be sealed or graded.
Notice, Senator.
And lastly, just in terms of the 50 million for the Alice Springs to Halls Creek corridor upgrade, whether that's going to be sealed or a graded project.
Understood.
But otherwise, that's all for me
That's
for
it?
now.
Okay, now Senator Watt, do you have any questions?
Yeah, can I talk about the community development grants?
Certainly, Senator. That's a change of personnel, but
That's good.
we'll be
Thank
with you
you
in a moment.
Thanks. So what's the total amount of money that has been allocated to the Community Development Grants Program, and when was this program announced?
Senator, the program commenced in December of 2013, and the total appropriation for the program is $2.4 billion, and expenditure as at the 31st of August this year was $1.4 billion for 1,397 projects.
So $1 billion since 2013 is still in the program, is that right? So it hasn't been expended?
That's right.
So 2013, $1 billion, right. And so has the purpose of the fund changed over time?
Megan Hibbert, Assistant Secretary, Regional Programs. No, the purpose of the program has not changed at all. The guidelines have remained the same.
So if I was an organisation seeking funding from the federal government, how would I have gone about engaging with the CDG process? And was there an application process?
Senator, the guidelines for the CDG program provide that the government decided which projects were to be delivered through this program.
So there wasn't an application process?
That's correct, Senator.
So they just randomly decided from time to time what would fall into the project. Would that be a fair assessment?
Senator, I would say the former government decided which projects were in the program.
So, but $1 billion is still outstanding for the 2013?
Senator, just to be precise, the funding that remains isn't only for projects that were announced in 2013. The program was open for a period of time,
I see.
so I wouldn't want to give the impression that that's money to be spent on projects that all
New
began
projects.
there. That's right.
But still amounts that are still outstanding for projects from 2013 onwards, is that right?
That's correct. There are some projects that still have let to run, and so there's money in the fund to pay those projects as they meet milestones.
So just talking about process, because we've had quite a bit of process discussion this morning, when did the successful recipients get told that they were successful?
Usually there's an announcement by government that a project will be committed to, either through budget or through out-of-budget processes by the government.
Right, so do you know whether or not the recipients were informed they'd been successful?
I'm aware that a letter would go from the program delegate, so the Deputy Prime Minister previously and the Minister, to proponents to let them know that an Australian government commitment had been made, and that's usually around the time of any announcement or budget commitment.
So did you always know when an announcement was going to happen, or were there occasions where the first time that you knew that a grant had been given was when there was an announcement made?
Given that there are around 1,400 projects, I'd have to say that there would need to be, I'd need to check on notice, but I would say that I probably wasn't aware that every time there was an announcement prior to that announcement being made.
So the former minister would just stand up and make the announcement and you go, oh, there you go, there's a grant being... Would that be kind of the way it would ripple through the department?
The department would find out either through advice from the Minister's office or through a budget process or something like that.
So do you know... Cool. So because there was no application process, because we've really delved deeply into application processes, there was no application process. Often you didn't know it was about, you've said there are occasions, I won't go to often, but you'll take it on notice. It'd be nice to know how many times you didn't know this. You then hear through the Minister's office, either at the time or after the time that it's announced. Were there ever times that you became aware that there were groups that were receiving money that they didn't ask for and they didn't know they were going to receive?
I would have to take that on notice to be sure, given the volume of projects.
So, Senator, if I may, you mentioned a question taken on notice a moment ago about occasions on which the department wasn't advised before the announcement. There are nearly 1,400 projects in the CDG program. If your question was the binary of were there occasions yes or no, then I think we can answer that. If your question is enumerate, I just worry that that's a lot of work to go project by project.
Because it could be quite lots of them. It could be lots of them, couldn't it?
I couldn't speculate.
Of the 1,400, who knows how many? It might have been 50% where you just stood up and said, "This is what we're doing." But back to that, are you aware of any times that there were grants that were given to people who didn't even know they were getting the grant? Because they clearly haven't put in an application, so they've just suddenly got a grant because it suited the then minister to stand up and say, "Here's some money for you."
I think Ms Hibbert has said we'll take that on notice.
Could you? That'd be good. I don't need... If you can just see if you can find some examples in the last few years, it'd be useful. Do you know, in relation to the grants that have been awarded, how many remain uncontracted?
There are, I'm going to check, 126 projects that have not yet been contracted.
So about almost 10% of the 1,400 haven't been contracted.
That's right.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So do they have grant guidelines? Do they have grant guidelines that have a time period within which the project should be contracted?
There's nothing in the guidelines that is part of the eligibility or assessment criteria that requires a contract to be done in a certain time. There is some public information about how quickly we will assess something once we've received the information.
So does the department have any concerns about the ability of some organisations who have been awarded grants to actually receive the funding?
I think that calls for an opinion. What I can say is there are some uncontracted projects that we've had on our books, and we've yet to contract them, and I'm not sure when they'll be contracted.
Well, maybe a bit more specific. Are there any issues such as the location of the grant recipient that may rule them unable to receive the funding?
I'm just thinking how to answer this. So there are some projects that are uncontracted that have, for example, you've mentioned don't have a location specified, I think is what you said. So there are some projects on our uncontracted list that have not yet secured, say, land or approvals or those sorts of things, and therefore we've not been able to contract because we need to understand the location to progress a contract.
So let me ask you about location then. How many Cayman Island investment funds has the CDG program awarded money to?
None.
None? None that you're aware of? No.
None. Sorry, if I could just clarify, awarded money to, in my understanding, is contracted and we've executed a contract with. Yeah.
So, well...
And if any...
have you allocated money to the Cayman Island investment funds?
I'm not aware of that. What I'm aware is some public commentary being undertaken around Cayman Islands investment groups. And there being an inference of a CDG project, but I don't know what project they're talking about. But I know that's been said publicly.
I'm in the wrong game here. I'm in the wrong game.
Yeah.
Jeez. Rocky.
Yeah, there are criteria in the guidelines, though, that say that you must be an Australian registered company to receive funds under the program.
Right, so you don't think that there has been any money? Can you categorically say that no money's been handed over to a Cayman Island investment fund?
In this program?
Yes.
I think I would need to take that on notice to be sure.
I think you should, yeah. Yeah, I think it could be a shelf company, for instance, but it'd be interesting to, and there might be a Australian whole owner of that. I'd be interested to know whether or not, if it is an Australian owner of Cayman Islands shelf company, whether or not you would pay out to an organisation like that.
I'll take that on
for
notice.
For a CDG grant, which has no guidelines and which was announced in 2013.
So, Senator, if I may just pick up on that last point there are program guidelines for the CDG program. Sorry,
that was a cheap shot. So, can I say...
You're allowed to do it. You're not the first in this committee.
No, I know. I'm just taking... I've been exhausted by the process discussions that we've had, but it's interesting to see what the sort of process for this, what do we say, $2.4 billion set of grants since 2013 has been. Can you also outline how CDG projects are assessed for delivery in comparison to what is occurring for the current government 2022 election commitments?
Yes, Senator. So the Community Development Grants Program is a national program, and it's delivered around Australia in cities, regions and rural and remote areas. And how we assess it is we look at I beg your pardon, all grants undergo a value with relevant money assessment consistent with the program guidelines, which looks at project benefits, things like jobs created and level of economic activity and community participation, project viability and sustainability, so the scope and the complexity of the project and partnership funding, those sorts of things and outcomes, and grantee viability, so previous grant management experience, ability to manage grant funds and so on. Those things will continue under the election programs that we're going to do, which are the Investing in Our Communities programs and the Priority Community Infrastructure program. We will still award grants on a merit basis, and excuse me, I'll just find my note. And what we're doing for all projects over $5 million is we're doing a desktop review of the merits of the project before we commence any formal assessment. So all projects will be scored against an assessment framework to ensure a consistent approach to rating value for money, project risk and viability. all election commitments will undergo the value for money assessment, but all projects over $5 million will also have a desktop review, which happens prior to that.
So that's quite a different process, isn't it?
It's an additional layer.
It's a layer of scrutiny that didn't exist before.
It's an additional layer to previous, yes.
Thank you.
At least it's a layer.
It's a layer.
At least we've got a layer second time round.
That's right.
Wouldn't happen in the fisheries portfolio with you, would it, mate? Oh, sorry, Senator.
No, I was going to say, did they have any questions?
Okay, now look, before we do, thank you, Senator White. Now, Mr. Betts, it shouldn't come as a surprise to you, but we're not going to get to anyone else in the time allotted to us. So would you like to let all the officials know from your agencies and the department that we will stay on regional till 1:30 p.m. That's it? Yes, I've got the nod of the committee. So, and we'll see them at the spillover. So,
So no transport?
no, sad, isn't it? Yeah.
They'll be
I
disappointed.
tell you what, this is the new rules that were put in 2014. Some people thought it was a great idea. I never thought it was a great idea.
Yeah.
Anyway,
As
just
some
gotta get
people have
that off.
travelled from interstate or from Sydney and so on. But
Mr. Betts, this
Let
is
me tell
this is
you
your
all
first
about-
estimates. Welcome to the pain of the
Let
chair's
me
role.
tell you all
Yes.
about
I can see it
that.
weighs heavily upon him. I'll say no more.
This has been a bane of my life since 2014. Anyway,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you. Now, questions? The previous Minister for Crabs, prawns, shellfish,
Crustaceans,
Senator Dunham, all crustaceans.
oysters.
Senator Dunham.
All right, thank you, Chair, very much.
Oh, I'm
if-
sorry. Sorry, no, you ask. Go
Okay,
ask.
you're
I'll
right.
just,
Okay,
I'll
yes.
ask.
If we could stick with CDG just for a moment, there are a couple of specific projects I was interested in. I just wanted to understand what the status is of those grants that had not been executed, and please correct me on my terminology about the stages of agreement and funding, etc. I had some impression that anything that hadn't been finally contracted and out the door was going to be taken back, ostensibly. Is that the case? I mean, there was some media reporting I did see around that. But
No, so anything that has already been committed to under the program we've contacted those people and invited them to provide information so we can undergo an assessment and attempt to execute a contract, and they'll have 6 months to execute a contract.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Then I just want to ask about 3 specific projects in that stream, I suspect. Some may have advanced from what I'd seen previously, but the first one was the Hobart Synagogue, which I think is under CDG.
I'll just have a look.
And if you want to take it on notice, that's fine, if it's easier.
I'll take it on notice if you like, given there's a long list. I'm happy to do that if you're happy.
Sure, and the other one being the Hobart YMCA as well, which
Okay.
was $6 million. So if you take those 2 on notice, one I'd rather just interrogate a little bit further is the Cradle Mountain Cableway, which I believe has been funded through the Community Development.
Yes, that's an uncontracted project as of today's date.
So the same process applies, that you've written to the proponent, being the Tasmanian
Yes.
Government, and asked them to come up with a way of executing. So what do you require from them in order to get this thing off the ground?
We require information on the location of the project, the scope and designs and costs and those sorts of things, so that we can undertake a value for money assessment. My understanding is that the project has not been contracted as yet because there are some approvals that need to be undergone before they can articulate the rest of the scope of the project.
Okay, and I expect that some of those approvals would be federal environmental approvals, which, and I don't ask you to comment on that, but they, yes, take somewhat longer than a 6-month period. So I guess my question is, in the event that approvals being sought by a proponent, which are complex in nature by virtue of the area we're dealing with, has Wilderness World Heritage Area in some parts, would there be a willingness on the part of government to go beyond the 6 months, or is it a hard marker, and if they're not in the door is shut and the money's clawed back?
I'd have to provide advice to the minister to make that assessment. There's nothing in place to determine at this point what will happen with anything in that situation.
Understood.
Given that it's a 2016 election commitment, though, I think that would be taken into account as well.
Sure, okay. Have you received any representations from the Tasmanian government about capacity or otherwise to meet a deadline by way of formal correspondence?
I haven't received anything, but I'll take that on notice to ensure.
Okay, that's excellent. Well, that's all I have on community development grants. I did want to ask on city deals, specifically the Hobart City deal.
Certainly.
Okay, all right.
That's a change of personnel, Senator, so give us a moment. And
listen, hang on. If we're not going to talk about the Bridgewater Bridge in this round of estimates, I'm going to be disappointed, you know that.
I can reference that in
Senator, at the risk of disappointing you, those are questions for our infrastructure colleagues who appeared earlier on.
You don't know how happy I am, Mr McKay. It actually was
Well,
tongue
you
in
did
cheek.
reference it, so it is
There
on
is
Hansard.
no, there is a Bridgewater Bridge. The Comcar driver told me in Hobart the other day.
There he is.
Sorry.
Can I just ask a clarifying question in relation to the community grants process we've just been talking about for 45 minutes or so? Mr Betts, you were pretty confident the minister, for example, couldn't influence an infrastructure project getting put on the Infrastructure Australia priority list. Yet we've heard some examples today of ministers clearly influencing what gets put on the community grants. Obviously, they're different processes, but are you still confident that the minister can't influence what goes on the priority list for?
Yes, so Infrastructure Australia is established by statute. It's a standalone entity. It has its own board, composition of that board, and the criteria for selecting people to go on that board set out by the Parliament. We had some discussions about this a couple of Fridays ago. Infrastructure Australia is entirely independent, and that's reflected, I guess, in some of the recent advice that it's had on provided on projects around the country.
Okay. No, I've got a long history of asking questions to Infrastructure Australia, but I just was interested in your reflections on that. Well, that's something we can put to the department.
Senator, you referred in the context there just about CDG to influence on what was funded through the program. I just would like to be clear that the guidelines for the program provided that the government selected projects. So that was in accordance with the guidelines.
The announcements. Roll up, roll up, roll up. Coming to your town this week. Sorry, see now, why'd you make me go down that path?
It was entertaining. But,
Senator Dunniam.
One last question, sorry, on Cradle Mountain. Perhaps for the Minister, and I accept you may have to take this on notice, but we've heard about the process and that's quite clearly outlined and what needs to be done there on the part of the proponent. But as the Minister responsible for this area, is it the government's intention to seek to honour delivery of that project, the Cradle Mountain Cableway?
The minister set the 6-month deadline for trying to finalise contracts. If there's any additional information I can provide specific to this project, I'll ensure that we do it.
Sure thing. All right, no worries. Thank you. So yes, on to city
All right,
deals.
just give us a moment, Senator.
I will come back to CDG.
Sorry?
I will come back to CDG.
I know, and Peter just needs to get some questions in too, so if we can work out amongst ourselves. Cool.
I don't reckon I'll be too long.
No, you're all right. So, Susan, I'll go to Peter, then over to you.
Good to go. Excellent. Thank you, team. So specifically the Hobart City deal, which has many elements to it. I'm particularly interested in the Antarctic and Science Precinct component.
Senator Dunniam, can I just ask you to come?
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, thanks, because I couldn't
The
hear.
Antarctic and Science Precinct, which is notionally to be located on Macquarie Point, down on Hobart's waterfront. Last I'd heard was heads of agreement had been signed by potential tenants. I know this is perhaps slightly outside of the responsibility of this department, but obviously that is material to the realisation of the commitments made under the City deal. What is the status of the Hobart City deal, in particular the Antarctic and Science Precinct?
So I'll ask Ms Carlson to answer the first part of the question about the deal in the broad. On the precinct specifically, like many components of city deals, that one is led by another agency. So detailed questions on the status of the precinct matters for the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Who sent me here?
Okay, well, we'll do our best to answer
Yes, indeed.
in that.
And I can go back on notice to either, but yeah, let's see what we
We'll
can
start
get.
with the status of the deal and then go from there.
Indeed.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Tiffany Carlson, Assistant Secretary, Cities and Northern Australia Division. In relation to the Hobart City deal, the 10-year $2.5 billion deal is on track. 3 commitments are complete and 19 are underway currently. And in relation to the Antarctic and Science Precinct, so the Australian Government's commitment to that element is now complete. So the Australian and Tasmanian governments committed to co-fund a business case process. So it was $2 million in total, 50-50 between the two governments. So the Australian government and the Tasmanian government each paid $1 million for that to examine the feasibility of an Antarctic and Science Precinct at Macquarie Point in Hobart. We completed that business case process in October 2021, and as you have noted, there's been further work that has happened that complements the city deal but is now outside the city deal. So the heads of agreement work has been happening, led by Environment in terms of the heads of agreement with the Tasmanian and the Australian government.
Okay, excellent. Was there anything that you wanted to add into? Okay. My next questions around this go to a proposal which is floating around at the moment relating to a stadium to be located on that site. Has the department received any correspondence or communication? Because I see this as materially altering what had previously been envisaged for that site as part of the city deal. So I'd be keen to understand what knowledge or information is possessed by the department and what impact that may have.
Senator, the department has not received any proposals from the Tasmanian government for a new stadium development in Hobart. We are aware of the February 2022 announcement of plans for a new stadium on the site, but we haven't been briefed or we haven't received a proposal from the Tasmanian government on that in relation to the city deal.
Okay. And so how does the department then take into or measure the impact or what variation there might be to what had previously been agreed around the Macquarie Point site and the ASP by such an announcement if you haven't got formal information? Have you sought information from the Tasmanian government? Or?
Senator, I think there are 2 elements to the next steps there. So firstly, in relation to the stadium, there's still a few contingencies that need to happen. So the stadium development is dependent on Tasmania obtaining an AFL team licence, so that hasn't happened yet. I understand that that process is still happening. So,
sorry, the stadium is contingent on getting an AFL team licence, is your understanding?
That's my understanding.
It's been informally said till today.
Aren't you a Tasmanian, Senator?
I'm a terrible footballer, but I am, and so are you sort of as well. But yeah, no, I'm very interested in this. I think we should get a team. I'm not sure whether the stadium should come first, but keep going, sorry.
You know, this committee did an inquiry on this about 15 years ago.
Yes, I remember.
Didn't we,
Really?
Peter? Yes.
I better dig that report out.
And then,
sorry, Ms. Carson.
sorry. And then in relation to the city deal element, so as I mentioned earlier, the business case was the commitment under the city deal. Obviously, we are working with Environment in terms of what now happens on that Mac Point site. But
When you say what now happens, you mean should a stadium proposal be proceeded with? Is it what you mean?
so should either of those options be proceeded with, either or both?
Sorry. If I sound silly, either or both stadium and ASP, or either. Okay, right.
Correct.
That is interesting to know. Has the department approached the Tasmanian government for further information around this stadium proposal?
Well, there hasn't been a proposal to the Australian government, so we're awaiting any communications from Tasmania in
But the
terms
department
of...
hasn't proactively sought. Hey, we saw a newspaper
No,
article.
because we know there are other steps that need to happen before that would be the point at which they would talk to us.
Okay. That is fine. So is this department the one that would be responsible for any assessment of a business case around funding for a stadium?
No, Senator. It would depend on where funding from where funding was being sought. As Ms Coulson says, the commitment in the city deal is specific to the business case for the Antarctic and Science Precinct at Macquarie Point.
And the Tasmanian government announcement in February, that was for a $750 million commitment from Tasmania, I understand from what I read.
Yes, I think the proposal's moved on a little, now requiring, as I understand it, there's been an invitation for the Australian government to fund half of that. I won't put you on the spot, Minister, and ask what's going to happen. I know you're waiting for the business case. One other question around the Antarctic and, Macquarie Point. The escarpment development that was, I think, has been contracted to a private developer there. Is that part of what was agreed to under the city deal, or is that separate too?
It's a matter for the Tasmanian government,
That's
Senator, the
outside
Macquarie
now.
Point Development Corporation.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, so I understand that there's been no communication from the Tasmanian government about the stadium. There's no detail that's been provided, and no formal request for funds, at least to this department. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yep, just a few questions on, I suppose it partly relates to the Launceston City deal. There was an announcement 3 days ago, 4th of November, from the Honourable Catherine King relating to an investment in the nation's oldest sewage system, Launceston sewage system, $4.6 million for the Margaret Street pump. Is that number correct? This is a federal government investment of $4.6 million.
Sorry, Senator. Matthew Roper, First Assistant Secretary, Cities and Northern Australia Division. That would appear to be a water matter. Maybe another department who has visibility of that funding.
Okay, they're saying it's part of the Launceston City deal. As part of the Launceston City deal, which is obviously Launceston's north of Hobart, and we've been talking about the Hobart one, a major construction project at the Margaret Street pump station is set to get underway in an effort to substantially improve the health of Cunnamalooka Tamar Estuary. It does say that it is part of TERHAP, TERHAP.
Sorry, Senator. Yes, we've found that detail.
Yeah, okay, which is a Tamar Estuary River Health Action Plan, which does have multiple stakeholders, including state and local government, Launceston City Council. So could you just confirm the $4.6 million?
Yes, Senator. So this is part of the reduced pollution in the Tamar Estuary, Cunnamalooka commitment under the Launceston City deal. So the $140.7 million River Health Action Plan is working to improve the long-term health of the Tamar Estuary. So we have a range of different measures under this particular commitment, and that is one of them.
And that was my next question to you, actually. Although I must say the minister's press release said 129.2 million was the Tamar Estuary River Health Action Plan commitment. So you were saying 140?
That's the information I have before me, but
it may have changed. I'm not, I'm not that interested in whether it is. But what I wanted to know was, what's the agreement under that action plan for Commonwealth funding? Because that's obviously you've got state government and local government funding as well. What's the percentage
Correct. Senator, so it's 49 million for the Australian government.
49 million, okay. And could you give us a bit more detail around the kind of metrics? Has that been allocated, that 49 million, on any other specific projects? And what timeframes would we be looking at before that money was expensed? This was a combined sewage and stormwater flow management project, but I figured that was 4.6 of, let's say, 140 million. There's a lot more to come, so just, if you don't have it, you could provide it on notice, just a breakdown on what the Commonwealth Government's commitment will be going forward.
Certainly, Senator. So the expenditure from 13-14 to June this year has been 9.9 million. 22-23, 14 million. 23-24, 20.5 million.
Yep.
And 24-25 is 4.6 million.
4.6 million, great. And could you tell me what projects, that expenditure, what specific projects that money will be spent on?
Certainly. So some of the projects go across the different years, so not
Of course,
limited
just
to
over those forward estimates. Yeah.
to the years, but some of the different works are delivering improved catchment management actions and upgrades to Launceston's combined sewerage and stormwater system. There's also been a Tamar Estuary Management Task Force established to identify investments to improve the health of the estuary. There was the River Health Action Plan that was released. There's also a range of fencing that's been going on to fence waterways, install alternate stock watering points, stock crossings, protect and manage riparian vegetation, and improve effluent management on dairy farms. There are also upgrades to combine stormwater and sewerage systems. And I can tell you we've now completed 366 kilometres of fencing to exclude the stock from waterways, and 1,566 hectares of riparian area has been managed for regeneration.
Excellent. Could I ask, are all these things locked in? Are the commitments locked in, or are they any of them waiting approvals or impact statements or assessments?
So the government's made a commitment to honour all existing commitments under the deal. So all of the projects within the Launceston City deal have been committed to. There may be sub-processes within that in terms of different approvals that need to be gone through, whether with the councils or state or Commonwealth in terms of paying out that money. But the commitments within the deal have been committed to and will be honoured by the government.
Thank you. Just the last thing I'd like to check is, was there any funding for an assessment or a preliminary assessment of a Tamar Canal project?
Senator, I'll need to take that one on notice. I just don't have that information here.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all.
Thanks very much, Chair. So further to the CDG funding and reallocation of funding.
May we do a short change of personnel, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So on the 25th of October this year, the Minister for Infrastructure stated, the budget has also made provision for uncontracted community development grants announced by the former government which can be contracted within 6 months. CDG recipients identified in the pre-election Economic and Fiscal Outlook 2022 will also be offered the opportunity to proceed if they can be delivered in accordance with government's new guidelines. In relation to the above statement, what is the current status, and can the department provide a profile of all of the CDG projects currently being delivered?
Senator, in relation to the profile of projects that have currently been delivered, all of our active projects were provided as part of our response to Senator Canavan's list.
Thank you.
So all of our active projects are there. And then we have a number of uncontracted projects that I could provide a list on notice if you like. There's 126. 44 of those are part of the pre-economic fiscal outlook, and the remainder are uncontracted CDG projects.
That would be marvellous if you could provide that. Thank you. Can the department advise if any of the CDG projects' status have been amended since May 2022? Can you provide a list of those that have been amended and detail the change?
Yes, I will take a list on notice. I can tell you that we've contracted 2 projects just recently, since May, so there will be 2 additional projects that have been amended in terms of status because they've been contracted, and there's at least 1 project I'm aware of that has asked for us to withdraw the funding because they no longer require it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Can you provide a list of the projects under construction?
Yes, that's all of our active projects which are provided in the Canavan report.
Terrific. Can you provide a breakdown of the CDG funding by local government area?
We can do, yes.
Thank you.
on notice.
Yes, thank you. Since the 2022-23 March budget, how many projects have been cancelled?
None. No projects have been cancelled. One project proponent has asked for the funding to be withdrawn.
Withdrawn, yes. Thank you. Can you, if it's not in the information that you've tabled, provide a timeline for each of the projects, including milestones, payments and completion dates?
So I don't have milestones, but I do have in the Canavan response to Senator Canavan's request is the estimated completion dates for each of the projects. In terms of milestones, they do change sometimes. So I don't have that on me. And
Senator, I think the challenge is with 1,400 projects, providing a report of all of the milestones for each of those 1,400 projects is a very significant task. Ms Hibbert does have, as she says, completion dates and funding profiles. But I think if we were to take the milestone bit on notice, part of it would just be on the achievability of pulling it together.
All right. I'll come back to you then if I've got specific projects then. Thank you. The Minister for Infrastructure is also quoted in the media as saying a further 82 projects that date back to 2016 and that are yet to be contracted will have 6 months to finalise negotiations. I think that's what Minister Chisholm was referring to previously about taking on notice. Are there any further CDG projects that have not been contracted yet?
no. So there are CDG projects that have been not contracted and there are 126 in total, so 44 from PFO and the 82 from prior to that. That's all.
Are you going out to those proponents to provide them with assistance to contract the projects? Is that
Yes,
how
we
you're
are.
managing?
So in addition to writing to the proponents a couple of times, we're ringing them and asking them what assistance they need. In some cases, they were waiting on board meetings and things prior to caretaker, and we're asking for the outcomes of those things. In other times, they just need a reminder on what they need to provide. So we're actively assessing them, and that's the nature of this program itself.
Minister, do you believe there are any exemptions that will be made for projects unable to be contracted within the next 6 months?
As I did before, I think it's best if I take that on notice and provide any additional information.
Terrific, thank you. Mr Secretary, will the department, looking at your resource allocation for the CDG team within the department, do you have any plans to remove any resources from that team?
Well, as you know, and as we've described at previous hearings, programs which have existed in the past are being wound down, and new programs are coming on stream. Those will require resourcing. So my expectation is that overall we will require the same or more resource as we go forward. But Mr Mackay may have some more detail on that.
Well, only to say, Senator, we have all the resourcing we need to deliver the program. So all of those projects that are being contracted, we are properly resourced to ensure that they can be delivered, if that was where your question was going.
That's exactly right. I'm just checking in that, new projects are going to mean that those resources don't get moved to other project streams, and then you're unable to complete those.
So as
ones.
the Secretary said, some resources may move between projects, but we have all of the resourcing that we need to deliver the CDG projects.
Thank you. Will the department undertake to provide members of Parliament an update for any uncontracted projects within their electorate?
I don't think we should make up an answer to that.
No, I think it'd be best if we can take that one on notice, Senator.
We, generally speaking, don't organise our activities by electorate. We'd be happy, obviously, to talk to proponents and inform them, and there's no secrecy about this. It's just I don't want to make up an answer on their own. But
No, that's fine. Okay, I now have a series of specific projects to ask you about then.
Fire away.
Food Share Shepparton project. Can you provide an update on that, please?
One moment, please. Shepparton, that's in Victoria, right. I couldn't find it on my active list, so I'm just going to double check here. I think it's an uncontracted one, but let me just double check. Food share. I'll have to take that on notice, but I can get it by the end of the session.
Thank you. Yarrawonga Multi-Sport Stadium Project.
Did have that the other day. Yarrawonga is multi-sport stadium is a $3.3 million commitment, and it's currently uncontracted.
Do you have an update on if that's one of those proponents who's waiting on information, or...?
Yes, we're waiting on information from the proponent so that we can do a value for money assessment.
Bendigo Airport Project.
That's a contracted project. That was contracted prior to caretaker.
So that should just be working through its
That's right.
milestones.
Yeah, they haven't reached their first milestone yet, but they're underway.
Terrific, thank you. So this is my turn to look for advice on pronunciation of places. Dunmunkle Childcare at Murtoa.
What state is that in, Senator?
Victoria.
Yeah, okay.
It was $845,000 to build childcare facilities in Wimmera region.
Okay. I don't have that on my list. It's possible if it's childcare, it might not be with us. Are you aware if it was a CDG commitment?
Yes.
It was?
It
I'll have to
was.
take that on notice and just check in case I've got it called something else.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know when it was announced?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have a...
We'll take that on notice in case it's listed under another name
Yeah.
in the list of projects, Senator.
Terrific, thank you. Mildura Tracks and Trails, $13.5 million for the Murray River Adventure Trail.
I'll have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
All right. La Trobe University and Can Group to start a medicinal cannabis research project.
I've got a La Trobe University campus extension, but I don't have anything around the medicinal campus, cannabis, sorry, project. I'll have to take that on notice. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Davis Park, nil, $1.64 million.
Davis Park. No, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have that one on my list.
La Trobe University Biomedical Wet Labs at Mildura.
La Trobe University Biomedical Wetlands.
I think some of these might have been election commitments that the previous government made that they're now trying to say CDG grants.
I don't have that on my list, I'm sorry.
I can't tell you if that is...
Well, I
They
think,
were CDG
Well,
applications.
I think they were election commitments that were made by the previous government.
All right, so are you suggesting that there won't be information if they're taken on notice?
Well, I'm happy for the department to...
Senator, anything, as Ms Hibbert said, up to and including PFO has the 6-month window to be contracted. But if we're talking about commitments that were made as election during the campaign, as election commitments. They will not be captured as part of this process.
Right, so they wouldn't have put in an application that was then being considered for contracting. They just wouldn't, completely outside of the CDG program process.
Well, they were election commitments that you made, and then you lost the election.
I do understand that,
So
Senator Chisholm. Thank you
we
for the
don't
reminder.
we don't feel bound to implement your election commitments.
No, well, what I'm trying to understand is whether or not any of these have been captured by the CDG application process, and whether there's going to be anything at all that the department can tell me, or whether they're just going to come back and say they're dead, gone. All right, well, I'll just add Deledio Reserve, Dunolly, 3.6 million, if you could look for that one. Carini Street Reconstruction Project at Swan Hill, $2.5 million, and upgrades to Castle Crossing Road, Nangalot, $290,000.
We'll provide that on notice.
Thank you.
Senator, we do have the answer to the Shepparton Food Share project you asked about.
Great, thank you.
So it's uncontracted, it's a CDG project, but it's uncontracted. We've received information and we're assessing that information. And there were two others Senator Duniam asked about. So the Hobart YMCA, that's a $6 million Australian government commitment. That is contracted. It's estimated to complete in 2024, and we've made one payment to date, so that's underway. The Tasmanian Holocaust Education and Interpretation Centre, that's currently uncontracted. It's a $2 million Australian government commitment, and we're actively working with that proponent to see what's needed to assess it.
And just on dates, etc., the 6-month window, what is the deadline or the cut-off?
The end of April.
End of April.
Last
So
day.
last working day of April.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Yes.
Yes, and then I've got some questions, so you go ahead, Senator Reddy.
Cheers, thanks, Senator Stock. Just a quick, what was the latest commitment in terms of the inland rail to Gladstone? Did you promise to do a scoping study on that? I honestly can't remember. It's just
Yeah,
a general
we covered this the Friday.
Yeah.
So we honoured the commitment. I don't know if we've got the portfolio people here, but we honoured the commitment for the $10 million study.
Right.
I think the evidence from the department was that that is being executed through the Queensland State Government.
Yeah, cool. So you are going to have a look at it going up to Gladstone? That's what that is, yeah?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
The Boyne Tannum Aquatic Recreation Centre. I wanted to ask you about the funding of $15 million for a swimming pool complex proposed by the Gladstone Regional Council. Are you aware that the Gladstone Regional Council has already granted a DA approval to a private consortium to build a swimming pool complex in very close proximity, Boyne Island, Tannum Sands?
No, I'm not aware, Senator. That's a uncontracted project, and so as part of providing the information to us for assessment, I would anticipate that kind of information will be taken into account.
Is that, if that's not proffered by the council, given that the mayor of the council is the former candidate for Flynn, for Labor, how would you find that information out? Is this going to be enough, is the estimates process of flagging that there is a DA approval for a private consortium enough that that's now a note on the file, or how would that work?
We have a lengthy request for information form, I guess, that we ask proponents to fill out, and it asks them to reveal to us information about project risks as well as viability and their ability to manage the project. So as we get that information, we'll dig deeper and deeper as we see fit. Okay.
So I assume that now that I've raised it today, that will be something that you will be asking a question about, whether or not the council is, I just don't want to see this private proponent incur a lot of costs, and then the government grants $15 million to a council project that would...
We'll make a note as part of the
so.
assessment, Senator.
All right, terrific. I'll come back to BBRF projects at the spillover day. If I could move to Northern Australia, please.
All right. So what do you want to do now?
Yes, please.
You got more questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
One moment, we'll get the Northern Australia people.
well, this is
to the table.
specifically rewiring the nation plan.
Did you have a question?
They will be questions for the relevant portfolio. I don't know that we'll be able to assist much.
What I wanted to, previously, the Office of Northern Australia was tasked with reviewing briefs across government on things that affected Northern Australia. And so I wanted to know what involvement does the department have in delivering the Rewiring the Nation plan, specifically around new transmission infrastructure for Northern Australia.
Senator Matthew Roper, First Assistant Secretaries, Cities and Northern Australia Division. Yes, you are correct in terms of the role of the Office of Northern Australia in terms of looking across all of the proposals that come forward in relation to the North. Obviously, Rewiring the Nation is a significant project for the North. We will have involvement with officials at the relevant kind of IDC and other processes. In terms of cabinet processes, I couldn't comment on that here, but you would expect that the office will be keeping a close eye on that project and making sure that we're informed, and we are informing that process.
So at the moment, there is no information that the Office of Northern Australia would have on plans for rewiring the nation in Northern Australia.
So in terms of the process of developing and implementing that commitment, Senator, obviously we've been aware of the public commitments that have been made and are talking with colleagues in the responsible department for how that will be implemented. But once again, as with other commitments, it's early in that process. So at this stage, I wouldn't be able to give you specifics about exactly what more we could say.
Okay, so we're not aware of what plans there may be and what may affect Northern Australia.
Obviously aware of the general concept and what the responsible department is going to do in taking that forward, but I wouldn't be able to give you any programmatic things. They would be the best place to answer those questions.
Okay. Who is responsible for mapping infrastructure routes and the pathways, reserves. There's a very good word for this that is just escaping me. Infrastructure plans that infrastructure goes into. Can anybody help me with this?
Senator, easements.
Easements. Oh, God, that's why you're the secretary. Thank you. Exactly.
And Senator, are you talking specifically about transmission infrastructure?
I'm talking about all infrastructure, but specifically I want to tease out transmission because it's my understanding that nobody is actually taking responsibility for easement planning, so you will end up with multiple entities applying for multiple easements across parts of the land, and in Northern Australia would like to understand about easement planning from the Infrastructure Department.
Senator, in terms of all infrastructure, that would typically be the responsibility of the project proponent, state and territory governments and so on, for land transport infrastructure. Right. For transmission infrastructure, I think that's going to be in the category of questions that would need to go to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. Okay,
so again, the Office of Northern Australia has not been... will it be possible for the Office of Northern Australia to have an involvement in this planning?
Yes, and I think Mr Roper has outlined some of the mechanisms by which we'll be involved.
Well, I'm not quite sure that he did. I thought he said that you're aware of the announcement, but apart from that, you didn't have any detail to give to me.
So, Senator, I think I said, or attempted to, there will be bureaucratic processes, interdepartmental committees, other meetings. Papers will be circulated, we'll have the opportunity to comment on. So the office will ensure that we have an involvement and we are informing the process that that department goes forward with that commitment.
Okay. So I'll just keep coming back for Northern Australia's involvement then. What is the status of the department's plan for the electrification of commercial vehicle fleets across Northern Australia, specifically freight and trains?
So, Senator, I think they're questions for our colleagues who were to be appearing now but who have been released in Surface Transport Division.
Okay. Okay, so they'll probably have answers about the implementation and construction of charging stations. Hoping somebody's listening so that on the spillover
sure
day
they are,
they
Senator.
come prepared for this. Okay. Northern Australia water infrastructure. I wanted to ask about the status of the national water grid and its engagement with this department.
So, following the machinery of government change which followed the election, responsibility for the national water grid has moved to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water.
What's the status of the North Queensland Water Authority? Did that go with it?
Yes, apparently.
So what mapping and engagement of water in Northern Australia is now held by the Office of Northern Australia and the department?
In terms of records, Senator, those would travel with the responsible officers to that water portfolio, but of course we will maintain close contact with them. There's a lot of important issues around water in the north, and we will maintain visibility of those records that they will hold.
Specifically, the Burdekin-Bowen pipeline, the $80 million project in Northern Australia, where is that now sitting? Has that gone with the North?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And that's also going to apply to Hells Gate Dam, Urana Dam and Big Rocks Weir?
Yes.
Big Rocks Weir has gone as well?
That's right.
Yep.
And Hughenden Irrigation Project? Is that one gone too?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
So the Office of Northern Australia, Ms Lee, how will you have specific engagement and understanding of what's happening with those projects now, given the Northern Australia projects and, can you tell me about how that process will work for your office now?
Sure, thank you, Senator. Linda Lee, Assistant Secretary, Office of Northern Australia. So, as we've heard briefly already, the Office of Northern Australia is responsible for providing policy advice and input on issues across Northern Australia. And as I'm sure you will appreciate, that's a pretty broad remit. With respect to those water projects, we will continue to stay in touch with our colleagues at the National Water Grid and to continue to put forward the opportunities and challenges that exist for Northern Australia in developing water infrastructure.
Okay. So if future water projects or those water projects were to be prosecuted, would the Office of Northern Australia have any oversight of that? They go directly to the new department.
When you say re-prosecuted, Senator, do you mean if they're re-examined in terms of cost-benefit analysis?
Yes. So, for example, the Hells Gate Dam business case is now the subject of a OPD through the Senate. I'm just wondering if once those things are examined whether or not the Office of Northern Australia has any remit to be involved or provide oversight, support, direction, advice to the Minister?
Yeah, well, the Office of Northern Australia will certainly provide advice if requested, but in terms of, I would say, the technical skill required to undertake those assessments, that would be better sitting with the Water Grid Authority.
So the Office of Northern Australia, what are going to be the priority tasks now under this department?
So, Senator, the priorities of the Northern Australia agenda more broadly continue to be developed and refined as the Minister for Northern Australia considers her approach. We do have direction from the Minister in terms of her signalling that she would like the agenda to focus more on social infrastructure and community-led development. We certainly have an undertaking from the government that there is a commitment to continue to lead that agenda for resilient and sustainable growth in Northern Australia. We also have direction coming from a recent meeting of the Northern Australian Ministerial Forum, who set forward a number of priorities that were agreed for collaborative action across those three jurisdictions. And I'm happy to provide a bit more detail on those if that's helpful.
Prior to the election, there was a master planning process underway. A consultant was appointed. How much money was allocated to the consultant for that work?
So the consultant contracted to provide economic analysis and project services to support the regions of growth. The contract was valued at $700,260, and to date, the expenditure through that contract has been $226,400.
$226,400.
Sorry.
226,400. Thank you. What work has been completed for $226,400?
So the consultant has delivered draft economic analyses reports, and they look into supply chains, drivers of growth, and the social and economic statistics of those priority regions.
Will they be provided to the Minister? Have those reports been... Where are those reports up
Those
to?
reports are currently with the department.
With the department. Could you provide those on notice, please?
Beg your pardon?
Could you provide those reports on notice, please?
I will have to check that, Senator, and take that question on notice.
What we've got at present, Senator, are drafts, and we expect the final reports this month.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take on notice
Thank you.
which of those to provide.
Thank you. What engagement did you have with, or did the consultant have with stakeholders in preparing those reports?
So the reports to date have been largely on a technical basis. So consultation has been limited to those stakeholders that have technical information to provide.
What about stakeholders who provided previous reports and other studies that have been carried out before? Have they been considered?
Absolutely. So there was a library, for want of a better word, of documents that fed into that analysis that was provided to the consultant, which was considered in the preparation of those reports.
Okay. Is the master planning process for the regions of growth, is that project continuing?
The Minister is currently considering her approach, and as part of that, considering the results that we have to date from those regions of growth assessments.
Right. What's the current budget for the Northern Australia Development Program?
So the Northern Australia Grants Program consists of two types of grants, if you like. The total figure, the total funding envelope for those grants is $80 million.
What was previously budgeted for that grants program?
So it was a total of $80 million for the grants, which has been expended.
That was in 2 rounds, wasn't it?
So, Senator, just one round and fully expended after that first round.
So were all of those grants contracted prior to the election? Or are all of the 80 million grants contracted?
Oh, there's 30 grants in total and 2 are yet to be contracted.
And Minister, will those final 2 grants meet the same criteria of the 6 months to get information, or?
I'd have to take on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. Will there be another progress report on the Northern Australia agenda?
Senator, there's no plan at the moment for a progress report. The office is currently working on the preparation of a new framework for reporting. So once the framework is complete, I would expect that progress reports perhaps take a different shape to what they have previously.
Right, so previously we used to have a ministerial statement each year. Will that continue?
That's correct, Senator. So there will still be an annual statement to Parliament.
Okay. Just back to the master planning contract. Was that divided up amongst each or between each of the corridors of growth? So Mount Isa to Townsville, was that a separate body of work as a part of the $700,000?
No, Senator, the 3 regions of growth were considered in the same as a one package.
Right. So the reports was equally managed across all 3 corridors of growth. There'll be information for all 3.
Correct.
Can I ask you how many officers there are under the Office of Northern Australia?
How many officers, as in people? Or
No, office locations.
locations? Sure. So at the moment, the Office of Northern Australia has staffing in Darwin, Cairns, Townsville, Brisbane, Perth and Canberra. So 6 in total.
So of those, Darwin, Cairns, Townsville are in Northern Australia, half of them. Where are the headquarters of Office of Northern Australia based?
The headquarters remains in Darwin.
And is the leadership team still based there? In Darwin?
The senior officer for the Office of Northern Australia, yes, is based in Darwin.
How many staff does the Office of Northern Australia have?
There are currently 20 staff in the office.
Is that a reduction from last financial year?
No, Senator, that there has been some reorganisation of the staff. So there has been some staff dedicated to working separately on the Northern Australia infrastructure facility, and they haven't been counted in that total.
Okay. Could you break down the staff of the ONA by geographic location across the 6 offices?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. What's the total remuneration of all FTE staff within ONA?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
When you take that on notice, could you also break that down by office location, please?
Of course.
Who's currently in charge of ONA?
So my role is Assistant Secretary for the Office of Northern Australia, and Mr Roper is the First Assistant Secretary, which takes into account the Cities and Northern Australia Division. And of course...
you have the whole reporting line at
the
the
whole
table,
lot.
Senator.
Excellent. So, Ms Lee, you're in Darwin.
Correct.
And Mr Roper, whereabouts are you?
Canberra, Senator.
Canberra. Terrific. Mr Mackay?
Canberra.
Are the offices separate from the Department and Infrastructure Australia in those 6 locations?
No, Senator, we are co-located.
In all of those
in all
locations?
locations, yeah. Bearing in mind that the department does have other staff in the same locations in different offices.
How many staff, broken down by permanent office location, travel to Northern Australia in their role with the Office of Northern Australia?
That's an interesting question to answer, Senator. So you're looking for who is based in Southern Australia and travels to
Yes.
Northern Australia?
Yes.
It's a difficult question to answer. Quite often travel is based on an event or, for example, the Developing Northern Australia Conference. But I would suggest that most people travel to Northern Australia if they're working on Northern Australia at some point during the year.
Would you take for me on notice then how often those southern staff are travelling into Northern Australia, please?
Sure.
I'd also like to know how many of those staff who are not based in Northern Australia were previously based in Northern Australia.
Okay, so movement from Northern Australia to
Yes.
southern offices, yeah.
Please. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm looking for the difference between the total full-time equivalent salary figure for the 3 Office of Northern Australia offices that are in the north and the 3 Offices of Northern Australia offices that are based in the south. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, terrific, thank you. You'll take that on notice,
Yes,
please.
we will.
Thank you. Does the Office of Northern Australia have any contracted staff who would not be included in FTE data?
No, Senator, we're currently operating with one contractor who is included in the count.
Thank you. So I was going to ask, who does the Office of Northern Australia report to within the Department of Infrastructure? And I think that's you.
It's part of the regional cities and territories group in the department, Senator.
Terrific, okay. Excuse me. I just wanted to turn back to the Infrastructure Australia Board discussion that we had last week. Mr Betts, you just made the statement that it is a statutory board, that the board members are independent. We had a discussion last time we met about the board members who've been asked to resign. On notice, could I ask for any correspondence sent to those board members?
Sent to them.
Sent to them, that's correct. Their responses or correspondence from them to the department, and diary dates of conversations of the department with the board members for telephone conversations.
Okay, I think you've already asked for that, but I will see what we can provide, subject to protecting the privacy of the board members concerned.
Well, given that we named all of the board members at the last Infrastructure
But
Australia...
you're asking me to disclose the content of conversations which took place with board members, and I would hate to give you a commitment now and find that I could only meet that commitment by violating the privacy of those
I'm
individuals.
specifically interested in the communications with the department to the board members asking them to resign
From the
their
department
role.
to them, not the other way around.
And the other way around as well, yes.
Okay,
But
well,
specifically, this is around the request for them to resign and their response to that.
okay, I will do my best, but if there are significant privacy issues, I may need to come back and stipulate those. So,
Yes, or you could alternately ask those board members if they're happy for that documents to be
yeah,
released.
they may already have expressed a view that they're not. That's the only reason. I don't want to make undertakings I can't keep, but I will do my best to provide you with the information you're looking for.
Sure. Where I'm going is that it has been expressed to me that the way the conversation was put was that these people should review their position, and that if they didn't review it to resign, that legislation would be passed to remove them. That's specifically the conversation that I'm interested in. Would you have a view on that being
I think it's
the
highly
position?
unlikely that a public servant would make the statement that legislation will be passed, since that's a matter for the Parliament and not for the public service. But I think it is consistent with our understanding of the conversations that took place, where it was put to those board members that the government would appreciate it if they could consider their positions and think about vacating their positions on the board, and that should they decide that they did not want to do that, the government attached sufficient importance to making sure that the board had appropriately qualified members on it, that legislative options were available to it. But I wasn't party to those conversations, so the best thing I can do is exactly what I've committed to do, which is take on notice your question.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, given that it is an independent statutory board and its advice is being relied on heavily in the answers provided today, I'm keen to understand just how independent the board is.
Well, no one's suggesting, I hope, that the board members were sacked. If they resigned voluntarily, and if it was on the basis of potential legislation, then that's a matter for the Parliament.
Yes, but you understand what I'm proposing is that they felt they were forced to resign because they either resigned or they would be pushed to resign.
I understand that is what you're saying, yes.
Thank you. My final question then is, there was only one member of the Infrastructure Australia Board who was based in Northern Australia. The Office of Northern Australia, I assume, may I assume correctly, that will be providing a brief to the Minister or recommendations to Mr Mackay that that Northern Australia be represented in the Infrastructure Australia Board.
So that's a question about advice which we may or may not provide, and obviously we can't respond to that. The composition of the Infrastructure New South Wales Board was determined under the previous government and has been inherited by this government, and the representation is a matter for matter which is stipulated in statutes.
New South Wales. I'm interested in...
Sorry, I've only been out of New South Wales for 4 months. The composition of the Infrastructure Australia Board is stipulated under legislation and is currently subject to review, as is the whole of IA, so that's something that might be considered by the Minister in that context.
Right, so, but the Office of Northern Australia, and I assume, Mr Mackay, that this would be regional representation and Northern Australia representation would be something that you would be considering in your recommendations to the Secretary?
We will absolutely be part of the discussions around the review that the Secretary alluded to of Infrastructure Australia, that's right.
Recognising the decisions are for the Minister. And
on that being 1:30, time for debate or questions has expired. Mr Betts, can I thank you very much to you and to your officers. Minister, thank you very much, and we'll bid you au revoir. And we'll come back at 2:30 where we will commence Senate estimates with the agriculture portfolio. Thank you very much. We'll suspend for an hour. Thank you. I declare open this session of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry portfolio. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has fixed Friday the 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat by the 22nd of November of this year. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be taken or treated by the Senate, as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to a superior or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everyone present to switch off your mobile phones or render them inaudible? Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and Minister for Emergency Management, and Mr Andrew Metcalf AO, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and of course officers of the department. We will begin proceedings with the department hearing evidence from corporate matters, and I know, Minister, you wish to make an opening statement, and so do you, Mr Metcalf. Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to you on your appointment as Chair of this committee after many years' service.
Thank you.
As you be aware, Chair, I was appointed Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry at a time when our nation's primary producers have, on the whole, been doing very well. Good conditions over the course of 3 seasons now has meant high prices for commodities across the country. Overall, the agriculture sector is estimated to be worth more than $87 billion this year, while our total agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports are expected to be worth more than $74 billion. However, at the same time, our agriculture sector has faced a number of challenges, many of which have been beyond any government's control. Several floods across the east of our country have wiped out crops, resulted in stock losses and caused massive damage to freight routes. In Victoria alone, early reports suggest that more than 3,000 farm animals have been lost and more than 120,000 hectares of crops have been damaged. And of course, we've seen similar events right across the country. This is causing immense pain to producers and rural Australia and is driving up the cost of groceries for people right around the country. There can be no doubt that the severity and regularity of these natural disasters is a result of climate change, and it's our farmers who are on the front line of this. Over the past 5 months, I've visited nearly 20 farms and other agricultural processing operations, and almost every time I step foot on the property, one of the first things farmers raise with me is their focus on sustainability. Farmers in rural Australia finally have a government that will join with them to lead their efforts to improve sustainability and adapt to climate change instead of denying it and putting future trade opportunities at risk. We're delivering on that commitment in this year's budget, allocating $20.8 million for drought resilience, $8.1 million to develop the seaweed industry in Australia, and $302 million for the next phase of the Natural Heritage Trust. Climate change is also increasing the spread of exotic pests and disease and the threat of an incursion to our strong biosecurity system. We've seen varroa mite breach our border defences earlier this year, while the extremely serious foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease have spread to our neighbours in Indonesia. Our government has acted incredibly quickly in response to these threats, with a three-pronged approach of helping our neighbours in the Indo-Pacific, strengthening our border controls and enhancing our own preparedness to ensure our biosecurity system is well prepared. I would like to specifically pay tribute to our biosecurity officers at the border who are keeping our ag sector safe. Officers like Lara and Carolyn at Perth Airport, who found a range of meat products in a traveller's suitcase recently and promptly fined and deported the offending passenger. This just goes to show how seriously we are taking this issue. And we've further strengthened our biosecurity system by investing more than $134 million in last month's budget. Not only will this mean more biosecurity officers, more detector dogs and handlers, and more support for our neighbours to deal with outbreaks, but also a doubling of the money allocated by the former government to improve our livestock traceability system. As I've said before, we see this as a down payment as we move towards a sustainable funding model for biosecurity, and you may have seen that consultation on that model has now begun. We've also begun work in dealing with the long-standing workforce shortage that is crippling parts of the sector. Now, this is not a new problem. It began well before the election, but we've been working hard on it since taking office. A direct outcome from the Jobs and Skills Summit is that we have established a tripartite working group of government, unions and employer groups to help deal with the key issues to get more people working in the ag industry. Many of these groups have commented that they've never previously been brought together by government, and this cooperative approach is already producing results. In the meantime, our government is also bringing forward 180,000 fee-free TAFE places to train locals for agriculture and other industries, lifting the migration cap and clearing the visa backlog. But despite these challenges, I'm incredibly optimistic about the future of the industry. The opportunities for value adding in the sector are immense, and they will set up the entire sector for more growth in the years to come. We're also making a significant investment in our forestry sector, with more than $204 million set aside in this budget to help the industry innovate and grow. I'd be pleased to talk more about this during the hearing. Finally, in conjunction with Senator Ayres, we've also begun the consultation process to introduce mandatory country of origin labelling for seafood products across the country. Something that you know and I know, Chair, the industry has been asking governments to do for a very long time. Can I also thank our departmental officials, capably led by Andrew Metcalf, and my ministerial office team for their hard work since I've held this role. I'd also like to especially thank all members of industry, peak bodies, employers, unions, workers, scientists, First Nations groups and more for their cooperative and collaborative approach. My sense is that this is something the industry has been waiting for years, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can achieve together. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Oh, thank you, Minister. This is exciting. Mr Metcalf.
Well, thanks very much, Chair, and can I also congratulate you on your appointment and thank you for the opportunity to make a short opening statement this afternoon. Can I join the Minister in acknowledging the extreme challenges that are currently faced or have recently been faced by many people affected by severe flood events on the east coast and inland Australia as well as in northern Tasmania. I've been in contact with my state counterparts in those areas to assure them of the Department's support, including contact through the Agriculture Senior Officials Committee. Our thoughts are with the many farming families and communities impacted by the disastrous floods, and especially to those mourning the tragic loss of human life. The significant damage to crops and loss of livestock in those areas, both in losses and the inability to plant crops, and the impact that the floods have had on food processing and manufacture is quite devastating. The department itself, of course, has staff working in flood-affected areas, particularly in export meat establishments, and I put my thanks on the record for their continuing commitment and service. Chair, as you'd be aware, under the machinery of government changes that took effect from the 1st of July this year, the former Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment became the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. The environment and water functions, along with associated corporate resources, were moved to the new Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. And of course I wish my colleagues that have moved to DQ, as it's known, all the best in their new endeavours. Working as the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, we delivered many significant integrated outcomes, and those outcomes are included in the final departmental report, which was recently tabled, so the final report of the Department of Ag, Water and Environment. While we're now in different portfolios, these important connections remain, and we'll continue to work with colleagues across the breadth of issues impacting our portfolios. Chair, I was delighted to be confirmed as the Secretary for the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. As many of you know, I have a deep affinity for the work undertaken in this area. I'd also like to note that since we last met before a Senate Estimates Committee, Mr Andrew Tongue, PSM, retired from the Australian Public Service after a long and distinguished career which included receiving a Public Service Medal. As many senators would know, Mr Tongue's last role was as Deputy Secretary of the Biosecurity and Compliance Group within my department. I actually knew Mr Tongue through his 37-year career across the Commonwealth and Victorian Public Services. His many roles included as Associate Secretary for Indigenous Affairs at the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and as Secretary of the Victorian Department of the Premier and Cabinet. We thank him for his distinguished service to the Australian public, and we wish him and Vicky and their family all the best for the future. Dr Chris Locke has moved into Mr Tongue's role as Head of Biosecurity and Compliance, previously having been in the Environment and Heritage Group. In the department's new configuration, we comprise around 5,400 staff, and while our primary national office remains in Canberra, we're represented in all capital cities as well as regional centres and cities overseas, with staff in 176 locations in Australia and internationally. Our department works to safeguard and grow sustainable agriculture, fisheries and forestry for the benefit of all Australians. Our objectives include increasing the contribution of our agricultural, fisheries and forestry industries that they make towards a healthy and sustainable environment and productive and a food secure Australia. And we'll continue to provide national leadership and work in partnership, including with our portfolio agencies, research and development corporations, peak industry bodies and industry as a whole. Chair, we also continue to look for innovative ways of improving our services, and while I could talk at length about the many achievements of the department, I'll just mention a couple very quickly. Our teams have won a 2002 Australian Good Design Award for the new Export Services digital tool and a 2022 Commonwealth Procurement Award for the excellence in building entity capability. Chair, finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank my leadership team and departmental staff who continue to provide valuable services to the Australian community and our key stakeholders, including farmers, importers and exporters, and the many people that they employ. I'm proud of our staff who continue to display our values of courage, excellence, diversity and working together, underpinned by safety and integrity. Thank you, Chair, and of course we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. And on behalf of the committee, certainly myself, but I know my colleagues who have been around for a while now with Senator McDonald, if you could pass on our best wishes to Mr Tongue. And to think he was a 20-year veteran on my first Senate estimates thing, wow, so good on him. And so that comes from Senator Dunham, no doubt as well, and others. Now, I just want to say to Mr Metcalfe, and I'm blessed to be in a committee with people who sit around this table who are only interested in the best outcome for our producers and our processors. And I was watching another Senate estimate carry on in the lunch break, and I'm glad that we don't degenerate to that standard that I saw in the legal and con one. So thank you, colleagues. It's been a pleasure working with you. I know we're going to have a real good session this afternoon. Can I just get, sorry, Senator McDonald, I learned how to deal with ex-presidents very early in the piece. Senator McDonald, And I know that, and quite rightfully, you will remind me if we have interstate visitors here. But I am led, because of the order of 2014, that you will have the right to ask all the questions you want for as long as you want, and I know that's the rule. Do you envisage that we would plough through this, or should we think about letting some people go as we progress, so we're not holding them here till 11 o'clock tonight? You don't have to
Yes.
answer that now.
Yeah, thank
but
you.
if
We'll
can,
come
it'd
back
be
to you,
great.
Senator Still. Sure.
Yeah, so anyway, if you think about that, and I take it, Senator McDonald, you are the lead, if I read the messages right.
Senator Dunham is going to kick
Oh,
off.
the other Senator McDonald, Senator Dunham.
Yes, the other
Senator
one.
Dunham,
That's right.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair, very much. Minister, I wonder if we might be able to get a copy of your statement tabled, if you have.
Yeah, I
one.
believe it's going to be circulated.
Oh, perfect, excellent. Thanks for that. Well, welcome.
I'll autograph it if you like.
Oh, does it make it worth more?
Probably devalues it.
Oh, no, self-deprecation, too early in the estimates. Well, welcome Mr Metcalfe and team from DAF, good to see you again. I wanted to, and firstly, thank you for the work that's being done in flood-affected parts of our country, and obviously as we head into summer, I'm hopeful it won't be the case, but I'm sure we will be dealing with other disasters. So thanks for the work that you and your officials right across the country do. It is very important. I want to start by going to the budget fact sheet that was put out by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, the 22-23 budget fact sheet, and I just wanted to step through the items of expenditure that are listed on that document, and I presume you have that there. At the top there it talks about $1+ billion being invested, and of course there's a description there around the range of initiatives to be provided. Is the list below that an exhaustive list? Is that what is to add up to $1 billion? Could you just step us through how we get to $1+
Absolutely,
billion?
thanks, Senator. And I'll ask
is?
Mr Packboy, our Chief Finance Officer, to walk you through that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary. Paul Packboy, Chief Finance Officer. The answer to your question, Senator, is no, it's not an exhaustive list. No, it's not an exhaustive list.
Okay.
Underneath that heading.
Okay, and so what else should we be adding into the... I think we worked out in our office that it was $846 million or thereabouts represented on that page. What else is there that's being invested to take us to $1+ billion that isn't here?
Thank you, Senator. There's a range of measures which were either announced in the March budget or which are being delivered under other portfolios. I have a list here I could work through if you'd like.
Oh,
Senator?
in shorthand, do you think you could, or is it something that would be better placed, provided to us on notice, do you think?
I'm happy to work through it.
Let's have a crack. Yeah.
Okay. So some of the March measures, some of these will be in the headline figures within that release.
Sure.
Some won't. I won't try and
I
pick
understand
them
it
out.
doesn't
Yeah.
quite neatly cut out that way, but yeah, if we can have a crack, that'd be great.
So there's things like the Japanese encephalitis response, which was part of the March budget, supporting communities manage pest, animals and weeds programs.
And do we have dollar values against these?
Sure. So the Japanese encephalitis response was $10 million, and it's a state payment, so it's something that you would find in the Treasury documentation.
Ah, sure.
Rather than
But
ours.
it's accounted, yeah, sure.
Supporting communities manage pest, animals and weeds program. Again, that's an SPP, so a state payment. That was $16 million. Structural adjustment and transition in the southeast trawl fishery. This is a measure for AFMA, that was $24 million. Future Drought Fund, National Delivery of Climate Services for Agriculture, $7 million. The Future Drought Fund long-term trials, $40 million, which includes funding outside the forward estimates. Future Drought Fund Drought Resilience Commercialisation Initiative, $10 million. Helping regional communities prepare for drought, $21.6 million.
It's probably fair to say, and Senator Dunny, and I've been corrected, that the budget fact sheet that you're talking about probably focuses on new initiatives in this, and I know that a number of the initiatives that Mr. Pakpoy just read out were continuations of existing funding.
Sure.
Yeah, so there's a combination of existing and new measures in that overall figure.
Yeah, perhaps to save time, we might just on notice, if you could provide a list of those things that are ostensibly the gap, and identify which ones are new, as the Minister says, and which ones relate to March. That would be helpful if that's okay.
Yep, happy to do that, Senator.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, as part of that, if there's any, if you can specify which program the funding has come from and which agency it is administered through, like you were with the answers being provided before. That is great. Thank you very much. If we can go to some other matters related to corporate, I would be interested to know what percentage of the Canberra-based DAF staff are still working from home post-COVID?
Thanks. Senator Cindy Briscoe, Deputy Secretary.
Hello, Ms. Briscoe.
So, post-COVID, during COVID, we put in a policy which allowed people to apply to work from home some of the time. So, our working away from the office policy. And I think Ms. Blackwell can probably pull up the statistics. So, just to clarify, we don't actually have people working home because of COVID. We have people working home under our new policy.
Which arose during COVID and has been...
Yeah, it was devised during COVID. Obviously, we had those periods when everyone was asked to work from home, and we then had sort of more hybrid arrangements. But we actually found that for many people, periods of time working from home worked well for them. And so, to cut a long story short, we effectively came up with working arrangements that needed 3 boxes to be ticked. It needed to work for the person concerned, and it was based on their request. It needed to work for the team that they were in, and it needed to work for the department as a whole. It's something that has been taken up with a fair degree of enthusiasm by quite a number of staff, because it allows them to either save commuting time or to build in other aspects of their work. It's also part of a bigger change that's occurred. I think everyone's probably familiar with the very tight labour market that we've seen, in Canberra and elsewhere. And it's actually meant that we've been far more flexible in looking for people to do what you'd regard as Canberra jobs, but who live outside Canberra. And so we now find quite a few of our staff either based in other capital cities or indeed working from, regional centres or else. But you might ask Ms. Blackwell to provide a bit more detail on the particular question you asked, Senator.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. Yasna Blackwell, I'm the Chief People Officer. Across the department, we have 4,087 staff, so about 75% of all staff currently access a flexible working arrangement. And of that 75%, approximately 90% have a hybrid working arrangement where they spend part of their time in the office and part of their time from home.
Okay, and I presume there'd be a scale or a spectrum of flexible working arrangements or hybrid working arrangements. What do they range from and to? I mean, from a couple of hours a week through to half a week, or what?
I think generally what we've seen, but I'd have to take on notice the specificity, we tend to see that staff tend to have a couple of days from home and then they spend the remainder of their time in the office, but it's also determined by things like part-time arrangements and, as the Secretary pointed out, making sure that it works for the department, the team and the individual, so making sure that the department has the staff that it needs when it needs it.
Okay, so 90% of that 4,087 are accessing, if I heard you correctly, are accessing that hybrid working arrangement. Correct. And you'll provide on notice some sort of rough guide as to a breakdown of how much each. I mean, maybe there's a way of putting them into cohorts, X number do 1 day a week at home and so on and so forth through to a 5-day. What resources are involved in facilitating these hybrid work arrangements? Deployment of IT resources, or is that on the individual employee to meet those needs? How does that work?
The department's current policy has that individuals who would like to access a flexible working arrangement where they have a setup at home, they meet those costs underneath the policy, unless there is a reasonable adjustment need, in which case the department would seek to provide those resources.
Okay, and so on notice, could I please also understand what resources the department has put into facilitating any of those hybrid working arrangements? I understand and accept that there would be some officials, of course, that would require specialised equipment or IT support. I get that. But if you could take that on notice, that would be very helpful. How often are these hybrid working arrangements reviewed?
The flexible working arrangements that we have in place, we ask individuals to consider those as part of their normal performance cycle conversation. So staff will generally discuss what kind of flexibility arrangements they might need as part of setting up an annual performance conversation, but also we encourage for those to be considered as is necessary through general conversations about performance.
Sure. On that, well, so just on those, is the onus on the individual staff member, that is the beneficiary is the wrong word, but the recipient of this flexible working arrangement to initiate these, what did you call them, work cycle reviews? Or
Performance cycles?
Performance cycle reviews, yeah.
So our enterprise agreement requires the performance cycle to be completed every single year, so performance arrangements to be established between the individual and the manager. So it's a dual process in that the manager sets the requirements of the role, so the duties and tasks that need to be delivered within that period of time, and as part of that, staff will talk about how they'll go about achieving those things, and so it's within that conversation.
All right, well, on notice then, I wonder if you could also indicate to me, it's probably too soon, but if any hybrid or flexible working arrangements have been altered or terminated as a result of these performance reviews, I'd be grateful as well, noting the confidentiality provisions around staff, etc. So whatever is reasonable. On that, on these issues, the machinery of government changes that took place after the election, are they now finalised, the changes around personnel and...
Yes, and there still are some ongoing areas of activity, but broadly, yes, in that it's now... I know for a while I was the employer of staff that were working for the other department in a formal sense. Those staff have now been formally transferred to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. Financial arrangements have largely been settled in terms of transfers. There's a particular section of the Act, Section 75, I think, that's required those changes to be sort of finalised. There are some ongoing areas, for example, in some areas of technological support, we continue to provide services for the new department because of the particular payroll systems and other issues. And similarly, the Department of Industry also, I think, supports the new department as well. So.
Okay, all right. Perhaps on notice then, you might be able to step us through, I'm not sure what is the best way to do this, but the costs associated with that have been borne by this department. I note that there'd be others borne by.
For sure. I think Ms Briscoe can probably help now. So.
Thanks. So, as we've implemented the MOG, there's a range of costs that we've captured. I can provide those for you now, just acknowledging that because some aspects are still underway, particularly in relation to payroll and financial systems, that we will still do a reconciliation. But to date, we've recorded direct costs associated with the MOG of 1.73 million.
Okay, and that covers things like?
So it covers salary costs, it covers property costs, so moving people and safes and those sorts of things, legal, ICT, and consultants.
Missed the last one.
And consultants.
And consultants. And branding and the like, that's all encapsulated in that as well?
There's an other category there, so that might include things like branding. Sure. They would have been quite small costs. So we would use some of our own staff to do some of that branding in-house, and I covered the salary costs in there as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. If you could just, on notice, provide a breakdown of that $1.73 million, that would be helpful. Just to property and leasing of premises, has the flexible working arrangements and the number of staff out at any one time because of these arrangements necessitated a change in office accommodation at all?
Well, effectively, I think you're familiar with the various venues, Senator. Effectively, where things have ended up is that the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water will be the primary occupant of the John Gorton building, the old administration building,
Yes.
where I used to spend a fair bit of my time in the previous role. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry has got its principal office currently at its premises at 80 Marcus Clark Street and in London Circuit.
Yes.
But we're about to move. That lease has now come to an end and we're about to occupy new premises elsewhere in Civic. And the Department of Industry has obviously remained in Industry House in Civic as well. So
Yes.
there's actually a home for each of the departments, noting that we're about to move the entire Department of Agriculture. That will mean that some of the corporate staff who remain in the John Gorton building but who are actually attached to agriculture will then sort of join us together in our new building. So.
Okay, yeah. So no changes to what was planned or envisaged when the lease on the new premises was struck up?
Well, effectively, the move from the large Ag, Water and Environment Department has meant that there has been a separation as such. So particularly some of our corporate areas have sort of, some have remained with us, some have moved to the new department, and they've largely stayed in situ in the John Gorton building prior to sort of my people coming to our new building in the next month or so. And then some other changes were made. For example, the Water Division, which is part of the new division, I think is still located in Marcus Clark Street, isn't it? But it will be moving to the John Gorton building. So there's still a few moves of staff to occur. So.
Okay. And if I could just add that the lease on the new building was endorsed on the 6th of December 2019, so prior to the last
Door being established.
where Door was established. So in essence, it was being purpose-built for the old Department of Ag.
Yes.
And so still meets our requirements. However, in
Is it
response to your
access to your
question about
requirements?
flexible work, sorry?
Is it access to requirements? I mean,
No.
because I'm not clear on how many staff now exist in DAF as opposed to what DOR was. And a building was arranged to meet demand at that point in time, which is understandable, but things
We're actually taking a smaller footprint.
That's what I was...
So consolidating various leases which we held as the old Ag Department and consolidating into a smaller footprint. And in answer to your other question, also implementing a slightly different workplace, which is set up with a much greater variety of different workspaces for different types of work. And that takes into account the fact that people may be working away from the office for periods of time. So we have set workstations up so that people will book a desk, and there's a lot more flexibility as we grow or contract, programs commence and terminate for different varieties of accommodation.
Okay, all right. No, thank you for that. I think Senator McDonald had some...
Just had some follow-up questions for you, please. I wanted to specifically ask you about staff numbers, I guess full-time equivalents, but staff numbers at the time of the machinery of government changes, which was 1st of July. Since the election and through to now. What I'm specifically looking for is churn from staff who have felt forced to leave the department.
I think we've answered a very comprehensive question on notice from Senator McKenzie in that area, so I'm sure my colleagues will be able to sort of draw from that or refer you to elements of that, Senator. But in very broad terms, the old Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment was roughly about 7,500 staff, and DAF, depending on how you count it, is sort of in the vicinity of 5,000 or so, and the new Department of Environment, Energy, Water, Climate, etc. is about 2,500. So DAF has more or less returned to the size that it was prior to the Ag, Water and Environment Department being established. But of course, there have been sort of ons and offs depending on particular functions and that type of thing. But my colleagues might be able to provide you with a bit more detail.
Thank you.
So the workforce numbers for our current department are 5,421. In answer to your question about churn, I guess we don't necessarily capture staff movement as a result of the MOG. However, our current separation rate is probably slightly lower than it has been previously. So I guess on the basis of that, I wouldn't suggest there's been a lot of churn. Obviously, as after budget period, there's usually new programs right across the APS, so there'll be jobs advertised. So we'll start to see a bit of movement when people are advertising jobs for new programs. But currently, our separation rate is quite low compared to previously. I think separations over the last since 1 July are at 231. So that's only about 4%, I think, 4.5%.
Yeah, we'd like to think it's a great place to work and it's got fascinating careers and
We all
areas to
like to
focus on.
think that as employers.
That's how we advertise ourselves anyway, Senator.
That's terrific. Have you had any referrals to ombudsman, Fair Work Commissions, management exits of that type?
In relation to
staff leaving the department.
Leaving the department.
Yes.
Currently don't have any with the Ombudsman. Don't have any matters in the Fair Work Commission either.
Have you had any referred since the election that have since been resolved?
No.
To my knowledge.
Yeah, we'll double check, Senator, but I think the answer is no. We'll correct it if we're wrong.
All right, if I could then turn to workforce shortages. I think that's... Do we have any more questions for corporate?
Well, while you think about it, we'll do over this side.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm just saying, so if we can come over there and then you can let us know if you want. Is that good? Okay, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending. My question is of Minister Watt. You said in your opening statement, that there, quote, there can be no doubt that the severity and regularity of these natural disasters, end of quote, is increasing as a result of climate change. Now, I've got a media report here that I'm happy to table. I've got 10 copies, Chair, and a study which I will table that found there is no positive trend of extreme weather events as a result of climate change. So given this study finding there is no increase, scientific studies finding there is no increase in severe weather events because of climate change, there appears to be some doubt about your statement. Have you misled the committee with your opening statement?
Whose report are you quoting from, Senator Roberts?
An Italian European Physics Journal Plus.
An Italian Europhysics Journal Plus. Is that
team led by Gianluca, I can't pronounce the Italian, Alimonti from the Italian National Institute for Nuclear Physics and the University of Milan extended the analysis to include natural disasters, floods, droughts.
And is that peer-reviewed data?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Senator Roberts, I think we're all very well used to you questioning the science of climate change, more usually in the Environment and Communications Committee, but it's good to see that you're consistent and apply the same approach across different committees. No scientific expert has ever been able to convince you that climate change is real, and I doubt that I will have the ability to do that either. But to give you one example, Senator Roberts, I accompanied the Prime Minister to visit a dairy farm in northern Tasmania after the recent floods. I won't give the gentleman's full name for his privacy. A dairy farmer called Michael, without any prompting from any politician, he recognised the increasing number of floods and natural disasters they were having was due to climate change. But we all know...
So a dairy farmer named Michael trumps the scientific study. What I want to know, Senator Watt, is on what basis did you make your statement and claim? What source, specific location, specific publication?
Senator Roberts, I'm not going to play your game where we know that no evidence will ever convince you that climate change is real.
Yep.
I've seen you ask the head of the CSIRO, I've seen you ask any number of scientists who present evidence of that. There are countless IPCC reports comprising the best
one of those
experts in the world,
IPCC
and you
reports
reject
contain
all of them,
evidence
so it
of
doesn't
that
really
fact.
matter what I say to you, you will continue with your climate conspiracies. So, you know, there's nothing
Well,
I can do to
I
help
note your
you.
use of a label, and wherever people use a label like denier or conspiracy theorist, it indicates they don't have the data.
Well-
Senator Watt, you have just confessed that you don't have the data. If you had, you'd be able to give me the location, the specific location.
I refer you, Senator Roberts, to any number of IPCC reports which you continually choose to ignore and reject. I invite you to go and speak to
Senator Watt, have
any
you read
farm
the
body.
IPCC reports? I have.
I invite
There
you
is
to go
no
to...
specific location of any evidence proving that carbon dioxide from human activity affects climate and needs to be cut. Minister Watt, I ask you to verify your statement and validate your statement. Give me the specific
I would
location.
be happy on notice to provide you any number of scientific reports that back up what I'm saying, and I will repeat that I could provide you with an infinite number of reports, and you will never believe them. Everyone knows that. I'm okay. You don't accept that climate change is real. That's your right. But what I'm interested in doing is working with the farmers who are actually paying the price of climate denialism. I'm interested in working with the farm bodies that have been waiting for a government who believes that climate change is real and is prepared to put promises in place. I don't have the exact figures to hand, but ABARES has provided reports that show that due to climate changes, over the last 20 or so years, the average farm profits, I think it is, or productivity, one or the other, has fallen by in the order of 25 to 30%. They're on later, and you can ask them about that as well. And you know what? You won't believe them either. I accept. You just don't believe the evidence.
Senator
That's
Watt,
okay.
Senator
But
Watt,
I'm not
it
going
is
to get
not
held
up to you
back.
to tell me what I will or will not
Well,
believe.
we all know your record, Senator Roberts.
What is up to both of us and every single senator and member of parliament is to come with the empirical evidence proving that carbon dioxide from human activity affects climate and needs to be cut. You have never done that. None of your imputed sources there have done that. I want, with each of the references you provide, the specific location of the data in which you rely and the specific location of the framework that proves that carbon dioxide from human activity affects climate. Science is not just about data, it is about data within a framework that proves logically cause and effect. I want that from you. So each of those references, I expect that from you. Otherwise, they're not valid.
Senator Roberts, I know I'm not running protection for the minister. This minister's big enough and ugly enough to look after.
Definitely ugly enough. Maybe not big enough, but definitely ugly enough.
And it is, that is just a term we use around here. So I'm just going to say that look, the minister has said he'll take that on notice. And,
Thank you.
And Senator Roberts, we are really keen to talk about agriculture, and we know your position. So
Farmers are paying a lot, Chair, for this rubbish.
Well, Senator Roberts, you and I aren't going to get into a pickle over this because we've got more important things to get through for the time in front of us at
When
this
cows
stage.
are being taxed for
Where
farting,
you have,
we've got a problem.
That's not true, Senator Roberts, and you continue lying to people about that. We have made our position on that crystal clear, and I've noticed your social media, you continue to lie about the government's policy, and it'd reflect better on you if you stopped doing that. But
Well, I don't
again,
lie,
we know
Senator
that's
Watt.
what you
I
do.
use facts.
All right, I'm going to be a little bit more frugal here. You're big enough and ugly enough to look after yourself too, Senator Roberts. So if I just can encourage for the time that we do have...
My questions are finished, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Roberts. Thank you.
Minister's response.
Now, I know Senator Rennick has some questions in corporate, Senator Rennick?
Yeah.
That means you're got the call.
Minister Watt, I think we're going to continue the pattern here.
No, Senator Rennick's got some good questions around corporate, haven't you, Senator Rennick?
My question's for the Minister. Ahead of the government's announcement that it would sign the methane pledge, was the department or ABARES consulted by other departments on the cost of imposing a 30% reduction in methane emissions to Australia's agricultural sector?
Well, that's me anyway.
If yes, please provide an outline of that advice.
Well, again, I know, Senator Rennick, you've got a long record of rejecting climate
lay
science
off the
as well.
smears. Lay off the smears,
Well,
Senator Watt.
it's true. I mean, I've been through the committees where
want to talk about
bounces
it,
from Roberts
hang
to
on,
Rennick
just
to
answer the
Roberts to
question.
Rennick. Climate change isn't real.
Chair,
That's what
can
they
you just
say.
answer the question, please?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Have you got-
No,
what's the
Senator
cost?
Rennick. I'm going to answer that because he was, and then you jumped down his throat. Now, I'm just saying, let's ask the questions, and if we don't like the answers, the sad part is we just have to listen to
Well,
them
he's even
finish.
gone to it. He just
No,
started
Senator
laying
Rennick,
into
now
me.
you're jumping in on me, see?
Yeah.
And you're not, this is highly unlike, it's not the way you normally operate, Senator Rennick. So, Senator Minister, you were halfway, or you just started an answer?
Chair, I'm more than happy to answer Senator Rennick's questions and have the relevant departmental officials expand on that, but I'm not sure it's in this corporate section. So ABARES are actually listed to appear in the next outcome, and it might be better if we hold that question until they're here at the table as well.
Well, no, you're the minister, and
Yeah,
it's just a
and I'm
general
answering the
question for the
question in the right
department.
order.
Okay, I said all ABARES, but have you costed the price
Well,
of
that's not a
reducing
corporate
methane
matter.
emissions?
I'm happy to, I just think you're the chair, but I think it's probably important that we answer the questions. I'm happy to answer your question, but it would be, I would suggest, more appropriate to do so when we get to these matters, which is the next outcome.
And Senator Rennick, I don't think we're far away from the next outcome. So
Right, okay.
if- with
Okay,
your
well, I'll just go
indulgence,
on to the next question.
If you have further questions.
When you
more for
department came out and made the statement, it would
No.
commit to work together in order to collectively reduce global anthropogenic
come on.
methane emissions across all sectors by at least 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. What exactly did you mean by that? And does that mean that you'll be signing up to further international agreements?
Well, again, I'd suggest that we're probably better off asking that question in the next outcome as well.
Okay,
Do you have anything that's
well,
about
I'll hold
corporate?
off until ABARES turns up, but you're going to have to answer them then.
Sure.
Well, they won't be far away, Senator Rennick, because I do believe that that is all for corporate. Yes, no one's objecting. So, Mr Metcalfe and your officials from corporate, arrivederci.
Thank you, Chair. We'll ask our... don't go too far.
And we will now move to, let me see where I'm up to in the menu, outcome one. No, he's crook. Yeah, so he's subbed out. Yeah, I'll show you the subs. I'll show you. Sorry, I showed Jerry. My apologies. No, it's here. There's three of them. Don't, Jesus, don't beat me up.
Thank you very much.
You're like,
You know what the truth is.
the music's going to stop, so hurry up and grab a chair. Right. Okay, now I will go to... I'll go to my right because, Senator Rennick, you were asking questions and now yours are for ABARES now at the table.
So we
Okay,
can-
thanks, Mr Metcalfe. So in continuation, Senator Rennick, and then I'll go across to Senator David, and I've got Senator Faruqi.
Yeah, so same question again.
Might be, just given we've had new witnesses appear, it might be helpful if you could repeat the question, Senator Rennick.
Okay, sure. So ahead of the government's announcement that it would sign the methane pledge, was the department or ABARES consulted by other departments on the cost of imposing a 30% reduction in methane emissions to Australia's agricultural sector? If yes, could you please provide an outline of that advice?
Well, I'll hand to the department and tick so they can speak for themselves. But remember, the Global Methane Pledge, which our government has signed, along with 122 other countries in the world, is a non-binding, aspirational goal. It's not a binding target.
So will it ever become binding? Because often these things start off as aspirational and then, you know...
No, it's a global aspirational goal to reduce methane emissions collectively by 30% by 2030. It doesn't require any individual country that signs up to it to reduce methane emissions by any particular amount. It's about working together with all the other countries who sign it to collectively reduce methane emissions. So I just think
so
it's
it's
important.
meaningless, is it? I mean, it's either
No, I don't
meaningful
think-
or meaningless.
No, I don't
mean,
think it's- I don't
if
think
you're
it's-
not committed to something, then why did you do it?
Well, I don't think it is meaningless to join other countries to try to reduce emissions and therefore do something about climate change. And I know that's a concept you have difficulty with.
Don't go there, Murray. Don't go there.
I don't think it's, and especially when, and again, Dr. Greenville from ABARES probably has the figures more accurately in his head. but ABARES research has found conclusively that changing climate conditions and the related impacts of that have had a direct impact on farm profitability. So I would argue that having a federal government that finally does something about climate change actually is in the interests of farmers, and I've got to tell you, that's what they all say to me when I'm talking with them.
As a sixth-generation cattle farmer, I can tell you climate change does impact farmers. It's called the weather, and yeah, it's been impacting, farmers for thousands of years. Thanks for that great statement. Let's get back to the question. Have you got a cost for this or not?
Well,
you costed it or not?
No, again, I'll hand to the departmental officials to give you an answer to your question.
Okay, well, why don't you do that rather than run commentary?
No, but again, you are assuming, in saying that there will be a cost to this, you are assuming that we have given a binding commitment that Australia will reduce our methane emissions by a certain amount by a certain time, and we haven't done that.
No, it's an aspirational. I know you've said that. So how much will the aspirational pledge cost?
Well, why don't I hand to the departmental officials? But again, I fear that whatever we say will not convince you.
Yeah, okay, just...
in the same sort of territory as Senator
I've
Roberts.
got no doubt it'll cost money, Murray. I've got no doubt it'll cost money. You're very good at spending other people's money.
Chair, I might kick off and hand to Dr. Grenfell.
Well,
hang on. You should hear what I call some of the ministers in the previous government, so I'm not the right one to rule on this.
Senator Coney, I would ask that the minister stops imputing motive and passing personal derogatory comments about myself.
I'm over here, mate. Okay, let's play nice, let's play fair. It's still Monday, so you were halfway through attempting to answer a question. Mr. Metcalfe.
Thanks very much, Senator. I'll just make some introductory comments and then pass to Dr. Grenfell. I think from a point of view of context, it's worth remembering that in 2020 about 47% of Australia's methane emissions came from agriculture, so methane is a significant issue for the agriculture community. Net zero and carbon reduction is important for agriculture, but methane is particularly important for agriculture, and methane of course has particular properties as a gas that means that it is of particular concern in relation to greenhouse emissions. Of the agricultural methane emissions, 89% came from enteric fermentation from cattle and sheep, and 11% from manure management. The industry has well and truly understood this issue, and indeed it's now several years old, the commitment by Meat and Livestock Australia to undertake research programs with a commitment to reducing to net zero emissions by 2030, not 2050. And indeed there's been some very positive progress in relation to that. This stands in considerable contrast, I suspect, to some other countries where there are widespread movements to reduce cattle herds and to actually change diet in a response to concerns about methane's emission from agriculture. So in many respects, Australian agriculture, in taking a global lead on finding innovative ways, particularly through feed supplements, the Minister mentioned seaweed, earlier, to actually address the challenge of methane, do it in a positive way that ensures that the industry survives and prospers. And so while of course there is a cost with any change, there is a far bigger cost in not changing. And indeed there is a very strong market opportunity for Australian red meat in being able to demonstrate that it's got good characteristics in relation to this issue, bearing in mind that red meat is our biggest agricultural export, and we export far more than we consume here in Australia. So for the red meat sector, methane's important, and taking positive steps to address this issue is something that the industry itself understands and is now well into programs associated with that. Having made those contextual comments, I will pass to the head of ABARES. So.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalfe. Jared Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES. So just a couple of things. Let's go back on the figures that we've reported on the impact that climate changes over the past 20 years have had on farm profitability, and the figure is 23%, or around $30,000 per farm. So that's the impact of changes over the last 20 years compared to if farms had operated in a climate of the past. In terms of the specific question
So how did you come up with that number?
So what we do is we look at farms of today through our long farm survey, and we've built a microsim model of farm performance, which tracks pretty well what the outcomes are given a weather system that a farm has. And we've taken the average climate conditions from 1950 to 2000 and put today's farms in that and compared that to the actual climate that they experienced over the past now 20 to 25 years. And the difference between those two tells you the climate impact. So how the difference is in the climate, and that's how you.
So how are you going to filter out the price of markets, the price of land, the different rules and regulations? So our property in southwestern Queensland used to be doing just fine until BD brought in the rules that say we couldn't pull mulga. Right. So that's had a hell of a lot more impact on it on our profitability than anything to do with the climate. We've actually had more rain in the last decade than we had prior decades. So to try and come up with estimates and then assume out other market conditions, regulatory conditions.
No, we certainly
don't. Capital.
We don't assume out any of those things, so we control for all those things. So we specifically take the farm of today with its technology, with its regulation, all those things, and just give it a different climate.
So it's all based on assumptions. You can't come up with a number like that.
It's called economics, Senator. There always have to be assumptions made. But,
exactly.
But ABARES is an internationally recognised
forecasting agency, exactly.
And I think that their analysis would stand up to any type of scrutiny.
Well, I would doubt it myself.
Are you insulting the officers at ABARES?
Yeah, I don't have any faith in modelling. It's not the same as farming.
Well, I can let you know that we've had this work peer-reviewed and it's published in reputable journals just to make sure that we are ensuring, the quality of our work. And we try and do that with all our approaches to make sure that we are not just relying on our own, clearance processes, but we seek to get clearances of, and views from experts in the field, international experts.
So you still haven't answered the question. So what is the cost of reducing methane by 30% by 2030?
Well, just before Dr. Greenville, you keep alleging that we have given a commitment to reduce emissions by 30% by 2030. No such commitment has been given.
Okay.
A commitment has been given to work with other countries to do that collectively.
No, what is the cost of the aspirational target? Just answer the question.
So we haven't looked at, what it would be to reduce agricultural emissions by 30% because, as the Minister's pointed out, that's not actually...
Sorry, repeat that again, sorry.
We haven't looked at a situation where Australia reduces its emissions by 30% because that's not what the target's about. We've done some work that looks at different policies. It's a collective gain across multiple countries to reduce emissions. Now, in that world, for example, if global agricultural distortions such as subsidies and tariffs were removed, you could be in a situation where Australian agricultural production increases and even our emissions footprint increases, but global emissions and methane emissions will fall. So it really depends on a whole range of factors. So we've done some of the work looking at that global aspect and how different forms of collective global action can help reduce agriculture's emissions footprint. And in that situation, Australia would actually be better off. And so the lessons from that is that for an industry such as ours, where it's looking to reduce its methane reductions anyway, but it is a globally competitive and internationally competitive industry that moves to, I guess, reduce emissions globally could actually benefit our sector.
So let me rephrase the question then. Have you got a sensitivity analysis of all the variables, right, as to what the cost would be to actually meet your aspirational target?
In a global sense? No, I haven't done that work.
No, you haven't done that work, thank you. So that's taken...
You are, Senator Rennick, you are aware of the...
Well, but that's my point. I mean, I'm not the one making the aspirational targets here, Senator Wilson.
Senator Rennick.
Because I want to know what the potential cost could be on farmers, and I'm asking the question. You'll have your turn in
Senator Rennick, you are aware, I am surprised, I might say, that this is the opening item from the opposition on agriculture, but you are aware that every Australian farm group has either supported signing the pledge or said they're comfortable with it. I've got the quotes from the NFF.
Groups. They're not farmers, Murray.
Well, they represent farmers. Which farmers do you
represent?
represent?
I can tell you a lot of farmers aren't happy with their industry groups, okay?
All right.
I'd be jumping in too, Susan, if I were you.
Senator Rennick, your colleagues are waiting patiently.
The Nationals have got to have a go sometime, Senator Rennick.
Senators, I haven't finished.
It's not just a Liberal
Senator
Party
McDonald
show.
can have the call, but I just haven't finished my questions just yet.
And you know what? Go for it, and I hope that you get to it very quickly before I go to Senator Davey.
No, you go first.
Could I just have a follow-on question to that?
Absolutely,
I think
you
this
can.
is a good conversation, and you're quite right, all the peak bodies have supported this, but they are saying that they actually don't have a measurement program. So the feed supplement program is not yet, there's no a mechanism to measure on-farm methane or other emissions, and subsequently not also able to measure any reductions for actions that are taken. What money is the government proposing to spend to support farmers and producers on measurement, on-farm measurement of emissions?
I did see some coverage about that over the last couple of days, Senator McDonald, with some producers saying that. I'm wondering if it might be, we've got MLA in tomorrow, and I know they've received some funding to deal with that, so they may be able to elaborate that on that a little bit more, the measurement point in particular, but it may be that we have other officials here who can give you some more information too.
Senator Nick Blong, First Assistant Secretary, Portfolio Strategy and Climate Policy Division. So as the Minister has said, in addition to MLA's appearance tomorrow, the Department of Climate Change also runs a number of programs because they are the lead portfolio agency when it comes to measuring emissions across the economy because they need consistent sort of rules and protocols sort of also aligned with sort of international conventions and agreements. But there are a number of sort of grant programs that the Department of Climate Change run, including some that have gone to Meat and Livestock Australia, and they're focused on R&D and innovative sort of trials to pilot things like feed supplements and similar sort of technologies with a view to gaining a better understanding of how these types of technologies can impact emissions, and then that go into sort of down the track updating sort of measurement technologies that are used by the Department of Climate Change.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think the issue is not so much the technology of the feed, it's that there's still no measurement plans. So what's happening in feedlots, they're demonstrating that the Asparagopsis and feeds are not working as well as originally researched. And certainly the broad-scale rangelands production systems don't have any measurement or delivery mechanisms really at all, which is why you're seeing some of the lick blocks go out. But again, no measurement capacity. And otherwise we'll continue to have this modelling conversation forever. But at some point we do have to actually measure what's going on. So thank you for your feedback about MLA. We can ask questions of them tomorrow. But I would flag that until we actually have funding for measurements for real producers in different mechanisms that I think you'll see all of the peak agricultural bodies have said we support this measure so long as, and there's a series of conditions around actual measurement, cost, productivity, herd size not being affected. But I think measurement is the issue that we've not yet addressed.
So that was your follow-up, Senator.
I'm sorry, yes, thank
is that
you.
right?
Back to
Have you finished, Senator Rank?
Can I just ask what you're referring to with Asparagopsis? You said there were some studies that showed it's not working as well as expected.
Not studies, just feedlots who are coming back and saying we've used it, trialled it, and so they're just not as satisfied.
But you were saying earlier there was no studies into this, so how would they know?
Oh, no. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You might as well have a cup of tea, everyone, and come back later.
There were studies.
It's important because
the
this is early
subcommittees
days.
Yes.
Don't besmirch the product until we know.
I'm not just besmirching, I'm just saying that the commercial
This is
reality
insane. This is getting sillier.
of producers being
Okay.
in practice is not having the outcomes.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. And I know you have an inquiry coming on that, Senator Whish-Wilson.
I do.
Can't believe it took you that long to arc up, but anyway, that's good. So, Senator Rennick, in completion, because I do want to go to the left, to my left, and then come back to my right.
So has the department undertaken a set of steps or a project plan what the agricultural sector will have to do in order to reach your aspirational target of a 30% reduction in methane emissions?
Yes, mate.
I'll defer to my colleagues, but in many respects, Senator, we work with the industry associations and the research and development corporations who have the expertise. So in terms of an overarching plan, not something that I'm familiar with, but you might be able to assist. So
Senator, I guess I can sort of just reinforce the Minister's earlier comment that the methane pledge doesn't require a sector-level target for Australian farmers, so the 30% reduction for 2020 levels is a collective target of all signatory countries to the methane pledge. So there is no requirement now or in the future for Australian agriculture to reduce its emissions, methane emissions.
I didn't say there was a requirement, but in order to meet that aspirational target, what steps would have to be undertaken in order to reach that from the agricultural sector?
You're completely misunderstanding what this is about. You keep suggesting... I mean, I concede if we had set a binding target on Australian farmers to achieve a certain amount by a certain time, you'd obviously need to have a project plan be in place. That's not the case for this pledge. But how I would answer your question, what are we doing to achieve it? What I would say is that we're continuing to work with industry to back in the things that they're already doing.
So like what?
Well, changing feed supplements, changing herd management techniques. Livestock, I mean, the figures I've got, livestock producers have already reduced emissions by 59% since 2005 in Australia. So I know
methane
that...
emissions by 59%?
No, emissions in general. And methane is a component of that.
Right.
And I know that there's, from time to time, some alarmist language out there about whether we can do these things. What I would say is that industry is already doing it. And what we're doing is building on it.
That's what I want to know. What are they doing? I get changing feedstocks, one thing. Okay.
Well, again, I think if you're able to come tomorrow when MLA are here, they would be able to run you through in great detail some of the investments they're making. But I'm aware that they are making some very significant investments in R&D and the application of it to the industry to reduce methane emissions. Certainly, feed supplements is a big component of that. And you may have seen we made a budget commitment of around $8 million to invest in further development of Asparagopsis seaweed. But MLA, I reckon, would be able to take you through in great detail what they're doing.
Okay, thank you.
And I should just refer you, and I think MLA will be happy to talk about this. Their methane reduction programs have been underway for well over a decade, Senator, so this is not something that's sort of very new. It's been there for a long time, and some of the objectives...
Sorry, Mr Metcalf. When you say methane...
abatement programs.
Sorry, guys, can you just tone it down a bit? I'm having trouble.
Colleagues, I can hear you.
When you say been undertaking it for a decade, what exactly have they been undertaking? Is that the MLA, sorry?
That's right. So, look, the MLA will be able to talk to you in detail, but certainly they've had programs in place since 2009, the Reducing Emissions from Livestock Research Program. They had the National Livestock Methane Program that ran from 2012 to 2015. And some of the objectives of those programs were developing practical on-farm options to achieve a significant reduction in methane emissions from livestock, quantify the level of abatement achievable while at the same time increasing productivity, and providing the science to underpin methodologies developed. The industry has been concerned about this and working on this for quite a long time. In some respects, governments have been slower to respond than have the industry themselves. And I think that's just the observation I made at the beginning that our red meat producers are amongst Australia's great trading businesses. We export far more than we consume, and they are vitally concerned about global requirements and global appetites and whatever. This is not something that's occurred to them just now. It's something they've been working on for a long time. But I'm sure MLA will be able to happy to talk to you.
Now, colleagues, what I'm going to do, Senator Brockman has a couple of quick questions, and that will take the opposition's head over a good hour, and then I'm going to go to my left for a bit of balance.
Sincerely, I have another meeting I've got to go to. I'll be 5 minutes.
Senator Brockman, you're a man of your word.
I thank you very much for your forbearance, and you can ding the bell at 5 minutes.
Me too.
No, don't do that. Could you confirm the cut to the agricultural shows and field days program, please? How much is it?
I can provide some information in relation to that. So, over the last few years since COVID, there has been a substantial investment into agriculture shows and related events. So, if you just give me a moment, and I will look to find that. Oh, it's just going to sit down.
think it's in the order of $16.8 million.
Sorry, yes, Minister.
Feel free to check that that's correct. And I'll be honest, Senator Brockman, this is not an easy save to find. And I did have discussions with the relevant association beforehand and listened to them, but I guess the position we took in framing this year's agriculture budget was that the number 1, 2 and 3 priority was biosecurity. And so what we did was reprioritise funding from programs such as that one, which was really mostly about helping shows survive COVID-19, and we've put that towards more contemporary challenges such as biosecurity.
Could I just, thank you, Minister, could I just have the breakdown of the cut?
Sure. So there was $14 million for round 2 of the Agricultural Shows Development Program, which was around show infrastructure. So that program had not been rolled out. So I would just like to confirm that for the committee. The remaining reduction was $2.8 million for round 3 of the Supporting Agricultural Shows and Field Days program. But as Minister said, there was already a substantial investment of around $80 million that had already been paid to shows and field days and travelling show businesses in the preceding 2 to 3 years.
How many agricultural field days in the 2 preceding years, so 2021 and 22, were eligible?
I don't have that level of detail. I'm not sure if my colleague has that level of detail. Otherwise, we can seek to provide you some information on the field days who had received funding.
Could we have a list of field days over the past 2 years that were eligible for the program? Whether the department has any knowledge that field days would have ongoing eligibility for the program?
Senator, I can answer part of that question. Joanna Stannion, First Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Policy Division.
Please.
So there, agricultural shows and field days, there were 7 grantees in round 1, so we can provide the names of those on notice. The reason that we were going to run a round 3 of that program was because it was undersubscribed.
Sorry,
Senator.
So this is the development grant program?
So the Regional Agricultural Shows Development Program, in round 1 there was $20 million.
Yes. So
424. There were 424 eligible applicants, but in the end we were only able to fund 122 grantees.
122 grantees. Sorry, just to be clear, the Agricultural Shows and Field Day program, so the smaller cut,
Yep.
the $2.8 million cut, does that cover the agricultural shows that were funded under that program? Or is that the Agricultural Show Development Grant program?
The Agricultural Shows Development Program was for infrastructure funding.
Yes.
And
So that was the 122 you were talking about?
Correct.
So how many, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you need to,
Yep.
under the Agricultural Shows and Field Days program?
So in round 1, there were 371 eligible applicants and grantees. In round 2, there were 216 grantees, and that was undersubscribed because that program was for shows that were cancelled during COVID-19.
Yes.
And over the last 12 months, shows have reopened. So we can provide those on notice.
Now, the Minister, I want to be honest with the committee, but the Minister said, I don't want to take more than 5 minutes, is what I mean there. The Minister said that he had spoken to the peak body. Can you outline what conversations took place between the department and agricultural field days, either a peak body or individual agricultural field days? Did any conversations occur?
There were conversations that occurred, Senator, so I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay.
I don't have the detail in front
Can you
of me.
come back to the committee with that on notice? Of the $14 million that you talked about, I believe, in relation to the Agricultural Show Development Program, 14 million, have I got that correct? That was the cut?
Yes, Senator.
How much of that is departmental funding? And what's happened to that money?
That's all administered funding,
That's
Senator.
all administered funding? There was no departmental funding?
No.
So I might just add, there was 1.4 million, I think, flagged, but that was for the hubs. Is that correct?
The grants hubs.
The grants hubs. Yeah.
Sorry, so 1.4 for the grants hubs. And what's happened to them? Have they been continued?
The
to cut?
departmental funding was not cut, it was just the administered funding, Senator.
Okay, so what's happened to the departmental funding?
We've had to pay that to the grants hub, is my understanding, but we confirm that on notice.
Okay, could you confirm what's happened to that 1.4, please? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Brockman.
Could I just add one? Just Senator Brockman, as I say, I recognise that the groups concerned would have preferred this funding to stay in place, and I've explained why we had to make the decision we did. But it is quite possible that in the new regional grants programs that the government announced through Minister King's department, it may well be that at least some of these shows can apply for funding there. So as those guidelines are developed for the funding of that grants program, I'd be more than happy to work with you and make sure you're aware of them.
Senator, can I just correct my last answer? The departmental funding, there was going to be departmental funding allocated to us for the grants hubs, but it wasn't actually passed on to the department, so it wasn't cut because we didn't receive it.
Okay, now I'm slightly confused.
And you run out of time. It's getting better all the time.
Might be easier if we tidy it all up on notice, I think.
If you can tidy that one up on notice, so the 1.4 was allocated to the department but it never arrived at the department?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, committee.
Makes sense to me.
That is creative.
Who wants to open the batting? Senator Faruqi?
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I just have some broader questions about agriculture policy. And Minister, I'm trying to get my head around the proposed Inspector General of Animal Welfare, which Labor committed to ahead of the election. And in Budget Paper 2, it states that the government will provide $4 million to establish an Inspector General of Animal Welfare by expanding the functions of the Office of the Inspector General of Live Animal Exports to include animal welfare objectives for exported livestock. So, from reading that, it seems that the Inspector General will purely be tasked with considering animal welfare in the live export trade and nothing else, or
No.
is it much broader than that?
Yeah, I might get the departmental officials to elaborate on this, but certainly my understanding is that the Inspector General for Animal Welfare, being the new role resulting from our election commitment, will be broader than just live export.
Okay.
As you would be well aware, there's obviously an existing Inspector General for
Yep.
live animal exports, but
Yep.
the Animal Welfare Inspector General will be broader. But as I say, it might be
Yeah,
better
it'll
if
be
I
good
get-
to know what exactly it will cover, and it will be a different role to the live animal exports, or is that animal welfare role the broader role which will subsume live animal exports and other things?
And I'll get Ms Hutchinson probably to explain in more detail, but as another example of how it will be broader, we expect the new role will be the Inspector General of Animal Welfare and live animal exports.
So live,
live
okay.
animal exports. So it's
Okay.
not only focused on animal welfare in relation to live exports, but Ms Hutchinson might be able to elaborate.
Yep.
Thanks very much. Tina Hutchison, First Assistant Secretary, Plant and Live Animal Export Division. Thank you for your question, Senator. So there is a measure, as you've seen, to expand the current Office of the Inspector General Live Animal Export to include the Inspector General Animal Welfare, which goes to the commitment made by the government at the election to strengthen the assurance and accountability around animal welfare. And go specifically to matters relating to animal welfare. So at the moment, the Inspector General Live Animal the Inspector General Live Animal Export is required to give consideration to animal welfare matters, but this will be strengthening that by potentially bringing in specific expertise, but also looking at specific functions and objectives in relation to animal welfare.
So what exactly will it cover? Could you specify what this role will cover?
And that's part of the process. So part of the measure or part of the approach is to consult widely on what that might specifically look at, but things like the specific conduct of officials, things around non-compliance in relation to animal welfare, improved accountability and assurance around animal welfare. There is a conversation to be had about the focus of the body. As you'd be aware, Senator, the Commonwealth has specific responsibilities and standards and legislation in relation to export of livestock, and that's certainly where the initial focus would look, because...
So it's still looking at live exports. So that's what I'm asking. Is the role broader than just live exports? You're just telling me that's what it's going to do to start off with.
So the
But
establishment...
why not other
in-
animals? Because
Yeah.
we have other standards as well.
That's right. So in order to give effect to the measure, that is where the proposal is to commence. There is a period of consultation that needs to be undertaken, including with the states and territories, because as you're aware, the Commonwealth has specific responsibilities, but in relation to domestic animal welfare, the responsibilities sit with the states and territories. So the intention is to give effect to the commitment through establishing the Inspector General Animal Welfare within the Office of the Inspector General of Live Animal Export, with a focus on livestock exports, because that's where the Commonwealth legislation and responsibilities
I'm really
are.
confused now as well,
Yeah.
because the minister said it is animal welfare much broader. You're saying it's sitting within the live export and will focus on that. But there are standards for other things as well. So I guess before the election, the commitment was any allegations of breaches of animal welfare standards and investigations undertaken, as well as any sanctions or other actions taken for breaches of Australia's animal welfare standards. So these are broader than just live export. So I'm really confused,
Maybe
Minister.
sorry, and maybe
Yeah.
what I said may have been confusing. I guess probably the better way to put it, and again, Ms Hutchinson can fill in any gaps here, is that, as Ms Hutchinson says, and you know, states and territories are the primary enforcers of animal welfare generally. The primary focus of this role will be around animal welfare in relation to exports, but when I'm talking about it being broader than that, I guess what I'm saying is that it will obviously also work with states and territories around their responsibilities as well. So we, of course, we have an interest in animal welfare more broadly, and the Inspector General will have a key role in working with states and territories, but it would be fair to say that their primary focus will be on export animals. Would that be
Okay. So
correct?
then it is just a minor adjustment to what is there at the moment, frankly. That's what it seems to me like.
The intention is that's where it will start, and there's a process to consult to understand what the expectations are of stakeholders, and we intend to, and have already commenced looking at what that consultation program will look like to make sure that we engage with animal welfare bodies, with the exporters, with states and territories, and with the production industries as well, to understand where there might be gaps. But that was the intention, to commence activity against this particular commitment.
Yeah. Minister, you might know that animal welfare organisations will be pretty disappointed with this, because they have been pushing for an independent animal welfare commission or office for a long time. So that could be disappointing. But I'll turn to the other thing as well, which was a proposed animal welfare strategy that Labor committed to ahead of the election. And as you know, there was a strategy in the previous Labor government, which Tony Abbott, I think, defunded in 2014. And there was a commitment from Labor to allocate $5 million over 4 years to renew the strategy. Could I ask what the status of that is?
Yeah, again, I might get the departmental officials to go into a bit more detail about that, but you're right, we did make that commitment, and that will, to develop a new animal welfare strategy, and that will obviously also require national coordination with the states and territories given their role. Just before I hand to the departmental officials, I guess I wouldn't agree with the argument that the commitment around the Inspector General is, you didn't use the word meaningless, but along those lines. We have to recognise what the constitutional roles of the different governments have, and our primary role in this space is around export animals. I don't think there's a lot of point in completely duplicating things that the states and territories already do in the animal welfare space or anywhere else. So I think that this will be a meaningful contribution. $4 million is not an insignificant amount to commit to it, so I'm hopeful that it will be quite effective, but the officials might be able to elaborate on the strategy.
Thank you, Minister. Rosemary Dennington, Deputy Secretary. So in relation to the animal welfare strategy, the first step is really consultation with industry, and of course we have very strong relationships with the states and territories, as Minister and others have mentioned, including through the Animal Welfare Task Group. That is a subcommittee of the Secretary's
Has
Committee.
any budget been allocated for that to developing that strategy in this budget?
I expect that will come forward in a coming budget. So there wasn't an announcement in this budget, but I expect it will likely.
So that's
come
not going to start till next year then?
The work is already underway, Senator.
It's already underway, the consultation on the strategy?
Core work of the department, Senator.
Well, we didn't have a strategy for the last 10 years, so that can't be core work.
We've started working on it. Well, I'm
Okay.
saying it's seen as core work for the department, and we've started work on it.
So, and you said the budget, it will be budgeted for in the May budget?
That's what I expect might happen. But as the Secretary said, the work is already underway in terms of consulting and learning the lessons from those earlier strategies.
And will the public be consulted as well for input into this strategy? Is there a process for public consultation?
I don't know that we've gone into that much level of detail in terms of what our stakeholder strategy will be.
We're still in the planning stage, Senator Faruqi, so we
Okay.
imagine that it will need to have extensive public consultation. The last strategy took 5 years to develop, and there was a lot of consultation, so we would be looking to do the same.
And will it be the role of the Inspector General to oversee the animal welfare strategy? Is that something you envisage for the Independent Inspector General of Animal Welfare, if you're renaming it that? Surely they should have a role.
I'm not sure if we've got to that level of detail.
That's correct. We haven't got to that.
So
level
who
of
is
detail.
going to oversee that strategy?
Well,
Who's overseeing the consultation?
I think that has yet to be. I think the responsibilities under the strategy have yet to be determined. We've got to obviously consult around that. But in terms of the preparation of the strategy itself, that's being overseen by the department.
I thought the consultation had started already.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we haven't reached a conclusion about some of the points that you're asking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the consultation is just within the department?
No.
With stakeholders.
With stakeholders, okay. And will there be, I guess you haven't come to that, like an independent panel of experts involved, those sorts of things you envisage that they will be part of?
Well, certainly we have used that
Development?
approach in other aspects, for example, as you know, with the poultry standards and guidelines, for example, but I believe we haven't got to that point yet to determine that, as the Minister and others have
Okay,
said.
and do you have a timeline for it?
Well, as Ms Stanton said, the development of the earlier strategy took some years. So I think we're at the early stages, Senator Faruqi, around...
So there's no timeline and no plan at the moment?
Well, there was an election commitment, as you're aware,
Yeah.
and we would certainly envisage delivering that commitment before the next election. So, I'm conscious that there's many people in Australia who are concerned about
Yeah.
animal welfare.
They are, more and more.
And I might say the industry is as well, and that's something that we're keen to progress. I can't give you an exact timeframe at this point.
Okay, this last question from me. Does the government intend to speed up the adoption of national animal welfare standards from state and territory jurisdictions? So, for example, there's been delays, for instance, in the cattle standards, which were agreed to 6 years ago, and still haven't been adopted in all jurisdictions. Is there a process to speed that up?
So as we've discussed at other committees, Senator, we have, in relation to poultry, adopted an approach where we had an independent panel that established draft standards and guidelines, and there was a very extensive consultation process, including with members of the public. And those standards and guidelines have been developed. They're available publicly. That's currently with the states and territories. And that will go back to secretaries and ministers in the first half of next year. The idea was to then assess whether that model of using an independent panel was effective and helped expedite things, because as we've discussed, it did take some time to develop these standards and guidelines for poultry, given the states and territories' responsibilities. So I think it's fair to say that we are looking at ways that we can seek to speed up the development and adoption of those standards and guidelines, but it really is a cross-jurisdictional effort. It's not something that we control all on our own.
Do you think you envisage, Minister, that being part of the role of the Inspector General of Animal Welfare?
Again, I don't think I'm really in a position to commit to that at this point because of this work that's underway.
Okay, thanks. Pete, do you want to go?
No, we'll go with Ralph. All right. Thank you, Senator Chicane.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Thank you very much, Chair. We'll start a fight. I'll all be back here in 10 minutes, no doubt.
Thank you.
No, don't.
No, I won't. All good.
I'm enjoying the piece.
Thank you. Look, I've got a couple of questions around workforce, which is probably expected given the number of questions I've had on this particular topic, Secretary, and good to see you again. Look, and I guess we all acknowledge the significant impact that COVID's had over the last couple of years on all parts of our economy, particularly in agriculture. It's also had an impact on migration and also our skills shortage more broadly. I just wanted to ask the department, would you be able to provide an outline of other factors that have resulted in the labour shortage that's impacting agriculture? Things like a lack of skills or regional livability, and some of the updates that you might be able to provide this committee from your perspective.
Yeah, and certainly we could probably also ask our colleague from ABARES to join us as well for some research they've been doing.
Beat you to it, Mr Metcalfe.
Yeah.
He's there already.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. As you mentioned, there are a range of factors that have impacted on the ability of a range of sectors in our economy, including agriculture, to attract and retain staff. Partly that has been COVID related, and the fact that we have had border restrictions for some years now. And of course, early on, before there was an agreement between the states and territories and the Commonwealth, there were also restrictions about cross-border movements which impacted on labour. So certainly there has been success in terms of the Pacific and Australia Labour Mobility Program. We now have around 29,000 workers in Australia under that program, covering almost 400 employers, and there are around 40,000 palm workers in our neighbouring countries who are pre-vetted for that program. So that's been a big success for the agriculture sector. As well, of course, we are seeing the increase in the number of working holiday makers as borders have opened up. So we are seeing, for example, quite a number of working holiday makers returning to Australia. Programs like Ag Move, which have helped both visa holders and Australian workers to move to country areas because it provides a subsidy for accommodation and other costs, have also been successful, with around 7,000 or around 10,000, I think. It's around 10,000 in total workers who have been eligible for that program. So there are a range of programs that the government has in train to assist industry. Minister has also established a tripartite working group which involves the unions and employers and industry, not only to focus on the immediate needs, but also skilling and workforce and worker protections as well. But I might go to Ms Stanion or Dr Greenville if you wanted to add anything.
Thanks, Ms Denninger. Just to add on some of the broader issues that are, I guess, creating greater competition amongst the agriculture sector for workers, what we've seen since COVID really came along is a significant drop in the number of working age people in the country, and I think the gap we estimated to be somewhere around the 400,000 mark. So prior to COVID, we had a steady growth in the working age population. With COVID, that's really taken a fall, and so there's a shortfall in workers available for the whole economy. The agriculture sector has been growing over that time, and in growing over the long history where we've seen increase in the number of people employed in agriculture, but also some significant changes within the distribution of activity in agriculture, such as a heavily growing horticulture sector, increased technology adoption, all those kind of things. And so that's put pressure on both skills and on the number of workers as it comes along. So those factors are all coming together at the same time as other areas in the economy are also growing, which has led to both competition for just the number of workers, competition on skills in new areas, and also changes in where jobs are located, as we see, with horticulture growing, and that occurs in different parts of the country to where other areas of agriculture do. So that would be, I guess, a high-level overview of some of the pressures.
Did you have any figures on the holiday worker, mate? That you mentioned the figures from the palm workers, and I'm not sure, has that also increased? What were the latest figures, and when were those figures from?
So we have working holiday makers at 55,700 in September 2022 compared to around 19,000 in March of this year. I mean, they would not all be working in agriculture. They're working, you know, across...
And the palm workers?
29,000 as of now.
That's also low.
Now as in...
I think that's also an increase.
That's the highest level ever. And the government has a commitment to
Yes.
increase that to 35,000 by mid next year.
Okay, 35,000.
55,700 at the moment, compared to about 19,000. That's the September 22 figure, compared to 19,000 roughly in March of this year. So those numbers are coming back, but as we've discussed, they would be potentially, you know, working in other sectors, not just agriculture.
Could you also outline the work that's begun since the May election, noting that the work that the Minister has done and also setting up the tripartite working group, but also just other programs and initiatives in solving some of the workforce issues in agriculture?
Certainly. So the focus, as I mentioned, the tripartite working group involves representatives from industry and from employer groups, from unions, and also from the government. The first meeting of that group was on the 21st of October, and a range of, I guess you would call them foundational documents, have been established around the terms of reference and the work plan. And really, the focus of those early meetings, you know, that will continue through this month, are really on the skills and training and migration. So we have heard some recent announcements from the government around vet places and allocation of those to the agriculture sector. We know from industry that they are, very keen for people to build careers in agriculture and, you know, build connections into regional communities. And of course, migration, including skilled migration, is important, and the government has also announced additional funding for the visa processing, because there have been backlogs of visas which particularly impact on the skilled area. So I think really the emphasis has been in relation to not just numbers of workers, although that's obviously important, but also on skills and also on areas such as improving relationships and how would I describe it? The skilling of employers to make sure that they understand their obligations as employers and operate within the ambit of the law.
Senator Ciccone, the other thing I can add to what Ms Denninger said in terms of what's happening on this front, obviously, I think that the tripartite group is really important, and as I said in my opening statement, there were a number of people, whether it be employer groups, union groups, who at our first meeting said they'd never ever been encouraged to talk before, and in fact some of them didn't even have each other's phone numbers. That's how little contact there'd been previously, so even just getting people talking is good. But as Ms Denninger said, you know, and you'd be aware, we're putting a lot of resources into clearing that visa backlog, a backlog of nearly 1 million visa applications when we took office, some of which are certainly in ag and processing. We've lifted the migration cap, as you'd be aware, including for regional and rural areas. But importantly, we're also focusing on training locals. Again, you'd be aware, Senator Ciccone, about the commitment we made about fee-free TAFE places heading into the election. We're bringing forward 180,000 of them. And one of the recent developments that hasn't been picked up a lot at the moment is that we've been working with the Department of Education and Training, or whatever they're exactly called. Agriculture will now be a priority sector for the allocation of those fee-free TAFE places. So I'm very keen to make sure, as the Minister, to keep a focus on training locals for careers in agriculture, just as much as we need to be thinking about bringing people in from overseas.
And I know my earlier comments perhaps might have been taken as focusing on agriculture. Of course, the abattoirs and meat processing establishments are able to utilise workers through the PALM program as well, and so they have obviously been a big focus, and that kind of links to Minister's comments around skilling and workforces in manufacturing in addition, or food manufacturing in addition to traditional ag employment, which might be, for example, in horticulture.
Look, I just wanted to also touch on the shortage, and I think I've asked multiple questions on this. Do we have a sense of what the actual shortage is now? I mean, your predecessor, Senator, and from I think August quoted $172,000 figure, and I think that was a combination of other work by various groups that were part of the Food Supply Chain Alliance. But I just want to get a sense of, does the department have a good grip of what is the actual shortage, or do we have any latest data either through ABARES or through the department, through other consultancy work that you've engaged? I know that there was the EY report from a few years ago, but have we got a sense of what the actual shortage is in agriculture or horticulture, if you've got anything more specific?
I might make some general comments and then pass to Dr. Greenville. I mean, certainly the figure that you mentioned, the 170,000 figure, is across the supply chain. So that would include things like hospitality and tourism and that kind of thing. So it's not a
it's not really an accurate reflection on agriculture.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, certainly there are, I guess what I would say is that there are a range of factors that impact on demand for labour, and so actually coming up with a gap, if you like, is actually quite fraught. But I'll pass to Dr. Greenville for some more commentary.
Thanks, Mr. Stenninger, and that's right. So coming up with that gap number is a little fraught, but one of the things we can point to is changes in labour use between years, and we've started to roll out an annual survey that looks at the distribution across time of labour use in the horticulture sector. Now, we're just finalising the returns for what will be the last 12 months, and so we should have an update really shortly, actually, on that. But when we compare 2019-20 to 2021, we saw that the horticulture sector's workforce shrank by 11,000 workers. And that gives us a kind of indication of how much fewer workers they could get. And there was a marked increase in the number of firms that reported difficulty in finding workers, with around 52% of farms reporting that they had difficulty in recruiting staff over that period. So that gives us a bit of a feel for where that shortage, or where people would have otherwise preferred to have workers.
So when do you expect to have those latest figures?
So we should have them finalised towards either early into next year or towards the end of this year. So we're just doing the final kind of checks on the quality of that data as it came in, and we'll look to try and get that out as soon as possible.
And I'm assuming that EY report's concluded now. Was that through Hort Innovation or Ag Innovation?
Focused on horticulture from memory, didn't it? Senator, and of course the agricultural labour market is not homogeneous. There are particular issues faced by horticulture, largely because of the seasonal nature of fruit picking or pruning or whatever, and largely sort of it begins earlier in northern Australia and sort of extends, and so a mobile workforce and a flexible workforce is a key issue there. And then there are the separate challenges faced by meat processing establishments, for example, who are after basically essentially full-time permanent workers, and the whole range of sort of issues in between. Agriculture is becoming more technical in some respects, and so there are the sort of ancillary skills as well. So it's not a simple proposition. I think a lot of the sort of media and other work has largely been around sort of horticulture, but there are bigger issues, and this is exactly what the tripartite working group will be focusing on: the totality of training issues and of the skills gap that might need to be filled by workers from overseas, together with issues such as ensuring appropriate protections and safeguarding of the rights of people in the system as well. So.
I might just add to Mr. Metcalfe's comments. So, as Dr. Greenville and I have discussed, there are a range of factors at play here. So some businesses will have so their numbers of employees might not go up, but they might work longer hours or for a longer part of the season, and so that will contribute to improved production, but it won't necessarily show up in the numbers. And similarly, there might be different technologies that farms adopt on in their premises that might also be able to make up or at least in part compensate for lower numbers of staff. And in fact, of course, we have seen ag production figures at record highs, as the Minister mentioned in his opening statement. So, I mean, it is has been a very successful period of time for the ag sector, notwithstanding these challenges in the labour market in that sector and more broadly.
Senator Chagnon, can I just pick up on one thing in your question, Senator Ciccone, the point about the claims being made by the Shadow Minister about the size of the workforce shortage, and he keeps pointing to this 172,000 figure from the Fresh Food Supply, or the Food Supply Chain Alliance. The statement that group put out actually acknowledged that the vast majority of those numbers were not in agriculture. So the representative of the hospitality industry talked about there being 100,000 job shortfall or worker shortfall in that industry. Convenience stores, 15,000. So the vast bulk of that 172,000 are not in agriculture. And it's not honest to pretend that that is the size of the workforce shortage. However, there's no doubt that there is a serious workforce shortage in agriculture and has been for a number of years, and that's what we're trying to fix.
And thanks for that clarifying statement.
Just to add to that, Senator, you know, I spent many years working in the immigration portfolio, and for the whole time I was there, the whole issue about workforce shortages, and in many respects the agriculture industries have been very successful in ensuring that programs such as the PALM program and others have been established to ensure that the needs in agriculture have in some ways been met by innovative programs. I was involved in helping establish the what's now the PALM program, 10, 12, 15 years ago. So it's been a constant issue for a very long time, the adequate supply of labour, and that's because, to a certain extent, of the seasonality. With horticulture, it's not as if they're full-time, permanent, year-round jobs. They do require mobility and people who are prepared to move, and hence working holiday makers and so-called grey nomads and others have been an important part of that, as well as the Pacific Island scheme, which was largely designed to overcome the fact that there had been a great deal of illegal work in the area and people working without work rights and whatever. So this is a decades-long issue, and what we are seeing, though, I think, is some quite historic opportunities for farm industry and farm representatives and meat processing industry representatives to sit down with the relevant unions and government and really try and come up with how can we sort of overcome these issues as we go forward.
I also understand there were some changes made to PALM as well as part of the last budget. What's been the feedback, particularly around being able to cover part of the costs of some of the workers to come here into Australia?
So there was a measure in the budget to do that for workers that disengage with the program, reflecting that employers can't then recoup those costs from the employee. I mean, I think that really in our conversations with the industry, what we hear is that while the existing programs are operating well, we need to continue with our efforts. We can't kind of take our foot off the accelerator, as it were. We need to continue working with our colleagues in DFAT and the Employment Department and in skills to address these issues. So certainly I think that industry see that there is an ongoing effort and an ongoing focus, including to increase PALM workers to 35,000, but that we have to persist. We can't rest on our laurels, as it were.
Look, just one other last question, Chair. I know I've sort of overstepped my mark in terms of time, but just want to ask, have there been any updates around the previous government's arrangements when it came to with Vietnam? I think, was there an MOU there? If you're able to provide an update to the committee.
Our government has made clear that we will honour the MOU that the former government struck with Vietnam. It was a concluded agreement. But probably for details about implementation, that's probably more a matter for DFAT as the lead agency.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Carney. Senator Whish-Wilson, now Senator Whish-Wilson, we do have the smoko at 4:30, but if you want to finish your line of questioning that dribbles over 5 minutes, then that's done. I'm happy to assist.
Okay. Yeah, look, it may be quick. Yeah, but I certainly should be able.
On that, just to enable us to do some time management. So after we come back from the break at 1:45, how long will we have on outcome one? I've just got a bit of management to do because we've still got quite a few questions in outcome one.
I'll just come straight to you.
Okay.
I'll come straight to you.
Thank you.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'm sorry if this has already been raised in the opening session for this outcome. I just want to ask some questions around the extreme weather events we've seen this year. I've just been myself trying to put together some estimates from media reports about a loss of agricultural production. And I've got some data relating to the floods back in March and April, which I think were the Insurance Council of Australia said were the worst floods we've ever seen in terms of the most costly. But does the department, is there a process where you're, I suppose, compiling the data from individual groups like the New South Wales farmers groups and Victorian farmers groups, you know, Dairy Australia, MLA? What's the process for estimating the costs?
Yeah, we'll ask my colleagues to assist.
Yeah.
My colleagues were all over here and now they've all gone over there. Sorry about you.
I'm not sure what that says about you, Secretary.
It's all right, I know that feeling.
I'll make some introductory comments, Senator Whish-Wilson, and hand to colleagues.
Yeah.
And certainly, you know, we have very strong relationships with the states and territories, who obviously have a very strong on-the-ground presence, and with NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency. And so we work very, very closely to make sure that we understand what's happening on the ground. Of course, early on, in an event, the focus has really got to be on preparedness, you know, for example, sandbagging or actual recovery. So we're very sensitive to make sure that we don't seek to overly impinge on those things. So we also have good relationships with our colleagues in the regional department. But I'll go to Dr. Greenville.
Yeah. If you just, perhaps quickly, because obviously don't have a lot of time given we're going to Smoko, but yeah, just so I can be confident that you're collating the data, and then I'd ask you if you've got any kind of preliminary estimates as to...
Yeah, certainly. So the short answer is that we go through this process every quarter to update our quarterly estimates, and we've got a network of industry, agronomists, state departments, people on the ground who can help us re-evaluate that estimate, and we'll have a particular focus on drought and to look at the area affected and to try and get an idea of the quality changes, because last year it was largely, biggest impact was on quality downgrades. And so that becomes an important part in terms of the prices and the like. And so we'll try and do that. And also with horticulture, we'll try and get a feel for both production losses and likely price impacts and so forth. And that will come out in December, the revised forecasts.
Okay, so you would have done one for June then for the floods that hit in March and April?
Yeah, so some of the bigger, impacts that we saw on last production year were exactly what I was mentioning in terms of the quality downgrades, in terms of the New South Wales in particular, its winter crop. We saw some of the largest percentage of the total crop that was feed as opposed to milling grade. Prices remained really high, so producers kind of got, still a good return for that, luckily. But that was the biggest impact that we saw. And obviously we saw for the horticulture side, those localised impacts which led to shortages of certain products, which had price impacts locally, significant, but at a national level less so.
So did you publish a dollar value on the damage, the costs to the economy? And do you does ABARES look at this? Does ABS look at this? Do you pass it on to Treasury?
Yeah, so we don't do the dollar value to the economy. It's kind of beyond our remit, but it'll get picked up in the ABS's, what they do in terms of their reporting on the agriculture sector. But whether they isolate it and say floods equaled X is unlikely. They'll report what the actual end-up activity level was.
So I've seen some estimates. For example, New South Wales Farmers Association a couple of weeks ago said the rains back in late October had cost them $190 million just in crop damage.
Yeah.
So you don't collate that kind of data, or does anybody collect that kind of data to look at the impacts? Obviously, this has implications for supply chain, food security, and of course grocery prices, which is ultimately...
So we'll collate all the information on grocery prices and report on that as much as we can, particularly with horticulture. So for grains, largely it's an export focus. It's not going to have too much of an impact on the domestic market. In fact, it could go the other way because of the higher amount of feed. That will lower production costs and so forth. What we do is report on the actual value of the sector, but we can try and tease out in particular the flood impacts, but we don't generally ascribe a direct dollar value to the floods because it still is quite difficult to know exactly what the quality would have been otherwise in the absence of higher rainfall or rainfall at a poor timing and so forth.
Okay. So in terms of the ABS, like I read one article that talked about that estimated 475,000 cattle had been lost. I mean, where would they get that data from? From you guys or directly through other state bodies?
Possibly from the National Emergency Management Agency, who might collate that information from state and territory organisations who are in the local government areas that are impacted.
That sounds like a very high figure, Senator, 475,000.
475,000, yeah. It's not related to this
Yeah,
specific
there certainly was
flooding
massive
events.
stock losses associated with the North Queensland
That's
flooding
correct.
3 or 4 years ago,
Yeah.
in that order or possibly more.
Yeah.
So, but I think the more recent events, certainly in Lismore, there was some tragic loss of livestock because of how quickly the floods. These current floods in the western flowing rivers tend to be a slower event, and we've seen, according to discussions with my colleague in New South Wales, much lower livestock loss because there's been time to actually move livestock to safer locations and whatever. It's mainly cropping that's being impacted. Either damage to crops or the inability to plant a crop because of fields are so boggy. So.
And do you provide advice on grants, the grants process to farmers who have been affected, like federal?
There are a range of programs that NEMA run to assist. And there are particular eligibility criteria that they manage. We're not involved in the assessment of eligibility, if you like, for those programs.
Okay. And Senator Wishwason, obviously, with my other hat on emergency management, while we've done that estimates, happy to just quickly tell you the types of grants that are being approved for farmers to assist them with recovery are pretty much in line with standard practice in terms of the dollar figures and the kind of things that people are eligible for. So I know that there is some discussion that goes on between NEMA as the Emergency Management Agency and the Ag Department about impacts and things like that. But in terms of what is then provided, there's usually either standard packages or, and of course, a lot of the support that we provide is at the request of states. We rely very heavily on the individual states to come to us and say, here's what we think we need, and we then respond and consider their requests.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you do look at potential impacts on grocery prices or produce. It's been reported recently that we're going to see an 8% increase in grocery prices because of these recent floods just in the last few weeks. Could you just, for the layman, or laywoman, could you briefly explain how that kind of assessment is pulled together? Like, what's that based on any particular crop?
My recollection is that analysis was done by Treasury, because it was the Treasurer, I think, who put those figures into the public domain.
Do they come to you guys to get that data?
They certainly came to us to ask us the extent of flooding and what are the likely crops and so forth that were affected, and we provided that, but we weren't involved in the formulation of the exact number.
So they just put the data together and put it in their models.
They would have done some kind of modelling. Yeah.
Right. And so obviously we've seen flooding now in Victoria. The Murray's been impacted. I was speaking to Dairy Australia today about how many of their members have been impacted. We've seen some pretty severe impacts in New South Wales and Queensland again. Has it been kind of a normal year in terms of agricultural impacts? You're shaking your head there, Dr. Greenville.
Yeah, just to put it into context, at the moment flooding's occurring in LGAs, which account for close to 40% of the value of agricultural production. So that's quite widespread in comparison to what we've seen in previous years, certainly.
Is that because it's the third La Nina?
Yeah, so this series of weather events that we're receiving now, so the third La Nina and before that we had a negative Indian dipole, is around a 1 in a 50-year event. We haven't had these, I think this is the third time in our reported records. The previous 2 times were associated with some of the wettest years ever recorded, so it certainly is not usual or part of the normal or average sequence. Yeah.
Okay, some might even say it's climate change. Senator Rennick might be interested to know the costs of climate inaction are very tangible if he was willing to look at them. But just quickly, because I don't have a lot of time, I just wanted to ask you about about fertiliser prices. I know it's been an issue that's been ongoing for some time, but there was an article today, Rural Network Victoria, around the kind of the fact that farmers still can't get any, I suppose, transparency around the Australian price of fertilisers. Could you talk to us a little bit about that, or your response to that?
Well, I mean, certainly. So we use import unit values, which are publicly available information to get an idea of fertiliser prices, because we import.
You say you do, Dr. Greenville, the department does?
Yeah, the department. Well, in terms of our ABARES reports, and we report on fertiliser prices at least annually, but given the current time period, we've been reporting on them in our quarterly updates to try and get a flavour for that. And they're certainly high. They're about 3 times above what they would otherwise be. One of the things that the data does tell us is that we're still importing sufficient quantities for production, but the price has just been really high. So availability is there, but prices are.
It's a global market for fertiliser.
Indeed, indeed. But the article really talks about that farmers can't get a published price on fertiliser. They can't get kind of access into that, whereas you do see that with other commodities or other inputs of production into commodities. Why is that? Is that and they then go and say this lack of transparency encourages an imbalance of market power between farmers and fertiliser importers in a market that's dominated by big players in terms of the importers.
I don't know if we've had any particular comment on that, Senator. Obviously there's a range of inputs for farmers, fuel and diesel, fertiliser, labour, power, and Australia does rely heavily on inputs of several of those items. So.
And certainly the ACCC, has a role where there can be a mismatch between consumers and sellers. I'm not sure if I haven't seen the article you're referring to, Senator, but there are avenues for consumers to raise concerns with the ACCC.
All right, I might put some more detailed questions on that. But just a follow-up questions, the Chair's given me 2 more minutes. In terms of we're seeing their supply chain impacts with leading to grocery prices going up because of floods, and obviously there's other factors such as the fertiliser inputs and so on and so forth. How is it affecting the exports of some of these crops? Are they done on a fixed price, a contract basis, or?
It vary by different commodity, but generally the high prices that we're seeing in the international market are flowing through to higher prices for farmers. And when we look at farm cash incomes in particular, we're at quite often 20-year highs in terms of farm cash income and farm profitability on the back of largely on the cropping sector, and in terms of the prices have received for canola, for wheat and for barley, which have been particularly high.
So you're not forecasting any cash droughts at farms from these floods then, Dr. Greenville?
It may have a localised, so as a nation, but certainly for those farming communities directly affected by the floods, it'll have a major impact, of course. Many will have outlaid a very large amount of money for seeds and for fertiliser, and now they're covered with floods, or they whatever. So, but the other factor driving this, of course, is world commodity prices, and we're seeing high prices, and the war in Ukraine and the impact on European, grain is obviously a contributing factor there as well. So.
Sure.
On that, because yes, high commodity prices, and so we're seeing good cash income, but that's not necessarily a good indication of farm profit, because at the same time, as Senator Whish-Wilson's also just pointed out, the input costs with increased fertiliser cost, increased grain costs, it's sort of almost a net.
Yep. So certainly. So looking to last year, where we've got the full reconciliation of both incomes and costs, farm profits were really high and at that 20-year high on average. But noting that obviously those who have lost crops or through floods and stuff, they lose everything. But this year, we can say with some confidence that farm cash incomes outside those areas which are directly affected by floods will be high, but we're finalising our surveys, so we don't have the full picture on costs, but we're fully expecting that margin to get smaller between revenues and costs, but I just don't have a firm number to be able to tell you what that update particularly would be at this point in time.
And typically, as a matter of interest, Chair, would these farmers get insured crop protection? I know the Insurance Council puts out raw data around generalised costs, but would farmers would they be insured for these kind of damages?
I think the insurance market, particularly for weather-related events, is still pretty thin in Australia, and so it's one where...
And getting thinner, I'm guessing.
And yeah, there's certainly scope for it to improve. It's been a little while since we've done particular work on that to examine the extent and so forth, but we do know that farmers, to manage risk, often use their own equity, or they use deposits such as the farm management deposit, and importantly, they often use off-farm income, so someone who's not working on farms.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And let's not forget the terrible squeeze being put on the road transport industry, servicing the agriculture industry too, with the cost of fuel. Okay, can I then just suspend now for 15 minutes, and we will be back at, what's that roughly? 4:50. 4:50. Thanks, Emma. 4:50, people. All right, thanks everyone. Welcome back. It is 4:50, and I'll go questions. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. And I do want to thank Senator Ciccone, even though he's not here, for reminding me about the election commitment that was made by the now government, that they will meet seasonal workers' international and domestic travel costs up front. That was a commitment made prior to the election. I know the National Farmers Federation says that it's been under-delivered. Has the government reneged on that election commitment to cover the costs of worker travel under the PALM seasonal worker program?
Probably best that I answer that one, Senator Davey. No, we haven't. I think it would be best to ask detailed questions about this in the DFAT estimates, because they're the lead agency for the PALM scheme. But what I am, and I'm aware that the NFF hasn't been terribly happy about some of the changes that we've made, but they arose from consultation that DFAT undertook with a range of stakeholders. And I know, for instance, that AFPA, Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, very much welcomed these changes and issued a press release, in fact, on the 26th of October after the budget, welcoming the changes that we put forward to this, because their view was that the bigger issue for them as large users of the PALM scheme was that what they wanted was a scheme to underwrite travel expenses when they're unable to recover those due to issues such as flight cancellations or workers disengaging from the scheme. So I think it's fair to say that there are some groups who've supported these changes, there are some groups who haven't, but I would recommend that any detailed questions be put to DFAT.
Well, I appreciate that, and we can certainly ask DFAT. As you said, the AFPA, Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, they are large users of the PALM scheme.
Yep.
And that's predominantly because they're also the large corporate producers. So are you satisfying the big guns at the expense of the smaller farmers and organisations who want to make full use of the PALM scheme but find these upfront travel costs an impediment?
I wouldn't say that we're doing something at the expense of anyone. What I'd say, and again, it's more probably the DFAT officials who are better placed to answer these questions because they actually undertook this consultation. I'm relying on what they've informed our department and my office. As I say, there were different views about the election commitment, and what we've done is deliver what we think, based on that consultation, will make the most difference to the farm workforce. And it's obviously it's only one of the measures that we're undertaking to deal with the workforce shortages that we all know exist.
Yeah, and look, I know the PALM scheme isn't limited just to agricultural workforce anymore. Certainly before the election, we expanded it to aged care workforce. Are there other skill shortages that you're aware of, Minister, and I know it's for DFAT, where we might be expanding the PALM scheme? And some industries I'm thinking of include trucking, which has a huge shortfall.
Yeah. And to be clear, and I know you know this, Senator Davey, but when we say that the PALM scheme is widely used in the agriculture sector, we're of course also including the meat processing sector.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sure you have done this, and I've certainly been to processing facilities which are big users of the PALM scheme. Look, I think I've seen the Prime Minister make public statements that we think there's opportunities in the PALM scheme in the aged care sector, other sectors as well, but it'd probably be better for DFAT to answer the specifics of that.
Okay, I also want to ask about the Ag Visa program, which Senator Ciccone touched on. Did you say, as you did say, that your government had committed to honouring the MOU with Vietnam? It's been 6 months since the election, and the budget's now been and gone. Can you give us an update of when that will be finalised, those arrangements for that program?
Well, I think Ms Denninger can add something here, but again, I do want to be careful not to stray into other portfolios who are actually handling these things directly. What I can tell you from an agriculture point of view is that I have been working with the ministers in this space. The department here has been working with the relevant departments. It is DFAT ultimately that needs to tie this together, but Ms Denninger might be able to add something as well.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, so certainly we understand that DFAT is in discussions with the Vietnamese government in relation to honouring the MOU, and given obviously these are discussions across jurisdictions, it is best left to DFAT, but they are certainly progressing that matter.
What we did see in the budget under the Ag Visa program was that 90.5 million over 5 years that had been budgeted for the Ag Visa program was going to be redirected to offset government's election commitments. Can you enlighten us as to what election commitments it might be going towards?
Which department's financial statements are you referring to there, Senator Davey?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because I have a feeling it's probably DFAT's, and it's probably not appropriate for us to comment on another department's budget papers.
So if I was to say, would it be redirected to election commitments to deliver on DFAT?
Yeah,
right.
I think I just don't want to get it wrong by talking about another portfolio.
I will move on because the National Agricultural Workforce Strategy is under the Ag Department.
Well, yeah, it was developed obviously under the former government, but that was overseen by the Agriculture Department, is my understanding. Yep.
And again, so 300,000 has been used to offset the government's election commitments. So, can we clarify what election commitments that is being redirected to?
So certainly, Senator. So there was a small underspend. So there was some funding that was provided to the department, and so there's a $300,000 underspend that has effectively gone back to consolidated revenue rather than the department being able to retain that for purposes that weren't related to the program. I think it's fair to say that, sometimes when we do program estimates, you estimate using best endeavours what the cost of the program is, and in this case, where there was an identified amount of funding that wasn't spent on that program, it was offered up, as it were, back in that process.
So it couldn't have, because we have heard at length today that we've still definitely got workforce shortages in the agriculture sector. It couldn't have been redirected to try and underpin some of the other efforts of the new government to address those workforce shortages?
Well, Senator, there was no sort of direct hypothecation. Governments of both major persuasions, routinely will go through and in framing up an overall portfolio budget, will look for areas of savings or underspends, and and obviously we'll be arguing for areas of new policy, and it all runs through ERC and budget processes, and you end up with what you end up with. But the minister's already explained some commitments that have been made around, apprenticeships and various others areas, fee-free apprenticeships and other activities that will directly benefit the agriculture sector. So, so if you were looking to sort of compare this isn't being spent, what is being spent, it's not a straightforward example, but you know, there are many areas I think where the government would point out that there needed to be savings made because of the overall budget situation, but there's obviously been investment in the portfolio or in other departments which have a role that impacts back into agriculture. And I think, as the Minister has indicated, and the budget media releases indicate, over $1 billion have sort of been added to agriculture generally through this budget.
And I'd be right in saying that fee-free TAFE should go to the education.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, as you know as well as me, Senator, because agriculture is a particular industry, there are many government programs and other portfolios that impact on it, whether it's education or foreign affairs or employment or home affairs, and the role of the department is often coordinating and working with those other departments to ensure that their programs have a positive impact for agriculture, and that's what Ms Denninger and her team spend a lot of time ensuring that agriculture gets a fair go, which we're very confident it does.
And before I move on to my other topic, I just want to bring you back to the comment that came earlier that 172,000 workers shortfall that you pointed out came from the Food Supply Chain Alliance, which is correct, but the NFF have also repeated it. And you rightly pointed out that that alliance includes people in the hospitality sector, retail. But I would also put it to you that that shows the level of competition. So while it's you can say 172,000 isn't just agricultural shortfall, that is a massive competition for workers, including, and I'll put it there for you, Senator Sterle, the trucking industry, which is a vital component of our ag sector. So I just want to put it on record that I think that 172,000 is actually a good estimation of the impact of the worker shortage on agriculture and related industries.
Well, I guess it depends whether you think that people working in convenience stores are part of the agriculture industry, and I would argue they're not. I, as I said before, and I said in my opening statement, and I've said many other times, I absolutely recognise there's a serious workforce shortage in the agriculture sector. That predates our election. Maybe would have been good not to make various cuts to TAFEs over the years and all those sorts of things, but that's history, and we're trying to fix it up now. But my point is that I don't think it's accurate to say that the shortage of agricultural workers in the country is 172,000, and you've heard from our officials about what's a better way to think about it. And I would just encourage all politicians who are making claims about agricultural workforce shortages to not be including numbers of waiters and shop assistants in that number.
Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of those waiters are working at vineyards that have add-on, restaurants and farm gates, and so it's not black and white. It's not linear.
And again, I am absolutely agreeing that there is a serious workforce shortage in ag, and that's we can get into why we've found ourselves in that place as a country, but that's exactly why we've put in place these various measures to try to deal with it.
So I'll move on. This one's for you, Minister, directly. As you are aware, before the election, a consultation regulatory impact statement was released on a domestic organic regulatory framework because we don't have one in this country. What progress has been made since the election?
Again, I might get the department to take you through it in detail, but one of the early events I spoke to as the Minister was the I've forgotten the exact title, but it was essentially the Organics Industry Conference in Brisbane. And I spoke about our government's plans to act in this field, but why don't I hand it to the officials to take you through what's been happening.
Yep, thanks. So as you mentioned, Senator, there was some work done earlier in the year around organics regulation. There is, of course, a mandatory export standard and some optional or voluntary domestic standards that exist. And people also need to comply with the ACCC rules and with the Food Standards Code as well. So there is regulation that does exist. We did a consultation process in relation to the RIS in February, and we are considering those findings, and we'll engage further across the APS and with industry as needed in providing advice to government. So we're really at the process of considering those findings in relation to organics.
And my conversations with industry show that the industry is actually the ones leading the push for domestic regulation because, as you pointed out, there is regulation, but it's very piecemeal. It's not mandatory. It's different levels. So I actually share the industry's concerns about differing levels of compliance. There was an organic industry advisory group set up under the former government. Is that group still established and has it been reconvened since the election?
So just picking up on your first comment around the existing guidelines, I guess one of the things that we're conscious of in terms of organics or any regulation is the cost and benefit. So as you say, there can be a benefit in terms of consistency in regulation and so on, but there also are costs, and we are conscious that, of course, there's a broad spectrum of producers. Some are small and some are large, and so the impacts on those businesses will vary. In relation to the organics working group, my recollection is that working group has not met in the recent past, that group's work concluded earlier in the year, and Ms Stanion has confirmed that.
I think for context, Senator Davey, it's also worth recognising, and you're right, there is a push from the industry to do this, but that this, again, is a push that's been going on for some time, and it was certainly an issue that they raised with the former government as well. They've raised it with us, and as you can hear, we're dealing with that.
So I know the advisory group provided 2 reports, my understanding is that they've drafted 2 reports, but has the second one been shared widely?
I'm not sure, Senator. Maybe if I could, unless Ms Stanion is aware, we can take that on notice, and if I can come back to you later on in the hearings this afternoon or this evening, we're happy to do that. I just don't have that level of detail to hand.
And just on the export side, has the government or department, or is this a question for trade, begun working on negotiating equivalency for organics with some of our major trading partners, given the US represents 33% of all organic exports and we are global competitors?
That's a question for Ms Hinder, so I'll defer to Ms Hinder. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Nicola Hinder, Acting Deputy Secretary of the Agriculture Trade Group. When it comes to organics, we have organics arrangements with a number of markets already. So there's organic certification arrangements in place with the European Union and as well a number of other markets, and it depends upon the commodity itself that's being exported.
So there are different standards for the different commodities, or?
No, Senator, there is actually an organic standard in place for exports.
Yep.
And that forms the basis of our negotiations with our trading partners. If there's anything that comes over the top of those arrangements, they're negotiated with the trading partners directly.
Have any of those trading partners ever raised concerns that we don't have the same standards for domestic organics?
Senator, to my knowledge, no.
Okay. I think that's it for me.
Sorry, I know Senator Rice has questions here too, don't you, Senator Rice?
I've got, between myself on this side, we've still got quite a few questions in outcome one.
And we're
So
in
if you like to...
we're in no rush.
No,
I
that's fine.
understand.
Great.
So, Senator Reynolds, with your indulgence?
I am
Okay,
happy.
thank you.
Okay.
Senator Rice.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I want to go to forests and forestry, which you...
I was just looking through my index of forestry.
I thought you wouldn't be surprised. This fortnight has actually been a very significant fortnight for forests in Victoria, where there have been 3 relevant court judgments, and which I just wanted to set as context for my questions. The most recent one was the finding by Justice Richards on Friday about the court case taken by Environment East Gippsland and Kinglake Friends of the Forest. So you're aware of those findings?
Yep.
I really felt I wanted to read out some of the quotes from that, again to set the context, where Justice Richards in their judgment said that Vic Forest has maintained its insistence on logging the home range of greater gliders and yellow-bellied gliders, which are threatened species, using what are effectively clear fell methods. It has maintained a construction of the code that absolves it from any obligation to protect either species. It still plans to harvest areas of forests that greater gliders are known to inhabit in the face of scientific opinion that this is likely to cause the destruction of these gliders. And the 40% retention prescription as it's applied by Vic Forest is equivalent to clear felling, which the experts agree will result in the deaths of both glider species. I've also found that Vic Forest's current survey practice and its almost universal use of variable retention harvesting falls well short of what the precautionary principle requires. And then finally, the quote that I wanted to share with you was that Vic Forest has stridently refused to conduct the relevant surveys, irrespective of orders the court might make in the face of evidence from its own experts. So it's pretty damning stuff. And this, of course, followed the finding the week before about the tree G-bungs with Justice Gard, where Justice Gard stated in the judgment about tree G-bungs that no attempt was made by Vic Forest to show that it was not reasonably practicable to protect the significant number of tree G-bungs which have been destroyed in harvested areas through the use of bulldozers and mechanical equipment or by regeneration burning, and that given the evidence as to the past harvesting and burning practices of Vic Forests, it's highly likely that significant numbers of mature tree G-bungs have been lost in the Central Highlands in the past through harvesting and regeneration burning. The precise extent of the loss will never be known, but on the basis of recent records, it's likely to amount to many hundreds or even thousands of mature trees. It's a threatened tree species. And the third decision was the Federal Court of Appeal, where they found that Vic Forests would pay the costs. They made a final decision on the costs to the Friends of Leadbeater's Possum. And just noting what that finding in terms of that 2020 case and the appeal was, that the Federal Court of Appeal found that the Friends had been overwhelmingly successful in establishing that Vic Forest contravened state laws with respect to the Leadbeater's Possum and greater glider, and that these factual findings were not disturbed on appeal. And further, the full court observed that these issues had occupied much of the trial and a considerable portion of the hearing of the appeal, and these costs were wasted due to Vic Forest's conduct. And so accordingly, the Court of Appeal upheld Justice Mortimer's award of costs and added an unusual order that in spite of its successful outcome, Vic Forest must pay 50% of the Friends' cost of the appeal. So it's pretty damning stuff of those 3 judgments of Vic Forest's operations. So Minister, welcome to the portfolio.
Great to be here.
So what I wanted to ask is, what is going to be the reaction of the federal government about the results of these court cases? Firstly, has the Victorian government communicated with you about these court cases?
Yes, the Victorian government and the Minister's office in Victoria had contact with my office prior to the decisions coming down, and essentially just to give us a heads up that it was coming. Our departmental people knew that anyway, and my office knew that anyway, but it was a courtesy to be in touch with us. I mean, I think the important thing to note is that particularly the first case that you mentioned, where the decision was handed down on Friday, very much relates to Vic Forest management of forests, and we see that as a matter for the state government there, rather than it's not about anything that the federal government did or did not do. So, we of course expect that forests will be managed sustainably. We of course expect that RFAs will be respected and implemented. I can't really add to what the court's said in terms of the way they've described the activities.
You say that you see them as being primarily issues for Victoria, but of course the regional forest agreements are joint Commonwealth state agreements, that you have the ability to actually bring Victoria to task and say, hey, you are not complying with your end of the agreement. And obviously these three judgments, make that really clear, that they are not complying with their side of the agreement to be conducting forestry operations in a way which is sustainable and in accordance with their code of practice.
Yep.
So, does the federal government have a view as to whether these recent decisions put the Victorian government in breach of the RFA?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'd put it that way, Senator Rice, but why don't I get Ms Denninger to talk you through some of the interactions we've had at an agency level and views from an agency perspective.
Thank you, Minister. Hello, Senator Rice. So, as Minister said, we have been in touch with our colleagues at relevant departments in the Victorian government, and we have sought additional information. My understanding, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding in broad terms is that we are still waiting final decisions or final orders in relation to those cases, and we have certainly been on the front foot in now, once the decision was handed down on Friday, to contact our colleagues to better understand the decision and the implications thereof.
So what work has the department done? Any work as to whether, from the federal government's perspective, as to whether the RFA has been breached?
Well, we haven't seen the full decision yet, and so we're not in a position to make a judgment about that at this point in time. We need to understand what the decision was, and then engage with Victoria as a first step. We weren't aware that the decision. We weren't aware of the decision ahead of its time.
Can I take you back to the Friends of Leadbeater's Possum decision, which, as was finally concluded last week, but that was a 2020 decision. I remember having a similar conversation as to whether the Commonwealth felt that Victoria was in breach of the RFA as a result of the findings of that decision. And I just summarised how, despite the fact that Vic Forest won on appeal, that the Friends had been overwhelmingly successful in establishing that Vic Forest contravened state laws. So was there any analysis done with regards to that decision as to whether Vic Forest was in breach of the RFA?
So again, Emma Campbell, First Assistant Secretary, Agbat Chemicals, Fish and Forestry Division. The federal court did find that the EPBC Act wasn't breached in the Friends of Leadbeater Possum case, but what I will say, and you've read out 3 cases, 2 of them have happened in the last week or so, and certainly one on Friday. We've approached Victoria about these decisions and what they're doing and what their reaction is. Of course, we take the court's findings seriously, and there are issues for concern. Again, the Minister talked about forestry management, on-ground forestry management being an issue for Victoria, and we will continue to work with Victoria on what that means. But the case that you're talking about was read on Friday, and so it's very early to have formed an opinion on that at this stage.
I understand that, and yes, it's very timely in terms of it being very fresh before estimates. But what would it take if these findings don't show that Victoria has breached the RFA? They're incredibly strong language from Supreme and Federal Court judges. What's it going to take for the Commonwealth to say, Victoria, you are actually in breach of the RFA? And the RFA it's just an agreement between the Commonwealth and the state governments. And from the Commonwealth's perspective, you are trusting that Victoria is doing what it needs to do to be protecting matters of national environmental significance. And they're clearly not. So, I mean, what would be the bar if this, in fact, isn't a breach of the Regional Forest Agreement?
Well, can I just repeat what I said earlier, Senator Rice, that, you know, from the Commonwealth's point of view, we do expect states to uphold their end of the bargain with RFAs, and I would expect that Victoria would take very seriously the findings of these decisions and make changes to its forest management practices to ensure that they fulfil what's been asked by the court and what we expect as a Commonwealth government. Again, the officials might be able to elaborate, but my understanding is that there are at least annual meetings that occur between the Commonwealth and the states about the administration and implementation of these agreements. You know, I can't foresee the future, but I suspect that these issues would be raised, the findings of these court decisions, the next time those meetings occur. Obviously, the Victorian Parliament or government is in caretaker at the moment, so it's a little bit more difficult to have those discussions, certainly at a ministerial level. But we do expect that states fulfil their end of the bargain with RFAs.
I mean, I've been asking questions about this the whole 8 years I've been in the Senate. We've obviously got a new government. Very pleased that, we've got a new government. You there, Minister, as a new minister. Do you see that you will be taking issues like this more seriously than the previous government did in terms of holding the Victorian government to account?
Well, I don't think it's just the Victorian government. We certainly, as a Commonwealth government, expect states to fulfil agreements that they're a party to, that we're a party to, and the same could be said for the other states with whom we have RFAs as well. So, as I say, I've sort of got to wait until the Victorian election is over until there's a minister to have a discussion with. But yeah, we would expect states to comply with the agreements.
And so when you say you would expect, would it mean that you would actually be, taking action to let the Victorian government know that you consider that they are in breach of the RFA?
Well, again, as Ms Campbell says, some of these decisions only came down in the last few days, so I haven't sort of formulated a position as to what I'm going to do. But I'm sure that I'll receive good advice from the department on these matters and have those discussions once we know who the minister is after the Victorian election. But clearly, discussions are occurring at an agency level in the meantime.
Okay, and the discussions are occurring at the agency level. Could I just clarify, so what work will be happening at the Commonwealth to determine whether, in the view of the Commonwealth, whether if these, judgments are not, overturned on appeal, and in fact we've got the judgment from the Friends of Leadbeater's case as to whether Victoria has been in breach of the RFA?
Again, I think Ms Denninger said she's written to Victoria on Friday asking for to the relevant departments for their explanation and their views on the hearing last week and the judgments last week.
But that's writing to Victoria for their opinion. What I want to know is what's the Commonwealth's opinion?
Well, we'll need to take some time to understand the judgment once it's finalised, to understand the position of the Victorian officials or Victorian government, and then engage further. As Ms Campbell said, given the recent nature of the judgment, we haven't set out a time frame or a project plan for undertaking that work. But the first step really is to be able to see the judgment in its entirety, and to have that engagement with the Victorian officials as well.
Can I take you to another element of the Victorian system which has been found to be incredibly inadequate, and that was the Victorian Auditor-General's report on the Victorian Office of the Conservation Regulator, which obviously is a key part of their forest management system. And that report was damning and concludes that the Office of the Conservation Regulator has further work to do to address the weaknesses in its systems, processes and reporting. Do you agree that findings like that undermine trust in the Victorian regulatory framework?
Well, I'll just make some general comments, and Ms Campbell may wish to add. I mean, I think what I would observe is that the Victorian Office of the Conservation Regulator is a relatively new initiative or a new arrangement, and we understand that there are recommendations that are made to improve those. We take that seriously. Again, this is something that is clearly a matter for Victoria, who have regulatory responsibility in these areas, but is something that we are taking an active interest in.
I mean, I understand that in December last year, according to findings that were released under FOI, a federal official wrote to the Victorian government and said that recent events, and this was prior to the court ruling, are eroding public confidence in Victorian regulation. So has anything happened subsequently to change that judgment? Is that Minister, is that the judgment of the new government?
Well, when did you say those comments, that letter was written?
That was December.
Obviously that was the previous government. I'm not aware of that correspondence. And, you know, as I say, we're taking a little bit of time to consider the findings of these court decisions, so I wouldn't want to, at this point, sort of say, and here is what I think, because we're still thinking it through. These are pretty extensive judgments. There's 3 of them, as you say, and we want to take the time to do it properly.
Could I ask your, I mean, to me it seems that these regulatory failures really confirm the Samuels review into the EPBC Act that the RFAs need immediate reform. Would you agree with that?
Well, that's your opinion. And obviously the Samuels review did have a bit to say about RFAs, and you'd be aware Minister Plibersek is working through that at the moment. I don't want to preempt her thinking on that front, but I'm certainly conscious of what Mr Samuels had to say in his review.
Okay, I mean, to me, what sort of timeline are we looking at for that urgent review? Because if we have the government's response to the EPBC Act, my fear, and as has been the case, you know, you have all of these things happening, and meanwhile the logging continues. Meanwhile, you still have this really huge impact on our native forests. Hearing Senator Duniam sigh over there. We've just had court judgment, Senator Duniam, that reinforced that. I mean, given the court cases, the Victorian Auditor General's report...
You're just lucky Senator Cairns is not here.
I mean, the own department's assessment that public confidence doesn't exist in Victoria's regulatory framework. Doesn't it imply that we need to have that urgent action rather than waiting what will end up being, you know, multiple years down the track, I would expect?
Sorry, Mr Nisha. The thing I was just going to say is that Minister Plibersek is already on the public record committing to respond to the Samuels review by the end of this year. So I don't think you need to assume that action in a whole range of ways, whether it be about any topic, will necessarily be years, but we're thinking through these issues in the context of that review. But sorry, Ms. Dennett, you were going to... Okay,
about the timing. Okay, I've got about 3 more, which will be quite quick. Firstly, was just another issue in terms of the Victorian processes. There is meant to be something called a forest coop regeneration and reintegration procedure. Do you know whether this actually exists, and was the Commonwealth consulted on that?
I'm not aware of that one myself, but someone else at the table might be.
I'm not personally aware. If we don't have any information, we're happy to take it on notice.
I know Victorian Forest was doing some work on making sure that regeneration happened, and spent some money towards that, but I think for the interest of getting a full answer, we'll take that on notice.
Okay. And look, I've just got a couple of questions that I'm interested to know, Minister, as to what your government's currently doing in terms of support for plantation forestry.
Yep.
We can agree of, you know, where this is the direction of the industry, where 90% of the wood coming out of Australia is already coming from plantations. No. It's just, you know, yeah. I won't say why I keep looking at you. Yeah.
Well, Senator Rice, as you're aware, our government supports a strong plantation sector as part of our forestry industry, and we made a number of election commitments to expand forest plantations. One of the things I guess I've become aware of since becoming the minister is not only the extent of softwood plantations that we have in Australia, but frankly there's a much larger portion of hardwood plantations than I realised before I took on this role, and that's a promising thing. So we can give you some details about the election commitments that we made in terms of forest plantations, and those commitments were then funded in the budget a couple of weeks ago. So we certainly have a strong commitment to expanding the plantation sector, as does the industry, as does the union, as do pretty much everyone, as part of our sector going forward.
Yeah, it's where there is, furious agreement. In terms of your findings that there are greater areas of hardwood plantations, are you looking at the potential for those hardwood plantations to be used for sawn timber production?
Look, I certainly think that there's a lot of opportunity for both hardwood and softwood plantations in helping to meet our timber supply needs. So that's exactly what our election commitments were about, was trying to, among other things, expand that plantation estate. And again, you'd be aware, we made commitments around getting rid of the water rule, which the former government brought in and which was seen as an impediment to the development of the forestry industry. So I think plantation timber has already played a big role and will probably play an even bigger role in terms of meeting our timber supply needs in the future.
But, we've got hardwood logs that are being exported as whole logs.
Yep.
And whereas there's the potential for those hardwood logs to be using...
Yeah, I think timber. One of the things that I've found in the discussions I've had with both business groups in the forestry sector and union representatives is that there's a shared desire to make the most efficient use of logs, whether they be hardwood or softwood, and using them for their best purpose, making sure that every possible grain...
That's currently not happening though, is it?
No, I think everyone...
In terms of the hardwood plantation.
I think everyone accepts that we can... that the forestry industry's efficiency, if you like, can be improved. And that part of that is about applying more modern technology. Some of the timber mills that I've been to since I've been in the role have made use of extremely efficient and modern technology that is allowing them to, harness the maximum possible value from logs, and the more that we can do that, the better.
I've had concerns raised with me that the New South Wales framework is enabling areas of native forest to be captured as plantations, so under plantation areas, and so effectively native forest logging is happening under a plantation framework. Is that something that's been raised with you?
Not that I'm aware of, not with me personally. I don't know whether it's been raised with my office or the department, but I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that either, Senator Rice, but we can...
Could I ask you to take that on notice as to the because it's extremely concerning if that's the case. And look, my final question, Minister, you just mentioned your visits that you've made to sawmills. Have you had the opportunity to visit any areas of forest with forest conservation organisations as yet?
Probably not since becoming a minister. I have done in the past. I'm just trying to rack my brain from my diary, but I don't believe I have since taking the role on, and I'm happy to do that.
Good.
I don't want to be disingenuous, Senator Rice. You are aware that we've also said that we support the continued sustainable management of native timber industries, and I suspect we would probably disagree on that point.
The court judgments show that what is being touted as sustainable clearly isn't.
Well, in those particular cases, and I suppose I just want to make sure that my remarks about supporting plantation timber are not seen as, instead of sustainable native forestry. That is our position, that can be done in a sustainable manner. Clearly, there have been some issues in those particular cases, and as I say, we expect those RFAs to be implemented properly.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Reynolds. Senator Rennick, and then I'll follow after Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, can I still ask ABARES some questions?
You've been crunching a few numbers, Senator Rennick.
Crunching some numbers, Senator Watt.
In that...
Ready to go? Okay, thanks. I've just had a look at some of your modelling, and I noticed that you've used RCP 8.5 as one of your scenarios, which predicts a 5-degree rise in temperature by the end of the century. An article in Nature has basically claimed that that particular model scenario is implausible. Do you know why you used that particular scenario instead of, say, the AR5 model 2.6, which predicted a less than 2 degrees rise by the end of the century?
So we used multiple in that paper that you mentioned. So there's the 4.5 and the 8.5 in order to get a spread. as you know, there's considerable, I guess, uncertainty as to what the future will be. We just know that future change is possible. When formulating those scenarios, we work closely with the CSIRO and the Bureau of Met to come up with what could be possible, scenarios to look at the extent, in that case, of adaptation challenge. And the idea was to point to where areas would experience the greatest adaptation challenge, and it's important then to see whether or not those things get compounded as you go further down that possible warming scenario, or whether there's other different kinds of path dependence, and so that's why we chose those two.
So you've actually worked with the CSIRO on that 5-degree model?
So we use their input into ours. So we rely on, we don't have our own, I guess, climate models and all those type of things.
That's fair
pick
enough.
those up
I'll just
from the
ask that
CSIRO.
question for the CSIRO. Okay,
Yep.
fine. And have you also, before you mentioned you did modelling from 1950 to 200, or you based your modelling on rainfall from 1950 to 2000, have you compared that to the rainfall between 2000 and 2022 to see whether or not there's a variance between that 50 years and the last 20 years?
Yes, that's that basis of that previous work where we've estimated that quoted 23% change in farm profits, and so that was the exact. So we didn't do to 2022 because that study's now a couple of years old. It's up, I think, to 2020 is the period. So we look at the difference in that weather between, or the climate that's occurred over the longer history from 1950 to 2000, and then you look at it compared to what was experienced in that year's following 2020.
So you've gone 2020?
Yep.
Right, okay. No worries, that's all I need to know. Cheers, thanks.
Okay, well, Senator Dunham,
did you want to go first?
Yeah, look, I've just got a couple of questions. I think it's a good segue with Senator Rennick's question anyway around climate change. So can I ask, Mr Metcalfe, I'll put the question to you. Can I ask the department to please advise the committee when the Portfolio Strategy and Climate Policy Division was established?
I will give you a precise date, but it's in the last few months, Senator.
Last few months, okay.
The relevant division head is here, so he'll probably be able to tell us exactly when that division commenced. So.
Hi, Senator. Nick Long, First Assistant Secretary, Portfolio Strategy and Climate Policy Division. This division and its current sort of construct would have been established when the MOG took full effect in early June after the election.
Early June. All right, well, I've got you then. Could the department please advise whether a specific climate and agriculture function existed within the former department between the period of 18th of September 13 to 21st of May 22?
Senator, prior to the MOG, there were programs and policy work undertaken in different areas in the department. As has been discussed, ABARES has obviously done some climate-related modelling. We also have a farm resilience division, excuse me, which developed the policy for and the programs for funding under the Future Drought Fund. So there's a very significant range of programs there from around, farm business resilience, around soils, around innovation and so on, as well as, of course, drought policy. So there are a range of programs that existed, prior to the machinery of government change that the work continues on in relation to, climate and farm resilience and preparedness for drought, notwithstanding, of course, that many farming businesses are actually facing flood and too much rain as opposed to drought.
I understand that, but I asked, was there a specific policy division?
The short answer is no. Senator.
Yep.
The area of the department that focused on climate change and adaptation to climate change was what's now largely in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. And so they certainly had an interest on the whole impact of which agriculture was a part. But in re-establishing the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, we thought it was important to have a division that had a clear responsibility in this area.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Metcalfe. Then while we've got you as well, could the department please advise whether any grants were awarded for climate outcomes within the agriculture, fisheries and forestry elements of the former department since September 18th, 2013?
So, Senator, we probably have to take on notice going back to 2013. Obviously, In more recent history, there's, as the Secretary has indicated, been a climate adaptation and resilience-related programs in the department, including around natural resource management. So Mr. Bowman might be able to sort of give a quick overview as to what some of those programs might be.
Travis Bover, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Farm Resilience Division. So the short answer to your question, Senator, is yes, there have been grants in the past. We don't have the details going back to 2013, but certainly under the National Land Care Program, climate adaptation and climate mitigation has been a focus of some grant programs in the agriculture sector. And the Future Drought Fund's also been mentioned. There's a number of programs underway under the Future Drought Fund that provide funding support for drought resilience, but an inevitable part of building drought resilience is also building resilience to the changing climate and adapting to the changing climate. Can go into further details if you'd like, Senator.
Yeah, look, not for now. I think you can take that on notice. I appreciate that, but it would be interesting for the committee to actually see. We talk about grants, but what were the value? I think that's the interesting part of the question.
We'll take that on notice.
Yeah, sure, and just come back to us, because I'd be keen to see if there was massive clumps of money thrown out all over the place, or it was just drip-fed, or you'll be able to tell me that.
Another area of work that the department's had underway for quite some time has been in relation to soil as well, and soil, of course, is a critical input to agriculture, and so soil, given that Australian soils are generally shallow and fragile, given that we're such an ancient continent. So in the area of what I broadly describe as sort of natural resource management and agriculture, whether it's adaptation to drought, whether it's soil, whether it's water and those issues, there have been obviously areas of work, but they've tended to focus on those specific issues, and we've taken on notice whether we can provide information about particular grant
Thanks,
programs.
Mr McCullough, because it'd be interesting to see if there was nothing, and then all of a sudden, when it had turned to custard, then all of a sudden there's a big, huge... Now, I'm not making this up because I've been sitting around here for a while, you know where I'm going.
The figures will speak for themselves, Senator.
Sure. I think that will show what I'm trying to seek. All right, now, my final one, could the department please advise whether any procurements were awarded for climate outcomes within your department since the same date of 18th of September 2013? And I fully understand
we'll
if
take
you
that
have
on
to take it on notice.
It's almost 10 years. So,
Yeah, it was a bad 10 years, There's been better 10 years in my life, I can tell you. Anyway, I'm saying that. Thank you. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair.
For outcome one still?
Indeed, yes.
Can I get an indication, have we got much more for outcome one?
Well, I've got
No,
quite
that's
a
all right.
bit on forestry, and is dinner at 6:30 to break? Is that
Yeah, 6 till 11.
Good.
Nothing like an optimistic chair.
Before dinner?
And Senator McDonald's
just
also...
checking. Hang on, I'll check with the brains of the outfit. Emma, look on
So
dinner.
Senator McDonald has questions as well, and she'll be back in about another 20 minutes or so.
Sure.
She does have at least 15 minutes of questions.
Yeah, and Senator Wishwater has a couple more. So Senator Duniam, kick off, and it's 6:30 till 7:30.
Great. Okay.
Dinner.
All right. Well, yes, I'll certainly at least have enough to take us to 6:30. If I can start with,
You can take us to 6:30?
Most probably, yeah. Unless you want the call between. I mean, it's up to the chair, but.
Well, why don't you fire away? I'll talk to Senator Wishwater and get his movements, but you've sat there patiently waiting, so fire away, and I'm sure we'll come to some arrangement.
Now I've got to do some questioning. Look, so Samuel's review. There was a bit of discussion about it before with regard to, in particular, the RFA. So I'd be interested to understand what input this department has had into the work that's been undertaken by what did you call it before, Secretary? DQ?
Well, it's the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, but they have done us all a favour by coming up with the shorthand acronym of DQ.
DQ, all right. Well, we will refer to it as DQ, much easier. So what work or what input this department has had in formulating the response to this?
Thank you, Senator. The department's been working with our colleagues in DQ from when they were our colleagues in DAW on a potential response to the Samuels review. I have attended at least one IDC on the potential review mechanism, and we expect that the whole of government response that Minister Plibersek has committed to release by the end of the year will come through whole of government processes as well. So we'll continue to work over the coming month with DQ on that.
And so just to be clear, Ms Campbell, you're saying that once a response is formulated, there'll be a further chance for the IDC or individual departments to be able to comment further on it.
Yes, so we've been working and we will continue to work up to the release of the government response.
And as the department that has responsibility for forest policy, is it your job to consult with the industry about what might or might not be put forward or take their input?
I think it's probably a shared responsibility. DQ is responsible for the response to the Samuels review, and so I'm expecting that they are consulting, and I understand that they are, but we are also checking with the forest industry as well.
Okay, so DAF is consulting with the forest industry?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then on that, and obviously I have some set views with regard to RFAs. Minister, just in terms of the government's view on RFAs, what is the government's intentions around RFAs as part of the response to Samuels?
Well, obviously it's Minister Plibersek who's overseeing the response to the Samuels review,
Yes.
but our government continues to believe that RFAs have a valuable place in the management of our forestries. That's probably at its broadest.
Yes, okay. So it was a pretty firm commitment given by former Shadow Minister Julie Collins before the election that RFAs or a version of them, providing the same level of certainty, would be stuck to post-election should the Labor Party win, as you did. And so I'm seeking to understand that those RFAs that are in force now, that are under review through the EPBC Act review, the Samuels review, to which response is being provided, that the same level of certainty will be provided moving forward under whatever response is tabled by the government in Parliament.
That's certainly my intention, and I have personally met, albeit virtually, with representatives from the Australian Forest Products Association about their views on this. And I'm actually trying to remember now whether it was me or my office who have engaged with Minister Plibersek's office about I think it was my office has engaged with Minister Plibersek's office about some of the issues that AFPA raised with us as well. But yeah, it's certainly my intention to retain RFAs as a key management tool.
Okay, that is encouraging to hear, and I'm sure AFPA will similarly be encouraged by that. So we'll wait and see what is presented. If I could, though, on notice perhaps to the department and also the Minister's office, get a list of stakeholder groups that have been consulted with and when on this particular issue.
Sure.
That would, for both the department and the Minister's office, that would be excellent. Thank you very much. So moving off Samuels, RFA and EPBC, I'll go to other election commitments that were made by the opposition, and I'd probably just be interested to understand on the status of some of the commitments that were made and indeed the pathway to formulating them. If I could start with the promises that were made and are found in the document of Future Grown in Australia, which was the Labor Party's commitment around forest policies. There were three particular items there, and if I can just go first to the holding of a roundtable with the forest sector, unions, states and territories to develop a timber fibre strategy to ensure our existing forestry resources are being best utilised. That's one of the commitments. Has that roundtable occurred?
No, that has not yet occurred. I have, however, had a number of discussions with, if you like, individual players within the industry, whether it be peak bodies, individual firms, unions, a group that your government wasn't ever particularly that keen on involving in these discussions.
Well, Mr O'Connor and I got on very well because we saw the same value in this industry. So
I don't know that you had unions as part of. I don't know that you had unions as part of any of the consultative bodies, and our approach is to involve all views about the future of the industry. So, which is why we've committed to have that roundtable involving a range of different perspectives. So we will be holding that roundtable, but in the meantime, I've had a number of different one-on-one meetings. I should have said also, very early in my term, I probably I think within the first 2 or 3 weeks, I attended a roundtable that AFPA convened with probably about 20 to 25 of their member organisations or companies. And yeah, so I suppose I'm trying to do those discussions one-on-one or in groups in the lead up to that roundtable.
Yeah, okay. So when do you intend to hold the roundtable?
Look, we haven't set a precise date for that yet. I'm not sure whether anyone in the department has begun the planning work on that.
We're working for that in February, Minister.
February.
So that's
February?
There we go.
Okay, all right, that's excellent.
Within 12 months of being elected.
Indeed. Okay, then the participants in that roundtable, how will they be selected?
Again, I haven't been involved in the precise details of that, so I might get Ms Campbell to keep talking about that.
Again, we're working through that. Those haven't been landed yet. We haven't briefed the Minister and sought his views on that. Clearly, the states and territories will be, I expect, will be state and territory forestry ministers, and we'll work with AFPA and the CFMEU, for example, on union and forestry industry representatives.
Okay, all right. So you'll be establishing a process to identify the groups.
To invite people to the roundtable, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I might ask a couple of questions on notice around that, given I don't think there's a great deal of detail yet.
They're still being worked on.
Yes, understood, yeah. So, no, look, okay, to conduct, second point, an analysis of the national wood volume and the commercial opportunities from fire mitigation activities. Where are we at with that analysis?
Again, I might invite Ms Campbell to talk to you about that.
Again, in terms of there's sort of two parts to your question. On fire mitigation, there is a long-standing research report that was commissioned with New South Wales that looked nationally on fire mitigation activities, and we're hoping that's going to be finalised. It is quite overdue, but I don't have a date, but maybe my people will tell me when it will be finalised, and that will help inform the fire mitigation work. The wood volume analysis, again, we're working with ABARES on what that might look like. Part of the fire mitigation work will help that, and we're hoping to further develop that proposal. So it's in progress.
Right.
The scoping is in progress.
The scoping of the work required to conduct the analysis and give effect to this promise, is that what you mean?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I mean, you mentioned a long-standing piece of work that I presume is periodically updated, the work you in partnership with New South Wales.
The fire mitigation work is, my understanding is it was a one-off project.
But that's not as a result of this commitment, is it?
No, it's we see it as a key input into the next steps on fire mitigation.
Okay.
So we've done some work on fire mitigation with trials around the country. New South Wales has, and so we really want to understand what the results of those trials are to inform the next stages to implement this commitment on the commercial opportunities for fire mitigation.
So what has specifically been done as a result of this commitment to give effect to it? We're scoping out work that might...
Both of those commitments are in the scoping stage. And I've just heard the New South Wales will have their old fire mitigation report that's been underway for some time.
Yes.
We expect that in the next couple of weeks, and we'll see that as a real key input because it will show what's been happening, what the gaps are, and really be a platform for further steps.
Okay, so when could I return to this committee and reasonably expect some more progress on that pair of commitments?
I would hope that for the next committee hearing in February, that we'll be well placed to give you more details.
Okay, so you're perhaps providing a commitment to me that we will have a basis of a work program around how to conduct this analysis by then?
That sounds very reasonable.
I can't tell you to do that. The Minister can, but...
that sounds reasonable. Clearly the department has been undertaking the early steps in delivering some of these commitments. Obviously, the main priority at this early stage of the government's term in terms of the forestry commitments was to ensure that the money was delivered through the budget to deliver on a range of those commitments. That's now happened.
And yes, I'll come to those.
But the preparatory work on some of the, if you like, non-budgetary commitments has started, and it sounds like we'll have a bit more to say to you about that in the first estimate session next year.
Well, I very much look forward to that. And on the same basis, you may not be able to say, but Minister, do you have an expectation of when we might see the final product of this analysis of the national wood volume.
I can't add anything to what Ms Campbell has told you there.
Okay, but so if we look to have a work program by February, do you envisage it will take?
I don't have a time for that, but I'm hopeful I'll be able to answer that in February. Apologies, Senator.
And no, I'll come back to all of that in February, but of course, and I may well touch on that with a couple of other policies that have been announced. I will reinterrogate that down the track because there's not a great deal of detail as yet on that. The $10 million to support programs that deliver qualifications, competencies and other credentials which meet the specific training and accreditation needs of the forest, wood and products, pulp and paper and fibre sectors was the third of those commitments specifically itemised in the Future Grown in Australia policy. Where are we at with the delivery of that? Noting it is in the budget papers.
So yes, the funding for that was provided in the budget, which is a great step. And over the last couple of weeks since the budget, we've been working to design and work with industry and unions and other on the specific design of the program.
Okay. So then who is having input in the design of this? And if you need to take that on notice to provide me.
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, all right. And when do
Can
you...
I just say one thing about that one,
yes.
Senator Duniam? I guess the importance of that one, of that particular commitment, isn't just the workforce shortages that the timber industry is experiencing along with every other industry in the country, but it also connects with that point I was making earlier that the future of forestry in this in this country, as I'm sure you know, is very dependent on use of technology, more efficient production, and ensuring that workers have the skills for those new forms of technology. So that's a key part of why we've made that commitment.
Sure. Look, if there's anyone in this room you don't need to convince of that...
I figured you would be that person.
So, yes. Look, of course, on notice details around the groups you're working with. When do we expect to see that a program arising from that funding rolled out? I mean, obviously funding starts from this budget, 22-23, so applications will be open or some... How do we see it rolling out? It's probably an important question.
Again, we're in the design phases of that, and sure. We'll look to spend the money that's been given to us this year, but we can provide more detail as part of that question on notice.
Okay, all right then. Look, given the very early stages of development there, I'll need to come back to those in February, clearly, as I'm sure industry will be very interested in the detail there. Just going to other commitments then, the $100 million over 5 years to establish the Australia-wide National Institute for Forest Products and Innovation entity. How is work tracking on that?
Again, this program was announced in the budget, which was a great outcome. The funding will flow through the University of Tasmania, and the team's been working very closely with University of Tasmania. I think there's fortnightly meetings with UTAS about what that program might look like, and we're working on developing program governance and guidelines details. So I think those are well progressed given the recency of the budget. And we're...
Although having said that, this was a government, an election commitment in May, so there would have been an incoming government brief.
Certainly, we've been working with UTAS about it, including on designing the new policy proposal. But as you know, in government, getting the funds appropriated to the department is a crucial step, and so we've achieved that step. So we're very pleased with that.
Indeed. So again, with funding flowing this financial year, which we're almost halfway through, I understand you're still in design phase, but do we expect to see? Because as I recall it, there were up to 4 or 5 hubs or centres of excellence to be announced under the policies that were offered at the election, including the Labor Party one. When do we expect to see those being named and locked in?
So we're expecting a one-off grant agreement with the University of Tasmania. While the funding starts this financial year, the bulk of the funding flows from 1st of July. So there's a small amount, $1 million in this financial year. So this is a year to get the parameters right and set up with the view that research will start in earnest from 1 July. And we will run an expression of interest process for the research centres, and those would start in 23-24.
Okay, all right. So it sounds to me like there'll be more information available to me in February.
Yep.
Around some hard markers there. Minister, how did you arrive at the $100 million announced?
Well, I obviously wasn't the shadow minister prior to the election. You might remember that. So it would be fair to say I was not deeply involved in the formulation of this commitment. So I might need to come back to you on notice about that one.
I'd be happy for you to do that.
Although
Minister,
Ms Campbell might have something to add here.
If I can help,
Yeah.
I understand that's the figure that industry asked the Labor Party for, so I'm guessing that influenced their decision making.
Sure, excellent. All
We
right.
listen,
But if you have anything,
we listen to industry, we listen to unions, we listen to very collaborative.
I'm not going to.
I suspect
apply.
you'd like to be part of a collaborative government, Senator Dudley.
Me?
You're a collaborative person.
But yes, I get accused of this all the time.
Being
I need to
collaborative.
yes. I
There
need
are
to
worse things to be accused of.
Oh, but yes, you're probably right. Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on to a couple of other matters. I do want to come to some responses, if I can mark this out now before I forget. Responses to the Aussie Logs for Aussie Jobs. I might just flag that now. The House committee inquiry that I think tabled in the last term of Parliament. I'll come back to that, but let's do the other commitments that were in the budget. So $86.2 million over 5 years, starting this financial year for new forestry plantations. So can I understand how that's expected to be rolled out?
Yes. So again, the government reframed that commitment of the former government to allow it to be grants programs for industry. This was in strong feedback from both industries and the state government about the national partnership model of the former government. We're working very closely with the community grants hubs on the guidelines, and I think those are close to finalised, and I'd expect a program to be opened. I'm going to say shortly, unless my people on the phone correct me with that and give me a more specific answer. I don't think it's very far away, Senator.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I await that with some excitement. And has... Oh, well, I often lack enthusiasm for some of my most exciting points in life. But look, just on that, has any modelling been undertaken to establish how much extra plantation will be achieved as a result of the $86.2 million investment?
Not modelling, no. No.
Okay. Is any modelling going to be... just so we know what we expect to be good value for money at the end of the day, you know...
I think with the grants program, we'll call for expression of interest. We certainly understand tree planting per hectare and what sort of numbers might be available, and we'll ask for that in the grants guidelines, and it'll be a competitive process. So you hope for a relatively a strong field so that we'll be in a position to pick strong projects.
Okay. All right. Well, again, I'll await the announcement. I expect, based on what you're saying, there'll be an announcement around the opening of the program before the February estimates session. Oh, I know you can't announce on behalf of the government, Minister.
Or soon to, or
Anything
I
to add,
expect
Minister?
that's our time frame, and I haven't heard differently.
I can't add anything to what Ms Campbell has said.
Okay. Isn't he a good minister? He never goes too far. Okay, on the funding for the extensions to the regional forestry hubs, are there any changes to funding agreements that have been in place in the past, or is it just a continuation straight out to enable them to continue to do their work?
it is an extension of the existing funding, so we will need to amend the contracts, and now that funding has been appropriated, we're in a position to do that. The hubs will be able to undertake extension services, providing information on research to the forest industry, which they haven't been able to do up to now. But they will also work and work with communities on assessment of forestry needs. So the major change is the extension services.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. If I can, I foreshadowed questions around the Aussie Logs for Aussie Jobs Committee inquiry. Does the government intend to respond to that inquiry with any substantive, programs, projects?
I am aware of the report that you're talking about, Senator, and yes, we certainly do intend to respond. Can you just remind me when that was tabled?
That is a good
report. Well, I guess my understanding is that it was tabled by that committee well and truly before the last election.
It was, yes. It was probably halfway through the term from memory, and one of the most... one of the recommendations that got industry and various stakeholder groups most activated was the establishment of a code of conduct relating to small sawmills being able to access resource. So I don't know whether you're able to provide an answer now. If you can, that would be great.
So we have not yet responded to the report. I note that the report was tabled well before the election and wasn't responded to by the former government, but it is our intention to respond. My office is working with the other relevant ministers' offices on the response to that report. So I would hope that it won't be an unduly long time before we have a response finalised.
Okay, all right. Well, if there's any further detail you have to add to that, if I could ask you to take that on notice.
Sure.
Otherwise, we'll have a chat down the track at the next estimates hearing on that issue. If I could go to, and I know this is a matter for DQ and one of its agencies, but the plantation methodology and carbon credits available for new plantations. Is it the government's intention to alter the methodology, or because I know there's a lot of speculation around what certain Senate crossbenchers might want?
I think really that probably is more a matter for the DQ estimates, given that they are in charge of that process.
Sure.
I know that my department has been engaging with DQ about the process, but I don't think it's really for us to talk about what changes are going to be made.
No, indeed. And sorry, look, I suppose it's probably, again, back to that point around providing certainty for industry who have been looking for it for a range of reasons for a period of time. But as Forestry Minister, just as your department would engage with DQ on making its views known, I presume as Minister you would like to see policies in place that would... So to that end, as Forestry Minister, your view and what you would take forward is a commitment to keep things as they are, if not improve them?
I certainly think there's an opportunity to improve the current system, to incentivise new plantation developments in particular. I certainly recognise the really important role that forestry has in providing carbon solutions, and we think there are really big opportunities to reform existing markets and other mechanisms to encourage greater plantation development, more trees out there. So and to that effect, I've had some discussions with industry representatives. I've had discussions with the relevant ministers, as has my office. So we are engaged in the process, but it is obviously not our process.
No, understood. But as I say, as Forestry Minister, industry seeks certainty, and
absolutely. And I think, frankly, I think the industry is pretty excited about the opportunities that are coming from the sort of policy platform that we've put forward in this space. So I see it as a really incredible opportunity for the industry, and I'm really keen to see it work.
Okay.
So, and therefore I'm making sure that we're all deeply engaged with it.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, look, again, I'll stay in touch with you through the estimates process on that. Can I go to something that's eluded many a forestry minister, and that is the achievement of the billion trees target that was set down.
In the last 10 years especially.
If we could go there. I mean, it was a point the former Shadow Forestry Minister made. What, Minister, has there been any work done to set down milestone targets to reach on achieving this goal? Because I understand it remains the government's goal.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. I mean, I think the department could probably tell you a little bit more about how that number was developed by the former government. It
was the same as the 100 million industry. So
the 100 million industry.
The $100 million for the NIFBI. It was an industry-led goal.
Sure.
So,
But yeah, I'm happy to. I'm not aware of any work having been undertaken to determine, a certain number by a certain year or anything like that. But someone in the department might know more about that.
Thank you. So certainly, as the Minister says, we don't have a trajectory. My observation would be that, and as we've discussed, there are a range of election commitments designed to support the plantation sector, support the milling sector, and to be, future-proofed and future-ready. The government itself is not responsible for forestry plantations of itself, and so it's really, as with the $100 billion target, is really trying to set the settings and the foundations.
You'll be pleased, former Senator Patrick's not in the room to hear you say the government isn't responsible for ... I can see Ms Campbell looks very relieved. Noting that, I would be interested, perhaps on notice, with the promises, the election commitments that have been delivered upon through the budget, whether there is any milestone agreements to be set up with states around how many extra trees we expect to see planted as part of RFAs, or any other arrangement moving forward post-DPBC review. I don't know. But if I have any further detail on that, I would appreciate. But
was there... you were obviously the Forestry Minister, Senator Duniam, when your government made that commitment. I'm not sure whether there was any work undertaken while you were the Minister on how that goal would be delivered.
I'll take it on notice.
Surely you would remember that, wouldn't you, if you'd actually done any work on how you were going to deliver a commitment?
Minister, I'm happy to come back over there and be collaborative with you about how to achieve a very important goal. Happy to come over there. But unfortunately, I ask you the questions.
Unfortunately, the voters of Australia had a different view.
Senator Duniam,
Yes.
if I might, as Ms Campbell mentioned, we will, as part of the grant programs, have, there'll be milestones and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we will have measurable things as part of those individual agreements.
Yes, okay. Well, look, if I can seek that information on notice, that would be very helpful. You did trigger my memory, though, Ms Denninger, the support for milling. Was there a commitment for $112 million to support innovation in the wood processing sector?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
So can you explain to me where that is at?
So, which is good because it'll help me answer the previous question. The processing grants program is again progressing with the Community Grants Hub, and we're expecting that to open. That's the one that we expect to open shortly.
Right. Not the other one. Okay.
And the plantations program's a little bit behind that, and we expect that one to open in the second quarter of next year.
Sure.
So I would expect before estimates that the plantations grants program will have opened before estimates next time.
Okay, all right. Well, then we can further interrogate that. How much of the overall funding in the announcement goes to the Community Grants Hub for administration of the grants?
I'll just need to look up my specific one on this one. Perhaps, Senator, just for the interest of time, I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, well, look, with any of the grants we've canvassed today, if I could ask the same question on notice, how much of the overall funding goes to administration of that as opposed to potential grant recipients? Then if I can go to, and it sort of is linked to a number of the matters we have discussed, it's not a policy announcement for this portfolio, but one that certainly will have an impact and a fair bit of interplay, the Million Homes policy. What input did the department have Was there any modelling undertaken around what resource would be required to achieve this goal for 1 million new homes when it comes to timber?
The department didn't contribute modelling to that goal.
Okay. So has, subsequent to the announcement, any analysis been undertaken around what timber resource will be required to reach this goal?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Does the government
So not by
know?
us.
Not
I mean,
by
they might
us.
have been done by other departments.
That was led by Treasury, that piece of work is my recollection, because all the housing policy obviously sits within Treasury, so they may have conducted some that we're not aware of.
Would Treasury not talk to the department responsible for forestry policy in Australia around the volume of resource yet to be modelled? Oh, they could be metal, or in Western Australia they're largely done by brick. But yeah,
Senator, we can check whether they did, but my understanding is that that commitment is significant, but that the Australian building industry has been at not dissimilar levels of activity in the past, and therefore I assume the Treasury would find it relatively easy to go back and look at past resource utilisation and work from there. So it's not as if it's while it's a very significant announcement, it's not as if it's sort of new in that governments and industry have committed to significantly expand housing stock.
Daniel, I might just... that million homes is based on business as usual on previous, exactly as the Secretary was saying, so not a lot of new homes there.
Senator Dunham, can I just for a matter of timing, do you have many more for this?
No,
for
this is my
outcome one?
last bracket of
good.
questions.
Senator McDonald, do you have any more for... Well, you can always leave and come back tomorrow. If you want to, but no, just I know Senator Whish-Wilson had about 10 minutes, then it's finished from our side of the table.
I'll defer
Certainly.
to Senator Whish-Wilson and see if he covers any of my questions.
So
Never know.
you've still got the call, but I'm just saying...
Sure, I won't be long.
No,
And then
if you
we
can just...
probably do
Yeah,
your-
okay, go for it, Senator Dunham.
Could we start with us at 7:30 when we come back?
Sorry?
Could we start with me at 7:30 when we come
Yeah,
back?
if that suits, if that's what you want. I just want to get an idea of the timing.
Sure, okay. Well, I'll...
No, well, that's what I'm trying to establish, but no, Senator McDonald has questions for outcome one, so we're not going to finish outcome one before at 6:30. So, Senator Dunham, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, look, noting all of that information, am I led to believe that there will be no additional pressures relating to timber supply to meet our goal?
I'm not saying that, Senator. It was a more specific question about, well, we asked about information about, modelling, and I was sort of explaining that Australia's built lots of houses in the past and will continue to build lots of houses in the future. But on the aspect that, on that more specific point you just raised, then the department hasn't done work in that area as far as I know.
Okay, so there's been no modelling undertaken by this department or its agencies related to a commitment that...
We'd have to check with bodies such as the RDC, etc. may have done some work on that, but that's something that we can check on. So.
Sure. If you could ask that on notice, and certainly I'll be asking at Treasury later in the week around that. I might ask that of DQ. Look, I think that'll take me out, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Dunham.
Can I come back on one of the questions on the $112.9 million for the Wood Processing Innovation Fund? Approximately 2.9 million of that is departmental costs, which includes the Grants Hub, and 110 million will go for grants on the ground.
Provide relating to the other grant, the 86.2, etc. on notice.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Dunham. Before I do forget, just before I come to Senator Whish-Wilson, Mr Metcalfe, on my previous question taken on notice about a specific climate change division within the department, in all fairness, can you go back prior to September the 13th, 2013?
How far back would you like us to go, Senator?
Well, you can go back to the Rudd Gillard years if you like. Okay. Because I think I know the answer, but...
We'll go back to 2007, is that the question?
Oh, that sounds perfect. Okay, thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Follow-up question, actually, out of interest. Was this a Labor government policy, the establishment of this division?
It was something the department did. It was very clear Senator, that the incoming government had a very strong commitments in relation to climate change, and that we as a department knew that agriculture is both affected by climate change, probably more than any other sector, but also contributes to emissions, and therefore it was important for us as the National Department to ensure we had a resource available to help advise government on those matters.
So just as a matter of interest, how long have you had that framework ready to go?
Well, I think Senator Stirls asked for a quite historical perspective in relation to it. And as we discussed in some detail, it's not as if there wasn't activity in that area prior to the election. The previous government, of course, had come to a position in relation to net zero by 2050, and the department was involved in discussions and other work associated with that. But a specific division focusing on climate change is something that I, as Secretary, thought was important.
And you provided that advice to the previous government?
No, I didn't provide that advice to the previous government, but the way that because we had a different departmental configuration and we had the environment responsibility sitting there, I was confident that the department was able to provide information to both the Environment Minister and the Agriculture Minister on those matters.
And as a matter of interest, I mean, by the way, I think it's a great idea, don't get me wrong, but did you do any consulting with some of the key farming bodies around whether they thought it was a good idea or not?
I normally wouldn't consult with farming bodies or others about
your structure of your
the structure of the department.
Okay.
What was clear to me is that the previous Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment had a significant capability around adaptation to climate. The Environment Minister had a particular function in relation to that. Under the previous government, a lot of that resource was moved to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, with the MOG. So therefore I'm sitting here as the agriculture sector thinking this is really important, and the resources I used to have at my disposal are no longer here. And therefore we need to recreate that capability.
Okay. Excellent.
And the sector, obviously, we talk all the time with the NFF and with a whole range of other industry bodies, and as we were discussing earlier, climate change is something that's impacting agriculture, and it's important that we are able to contribute to that policy discussion.
Okay. I mean, certainly groups like Farmers for Climate Action are getting increasing membership around the country and pushing for more action. Well, one of the things that maybe that new division might have as a priority is the methane pledge that we talked about earlier. I was just interested in the conversation there. I mean, it's been put to me by, and by the way, Minister, congratulations for that, your commitments to the research and development in this area, including to Sea Forests in Tasmania, who I understand you met. But it's been put to me by one sector that they're very interested in this, but they've said to me there's no productivity gains from using those supplements, as in there's no pricing differentiation. They all want to reduce their emissions, but how are we going to get farmers, once we know it works, if it works, how are we going to get farmers onto these schemes to a point where it's meaningful? Is there any thoughts as to what kind of incentives could be offered?
Not a question of incentives so much, but we'll have Meat and Livestock Australia here tomorrow, and they've been very active for quite a number of years now in identifying the need for methane reduction. And as I was discussing with Senator Rennick earlier, there's a question of incentivising behaviour, and ultimately there are no, the Minister's made it very clear, there are no sort of penalties or sanctions or other things imposed here. We would certainly expect that as industry knowledge deepens and widens, that more farmers and cattle producers would adopt those because they're in their own interest.
Would it be in their own interest, Mr Medcalf, because it's such a competitive market?
We
lose market share to other countries?
Yeah, and I quoted some figures before, but we export a very large amount of our red meat. It's not for domestic consumption, it's for export consumption. We know that markets around the world and consumers around the world are focused on the sustainability of the products that they consume. And indeed, while the EU has not at this stage talked about carbon border adjustment mechanisms for agriculture. They certainly are for other sectors. And so we see a future where consumers of our product, which is a premium product, will be wanting assurance that it's produced sustainably, it's not contributing to global emissions and a range of other areas. And related to that, we're working very closely now with the farming sector and the broader community on what we're calling a traceability initiative, which is very much being able to demonstrate the provenance and the qualities of our products. Now, other colleagues might be able to talk in more detail about that, Niwish, and others can talk in more detail about the global trading situation. But we think that the Australian industry is being very wise in seeking to reduce its carbon footprint, to reduce its methane footprint, and that there will be a significant marketing advantage in relation to that in the future.
Unfortunately, I don't have time to get into it. I'd love to spend at least an hour on discussing the differences in approach that New Zealand has taken recently with essentially a levy, a carbon price on one level, a levy on another, where they've got a definite mechanism to get them there, because obviously they've identified the potential risk to their industry and their exports.
The government here, in announcing it, was acceding to the global methane pledges, specifically ruled out those measures. So this is very much something where we'll work with industry and we'll encourage that activity, but not mandate it or tax people.
I'm very pleased that it's going in this direction, but obviously I'm a little bit cynical after many years that farmers, they've had some ambitious targets for some time. But then, they're not. Maybe the market's not ready for seaweed yet, for example.
Well, I think the Minister was talking earlier about the fact that many farming groups were very positive about the government's commitment around the methane pledge. New Zealand is different, of course. Agriculture is a much bigger part of their economy.
And bigger part of their emissions.
Absolutely, whereas for us... but there's a defensive play here as well for agriculture, and that is, as other parts of the economy in Australia decarbonise, if agriculture doesn't, it will become a bigger part of the problem.
Correct.
So agriculture and I think industry leaders understand that they need to be part of the solution now. And that what all of this work is demonstrating is that we can continue to produce high quality products, particularly red meat, and at the same time do so in a sustainable way.
The proof will be in the pudding whether voluntary and goodwill agreements will get us there, or whether there needs to be more action.
Time will tell.
Indeed, it will.
The investment over many years is now starting to become real.
Great.
5-minute warning.
A couple warning with 3 or 4 minutes left to go. Could I just ask, in relation to another exciting area, and I don't know if this is something for Agri-Futures tomorrow, but obviously one way of significantly reducing emissions is around regenerative agriculture and organic farming. The government had a policy going into the last election under Chapter 3, Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Section 56 of Labor Party National Platform 2021 states, Labor ensure national environment funding programs like land care funding supporting local sustainable agriculture, soil management, conservation and environmental priorities contribute to national priorities to improve biodiversity and resilience. I was just interested if there was any discussion in recent months since your government's formed, Minister, around organic farming in particular and biodynamic farming and specific regenerative practices.
For starters, I know it's not exactly the same, but obviously the budget included $302 million for agriculture for the next phase of the NHT. So that will have a range of investments in sustainable agriculture. There was actually a bit of a discussion earlier. Senator Davey had some questions about matters to do with organic production. So I might get you to refer back to that transcript just for the detail, but I could get the department just to give you a really quick snapshot if you like.
Very quick, because obviously this has got issues. We talked about fertiliser prices today too, and organic farming uses significantly less fertilisers, so just wonder if that was another area of focus.
So as we discussed earlier, Senator, the former government had a considerable amount of work done by the department in relation to organics, and we had a regulation impact statement and other documents were released earlier in the year. We went through a public consultation process, and we're still examining that before providing advice to government. So that's where that's sort of around the regulatory and legislative framework around labelling and so on for organics.
Are we the last country in the world to have legislation around organic farming?
Well, there are some rules or regulations already, particularly for exports, and there are voluntary arrangements for domestic arrangements, and of course the ACCC and FSANZ also do regulations. So I guess the thing that we're always required to look at is the kind of cost benefits of those arrangements. So there are regulatory arrangements in place. It's an issue of consistency.
But we are drafting legislation right now. Is that correct in relation to further regulation or more formal regulation of?
We're considering the outcomes of the consultation that we did earlier in the year, in the first half of the year.
Is it your understanding that Australia's got only 2% of the global market share of $220 billion, which is growing at 16% per annum in terms of the export market?
I don't have export figures to hand. I can check with Ms Hinder and we can provide some information.
We're only about 1% of global agriculture.
Yeah.
Anyway, so some sectors are much bigger, red meat's much bigger, but others are probably smaller. So
the reason I asked that was because it was put to me by the Australian Organics Association that we've got over 50% of the certified organic land worldwide, but we're only 2%. So yeah, that may be the case about other agriculture, but 20 seconds.
That's the last question, Senator Wishworth.
Last question, perhaps if you could just take on notice.
A nice quick answer.
We'll just see if Ms Hinder can give us a quick answer on that, Senator.
Senator Nicola Hinder, Acting Deputy Secretary for the Trade Group. I'd have to take the exact numbers on notice, Senator. But I would say that the organic exporting sector is a really large and very valuable component of our overall agricultural industries. Where we are, though, with organics when it comes to exports is that the organic red meat, for instance, that is being exported is being assessed against its health and food safety claims. And then the nature of the method of production is an added benefit that goes over the top of those exports. So therefore, it's viewed as a consumer right as opposed to it being the basis for the export. And the same would go across any number of our agricultural exports. They're exported because of the commodity, and then the extra value that comes over the top is the consumer wanting to buy the provenance of that good being exported as organic.
Thank you, and I will say it's 6:30, so we will suspend. It's not for these heads up here, but for our diligent, hard-working,
I'll put them
Hansard and broadcasting behind us who sit there for hours with those earmuffs on. I don't know how you do it. So thank you. Let's suspend, and we'll be back. Everybody. Now, Senator McDonald, we're still in outcome one and you have questions, but before we go to that, if you have put some thought around how our timing might go tonight would be helpful. If not, we'll just follow the, thanks Jerry, we'll follow the, I'm going to keep saying the recipe, what do you call it? The agenda. But before I do, just for anyone who may be listening and hanging on every word here, tomorrow we have agreed to relieve Wine Australia and Cotton Research and Development Corporation. They're not coming to estimates. Anything else I've missed, Jerry? No, that's it, isn't it? So, okay, thank you. Senator McDonald.
Can I just confirm, Chair, that I have the correct agenda, which shows that we have the department, and then after the department we have Regional Investment Corporation and the Inspector General for Biosecurity. They're the only two agencies this evening.
That is correct.
Yes, so I think we'll leave those on the agenda, please.
Leave them on the agenda? Yep. No dramas. So, Senator McDonald, you had the call.
Okay. Look, I apologise if we have specifically talked about not the agricultural field days program, but the agricultural shows development grant program. Did we talk about that one earlier?
Yeah, Senator Brockman asked a few questions about that earlier today.
So not the other one, not the agricultural and shows and field days program. Separate.
I thought we covered both.
Okay.
But let me...
No, if
You're talking about the Agriculture Shows Development Program?
Yes.
I think we did cover that off too.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
There we go, just saved 10 minutes.
Well done.
Efficiency.
Cattle restructure, formation of Cattle Australia.
Yes.
Terrific. Can I ask who in the department is the correct person to be talking to about the cattle restructure process?
We've got them here, Senator. So
Probably, I'm sorry?
we've got them here.
Oh, terrific, thank you. One of the requirements under the terms of reference was that you be kept informed and engaged, and a project objective was to keep the representative groups, the minister, levy payers and other stakeholders engaged through a comprehensive comms and engagements plan. Were you aware that there was concern with regards to the process?
Senator, the process that was underway through a steering committee had membership that was voted on by the industry, and our understanding was that it was their role to keep their membership up to date on what that steering committee was doing. The department was not involved in that.
Right. So the milestone of the payment when the steering committee was wound up, what communications did you have on that?
So the Cattle Council provided the department with a report of what was undertaken in relation, so we had milestones in the contract that they had to meet, and the final deliverables were to hold 2 steering committee meetings, deliver a draft company constitution, final organisational design of Cattle Australia, registration of the new company and a transition plan, and those were provided to the department.
Okay. All right, and you were satisfied with all of that, obviously, or you wouldn't have made the payment?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. Can I shift to Landcare Australia, please?
Yes, you may.
Hooray, thank you. I want to go to page 68 of budget paper number 2. The section is headed Next Phase of Natural Heritage Trust Funding Payments. The budget paper states the government will provide $1.1 billion over 6 years from 22-23 and $2.5 million per year ongoing to continue to support the sustainable management of Australia's natural resources through the next phase of Natural Heritage Trust funding. Can you give me the budget for phase 3 of the NLP, that is funding for the 5-year period 2023-24 to 2028-29?
Certainly, Senator, I can address that. So the breakdown of the $1.1 billion investment is as follows. So $302.1 million for sustainable agriculture, for climate smart sustainable agriculture. And then the remainder of the investment relates to the environment portfolio. But to run through the list, there's $439.2 million for species, iconic species and landscapes. $231.5 million over 5 years for Indigenous protected areas. $90 million over 5 years for the government's Landcare Rangers election commitment. And $57 million over 6 years for conservation of koalas and habitats.
On notice, could you tell me that breakup in the forwards, the profile, please?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Terrific, thank you. How does this compare with the 5 years of funding under phase 2?
It's a bit of an apples and oranges comparison because the phase 2 was actually over 6 years rather than 5 years. It picked up a 6th year. And again, I should note that the environment portfolio administers the Natural Heritage Trust. We just administer one component of it, so I really should speak to the bit that we administer, but I'll share what information we do have. The current phase of the National Landcare Program, phase 2, amounts to $1.108 billion, so broadly the same amount. I can provide a breakdown of the agriculture investment, if that would help, but I don't have the details of the environment investment. There's quite a lot in that.
Thank you. Could you on notice then provide me the breakdown of the allocation quantum of funds under phase 2, again profiled by year, so that I can compare the two phases, please? So I've got some questions about the Regional Lands Partnership Program. Now, I understand this was the largest component of the NLP Phase 2, with funding of $405 million, with the focus on the priorities of threatened species, threatened ecological communities, threats to globally important wetlands and World Heritage Sites, increasing the capacity of farms to adapt to climate change and evolving market demands. And it's been supporting the activities of 50 regional NRM service providers, over 54 NRM management units. Can you confirm that in 2021 the department conducted an internal review of this program to assess how it was tracking 3 years into its 5-year delivery and to identify learnings in the design and planning of the future programs? Is that correct?
So I might need to take that on notice or redirect it. So the National Land Care Program and the Regional Land Partnerships Program that you inquired about is led by the Environment Portfolio. There was a review of the entire National Land Care Program Phase 2 conducted in order to inform future directions, and there's a report of that has been published and is publicly available.
All right, so I want to drill down into the Natural Resource Management Delivery Program. Is that under you or under Environment?
It's a shared program. So
Okay.
the Regional Land Partnership. So and it is confusing, I acknowledge, Senator. So it is led by the Environment Portfolio, and it supports both environment and agricultural outcomes. So we jointly administer it in that sense. So there is some details that I can provide as it relates to the agriculture component and the future directions, if that's where your questioning is going, but there are limits because it is led by the Environment Portfolio.
Okay, we might keep going and we'll see what's yours. I want to get to the broad policy objectives of the program and the value for money test. Have you got any analysis on how the taxpayer is going in terms of an appropriate return on their investment?
Not at hand, Senator, but there's certainly evaluations that are done of the program, and there's evaluations. So as I mentioned, there has been an evaluation of the entire National Land Care Program Phase 2, and there is an evaluation of the Regional Land Partnerships component. Again, that's an issue that's led by the Environment Portfolio, so I don't have the details to hand, Senator, but I can undertake to get you some details on that.
That would be terrific. Thank you. All right, specifically about the rangelands areas of Australia. More than 80% of Australia's land mass. They're iconic, they're productive. Cattle sales of $5 billion. Tourism producing $3 billion out of this region, these regions. The rangelands are managed by just 2% of our population, who are carrying a disproportionate load for managing land, water and biodiversity assets that benefit the rest of the country. I want to find out about if the government's Regional Land Partnerships Program has been investing $540 million across the whole of Australia, but an analysis conducted by the Centre for Conservation Geography and published by the Rangelands NRM Alliance shows that the average spend inside the rangelands is just 17 cents per hectare, compared with $1.27 per hectare outside of that. Victoria, the spend is $4.08 a hectare, and New South Wales, the spend is $1.11 a hectare. But in the Northern Territory and Queensland's Channel Country, the spend is just 10 cents a hectare. And in the Western Australian rangelands region, the spend is 5 cents per hectare. The Regional Agricultural Land Care Facilitator Program, which is worth $33 million nationally over 5 years, sees less than $9.5 million invested in regions that include rangelands as well as other land types. How are we working out that this is a reasonable spread of dollars?
That's very good points, Senator, and a very interesting study. So where we're at in terms of the National Landcare Program is the current phase of activity. National Landcare Program was largely set in train under the previous government, and it's in its final year now. So most of the projects underway are finalising their activities, and the government in the October budget announced a third phase, if you like, including some dedicated funding for agriculture and other priorities. And we're in the process now of engaging with stakeholders about the design. How do we make most effective use of that funding? And the study that you just talked us through, I think, would be highly relevant for us to consider in terms of thinking about the appropriate targeting and use of that funding to make sure that it's going where it's most needed.
Okay, so despite managing more than 80% of the country's land mass, these outback communities receive less than 20% of funding delivered through the Regional Agricultural Landcare Facilitator Program. But across the rangelands, there are less than 10 full-time equivalents delivering the RALPH program, an essential element of the Regional Land Partnership Program, and a model that has delivered significant outcomes for sustainable agriculture in regional communities across many iterations of federal funding. One of these regions, which covers the entire Northern Territory, receives enough funding to employ just 0.6 FTEs to engage and inform agricultural commodities. That's less than one full-time employee to cover the whole Northern Territory. So, these numbers suggest a weakness in the program that is not maximising community benefit from the expenditure of public funds. And I'm wondering if this is something in phase 2 of the program that you will be addressing.
So we're currently in phase 2 of the program. That's something that's been running for the last 4 years, and it's going into its 5th and final year now. We've heard some of that same feedback about the RALFs, we call them, the Regional Agricultural Landcare Facilitators there, and there has been evaluations of their work, and the short story is they are highly valued, but there are some regions where they're quite stretched, and that's, I guess, to reiterate your points. That's all findings that we're taking on board in terms of thinking about what's the next phase about. So as part of the next phase, there hasn't been a commitment, but it's certainly something on the agenda in terms of whether regional agriculture land care facilitators should continue to be funded, and if so, what's the right level of funding and resourcing for different regions. So that's feedback that we've heard, and it's feedback that's going into the thinking about the next phase of investment that the government announced in the October budget.
What's your Northern Australia agenda for the government commitment? So the Office of Northern Australia lives in the Infrastructure Department, but how do you use that Northern Australia planning to inform these sort of decisions? Or does it inform your decisions and you wait till the Office of Northern Australia rings you and says, hey?
No, I think, I mean, there's a lot of factors to take into account in terms of designing the next phase of investment under the Natural Heritage Trust. The Northern Australia agenda, as you say, would be one of those considerations. We're at the point where we're starting to have conversations with key stakeholders about the government through its budget process has said for agriculture, sustainable agriculture is a priority, climate smart sustainable agriculture is a priority. There's $302 million available. Let's have a conversation about how best to direct that funding to maximise the impact. So we'll be wanting to talk to stakeholders, whether they're representing Northern Australian needs and interests or other particular sectoral interests and so forth, and have those conversations and inform the Minister about what's the best way to make use of that funding that the government's allocated for sustainable agriculture under the next phase.
It's a separate point, Senator McDonald, but you might be interested when we get to outcome 2 around biosecurity. There's a lot of work being done focusing on the biosecurity needs of Northern Australia with specific strategies that we've announced as well.
Okay.
It's a separate point, but
yes,
I know you've got an interest in Northern Australia.
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
An interest I share.
Indeed, I know you do, so I thought you'd be following along with that conversation.
Indeed.
With interest.
West Australia as well, not just Queensland.
Northern Australia
half of Western
encompasses
Australia,
3
yep.
states and territories. I'm well aware.
Randomly, I'd like to ask you some questions about eggs, about a commodity of eggs.
Fried, scrambled, poached, boiled.
There's a whole lot of things to add to that I shan't. The question that's been put to me by egg producers is around market choice, around affordability, food security, disease. There's a few elements of this. I think the point that they started with is that supermarkets only sell 40% of all eggs in the market, and there is still a significant demand for caged eggs. What role is the government playing in the determination of the availability of cage versus free range versus the medium solution of those two? Does the federal government have a position on?
So, Senator McDonald, over the last few years, we have been working with an independent panel to look at the poultry standards and guidelines, and that really goes to things like cage sizes or the general kind of conditions that that animals are kept in, whether they're ducks or chickens. And this work has been prompted by the industry, who are seeking to have more consistent animal welfare standards for chickens and ducks and so on. The work was done by an independent panel, which included people with experience as veterinarians and in animal welfare. They have drafted, after extensive consultation with the public and with states and territories, some draft standards and guidelines. There was a regulation impact statement process, and those standards and guidelines are now with the states and territories to consider. In the new year, there will be just further discussion amongst secretaries of agriculture departments and then ministers about how to take that work forward. The states and territories actually regulate standards and guidelines in this area rather than the Commonwealth. So really the Commonwealth's role has been one of sort of trying to help the states and territories come to a decision point. That's right, herd the chickens, rather than the Commonwealth having a particular position. And certainly what is envisaged in the standards and guidelines is, to the extent that there are new standards and guidelines, there are phase-in requirements. But ultimately, and phase-in requirements of, I think, 15 years or thereabouts. But ultimately it's up to states and territories to determine whether to legislate any guidelines and what those guidelines are, and any transition arrangements, although I should note that there are many in the sector who are already above the standard. So it's not a standard that is, kind of aspirational, if you like. There are already many producers who are above the standard that is in those guidelines.
Would that be many producers by percentage of egg production, or many producers by number of locations?
Well, certainly what we've seen over time, I think, is that there is a greater demand from consumers who consume eggs, as opposed to manufacturers. So when I say consumers like you and I for free-range eggs, I don't have any details to hand about the number of producers who use free-range versus egg systems. But certainly what we've heard in discussions with industry is that there are already industry people operating above those standards.
Perhaps if on notice you could get me some information about the number of producers. I mean, if it's like the beef industry, 80% or 20% of the producers produce 80% of the beef, roughly.
Yeah, we can see what industry
thing.
data is available. Yep.
So what I'm interested in is that state governments, a number of the state governments, are considering structural adjustment or exit packages for the egg industry. Did I say egg packages or exit packages? Just to be clear, exit packages for the egg industry. This will increase the cost of eggs and food supply if we see farmers leaving the industry. It'll affect food security, employment, and of course, egg production is not just about the whole egg, is it? It's the manufacturing portion, the pulp egg market. So I'm just keen to understand what the federal government's oversight or not is of the egg industry broadly, because if the state governments are overseeing exit packages, do you have a position? Do you have a visibility of this?
Well, Senator, I think that there are two broad areas of interest. As you're aware, there's a research and development corporation
Yes.
for the egg industry, and so the department, as with all of the 15 RDCs, is involved in funding arrangements associated with effectively the research of the industry. But on the other matters that you've been discussing, which is really about rules and standards that apply to egg production, that is an area that's regulated at the state and territory level. The Commonwealth role, as on so many of these issues, has been a sort of a leadership and coordination role, is how I describe it. Ultimately, any changes in this area will require action by particular state and territory governments. I think it's fair to say that there are different views between different governments, and the whole process of this work, the expert panel that's been underway for some years, has been to try and sort of find nationally consistent standards and objectives, but ultimately we can only use our best officers to inform and discuss, and it's up to each of the states as to how they actually take it forward in their jurisdictions. You and I both know it's a complex issue. It's not as simplistic that free range is good and that caged is bad. Free range eggs have got a range of issues associated with them, including the potential or the higher costs for producers because of potential predation by feral animals, and also, as we saw tragically in Victoria in the last year or so, the greater potential for avian influenza and other diseases to reach the domestic egg-producing free-range flock because of their interaction with wild birds that may spread avian influenza. It's a major issue in the UK at the moment as well. So it's a complex area of animal welfare, of sort of commercial realities, of consumer choices and preferences, and it's in that area that we in the state and territory ag departments have been working for some time. But as I've said, the Commonwealth role is very much one of sort of leadership and coordination. So.
Okay, so I mean, this is the egg farmers of Australia, putting the proposition that new caged eggs, battery cages no longer exist. Conventional cages, the new ones, are meeting those animal welfare standards. But there's a proposal by governments that conventional cages are banned from 2032 to 2036, that it's unworkable and it's going to result in food shortages and high prices of food. What influence, Minister, do you think you can have with all these state governments to talk about something that's a very real issue?
Well, I'm pretty sure that I'm right in saying that these issues have been discussed, albeit fairly briefly, at Agriculture Minister's level. I've certainly written to state and territory agriculture ministers about the new standards and the need to think about how they're implemented. So it is something that we're intending to work with states and territories on. You're probably aware, in terms of the poultry standards, they've been an extremely long time coming, and the industry had been calling on our government to try to actually bring it to a head and get this done. And I acknowledge that whenever you make a decision, some people will be happier than others, but what I can tell you is that the industry, more than anything, wanted a decision made, and that's what we've now done. But yeah, we'll be working with the states and territories, and we're cognizant of industry concerns.
All right, well, I understand that industry is coming to see you in a couple of weeks. So, they will raise a number of these issues specifically, but I guess, given that we are facing higher costs of living, food shortages right around the world, that this is a really important document. Sure. I might send you a summary prior to that meeting, but I think that, there's a lot of detail in here about the impacts. Banks are now refusing to lend to the industry because of the proposed legislative restrictions. This is an industry that's very popular.
Yep, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy to have a look at that, Senator Donald, if you want to send something to me.
Terrific, thank you, Minister. All right.
Outcome two.
Oh, Senator Sterle, you are the most optimistic person I know, and I applaud you for that. I know, I do. I wanted to talk now about the Digital Foundations for Agricultural Strategy paper that's being...
I wonder when you get to that. It
was released in March of 2022. It included $30 million for the new National Centre for Digital Agriculture, which I should mention before anybody tweets or rings in that we do understand that that doesn't just mean software for agriculture, that means the broader environment of technology. During the election, Minister, the government made a commitment of $16.7 million for the Agri-Tech Hub in Richmond, New South Wales. Can you advise if this commitment is going ahead, please? And if so, where it is in the budget papers?
It is. We certainly did make that commitment, and we also delivered the funding for it in the budget just recently. It's actually being funded through the Department of Infrastructure, though.
Ah.
I think it's essentially being treated as a regional program. Is that correct? Yeah. I know it's only Western Sydney, but it's obviously going to be working with agri-tech around the country, so it'll have a pretty... And it's adjacent to Western Sydney Airport, so it sits with the Infrastructure Department from that perspective as well.
Does that mean that it's come from repurposed funding in the Ag Department, or did they find their own funding, do you know?
I think they found their own funding, but I might let someone who's a bit closer to it answer.
There are a number of measures that are in train to support digital, one of which is the Western Sydney Uni Agri-Tech Hub and the events that we talked about earlier around trade shows and so on. So there was that funding in the budget. Are you referring to the Innovation Hubs measure?
Well, no, specifically the Agri-Tech Hub in Richmond.
Yeah, so that was funded in the budget, as the Minister said, through the Infrastructure and Regional Department. Yeah.
Okay. So is that's no longer yours then? That's as far as...
Well, we have a... sorry, Secretary.
I was just going to say probably what you're going to say. It's being funded through infrastructure, but like so many programs, we're working very closely with infrastructure because of the ag component associated with it. So that's quite common in our world that other departments are undertaking activities that are very important to us, and we work with them on it.
So have you commenced consultation with stakeholders and industry?
So in relation to that measure, we will engage with the Infrastructure Department, but the process, as we've talked about on a number of the forestry measures, the process has been that post-budget, that's when the funding is confirmed, and then rollout and implementation and planning and so on will start there. So we'll engage with the Infrastructure Department, but the detailed planning is really one for them.
Is for them, okay. So if I have questions on how many farmers they expect to engage with, what sort of outcomes would be achieved, I should talk to them about it.
Yes. Thank you, Senator.
I hope they care about agri-tech as much as we do.
We'll make sure they do, Senator.
Will you? Terrific. Thank you.
I won't take it. Senator McDonald, I'm not sure how across the Western Sydney Airport development plan you are. I must admit I wasn't terribly across it before I took on this role, and I was very surprised by the extent of the agribusiness focus that the redevelopment of the airport or the development of the airport will have. And if you'd be interested in any briefing about that, I'm sure we'd be happy to arrange something. It's really big.
Yeah.
It's a really big component of it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
It's worth a visit now, Senator. It's really happening. There's the runway's been laid. This will be a game changer, both in terms of Sydney Airport itself, Western Sydney Airport, infrastructure hubs, the agri precinct around it, etc. And so it's really exciting for coming years.
Okay, terrific. So the Digital Foundations for Agricultural Strategy with the $30 million, will that still, excuse me, is that still in train, or will I find that in the budget?
funding from that, Senator McDonald, was repurposed.
Yes.
Including, and as we mentioned, that there was the additional funding to the Western University Agri-Tech Hub. So the $30 million for the National Centre for Digital Ag is not proceeding.
Right, and $16 million we think has gone to infrastructure
Agri-Tech
for
Hub.
the Agri-Tech Hub. And what about the remaining $14 million? Is that...
Well, as I mentioned, there are other initiatives that are proceeding, such as the agri events and so on. But it's not a like for like in the sense that, to the extent that government decides to, at any point, decides to repurpose funds, it's not necessarily a $1 in and $1 out.
The way I've thought about it, though, Senator McDonald, is that there were a number of savings that we found in the agriculture portfolio heading into the budget. We've already talked earlier with Senator Brockman about the agricultural shows. There's the savings from the National Centre for Digital Agriculture Innovation, part of which has been picked up, part of which, in terms of the money, is picked up via the Agri-Tech Hub. But my very biggest priority heading into this budget was biosecurity funding. And so, I couldn't say that every dollar that's been saved in other programs has gone directly to biosecurity, but that's where we have increased funding substantially by finding savings elsewhere and obtaining new funding through the budget.
Okay, so thank you for that. What I want to understand, though, is that the digital plan, the digital environment that agriculture now lives in, this was a really significant part of consultation with industry and stakeholders, that they wanted a place, to be collaborating and driving, again, not just software but this whole digital environment. Will that be something that you'll consider returning to the agenda, do you think, in the next?
Certainly ag tech is a priority, and you would be aware that the RDCs all put significant investment into ag tech in a variety of ways and innovation. The other thing worth mentioning is the National Reconstruction Fund that our government committed to establish. That's the $15 billion fund that's about sort of rebuilding manufacturing, value adding, and we hived off $500 million from that fund specifically for value adding and innovation and technology in agriculture, food and fibre. So I would expect that the industry will benefit significantly from that. I think it's fair to say, I'm not sure that we've given thought to a centre in the way that you've described it, but the Agri-Tech Hub, I think, will play a big role in that way.
Yeah, I think that the combination of the work being done by the RDCs, and I think AgriFutures are here tomorrow, they've done a great deal of work in relation to digital work, and of course industry is already funding a great deal of work in relation to digital innovation as well. When you combine that with CSIRO and other publicly funded bodies, there's a very substantial amount of money already going in. The role of the department has been looking at very much our own digital services, and we've attracted significant funding in recent budgets for providing digital services for our export services, and good progress is being made in relation to that, under the sort of banner of taking farmers to market and to really try and cut down the cost of compliance with our export role. And similarly, there's significant work underway in relation to digital services for biosecurity as well. So those are major areas. The final area I'd suggest, Senator, is a significant amount of funding that came through the budget on traceability. Again, largely relying upon digital capabilities to understand from a protection perspective where animals have been and which other animals they've been in contact with, so sort of contact tracing. And of course, we've seen the recent breakthrough with New South Wales in relation to electronic identifiers for individual sheep and goats, which has been a major step forward. Something the Minister's discussed extensively with his state and territory counterparts, but also in relation to exports. And the discussions I was having earlier about provenance and about the ability to prove the qualities of the products that we've seen. So that's a very long-winded way of me saying digital agriculture is already here. there's work going on across industry at individual farm levels, at company levels, and there's extensive public funding already in this area. And so our perspective is very much how can we sort of maximise the returns from that, and so some of those areas that I've mentioned are part of that.
If I could, Senator, I might just also mention that the 8 innovation hubs, the adoption innovation hubs also continue and have an ongoing role, providing on-ground demonstration, extension and adoption, knowledge dissemination and so on, assistance to farms and farming businesses, in each of those areas, and they also connect into others in the ecosystem, so you kind of get those multiplier effects. So those 8 innovation hubs are still continuing as well.
Can you describe the profile of funding for the 8 innovation hubs over the forwards?
We can get that to you. It's funded out of the Drought Fund. Oh, Mr. Bover might have some information, but the innovation hubs, I recall, are funded from the Future Drought Fund.
They're one of the key initiatives of the Future Drought Fund, and it was very much about basing in those regional universities in Toowoomba, in Wagga and elsewhere, not only what you describe as drought innovation, but broader agricultural innovation, and with a very strong aspect of adoption. So not just about having people come up with good ideas, but actually getting it out there and working, because that's where we see one of the most significant productivity uplifts is the really big players are operating very efficiently already, but it's how we bring the next group of farmers up to that level and to work with them. So,
it's the extension,
Mr.
isn't
Bover
it?
might be able to provide you with more detail
Always
about that
the
funding.
extension. You can do all the research you like.
Extension
but if
and
you don't
adoption.
Extension,
Yeah, so it's not just sitting around in the room, it's getting out, demonstrating, talking, and actually getting take up.
So just before you answer that, sorry. So I just would like to put on notice given the work that was done and the engagement with industry on this broader digital environment, would you be able to dust off the consultation from stakeholders and industry and provide me with any information that might assist me in continuing to talk to you about how we continue to have a coordinated approach?
Yeah, we'll take that on notice, Senator. And it's not up to me to suggest what questions you might ask, but AgriFutures are here tomorrow, and I'm sure that Mr. Harvey will be happy to talk to you about it.
Terrific, thank you.
And Ms. Hull.
Now, you're going to answer my question on the 8 hubs, but I'm going to ask if you could take that on notice for me, because I'm trying very hard to complete outcome 1 so that Senator Sterle smiles on me. That's chief outcome that we're shooting for. So on the Future Drought Fund... Future Drought Fund and Drought Policy... So at the March budget there was an allocation of $94.5 million, which committed the full $400 million under the first 4-year plan, 2020 to 2024. Budget paper 2 outlines $14.3 million over 2 years from 22-23 to drive adoption, established drought research. The March budget committed $14.3 million over 2 years in grants for demonstration extension of drought resilience practices. It looks like that's the same program. Is that right? Is that an extension?
It is.
Sorry, Mr. Bover will respond.
It is broadly the same. There's been, as we've gone through the detailed program design of that March budget measure, we've made some refinements, including making larger projects available, longer projects available, and rolling it out through one funding round in order to have a more significant impact in terms of the program outcomes. But in terms of the program objectives and outcomes, they remain the same. There's just been some revisions to the details, if you like.
Okay. So can I get on notice a breakdown of all the Future Drought Fund programs, funding allocations for each program against across the years, the timeframes, the amount contracted and the amount spent?
Yes.
Thank you. When will the Productivity Commission commence the review of the program?
So under the Future Drought Fund Act, the Productivity Commission has to commence a review by February next year. We are currently in the process of briefing the Minister and the Treasurer on the terms of reference for that, and there'll be an announcement in due course.
Terrific,
But it'll
thank
be
you.
before February.
Before February, yeah. When will the consultation process commence for the next 4-year plan?
So again, we've sort of we've got the broad parameters of the Future Drought Fund Act. So our next step is the Productivity Commission review. The terms of reference will set the duration for that review. Once that review is done, a process to develop the next funding plan will commence. The next funding plan has to be in place by February 2024. Before that's finalised and it's a legislative instrument that's tabled, there has to be a consultation process. But the specific timing for that depends on all those other bits of the process, including the Productivity Commission review process and so forth.
Thank you, but okay, I understand. So drought policy, $6.6 million, the Australian Government Drought Plan. Can you confirm the summary of consultation findings of the review of the Australian Government Drought Plan, that will be made public?
Might refer that one to Ms Bryant, if that's okay.
Courtney Bryan, Assistant Secretary. So we've just completed the public consultation process on that. So we are preparing a review finding report that we'll submit to the Minister for consideration.
Terrific. So, Minister, do you think you'll be making that consultation findings public?
Look, I haven't really given any consideration to that yet, Senator McDonald. I'm not sure if there's a past history of those consultation findings being made public.
Yeah, generally, we have made those public, so there is consideration of making it public as well, but it'd be a matter, obviously, for the Minister when we brief him to consider.
If that's the past practice, I can't see why we'd move away from that.
All right. Given the review is to take place in 2022-23, why does it take until 24 to release a new plan?
The consideration with the timing is acknowledgement. At the same time, there's also a review, and we're looking at the National Drought Agreement, which is our agreement with the states and territories. So that review is due by the end of this year, and with drafting of the new agreement with jurisdictions next year. And also, as previously mentioned, there's the Future Drought Fund PC review. So it's to look to align all those reviews and into the final drought plan.
Okay. So the $6.6 million for the drought policy, can you confirm the funding is not from the Future Drought Fund?
It's not from the Future Drought Fund.
Thank you. The National Drought Agreement, when will the National Drought Agreement annual report for 21-22 be released?
So we're in the process at the moment of finalising that. So that will be considered by Ag Ministers in December, with the look to release it by the end of the year in line with the timeframes for the annual report each year.
And will the outcomes from the public consultation process for the National Drought Agreement be made public?
Yep, so the review of the National Drought Agreement will also go to Ag Ministers, and there is a recommendation there to make that public as well.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's the end of outcome 1.
Right. So let's go straight to outcome 2.
Terrific.
Now, Senator Whish-Wilson, have you got questions in outcome 2?
I do. I have just a few questions, Chair, nothing too long.
Please fire away.
I have questions for the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer.
People will just be coming in from next door, Senator. So
Okay, yeah, if you...
with us for
apologies.
a minute, so.
And to outcome 1, officers, run. Go.
You'll see nothing but small pebbles as they head off down the road, I think. So.
Right. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you. Dr. Cleland, could you outline for us your responsibilities as Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer?
Dr. Robin Cleland, Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. Thanks for the question, Senator. So in keeping out pests and diseases, that protects our agriculture industries and also our environment. So my responsibilities are making sure that not only plant pests, not only animal pests and diseases, but also those pests and diseases that impact the environment. So I have responsibilities for 2 response committees. One of those deals with introduced marine pests, incursions, and one also deals with things like ants and other things like that.
So just to be clear, then you straddle both the Environment Department and the Agriculture Department in your role?
Yeah, so environmental biosecurity crosses both agriculture and the environment, and under the previous department, some of those responsibilities sat with me. Now, with the 2 departments separated, we still engage quite actively with those in DECU, if I'm allowed to refer to it as that. So we still have very active relationships in that space.
Okay. Just a matter of interest, you said marine pests. Are native invasive species sometimes classified as marine pests, like Centrostephanus, long-spine sea urchins, or is it specifically Pacific sea stars and introduced pests to our waters?
So for my role, I specifically concentrate on exotic environmental pests, so not so much the native ones. Although some people do regard those as pests, and obviously when they move out of their native ranges into other areas, they can be regarded as pests.
Just has there been any, just while I've got you on this subject, it wasn't on my question list, but has there been any advice sought on that, or any strategy that's been prepared in relation to, for example, an invasive species that might be native to certain, like obviously Tasmania and Victoria and probably southern New South Wales are obviously suffering significant numbers of marine invasive pests?
So those matters haven't come specifically to me. We do deal and engage with our state and territory colleagues, and often those matters sit within those state and territory jurisdictions. So I'm a member of the Environment and Invasives Committee. Okay. That's a committee that sits under the National Biosecurity Committee, and that is made up of my colleagues from states and territories, and some of that work touches on those native species that are outside their native ranges.
Okay, I'll come back to that later. So what are the core environmental priorities on your list, and what are some of the areas that you think need additional focus?
So one of the key pieces of work that's come out of my office is the exotic environmental pest list. So for our other pests and diseases in the agriculture sector, we have national priority lists. So this specific list is across environmental pests, and it covers 8 different biological categories, and that kind of drives the work that I do in my area, specifically around those exotic pests. So partly it's internal capacity building, so making sure that our risk assessments include environmental considerations, and partly it's about awareness raising outside of government and across a number of different areas of interest in that environmental biosecurity space.
And do you provide advice directly on the priorities and funding priorities?
Yeah, so I have a specific responsibility, as I've outlined to you, but yep. Part of my work also goes to establish pest and weed management, and so part of my team manages programs in that space.
Okay. Just a matter of interest, why do we call them exotic? Is that a scientific term?
It's a term that helps people understand that they're pests and diseases that are coming to Australia. So part of biosecurity is that active engagement at the border. So calling it exotic means that it's not already in Australia, it's coming through the border.
Are you implying that you can't be Australian and be exotic at the same time?
Well, no comment to that.
All right, sorry. No, I get what you're saying. I totally understand the distinction.
Yeah, we could call them alien, but that probably brings in more issues as well, because we are occasionally worried about things coming back from space.
No, fair enough. Actually, I won't say it. I was going to make some comments about certain senators, but so. What do you see then as the key environmental biosecurity risks to Australia at the moment?
Well, the things that keep me awake at night are some of the more insidious pests, particularly the hitchhikers. So things arrive on containers and we don't have profiles on those things, but there's a big body of work that my colleagues can talk to in that hitchhiker space, trying to make sure that containers are clean. So I worry less about those than some of the other diseases on the exotic environmental pest list. The ones I worry about are the ones that can arrive and then spread very quickly, so ants are a good example of that. Other things are things like Didymo, which is colloquially known as rock snot. That's a freshwater algae.
Rock snot?
Yeah, that's why we're so concerned.
Who would pick up a hitchhiker like that?
Yeah, no, it's why we're so concerned about fishing gear coming back from New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the New Zealanders have got rock snot, and we haven't, and we don't want it here. So.
Absolutely
That's
right.
one that can have it. Yeah, we don't. Okay.
So the issues around a combination of the ability of that pest or disease to spread when it arrives, but also the likelihood that it's going to come to our borders. So part of my work is trying to understand that across this list of pests, which is quite a significant number. It's 168, but there's 42 of those that we concentrate on across different biological groups. So it's those ones that can arrive and then spread very quickly. They're the ones that are of most concern to me.
Because obviously the committee's doing, I think they're doing great work on, foot and mouth disease, and we are looking at varroa at the moment in the current outbreak. But we often don't hear about these other. You said 162, but are they potentially equally as important in terms of their significance?
They certainly are for the environment. So my focus is on those pests that particularly affect our social amenity, our forests, our parks, and to make sure that the measures we have in place also operate to prevent those pests and diseases coming in. So we have a very active measure at the borders, which my colleagues can talk about. And so my focus is those pests that can also impact the broader environment. Now, a lot of the measures that we have in place are set up specifically to deal with the plant and animal pests, and many of them also cover the environmental ones as well. But my focus is primarily on making sure that those environmental ones are captured in all of the work that we do in biosecurity.
Okay. So what's the current funding available to your office for environmental biosecurity in particular?
So I have a small core group which works on my activities, and then, as I said, I have a second element which is supporting programs around established pests and weeds.
And are you able to give us how much funding you currently get for those?
So I have some departmental funding for my staff, and I also have a very small project fund that I can use in a discretionary way to support specific activities.
And is your funding, is it, I suppose, budgeted over forward estimates?
Yes.
When does it? Okay. Yeah. What funding? I suppose the big question then, what funding would be required for you in your role to tackle your, let's just say your priority, so maybe the 42 out of the 168?
So I think it's difficult to put a fixed figure on that. Obviously, we try and maximise the value that we get from our spend, and part of that is the importance of pairing and joining up with DECU and my colleagues in that space. So we do try and maximise the efficiency of the money that we spend through that kind of partnership work, both with Australian government colleagues, also our state colleagues, but also a number of NGOs who are particularly interested in supporting environmental biosecurity.
Okay. My understanding is, and this might be from the most recent budget figures, your office currently administers the Environmental Biosecurity Project Fund, the EBPF, which has an allocated budget of $825,000 per annum.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay.
Senator, sorry, if I may, Chris Locke, Deputy Secretary, Biosecurity and Compliance. So Dr. Cleland's area is part of the core sort of executive function of the biosecurity group. So there's funding for her area as part of the base funding for staffing, but I guess we employ measures from time to time that have relevance both for environmental biosecurity and also non-environmental biosecurity. It's pretty hard to draw a line between those things. Occasionally governments decide to do new initiatives that have a specific focus on environmental measures, and Dr. Cleland would be involved in the design of that, and I certainly am talking to my counterpart deputies in DQ about future measures, I think. But you can't just tally up the small grants funding that's in Dr. Cleland's area and say that's the environmental biosecurity support. It's a broader system approach, I think.
If you did tally that up, any idea what that would be, Dr. Lott?
No, because I don't think I could tell you the difference between the sort of broader
between agriculture and
basically, as we've been explaining, our work at the borders is basically an all hazards approach, and so when our staff are looking for items of concern on passengers or in cargo or in mail, or out there in the natural environment, we're focused on all biosecurity hazards. Some may be more specifically relevant to the natural environment, others may relate to productive agriculture or whatever, some may be for human amenity. The fire ant issue that we have around Brisbane is a very good example of a pest like that. So it's a bit hard to just say there's only this much being spent on environmental biosecurity and this much being spent. It all tends to sort of work together, and then there are some specific programs that we focus on around environmental biosecurity.
So I have your assurance, Mr. Metcalf, that you're taking the environmental aspect
absolutely
very, very seriously.
Yeah, look,
we often hear just a lot about the agriculture stuff, which of course is really important.
Yeah, it's incredibly important because it underpins our agricultural industries, which are so important through regional Australia. But I think we all here understand, the extraordinary significance of Australia's natural environment, our unique biodiversity and ecology. We've seen firsthand the impact of many exotic weeds and pests on that environment, everything from rabbits to prickly pear and everything in between. And many of those pests impact both productive agriculture and the natural environment and our own unique species as well. So it's a very important area for us.
All right, because it's been put to me that the Environment Biosecurity Project Fund, for example, with the 825, would probably need at least 3 times that amount to deal with.
Oh, Senator, the thing is here, you can just keep spending. Ultimately, choices have got to be made, and as Dr. Cleland said, we aim to maximise, bang for the buck, including through leveraging a whole range of other players who are interested in this area, the state governments, universities, CSIRO, various community groups and others. There's a lot of people very focused on this. So in many respects, our most important work is sort of providing that leadership and coordination of a greater national effort as well. If I could wave a magic wand and
I understand, but I would be tempted to ask you what we spend on agricultural biosecurity.
Well, we spend a lot on biosecurity.
But I think,
Indeed, you do.
I think it's trying to do. I don't think the distinction is right. We spend several $100 million on biosecurity, and it's not specifically agricultural, like it's biosecurity. And a key role that Dr. Cleland plays in our executive team is to ensure that we keep the focus on environmental biosecurity outcomes. I think that's very important, but it doesn't mean there's a particular funding bucket associated with that.
As a matter of interest, Dr. Cleland, would any of those 142 pests be listed as threatening processes under federal environmental law?
Not those ones specifically. The other part of my work, the established pests and weeds space, there's a number there that overlap with threat abatement plans.
Okay.
So deer, goats, feral pigs.
Okay. Well, that's going to be my last question. Just out of interest, whether I don't know if you're the right person to ask, whether you have any updates for us on feral deer. Obviously, the committee. I was on the Environment Committee that looked at this issue, and I know there was some actions underway. We had a series of recommendations that the government responded to. Could we get an update quickly on whether there's been any progress?
So I can talk a little bit about the work that we're doing with feral deer. So
yes,
we
please,
do have a National Feral Deer Coordinator, and we're trying to establish a National Feral Deer Action Plan, and we're hoping that plan will become part of the threat abatement process. So we're just working through with various stakeholders what that's going to look like. So we fund...
Have you got some timeframes on that, Dr. Cleland?
So I guess what I'm saying is the work is underway as we speak. We're not waiting for the Australian government response to that feral that inquiry. We do have work underway at the moment. We've partnered with every state and territory government that has an interest in deer to try and fund some on-ground activities. And we're very active in talking to the National Coordinator in developing that plan and what her approach will be. So that's basically to try and establish a kind of containment line across the southeast of Australia, which separates the kind of infestations, if I can use that word, that we have in the southeast from more remote populations. And the idea is to start dealing with those remote populations at the same time as we're trying to deal with the heavier infestations in the southeast. So it's an ongoing piece of work. It's not static. It's not waiting for outcomes of inquiries. It's an ongoing piece of work between state governments and others.
Okay, look, actually, just two very quick questions. Sorry,
I did say go from 1 to 2.
One finger went into peace. Look, just has there been any, or perhaps you could take this on notice, any developments in terms of the humane approach to eradication of deer? I know the committee looked at new ways were being tried to deal with this problem rather than shooting, for example. And secondly, whether has there been any assistance provided to the Tasmanian government for mapping and the removal of deer from World Heritage areas?
I might have to take those on notice, Senator. With regard to the humane treatment of animals when they're being culled, that is something that's front of mind in all of our programs, and we do put a lot of effort into making sure that those the way that's handled is through as humane a mechanism as possible. And I'm aware that there is research work underway to try and establish some of that beyond just the culling of deer through
Who would
shooting.
be doing that research work as a matter of interest? Would it be?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right, Senator Chicane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate the call. Oh, that's right. Long time listener, first time caller. I understand the department's detector dog program celebrates 30 years. And I was just curious to ask a couple of questions.
Years or humans?
Well, good question, Chair. On average, how many biosecurity risk items does a detector dog find over its working life?
Environmental and biosecurity. If you could break it there. Sorry.
Too many bites of the cherry.
Thanks, Senator. Cole Hunter, First Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Operations Division. As the Senator's aware, we've got I suppose, an extensive fleet of detector dogs that I think now numbers something around 46. So I think last time I reported to the Senate it was 42. That fluctuates a little bit. And of course the government announced as part of its election commitment that there were 20 new detector dogs and 20 handlers to be added to that fleet. So the detector dogs work on a basis of scent. So the detector dogs are trained in about 12 different scents. I can't actually tell you how many risk items they would find over the course of their career, but I've got some statistics on how many sort of risk items detector dogs find over the course of a year, if that's helpful.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That'd be great.
Okay, well, if you give me a little moment to find that,
That's all right.
I do have it here.
I appreciate that. Probably a little bit something different than the rock.
I recall last time you were here, Senator, I think it was Senator Mirabella was asking why we didn't have any chocolate labs in our dog fleet. I saw you answer that on notice, and we actually have had them over the years. It's just we don't have any right now. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, quite right. I know.
I'm thinking of
pack.
You know.
No,
That's too wild.
Yeah, pack is a bit undisciplined, I think. we'll keep looking for the collective now.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we do refer to fleets, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I do have those numbers.
Brigade, units.
Cole, that's helpful. So in 2021 to 22, they recorded over 10,000 interceptions at mail centres and around 5,000 at airports.
What was that? Sorry, what was that?
Those
what time, sorry?
interceptions at mail centres was 10,000
Yeah.
and about 5,000 at airports.
No, sorry, was that in one calendar year? I
Yeah,
missed
that's,
that.
that's right. They're hugely prolific, the dogs.
Right.
That was in 21, 22.
This is with 40 dogs.
Yeah.
Wow,
And
imagine
the
if we had 80.
The new measure will take us
We're on the way.
to 60,
Mm.
I think. Yeah.
Paw Patrol. Sorry, keep going.
So,
Who's
so
got
as I
grandkids?
understand it, the dogs are used in
Patrol. There you
airports,
And mail centres.
mail centres and seaports.
Yeah, so we're experimenting, or not a bit more than experimenting. We're using the dogs in the maritime environment to see if we can pick up things like hitchhiker pests, like Dr. Cleland was just talking about. Clearly, we're trying to train them on brown marmorated stink bug, but there are a lot of outdoor sort of scents that get in the way of distracting the dog. So it's fair to say that there's a work in progress with that sort of outdoor use, but essentially the dogs are used in the traveller and the mail environments.
It's not air cargo.
We did use the dogs in air cargo, but we've found that in the commercial environment in air cargo with the fast-moving conveyor belts and those sorts of things, there are some animal welfare issues, so we don't essentially use them, deploy them to that environment.
Okay. So, I don't, how many biosecurity detector dogs and handlers are there currently, did you say?
Yeah, so there's 46 operational dogs and there's 49 operational handlers. That is changing because of the government's election commitment to bring on 20 new handlers and 20 new dogs, and already we've started the through the Border Force breeding program. I think we've got 7 new dogs in the system that we've started training against that new measure that the government.
Do you have those figures for, I don't know, 2018 or 2013 in front of you?
No, I don't, but I can get them to hand. But the fleet has been pretty static over the last 2 to 3 years, except, of course, for this reasonably sized announcement, or this large announcement.
Okay.
So can I just ask a follow-up question there? Because obviously you must have a stocks and flows issue. Dogs got to reach retirement age as well. So how many, what's the pipeline of dogs being trained? How quickly can you boost that?
Yeah, so I would say that our fleet sort of sits around 40 to 42, and then at the moment it's at 46. That's a product of additional training that we're bringing on because we know that we've got some dogs that are about to retire. So there's sort of ebbs and flows in that. There's no static.
But does that mean you have to train 40 at any given time to keep 40 in the field? Or?
No. I think at any one given time, Senator, we'd probably have, and I'll take this on notice, but off the top of my head, I think we would have between 4 to 8 dogs in training at any one time.
So we've had 4 graduate this year, this calendar year, and there's more in training in the current cohort, so that gives you a sense of the size.
Their working life can be, several years. In fact, it's 30 years this year that we're celebrating the Detector Dog program, and the department has been highlighting some of our sort of more famous dogs over the years and some of their detections, and I've been quite interested to note that quite a few of them seem to have been in service for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So maintaining the overall numbers requires the addition of a few each year type of thing.
Yep. The average is a starting age of around about 12 months old, and we keep them for around about 8 years. But that doesn't mean we haven't had dogs for 8 or 9 years or 10 years, but yeah, around about 8 years. Thanks.
Let's say from about 10 years ago, the numbers have increased or decreased?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Oh, I'll help you out, but decreased. I'll help you out. 2012, there was 80. Can anyone else give us assistance there? Or when you say you have to take it on notice, Mr. Anders, because you weren't there in that time?
No, I wasn't running the division in 2012, no.
So is it, sorry?
I don't know the number, Senator.
Help me out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, in 2012 there was 80.
Yeah.
And I'm not taking it on notice, I'm telling you, that was it.
Well, we're building the numbers back up again because they are so effective. And not only are they effective in the actual detections, but they're a great ambassador. And so in an airport environment, people just get that reminder about biosecurity. So.
Yeah, I was in Auckland last week, Senator.
Where, sorry?
In Auckland, in New Zealand, at their dog facility, and they had very similar statistics. Slightly bigger fleet, if you like, so they're probably closer to 80, but they use Beagle and Beagle Harrier crosses, but use them in pretty much the same way that we do. Yeah. Harriers, Beagle crossed with a Harrier, so it's a slightly taller.
Harrier was a fighter aircraft.
That's why it's fleet.
Not
Now we understand.
not the aircraft. Yeah, slightly taller Beagle.
I've actually challenged my team as to whether or not Australian Kelpies might be able to be used or not.
Until someone threw a ball, then you're going to lose them.
They're very smart dogs, Senator. So, we'll investigate that.
I'll start herding.
Currently, we source our dogs through a sort of a joint program with the Department of Home Affairs with the Air Force. So.
And I think we're just taking off from where the chair picked up as well too. I think, as he would know, and you as well, Secretary, I mean, there have been numerous reports, and I think the Inspector General at the time produced a report, I think back in 2019 and 2020, around pest and disease interceptions and incursions in Australia. At the time, I think it was Dr. Helen Scott who did a report. Effectively, and sort of paraphrasing, but the department needed to increase the number of detector dogs in order to sort of combat some of those risks that do come on our shores. And I was curious, one of the recommendations, recommendation 1, stated that the department should improve the rate and effectiveness of screening mail and passengers by both X-ray and by detector dogs. I wanted to know if that recommendation has ever been implemented, and if not, what's been the department's response to that recommendation?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. It is fair to say that, let me work backwards, on the X-rays, that there's been extensive investment and time and research gone into our X-ray equipment and the deployability of our X-ray equipment, but not just the X-rays, the algorithms that attach to the X-rays. So we've partnered with the Centre of Excellence for Biosecurity Risk Analysis. We've partnered with our colleagues with our friends over in New Zealand, and we've partnered with several others in commerce as well, on finding ways to make sure that an X-ray can be as effective as it possibly can.
But what about detector dogs?
I'm just dealing with the X-ray machine at the moment. So the X-ray and the algorithms is the association I'm trying to make there for you, Senator. So the effectiveness of that has been improved over many years, and we're still improving that as we speak. So we're trying to get to the point where you can put a bag through an X-ray and the algorithm will pick up whether it's a meat product, a plant product, or whatever it is, without the officer actually having to identify that. So that's the algorithm development side of it. And on the detector dog side, of course, we've gone a range of programs there to ensure that the scents of our detector dogs keep pace with the biosecurity risks as they emerge. So the scent can change. We can change the scents. As I mentioned before, there's about 12 scents that we train our dogs on that find about 200 different commodities of agriculture concern.
But how's that in line with the department responded to the recommendation, and quoting the department here, funding for further expansion of the detector dog program will be a matter for government. Well, what I'm asking is, can you confirm how many additional dogs were funded by government at the time, specifically in response to that recommendation?
So
were additional detector dogs or handlers ever funded by
Yes,
the
there
government?
have been, but I'll have to take that on notice, as I said before, Senator. Yeah. I don't have the year by year as Chair has suggested what's happened since 2012.
I certainly think that the announcement in this budget of the increase of 20 is certainly the biggest increase we've seen for some time.
Because then I guess where the Chair was also going, I mean, in 2020 you had the Inspector General, who then had another report about African swine fever, and I'll quote, "The department should urgently expand the detector dog program consistent with the increase in traveller numbers and mail volumes to minimise entry of undeclared meat and meat products into Australia. Again, can you tell me and the committee how many detector dogs were there in 2020 when this report was released, and how many additional dogs did the government at the time fund to expand the program as part of that recommendation?
Again, I don't have the numbers for 2020, but I think that they would be in around about 40 odd, because there hasn't been a considerable change in the fleet since I've been in the division, and I've been in there for over 2
Senator,
years.
why don't we try and see if we can establish that? If we can do that this evening while biosecurity...
That would be great for both the
we'll do
dogs
that.
and the
Otherwise,
handlers,
we'll take
if
it
you
on
could.
notice, so.
Just 2 questions, and then I think I'll hand back to the chair. But there was a recent budget where there were more additional dogs were funded. Is that correct, in the recent budget?
Yes. Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Senator.
How many additional dogs were funded in the recent budget?
20.
20, all right. And does that include handlers?
Yes.
All right.
20 dogs, 20 handlers.
What's the breakdown of the 11.7 million between dogs and handlers?
It's 1-to-1, but we normally have...
Sorry,
The financial breakdown.
Oh, okay.
Dogs are cheaper than people, so...
They should know.
I'd have to take that on notice specifically, but the largest cost is the handler, because the dog actually costs around about $30,000 to $35,000 a year to maintain and sustain. That's kennelling costs, veterinary costs, etc., whereas the human resource, the person that handles it, is at a unit cost, say, of about an ASO 4 dog handler, which is about, in ASL terms, it would cost us $100,000 to $120,000 a year.
Okay. And I'll just leave on this one. Is this the largest increase to biosecurity detector dog numbers in the past 10 years?
We'll take that on notice. I don't think anyone here would have that on the top of their head, Senator, but certainly this is a very substantial increase.
It's a very important program.
Very important program, and if I had my way, we'd continue to add to it, but we'll just see what happens down the track.
All right, thank
Can I
you.
just
Thank you,
ask
Chair.
one follow-up question in this area?
Yes, of course.
Honestly, just
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Can we get a breakdown on where current detector dogs are and where the new detector dogs will be?
I've got a breakdown on where the current dogs are.
Okay.
In Darwin we have 1, in Cairns we have 1, in Brisbane we have 6, in Sydney we have 20, in Melbourne we have 11, in Adelaide we have 1, and in Perth we have 2, and as I said, there then would be several in training. In relation to the new dogs, we're still working that through, but the highest degree of probability there is that we would go with the volume of mail and travellers that would present. So I suspect the large majority of those dogs would go to Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth in that order, but we haven't worked through the actual details of those.
Very long shift in Darwin and Cairns for those poor doggies. I think, Minister, perhaps 2 dogs at those places?
I think it's worth pointing out, I think I'm right in saying that we've only had them in Darwin and Cairns since I've been the Minister.
No, that's not true.
Well,
because
we did relocate 1 to Darwin and 1 to Cairns.
Yeah, because during COVID, when there were no planes, they went off and were rehoused and doing Australia Post centres, I believe. So Suki went to Cairns after a concerted campaign from
First name basis, eh?
ABC North Queensland, Far North Queensland, and myself. And so we did have a dog in Cairns, and then everybody stopped flying.
So the Minister's right. During COVID, we consolidated them around the mail centres because there was work there. And then, as part of the Minister's enhanced measures for FMD, we moved them back into Adelaide, we moved them back into Darwin, and we moved them back into Cairns.
Yeah. So what I'm suggesting
But
is there's only one
we'll
dog.
obviously think about, we
those
always take into
places.
account
Yep.
risk levels, and if, I understand the point you're making, Senator Gordon.
I'm certainly not discounting more dogs in Perth, Darwin and Cairns, but I'm just saying by population or by throughput that the large majority would go into those larger capital cities.
Right. On that then, you've got to get rid of fleet. Okay, so look, thanks very much for that. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:05. Thank you. Gentlemen, 9:05.
And feeling fine.
Okay.
Senator, we can, Chair, we can add to...
I might just get us on the record. Do you want to be on the record on this one, or you just
I
want
think yep, so...
to... Just on the record?
on the record,
Okay.
I think we're broadcasting. So.
Welcome back, everyone. Great. Thank you. Mr Metcalfe.
Chair, I was just going to say that Mr Hunter can provide some of the numbers of dogs over the various years in response to Senator Ciccone, but I'm not sure if you want him to be back in the room for us to answer it or for us to just put it on the record.
I'm sure he won't be far away, but in the interests of time, let's go with it, Mr Hunter, and I'm a firm believer if you can answer it, saves you having to go and take anything on notice.
Thank you, Senator.
So please fire away.
Far easier to do this now and get it clear on notice. So 2012, you were right, there were 85 dogs. 2013, 76. 2014, 71. 2015, 48. 2016, 47. 2017, 41. 2018, 42. 2019, 34. 2020, 38. 2021, 41. And 2022, 43.
But that's now 46, as I suggested, because of the training issues.
Yeah.
There has been a considerable change in our operating model, which I'd be happy to put on notice as well, in a question on notice, which sort of brings together what we used to call our active and our passive dog response teams, and we got some considerable efficiencies out of all of that, but it will take a little bit to explain. So if I could take that operating model question on notice, but they are the dogs from 2020.
Yeah, look, of course you can, and I appreciate
to
Mr Hunter, but I'm just in my head, how did we go from 80 to 30? And that's not a loaded question.
So we used to have what we called a passive response team, which were at airports, and an active response team at mail centres.
Yeah.
And we brought the two together. That's when we, when we changed the operating model. We trained them, the dogs, to be more versatile. So we got efficiencies out of that. So we didn't need separate teams in mail centres and airports. We put them on shift rosters to move around both airports and shift rosters. So they became what we call a multi-purpose dog that operates across our pathways. So we did get considerable efficiencies out of that, Senator.
So you're not comparing apples with oranges?
No, not really.
There were two different pools of dogs that were trained differently. Yeah. So you're not comparing the 46 dogs and the 80 dogs don't compare?
You may recall we used to have beagles, which were not as well suited for male centres as Labradors are, etc., whereas the Labradors are a multi-purpose dog. They can do both.
Right. Clear as mud, eh?
Clear as mud.
All right, well, thanks for that, Mr Hunter. Now,
good name as well.
Senator McDonald, are you leading, or are we still on outcome 2? And
We
Senator
are
Faruqi
still
has
on
questions.
outcome 2.
Yep.
I've just got a short series and then we'll keep going with biosecurity.
Yep. Biosecurity as well,
Senator Faruqi? All right, so mine are on exports and veterinary services. Specifically, I want to talk about the digital services to take farmers to markets program.
We'll ask Ms Hinder and her team to come and join us, Senator.
Terrific, thank you.
Which one's this? Or is this one?
Good evening, Senator.
Hello, how are you?
Really well.
I wanted to ask you, in the 2022-23 budget, there was $127.4 million to continue the transformation of our digital agricultural export system under the Digital Services to Take Farmers to Market initiative, which I believe came from the $328.4 million busting congestion for agricultural exporters package in the 2020-21 budget. Sounds right?
That's
tracking
correct.
the same money. Thank you. What sort of benefits do you expect that package to deliver?
So, Senator, out of our digital services taking farmers to market, as the Secretary referenced earlier on this evening, it's really aiming at a transformational change of the way that the department regulates exports and also a fundamental way to the way that exporters interact with the department. So there's a series of projects that are underway at the moment, some of which are in testing phase, some of which have been deployed. And they're all aimed at both simplifying interactions for exporters with the department, or indeed providing the department with better data in order to be able to make risk-based interventions.
Terrific. So is this announcement in the October budget the same as the March budget? Is this the same program?
So the funding that's just been announced at the moment under the October budget was 127.4 million, and that was a continuation of the budget that was put aside from the March budget.
Right. Oh, that's terrific. Whereabouts in the budget papers is this October announcement?
So you'll find that referenced underneath the Simplified Trade System agenda, and I can provide you with the footnote, the page that's referenced.
Oh, that would be terrific. Thank you. Can you give me just one example of a project that would be... Previously I've spoken to the department about exporters who are trying to simplify their engagement with the department. Say, for example, when they've got to have a seal brake inspection and then an unload inspection. And was this the sort of things, you know, being able to do that virtually, or was that the sort of projects that would fall under this? Or?
Well, there's a bit of a separation on those project senators. So the ones that you're talking about at the moment would predominantly be on the biosecurity side of the business.
Right.
So a seal brake inspection, for instance, when a container or cargo has arrived. What we're looking at here is the forms of simplification that will enable the exporters to deal more seamlessly with us. So a very good example of that is at the moment, in order, if you're an export registered establishment and you're required to undertake a certain amount of paperwork with the department to be both registered as in management and control, or to register changes as to who in the company is in management and control. At the moment, that's quite an onerous paper-based form. It takes time. It has to be sent to the department, manually entered, checks need to be undertaken, returned back. Often there's a lot of exchanges about making sure the information that's been provided is correct. We have launched a trial service, which is our exporter profile service, to some exporters who are testing it for us. So instead of making those paper-based changes with us, they're automatically registering it online against their profile. Over time, we'll be bringing new services onto that profile.
Yep.
And if I could probably as well just give you one other example of one that has proven to be of immense value to the meat processing industry, is we've moved our product hygiene indicator system onto that profile, and that actually allows exporters to not only see how themselves are actually benchmarking themselves on microbiological testing, but it also allows them to see where they're situated against every other export establishment. So it's de-anonymised data, so they can't say that this one's this facility and this one's this facility. But what they can do is look at the spread and say, I'm here, but there are 15 establishments performing a little bit better than me, so how can I bring myself up to that standard? It's proving to be a really good tool.
That's fantastic. Oh, well, congratulations, Minister, because I think it's always good to adopt things that are good as part of, you know, when you come into a new role. So I think that sounds like a really sensible, modern way of doing business between the department and exporters. So
thank you, Senator.
Terrific, thank you. That's it from me on that.
Thank you. Senator Brockman, you have a couple of questions.
Just on biosecurity?
Yes, just biosecurity. I know Senator Faruqi has questions on biosecurity.
Some on export and vet services as well.
Oh, you've got some here?
Oh,
Yeah.
mine aren't on vet services, so...
you happy to flick to Senator Faruqi and come back here? Okay.
Yep,
Senator
great.
Faruqi.
Thank you very much. So as you'd be aware, we recently received a large volume of documents through a Senate order relating to animal welfare incidents in export abattoirs during 2021 and 2022. So I'd like to ask a few questions about those reports. Obviously, there were some quite horrific animal welfare reports within those documents, and as described in an article in The Land of 19 September, some of the instances included cows calving in pens while waiting to be slaughtered, cattle with cancer in their eyes, and animals sent to abattoirs with injuries or deformities. Can I ask what actions the department has taken since these very disturbing reports were made public?
Senator, as you and I have discussed at previous estimates when we've been discussing animal welfare issues at export abattoirs, there's a very large arrangements in place where the states and territories are responsible for animal welfare incidents that occur. The Commonwealth has got certain responsibilities that come into play once animals are offloaded at the abattoir. The vast majority of animal welfare incidents that we provided that documentation on simply relate to animals that were not fit to load, to be able to be transferred from the property of origin and to be taken to the export abattoir. The staff at the export abattoir, and that includes my officers that provide this very valuable service every day, have undertaken the very best animal welfare practices by actually collating and reporting those animal welfare incidents and providing them to the states.
These are the on-plant vets you're talking about?
That's right, the on-plant veterinarians who are there to supervise against food safety issues, but are also there to be able to make sure that animals are being treated appropriately at the time that they are taken for slaughter. For all of those instances that were lodged, I can confirm that an animal welfare incident report was submitted and an appropriate referral was made to the state and territory. It's the state and territory responsibility to be able to ensure that an animal welfare issue is treated seriously. If there are animal welfare issues, such as the ones that you've reported about a calf calving in a pen or an animal being presented at the abattoir that is unfit for slaughter, they are very different animal welfare issues, for instance, when you're talking about an animal that should not be presented for slaughter versus an animal welfare incident that occurred at an abattoir. So for all of the ones that have gone to the states and territories, I understand the states and territories have taken appropriate action in relation to those incidents. There are a very, very small number of incidents where there was identified, for instance, that it was inappropriate use of a prodder that was used at the export abattoir. In all of those cases, I'm satisfied that our officers have taken the most appropriate steps to alleviate pain and suffering when that's been identified and have also addressed that issue with the management of the abattoirs.
So the article that I mentioned before in The Land quotes the president of the Cattle Council, who says that these cases need to be investigated and those responsible must face the full force of the law. So can the department confirm, you just said that states have taken appropriate action, can the department confirm that the relevant cases are being investigated, or how many of them are being investigated?
So, Senator, I think out of the incidents that we provided to you, there were a small number of animal welfare reports that we weren't able to provide details of because they were under active consideration by the states and territories. I understand that there are a number of those that are still undergoing active consideration. I also understand that there are numbers that have been satisfied within the states and territories and appropriate action has been taken, but there's no obligation to report that back to the Commonwealth.
So there were 631 animal welfare incidents over those 2 years, and you are saying that, could you give me a number of how many of those, and they involve more than 4,000 animals. Can you tell us exactly how many have been investigated and how many, and action taken, and how many are yet to be?
So, Senator, as I think we indicated, there were a small number that the department didn't provide details of. I think that was in approximately 60-odd cases.
That's right.
So out of 631, 60?
60-odd cases where there was still an active investigation that was underway. Previous referrals that had been referred to the states and territories had been referred to the states and territories for action. So I would say that all of those had been investigated by the state and territory.
And so you keep no oversight of that, even your, vets report those cases. You just don't keep any oversight of that.
So when I say the oversight, Senator, immediate action is undertaken by veterinarians at an establishment. So if, for instance, an animal is presenting that is not fit for slaughter, or an incident has occurred at offloading or at any other point during that process, our veterinarians take the most humane action necessary to alleviate the pain and suffering of that animal.
Okay.
So the animal welfare incident immediately has been addressed, but at that point as well, the circumstances leading up to that report are referred to the state and territory for investigation.
And so do the results of those investigations come back to you? Do you keep an oversight of that or not?
From time to time, Senator, if there is an overlay between what the Commonwealth's responsibilities are in terms of the animal welfare incident, or should, for instance, the Commonwealth need to be able to take action such as an amending approved arrangement, we would request that that information comes back to the Commonwealth. However, As the vast majority of these incidents have proven, the legislative responsibility, including the fit for load and transport standards, rest with the states and territories. So the department provides all of the information, including photographic evidence, to the states and territories, makes our officers available should the states and territories need to take follow-up action. And so from that point on, the Commonwealth has no legislative responsibility, so we do not require that information to come back to us.
Do you do you have any insight into whether things are improving or getting worse, like year on year? How do these incidents compare with previous years? Do you keep a record of that? And if you do, could you kind of provide that to us?
Certainly, Senator. So I'm happy to be able to provide that to you. I can also confirm, though, just for the record now, that between 2020 and the figures that we provided in 2022, we saw a significant decrease in both the number of animals, the number of incidents reported, and also through to 2022, a significant decrease in the number of animals that were affected.
Okay. Could you provide the numbers, please, for the last 5 years?
Senator, easily for the last 3 years. It might take us a couple of to be able to get the rest of the information.
Sure. And does the department have a mechanism to monitor repeat offenders? Or is that left to the states as well?
Senator, so because of our oversight and our arrangements in place at the export abattoirs, our veterinarians are very well equipped to be able to provide us with the information, for instance, that says that this is something that has occurred at this abattoir previously, and the department has the ability to be able to require an amendment to an approved arrangement to bring a change into force. However, if, for instance, we have a number of referrals that have gone back to the state and territory over time, the states and territories also take a historical view, I understand, of how many other incidents have been reported.
So these incidents and these reports are not made public. It took us months to get that information out. Would you support requirements to publicly report on animal welfare incidents?
Senator, I believe that would be a policy question for government.
Minister, would you support that, given there's so much interest in animal welfare and it keeps increasing every year, the interest people have in animal welfare? And as you know, it took us a long time to get those papers out, especially from the previous government. Would you support the public's right to know about these incidents?
I'd probably want to take some advice on making those sort of documents publicly available more often. There might be some issues that I'm not aware of around doing that. But as you noted, Senator Faruqi, I think you'd agree we worked reasonably cooperatively to get those documents out once we took office. But I recognise that they'd been held up for a long time by the former government.
I do want to go there because I want to understand what happened there. Because the letter that you wrote to me on 2nd September, which was tabled in the Senate, it said that you were aware that the former minister had promised to comply with the order at the earliest opportunity, and that I had twice sought an explanation for the lack of a response. So when you were compiling the response to the order after you became minister, were you able to work out from the department why the previous government had failed to comply with the order that was made in February?
My office certainly dealt with the department in preparing the answer and the documents that were ultimately tabled. I don't recall having any conversations with the department myself. I guess I surmised that the former government was not keen to have those documents released before the election, but that was my own theory, not based on anything the department told me. The departmental officials might be able to help you further, but I don't know anything more than that.
Yeah, because in Senate estimates on 5th April, then Minister Daniam and Ms. Hinder confirmed to this committee that the documents had already been provided to the Agriculture Minister's office with reductions recommended and following consultations with states and territories. So I understood then that the work had actually been done from the department's end. So was this work provided to you when you became minister? Because it seems that your letter of 2nd September to the Senate President says initial searches have returned a high volume of documents. So you had to go back to the initial searches and you didn't have the documents with you? If the department could shed some light on that.
Sure. I'm happy to hand over the department about that. My my recollection, and I'm happy to check and come back if any of this is wrong, but my recollection is that I don't recall being provided with those documents myself as part of any sort of incoming government briefs. I might be wrong about that, but I don't recall that occurring. I think one of the other complications here, Senator Faruqi, was that there was some discussion, probably both with my department and the Tables Office or the Senate, about whether your previous OPD had lapsed and whether it might have needed to be reviewed. And I think we were trying to clarify that for a period of time to determine whether we should be simply responding to your initial request or whether a new request had to be made. I think that is what partly explained that gap after we took office. But again, the department might be able to give you some more information about that.
Yeah, could you shed some light? Because it seems that the documents were sitting there, but then the search had to be started again.
Senator, we certainly did go back just to be able to confirm that the data that we were collating remained the data that was going to be provided. As to why it wasn't provided at the time by the then Minister, I'm sorry, Senator, I can't answer.
No, you can't answer that. But what I'm asking is that the documents were there, collated. Were they the documents that were provided to us, or did you have to collect them from scratch again?
No, Senator, we went back to be able to confirm that the data that we had collated remained accurate and was complete. As the Minister indicated, we did have a question that came back through the Table Office as to whether or not the OPD still stood. As I recall, the initial advice, as I recall, was that it had lapsed and it would need to be restated, the OPD, at which time, again, we subsequently caught advice again. We were advised that the OPD still stood. At that point, we provided the documentation to the Minister.
So the documents were sitting there
Well, the
and
documents...
not provided to us before the election. I guess that is what I'm trying to get at, and that's what seems to be the case. If I could go back to the abattoirs, Minister, and just a couple of questions. When those reports came out in the media, there were also reports that the on-plant vets were seemingly afraid of raising animal welfare issues. And when I raised this in estimates earlier this year, the department staff appeared relatively unconcerned about this. And I think I was told that this report did not live up to their experience of working with exporters and their own staff. So I think the on-vet staffs were basically said that they felt pressure from meat processors and also that there was a lack of support from some senior public servants when they reported incidents. I'm just wondering, are you aware of these reports and have you looked into those at all?
I'm not aware of those reports myself, Senator Faruqi. The article you're quoting from where those statements were made, was that after we provided those documents, or was that...
Before the documents were provided. So
Right.
this is the Sydney Morning Herald article, January 30th, 2022.
Okay, obviously that's before I was the Minister and before
Yes.
we were in government.
Yep.
But I'm certainly not personally aware of any such comments. So no, the answer is no. It may be that my office was, it may be that the department was, but from my personal view, no.
Yeah. Are you concerned by those reports?
Oh, look, of course, if people feel concerned about that, that's not what we want to see.
Yep.
So Ms Hinder might know something more about this, though.
So, Senator, I was the one who provided the evidence that said that it didn't live up to our lived expectations and also what we saw from our on-plant vets. And again, I come back to the point that the majority of these animal welfare incident reports were submitted by either our on-plant staff or alternatively by establishment management, which I think actually speaks volumes to the culture and how serious animal welfare issues are actually treated at export abattoirs if we do have our staff lodging support and we also have senior establishment staff also lodging reports. I'd like to also note that over the last 2 years, the department and industry together have collectively invested a lot into both understanding of departmental roles at export listed establishments and also improving the regulatory culture between our offices and establishments and establishments in return to our offices. And I think it's probably fair to say that the support that's provided for our offices is incredibly improving every day, and also the level of support that they receive from the establishments where they work is respectful and also very cognisant of their role.
Did you actually ask the on-plant vets about their concerns at that time? Was that investigated or not really?
So, Senator, it was quite hard to be able to actually speak to individual officers because, of course, they weren't named in the report. However, over the course of the last 12 months, we have now met with all of our export-registered on-plant veterinarians as well as our food safety meat assessors, including having a 2-day retreat over a course of a weekend where we talk about concerns. I myself attended, I think, 9 of the 11 on-plant veterinary weekends to be able to hear firsthand from our staff how they feel about their role and whether, of course, they feel as if they have the support of the department. So I'm confident to be able to say that I have thrown myself out there, and if our staff have had concerns that they haven't broached with me, I would welcome that opportunity again.
Just a couple more quick questions, thanks.
Cool.
Chair. So I understand the standards and guidelines for livestock at processing facilities are being reviewed. Will a draft version of these standards and guidelines be made publicly available?
Senator, I will have to defer to colleagues from the Agricultural Productivity Division who are leading the development of that standards work. That work is being done by Queensland, I understand. We do also have officers who are engaged in that work, as well as representatives from industry by the Australian Meat Industry Council.
So could you take that on notice then, and also just provide, if you can, a date for when they will be made publicly available? And do you know if the review is considering mandating CCTVs in abattoirs? Maybe you could take that on notice as well.
Of course.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Now, Senator Brockman, I know Senator Roberts has some biosecurity questions.
I think Senator McDonald just had
So
a
follow-up? Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Ms Hinder, thank you. I understand that there was 8,000 pages of documents released as part of this OPD. Is that correct?
Approximately 8,000, yes.
So I assume that it was a pretty broad scope, the question that was asked. How long did it take the department to go through and collate all this information and review it? And
Senator, we didn't keep exact records of the time because it wasn't treated in a time-treated way like a Freedom of Information request. But I would say that it was a significant investment of resources, both insofar as making sure that the data that we provided was accurate, but also to be able to ensure that we were protecting the personal and private information of people who were named on those animal welfare incident reports, including the names of our staff. So there was a significant investment in doing that, and then also a significant investment in making sure that that was correct.
All right, thank you. I just think, the questions that we've just gone through around the timeliness of it, and I appreciate that. It was an OPD, but I'm just trying to draw out the fact that this was a very big body of work and, whilst important, not quickly delivered. Can I ask too, what was the number of incidents that were reported?
In what year, Senator? I'm sorry.
The most recent one was at 461. Am I
Something like that.
that correctly?
Yeah, sure. I think I'll pass to my colleague, Mr. Black.
Thank you.
Acting First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Services Division. For calendar year 2020, there were 353 reports. For calendar year 2021, 278 reports.
Yep.
And for the 6-month period of 1 January to 30 June 2022, so this year, 165 reports.
And what total number of stock would have gone through the abattoirs for the same periods?
Sure. So for calendar year 2020,
Yep.
35,062,261. It's a percentage of animals involved when compared to total slaughter numbers of 0.0066%.
0.0066%, yes.
For calendar year 2021, it's 35,463,865 head. and that is a percentage of 0.0050%. And for this calendar year so far, we've had 17,728,959, and the percentage at the moment is 0.0157%.
So whilst nobody wants to see any reportable incidents, I would suggest that that would be lower than what you'd see in the paddock with, you know, normal injuries and sickness and so forth. So I think they're good statistics to have on the record. It's an extraordinary outcome. I want to just ask you about vets in plant. I had a vet that I went to university with who came to see me the other day. He was quite concerned because he used to be a vet in plant but has left NAQUIS qualified plants because they were told that they weren't to go into the pens anymore. The vets weren't to enter the pens. I understand that when foot and mouth was discovered in the UK, it was discovered when stock went to market, went to the abattoir, and they were picked up on vet inspections. Is that correct?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. There are circumstances where we don't allow our officers into unsafe environments. And so whether or not that officer was instructed not to enter a pen because it was an unsafe environment to enter.
No,
but generally our vets are afforded the full run of the abattoir. They perform a very necessary role in ante-mortem to be able to make sure an animal is fit for slaughter.
Yes.
And that's conducted at various points along the chain before they're actually unloaded and taken off to eventual processing.
I'll provide you with a copy of the emails that he provided
I'd very
to
much
me,
appreciate
which was whole of industry, and it was a broad, not to enter pens. It was quite clear on the basis of workplace health and safety.
Sorry, Senator, was that an instruction from the department?
From the department, yes, thank you. And so, you know, I shared his concern that these are people trained to work with animals, and particularly where there's, you know, might be 1,000 head of sheep in a pen. How else would you examine them if you weren't in the pen? So I won't ask you to comment on that now. I'll provide you with a copy of that email later, and we can have a discussion about that if that's okay.
Very much.
Thank you. That's
Senator
my follow-ups.
Brockman's
Thank you.
champing at the bit there.
No, all good. All good. Minister, I think we're still in the same area, so you can stay there for the moment, but I will move to biosecurity shortly. Minister, can you explain why you didn't the government didn't implement all recommendations for the review of sheep exports by sea through the Middle East during the Northern Hemisphere summer, released in September?
This is the Northern Hemisphere review.
It is.
The thing I'm just checking with the Secretary, Senator Brockman, my recollection is that we implemented the advice of the department and recommendations of the department as to handle that review.
Okay. Is the department of the same opinion?
Yes, Senator. Effectively, the department was cognizant of the fact that the government had made an election commitment in relation to the future of the industry, and therefore, in some respects, the review of the Northern Hemisphere arrangements had been overtaken by that event. And so, effectively, the review was noted by the government, but the recommendations which had been or the review which had been commissioned, you know, quite some time ago, was no longer particularly relevant given the election commitment.
So the review.
No, I understand, but I think
So
that's
the
passing words a little bit, to be perfectly
and
honest, Minister.
I'll ask the Secretary to jump in if I get any of this wrong, but my recollection of events was that the review was undertaken.
Yes.
It made certain recommendations, which effectively related to extending the permitted period for exports in relation to particular routes, reduced the permitted period for other routes, and then there were a series of recommendations about improving animal welfare alongside those two particular things about the routes. The department then separately provided advice to me about the recommendations of the review, and that advice was to...
So you didn't accept the review, you accepted the department's advice on the review?
Yeah, I guess that's probably the way to put it.
Okay, so you didn't accept the recommendations of the review to shorten the moratorium?
Senator, I know, just for the sake of sort of clarity, my colleagues will assist me if need be. You recall that some material relating to information that was relevant to the review was available to the department either at the end of last year or the beginning of this year. And as a result of that, I, as the regulator, because the actual orders, the export orders are made by me under the Export Control Act, we implemented a series of changes in advance of the commencement of the Northern Hemisphere ban this year. And I indeed recall discussing those with Senator Faruqi and Senator Canavan at estimates some time ago. The effect of that change at the beginning of the audit was to effectively lengthen the permitted period of exports by a short amount of time in relation to a couple of routes and reduce the amount of time in relation to a different route. That was all based on much more precise meteorological data from the Bureau of Meteorology in relation to the heat conditions and the humidity conditions in certain parts of the Middle East. So that was in place at the time of the election. There was a change of government. There was a clear commitment by the incoming government that the industry would be phased out over time.
But why does that, in your mind, impact the length or not of the moratorium when the minister hasn't even set a date
Effectively,
for the phasing out of the industry?
Well, effectively, the government has now embarked upon a process of consultations with the industry in relation to the phase out of the industry.
I've got farmers in my home state of Western Australia who are living in an extraordinary degree of uncertainty because of the level of uncertainty imposed upon it by this government. And you're saying that you can't even provide certainty in terms of the moratorium when the minister hasn't set a date for when the export industry is going to close down.
With respect, Senator, if I could just finish, there is absolutely no uncertainty. The orders remain in place. The government has committed that over time, at a period beyond the current electoral period, that the industry will be phased out, and that's work that's now being undertaken. But in terms of the certainty of the regulatory environment, it is absolutely crystal clear.
But that the review recommended, and you would have taken to the minister a recommendation to shorten the moratorium period.
That we took to the minister a view that effectively the review was otiose because otiose, defunct, because of the government's commitment to bring in a different set of arrangements over time. So effectively the status quo ante, the export control orders, the Northern Hemisphere summer orders that I signed a few days before the election period commenced, remain in place. There is clear regulatory certainty in relation to that, and the government is now undertaking a process of consultation and consideration about the ultimate phase out of the industry, which the minister has obviously commenced some of that work. So.
Well, I would put yourself in the shoes of a farmer and ask if there's regulatory certainty for this industry, because there's none.
Well, there's a pretty clear commitment. There's pretty clear commitment being given by the government, which was elected, that it's our intention to phase out live sheep exports. As you know, Senator Brockman, I've been to Western Australia and I've met with individual sheep farmers, sheep exporters, peak bodies, animal rights groups, the whole cross-section about our commitment. And I, at every point, was clear with people that we intend to fulfil our commitment.
So when, Minister?
Well...
You're talking about regulatory certainty?
Yeah.
Your officials are talking about regulatory certainty?
We have said We will consult industry and a range of other people about the date by which that will occur.
So no certainty, Minister?
We've said that we will consult people about that because we recognise that this is a big change for many people and needs to be done in an orderly manner. And that's one of the reasons we've said that it won't happen in this term, and we will work with industry and, again, the full cross-section of views about this issue in settling when and how this phase-out will be delivered. And frankly, the meetings that I had in Western Australia with industry groups, there was a degree of relief that we weren't going to rush this and that the people were going to be consulted, and that's what will happen.
Can you provide an update from the department's point of view on what activities and consultation is currently going on in terms of this
Certainly happy to update
very
you about
uncertain
that.
process?
So, Senator, as the Minister indicated, the department is in the planning stages of being able to make sure that the consultation is open, available for all, transparent and fair. As the Minister has indicated as well, we are in the process of engaging. As the Minister indicated, he has visited, along with the then Deputy Secretary of the role that I'm acting in at the moment, Western Australian producers, to meet with feedlotters, animal welfare groups, etc. And the department will be continuing that work.
Just finally on this, I'll move on to biosecurity. Is there any update on the ECAS review and the process which will be undertaken in relation to the review?
On
Senator
SCAS?
Yes. Yep.
What did I say? It's getting late.
SCAS. So the
Asking questions.
The SCAS review has commenced, and the department has commenced the review, addressing the areas that the review will focus on, recommendations from the Inspector General of Live Animal Export Review of SCAS, which was conducted in 2021, looking at a control and traceability standard, enhancing the mechanisms for monitoring and verifying ongoing compliance between the independent performance audits, which form part of the SCAS framework, updating the current guideline for management of non-compliance to incorporate a proportionate escalating non-compliance framework, and streamlining and improving the internal administrative processes. So we've undertaken that. We expect it will take us through the current financial year to undertake that process. It's an important review. We will engage widely as part of that, and that process is just getting underway.
Okay, so sorry, when do you have like an end?
I expect the review to have been completed by the end of the financial year.
End of this
So
financial
June
year?
2023.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to that? So, Minister, you intend to phase out live sheep exports, not in this term, so in 3 years' time?
Not within. The phase-out will not occur before the next election.
Yeah, so 3-year term, so reasonably within 3 years.
It will be beyond 3 years.
So any suggestions, though, that would improve the efficiency, productivity, animal welfare outcomes of the industry during that time, can we assume then they won't be considered? Because this was a recommendation of this report. I appreciate that the department, read the tea leaves, said we're not going to put this up, but this report very clearly said that this was better outcomes with better scientific data. You love your science, better scientific data. Can we expect that there will be no changes or improvements to the industry in that 3-year period?
Ms Hinder might be able to elaborate on this, but I may not have been entirely clear before. There were a number of recommendations of the review that the department then recommended to us be accepted, and we accepted those. I think I'm right in saying there was only one recommendation from the review which the department recommended we not implement. So it's not that we didn't implement any of the recommendations of the review. We implemented the recommendations that were then recommended by the department. And should future reviews occur and the department provide me with advice about them, then of course I'll consider them at that time.
Could we get the recommendations tabled, please?
The recommendations of the review?
Yes.
Sure. Of the, yeah,
Or the
Northern Hemisphere
review and the subsequent recommendations? Because my understanding is there are at least 2 recommendations that weren't adopted.
I don't think that's right, but Ms Hidden might be able to explain a bit further.
So, Senator, the recommendations, obviously, the Northern Hemisphere Summer Review are publicly available, so they are able to be seen. The review did make several recommendations that were aimed at improving or maintaining animal welfare, and those recommendations have already been will be implemented by the department. Those recommendations were that sheep should be fed a minimum of 3% of their live weight daily while on vessels travelling to or through the Middle East during the non-prohibited
I'm
periods.
sorry to interrupt you, Ms Hinder, given the hour.
We'll put them on notice.
Please put those on notice, but I am looking for 2 recommendations specifically around the destination to Oman and the Red Sea.
That's fine, Senator. And
Thank
on
you.
those as well, I think we've already indicated that because of the phase-out, changing the prohibition period where there was animal welfare maintained to be able to mitigate the risks of heat stress that were less than previously understood, we recommended to the Minister that they not be implemented.
So this, you just appreciate, this is where the industry is frustrated because they had a recommendation that would improve the productivity and certainty for them, their customers and the producers, and they've not been adopted because there's a clear intention to shut the industry down in 3 years. So that's the rub.
My colleagues will correct me, Senator, if I'm wrong. I think we are only talking about a few days or a week or so here, in the same way that...
well, prohibition shortened by 31 days, prohibition shortened by 21 days is the two. So that's a significant amount of time.
But when you look at the totality of regulatory certainty has been provided by the order that I signed back in April from memory. The industry has adopted those measures. In some of them they reduced the period, in some they extended the period. But given the clear, not reading the tea leaves, Senator Brockman, given the clear election commitment to phase out the industry, further meddling appeared inappropriate. So measures that appeared relevant to animal welfare, which can easily be adopted, have been adopted, but in relation to the timing of settings, they remain the same as they were set in April. So.
But we have a recommendation that showed that the industry might have actually done a little better. They've had difficult times over the last few years, and we know that there is going to be an end date on their supply to their customers. This would have assisted them with their supply contracts and their commitments to their customers and to their purchases from their farmers. We will talk around this, but you know, you and I appreciate you've consulted widely, Minister. It does not make people happy necessarily. They've just feel heard.
Well, no. Well, I think some, frankly, there are some people who are very happy with the commitment. There are some people who my Twitter feed would tell me we should move sooner. There are some people who would prefer that we not do
Minister, it. Nothing good will come of that.
I know. I'm learning that, especially as a minister. But my point is...
It's taken you that long.
My point is that before I was a minister, everyone loved me on Twitter, Senator Still. Everything's changed now.
They still do.
Well, that's what I told myself. No, look, the point is that this is an issue that people have very strong opinions about. I respect that. But we did make a commitment. We were elected. It's my intention to implement the committee, but I can assure everyone that they'll be treated with respect as we implement this commitment.
Thanks, Senator
On
Brockman.
that, Senator Brockman, you were... Sorry?
Security.
Yeah, but I've also got Senator Roberts patiently waiting.
Where do you want to go?
And Senator Roberts is
Malcolm?
going to ask questions on agriculture and biosecurity.
Fire ant protection.
If that falls into the same area, I'm happy for you to go first.
Fantastic. So we have to come back to live export because I have a few questions here.
Oh.
But we can come back.
Well, look, no one's going to go anywhere at the moment. So do I take it the last two witnesses we'll get to, Senator McDonald?
That's the intention.
Okie dokie. Beauty. No. Senator Roberts, now you're not allowed to start a fight on climate change, all right? Okay, it's too late at night.
Anything I do will be peer reviewed.
Climate. My questions are on fire ants as a result of several constituents over several years in southeastern Queensland around towns of Gatton and Boonah.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Yeah, you're a bit hard to hear, Senator
Sorry.
Roberts.
My questions are from constituents in the towns of Gatton and Boonah and the area in southeast Queensland, and they're on fire ants.
Yes.
The fire ant eradication or suppression or containment, I don't know what it is.
Yep, a very long-standing and expensive program. So.
Yes, to my first question. How much has it cost the federal Commonwealth Government of Australia in funding the fight against spread of and ultimate eradication of these pests so far, fire ants?
Senator, my colleague might correct me if I got this wrong, but the federal government, as I understand, has spent $294.3 million to date as its contribution to the program. Is that correct?
Yes, since 2001.
Yes,
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mark Simpson, Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Response and Reform Branch.
So the figures I've been told were 412 million allocated over 10 years, running out in the next 12 months, but the actual spending is 700 million.
Sorry, that...
And I've heard the figure from people in the Queensland.
The National
Government.
Red Imported Fire Ant Eradication Program in southeast Queensland is a $411.4 million nationally cost-shared program. That's the current program that's in place at the moment.
411?
411.4 million.
Okay.
Which runs to 2027, so it's not quite 12 months. But it's been subject, I think maybe this has been the line of previous question, it's been subject to a review, and Queensland as the lead agency is to come to national governments through the Ag Ministerial Council to provide an update and proposal about where to take the program going forward.
Okay, so it's 412 million, my figures are correct. Okay. So the next question is, are we winning in getting rid of the fire ants?
Well, so Senator, that's the essence of the paper that the Queensland Government's going to bring back to the Ag Ministers very shortly. And they're making good progress, but it's an incredibly expensive program, as you know. And I guess the question will be, how much do we keep spending where, and is that viable? And we haven't got to that decision gate yet.
So your KPIs don't include are we winning or not?
Well,
so you can't tell me if that's the case. You're relying on
Queensland.
Queensland.
So the review certainly said that we're making good progress, but it also suggested we should do some things differently. And I guess that's what we've got to see rolled into a proposal for governments.
Well, listening to the residents in the rural area near Boonah and Gatton, they're suggesting you're not making progress.
So, Senator, to be fair, I mean, there's a large amount of money that's been spent on the eradication program. It is making a difference in some areas, and I wouldn't presume to say that their experience of that is wrong. But I guess we've got to see what the sum of the proposal looks like from the Queensland Government.
So we're waiting on the Queensland Government, which is receiving hundreds of millions of dollars. We're waiting on them to give us the answer.
Well, they are the lead jurisdiction on a national response.
But that's true, we're waiting on them.
Yes, but that'll be here soon.
Yeah, my point is they've got an interest in perpetuating the spending of that money.
Well, Senator, I mean, I've spent a lot of time talking to the Queensland Government and the heads of biosecurity that they don't want to be doing this program if they don't need to, but they want to get rid of red imported fire ants, as do all the other jurisdictions that are contributing to the funding.
People want to get rid of them, but that doesn't mean they're effective in getting rid of them. And that's why I was asking your KPIs.
So, Senator, there's a lot of scrutiny on what the Queensland Government is doing because other jurisdictions have to pay the cost. We pay half of it, and then other jurisdictions contribute as well. So there's a lot of interest in what Queensland's doing, and there will be a lot of scrutiny on their proposal.
And Senator, just to add to that, the actual sort of independent chair of the steering committee is Dr. Wendy Craik, who's very well known in agricultural circles and very eminent and respected person, and I certainly recall that she and her committee reported to agriculture senior officials over the last year or two. But you're absolutely right, it is a insidious and difficult pest, and and although it may well have been eradicated in some areas, it is in others, we're very much awaiting advice from Queensland as to what would be needed to try and finally deal with the issue, but it's a difficult one. It just shows you how difficult these issues can be.
So, Senator, in any eradication program, there's a first question about whether eradication is technically feasible, and then there's a question about the benefits and costs. Now, our understanding is the revised Queensland proposal will say it is still feasible, but we haven't yet seen that, and we haven't yet had the chance to assess the benefits and costs.
Isn't it true, though, that areas that should be pest-free are not? For example, the Richlands Market Garden is still infested. I understand there's an area somewhat close to the port of Brisbane where they first arrived is infested. I understand in listening to some construction workers developing new housing estates just south of Ipswich that they regularly just kick over these fire ant nests.
Yeah. I think that's all true, Senator. We would probably need to take on notice information about very specific locations, and we need to rely upon advice from Queensland about that. But I think we're all saying it's a long-term and difficult issue, but the Queensland Government continues to be of the view that it's a fight worth fighting, and it is able to be achieved. Apart from anything else...
thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, apart from anything else, it's almost a fight we must win. If the ants continue to spread and find their way up over the divide, then there's a real issue as to whether they can migrate beyond the Brisbane Valley or the valleys around Brisbane and into the Downs and elsewhere. So I don't think anyone's under any misapprehension as to how serious this is, and that's why so much public funding has gone into it, and a lot of smart people are working very hard to try and deal with it. So.
Yeah, I'm not doubting they're smart. I'm not doubting there's a lot of money going in. What I am doubting is the effectiveness, because I've listened to people on the ground, farmers, rural residents, and they're not at all convinced, and they're worried about the dangers.
Yeah, well, so it's a fair question, Senator, but I think that's what their plan will address, and I think you'll find in some areas you'll get more positive responses, but there's widespread concern, obviously, about the red important fire ants. That's why so much focus has been put on it.
And that's why Secretary just said if it gets west of the range, then we're in trouble, even more trouble. But that's why I want to know how effective it is, because if it's not effective, it will go west of the range.
Well, and that's why all jurisdictions are contributing to the cost of the control.
So is that's, that's not to underestimate the issues faced by people where it currently is. So I'm not in any way denying the seriousness of the impact on amenity and production in the current areas of location. But there are very sound reasons for continuing to try and eradicate it for broader reasons as well. So.
Is it true that there is a request before the Commonwealth for more than $800 million to be put towards the cost of the future program?
No, I'm not aware of any such request.
Okay, thank you. What studies have been done as to the effect of the insecticides used on fire ants on human health?
I'm not sure if we have that detail here, do we?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that with us. We can take
we'll take
that
that
on
notice.
Thank you. Why is bait laying done in wet weather when this is clearly stated not to be done in rainy weather due to health risks?
We'll check on that with the Queensland Government.
Thank you. Why are property owners not warned about aerial spraying from helicopters over their properties, even if it is not proven that fire ants are present there? It just seems indiscriminate.
We'll take that on notice as well. Yeah. So, we're not all I'm saying, I'm not agreeing with any of it, I'm simply saying I'll find out. So.
Thank you. Isn't it true that the insecticides used to kill off all insect life they contact and are a danger to the aquatic food chain?
We'll check on that as well.
Because the Queensland Government representatives in charge of the fire ant project could not answer these questions, basic questions, not with any confidence. No one in the group was. The residents are really concerned about their own health, their food security. What studies are being done in Queensland to monitor the health of the environment as a result of the indiscriminate spraying that puts toxic chemicals into the waterways?
We'll seek a response in relation to that as well.
On what basis are federal monies provided to the states to assist in these programs? I'm told that some years ago in Gatton, a few years ago in Gatton, I was told that the state government gets different amount of money, whether it's based upon an eradication program or a containment program. Is that true?
Yeah, so this is not a response that's funded under one of our standing deeds, but it follows very similar mechanisms. So there's similar decision steps you go through about whether it can be eradicated, whether it's technically feasible. There's technical advisory bodies that help with that. There's a cost-benefit piece, and then there's a funding formula that depends on the nature of the pest. So it's very like the disease responses we've got that are managed through established deeds, but it's an independent framework.
So what kind of oversight do you have with regard to the effectiveness? Because I'd like to know, the residents tell me with some authority that there's an incredible waste of millions of taxpayer money, millions of dollars, when baiting is done with no chance of success. They just see it's in people not even warned that helicopters are dropping baits on their land. Next thing, helicopters dropping baits on their land, and it's during the rain. They can't see how it's possibly working. That's why they don't see.
Look, obviously, Senator, there are committees, there are experts, there are a whole bunch of overlays around this, and I think it's probably best if we respond to those very specific complaints.
I'd like to know specifically how you track to make sure that the Queensland Government is doing a good job and not just spending money.
Again, we'll put that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So I think I've asked this question, or you're going to answer it. Is this an ongoing money spinner for the states, essentially?
I think I think an easy way to say is that the Queensland Government would far prefer this to have been a successful program and no further money required, rather than simply seeing it as some sort of employment program. Far from it.
With due respect, the Queensland Government is like some other governments, and they don't care so long as they're seen to be doing something. They're wanting to look good rather than do good. That's the concern of the residents, and people's health getting compromised.
Well, I think at a local level, the Queensland Government have clear accountability in relation to this, and but we will certainly provide answers as far as we can. So.
Is there any consideration given to giving this as nominating this as a project for the Australian National Auditing Office?
The Audit Office have looked at biosecurity arrangements generally. I'm not sure whether that's been something.
There's a lot of money going here.
Yeah, so this program was subject of a review not long ago, and I'm not sure I've got all the details of that, but I'm sure the ANAO will take an interest in the program at some point, given its size. But
could you refer to them?
Well, so Senator, I just think the way you'd characterise the Queensland Government's engagement on this issue doesn't reflect our experience.
Well, I've seen two public meetings now where the Queensland Government representatives have completely failed to allay the fears.
Again, I'm not disputing that experience and the views of your constituents. We're happy to follow those up with the Queensland Government, but I can't say that I have seen anything that would characterise this as a money spinner for the Queensland Government. They are desperately trying to get rid of these fire ants, and they're looking at innovative ways to do that, and that's certainly been the message that I got from Wendy Craik when I spoke to her about the program as well.
I'm not here to convince you, I'm just here to ask questions and get your answers, so thank you for your answers.
We're happy to follow this up, and I think it's important to not lose community support for these programs.
I'd like to know some specifics, please, in those answers. But more questions on foul brood, but I'll give someone else a go.
All right, thanks, Senator Roberts. Now, Senator Faruqi, I'll get an indication how long do you think your questions will go for, depending on the answers, whether they're short?
Yeah, maybe not more than 10, 12 minutes.
All right. Senator Faruqi, and then I'll come back. Senator Brockman, have you still got questions? Oh, you haven't? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've given you the call, and then I'm going to go to Senator Brockman. After you.
Yeah, I have a few on live exports and then on
Just while people are coming to the table, Chair, I was just wondering, I'm sure you're aware we have the Regional Investment Corporation and the Inspector General here this evening, and I assume that they'll still be required.
I tell you what.
Yep.
I've been told that there's an attempt to get there.
We'll get there before 11, so, yeah.
Okay, so I note that the Export Advisory Notice 2022-09 advised that the Independent Observer Program would recommence as of 1 May 2022. Could you please tell me how many voyages have had independent observers on board since this time?
Thank you very much, Senator. Since the commencement of the Independent Observer Program, there have been, and this is up to the 30th of September 2022, 5 voyages have been accompanied by an independent observer.
Yeah, and what is that number as a percentage of the voyages from that time to today? Or to the September?
To the September. So
Yeah.
I don't have the percentage, but there were 85 voyages that departed in that time frame, 38 of which were eligible to have an independent observer, on which we deployed 5.
So there was only 5 out of 85.
38. So we've got a deployment policy.
Yep.
So of the 85 voyages, 38 met the policy, 5 were deployed. 11 voyages to China we did not deploy on because of the COVID situation and the post-arrival restrictions, so it's not possible to deploy. And the remaining voyages of an independent observer was not deployed on.
Okay, so why weren't they deployed on them?
There's a range of reasons, such as the operator might advise that there's insufficient cabin space to accommodate an observer, for example, that there isn't space available because something's happening on the vessel that
Sure,
takes
and
up
that
space.
has always been my issue, that animal welfare is last priority. Will the reports of these observers be published on the department's website as before?
They will
prior
be.
to the COVID disruption. So when will they be published?
We're working on that, Senator, and I expect them to be published in the coming weeks.
Yeah, because I am conscious that no observer reports have been published since mid-2020. Minister, is the new Labour government committed to the continuation of the Independent Observer Programme?
Yes, we are. We are considering how independent observers are deployed, but certainly I've not received any advice that we should eliminate the program altogether.
Minister, just a couple of questions on the phase out of live sheep export. I know that both you and the Prime Minister have said that the phase out won't happen in this term of Parliament. You've confirmed that today. With that in mind, I just want to get some clarity on whether the legislation for the phase out might be considered in this term of Parliament.
I haven't really made a decision about that yet, Senator Faruqi. We will, as I said earlier, we will be undertaking consultation with a wide range of groups that will inform how we implement this commitment, and I imagine that the question you've just asked will be answered as part of that consultation.
Okay. So it could happen or it could not happen?
Yeah, it's too early to say.
Too early to say.
Exactly how we're going to implement it.
Okay. Chair, I just have a few questions on horse traceability, if I could
What I
go
might
there.
do is I might go to Senator Brockman and then come back
Okay.
to
Thank you very
your
much.
good self. No?
No, that's fine, but we will, we won't make the deadline.
Okay, so in that case, you want to let,
No, I don't want to let you go, please.
I will run
I'm
through
in your
very-
hands.
I'll run through very quickly.
I'm in your hands.
In everybody's interests.
I'm just happy to be part
Minister,
of it.
and your officials may be able to say some of these already been answered. I know you covered some of this earlier, but I'll ask the questions. If you can add further light, feel free to do so, but if you think you've already answered it, I'm happy for you to say
Sure.
that. The budget measure titled Agriculture Continuing to Deliver Agriculture 2030, what components of that measure have been redirected to fund the biosecurity measure in the recent budget?
Sorry, your question is about which of the measures in the former government's March budget have been repurposed?
Yes.
Or redirected for new initiatives? I might get the relevant officials to come forward, but one of the things, and I'm testing my memory about exactly the components of the former government's package, but one of them that I do recall is that it provided for about somewhere in the order of $61 million over 4 years for biosecurity in Northern Australia. What we've done is actually bring that funding forward in the sense of spending the same amount of money over 2 years rather than 4. A fair chunk of that money will continue to be used for Northern Australia purposes specifically, but it will also help fund some of the broader commitments that we've made, more biosecurity officers and other things as well. So that's one I'm aware of, but it might be that other officials can give you a bit more information.
And if the right officials aren't nearby, I'm happy for you to take that one on notice and give us a comprehensive breakdown.
Sure, well maybe that's a better thing to do just in the interest of time.
Sure, I'm happy to
Is there
do
anything
that? No, there's in the the biosecurity package, the 61.6 million is a reframing of the boosting our northern biosecurity frontline measure from the March budget.
Yep. So that's what the Minister just spoke about?
That's right. And then there's 46.7 million, which is a reframing of the supporting farmers to maximise farm gate output through traceability. So that's a bigger commitment in this, but it's a reframing of that.
Yeah.
And all of those are explained. If you look in the PBS on page 27, the notes there talk about what's been reframed.
I think that answers some of your question, but not all, Senator.
If you could...
We can either take the totality on notice and provide you with a comprehensive answer, or alternatively, our Chief Finance Officer could probably take you through more detail. So.
Why don't we, I know you want to get
In
to
the
some other
interest of
questions.
time...
We'll come back on notice.
Why don't we come back on notice
Sure.
with a comprehensive answer?
Sure.
But could, if, and perhaps you can stay there because you might be able to help with this one, how much was redirected from the Immediate Assistance Fund? And what's the total amount of that fund?
We'll take that on notice as well, Senator. So, yeah.
Okay. Thought you might know that one.
We probably do, it's just that we can spend a minute
So
or two
who's in,
checking.
what part of the department is the Immediate Assistance Fund?
Quick. We get chopped off again in the last foot.
You're in the room, so I can't be that far off.
Yeah.
No, the official he was on his way there earlier.
Thank you, Senator. Mark Simpson, Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Response and Reform Branch. The Immediate Assistance Fund, I'm not aware of any budget funding being redirected from the Immediate Assistance Fund.
Well, in Budget Paper 2, it states this measure will redirect funding from some components of the 2022-23 budget measure titled Agriculture, continuing to deliver Agriculture 2030 and the Immediate Assistance Fund. So that's in the budget. So presumably there's some from there.
Senator, I think probably the best thing is if we just quickly check on that. While we're here this evening, we'll provide you with an answer. Even if it's at 1 minute to 11, we'll make sure you do get an answer tonight. So.
Okay. While you're at the table, the Immediate Assistance Fund, what does it actually provide money to do?
Thank you, Senator. The Immediate Assistance Fund provides an ability for Australian Government to assist state and territory governments and industry prepare for and rapidly respond to significant exotic pests and diseases. So it both covers response activities, but also preparedness, so it can include research and other elements as well. The Immediate Assistance Fund is separate to the Special Purpose Payment 188, under which the Project Agreement for Pest and Disease Preparedness and Response Programs funds response activities.
So the Immediate Assistance Fund is to help with immediate assistance to help biosecurity outbreaks?
Yes.
But you're not sure if you've redirected money from that to a general biosecurity funding measure, and quite frankly, why would you do it anyway when it's for immediate assistance to fund biosecurity outbreaks?
So my understanding, Senator, is that the budget for this year for the Immediate Assistance Fund is 5.236 million and 2.099 million for 23-24, 3.737 million for 24-25 and 3.8 million for 25-26.
Sorry, but how much of it was redirected to the general biosecurity measure as stated in the budget?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that in my notes.
Okay. Can you try and come back to me tonight on that?
We'll do our best, Senator.
Thank you. On table 2.3 of budget paper 2, that's page 59, there is a reframing of funds from the agriculture, continuing to deliver Agriculture 2030, supporting farmers to maximise farm gate output through on-farm and on-farm biosecurity. Can you explain the movement of these funds? Is it a reduction in funding from the March budget?
Sorry, Senator, could you just give me that reference again, the page reference?
Budget paper 2, page 59, table 2.3, reframing of funds. Do I need to read that whole thing again?
No, Senator. So that part of budget paper 2 is related to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the the Environment and Water. If you're looking at page 59, did you say?
Unfortunately, I've only written the reference down. I haven't got the actual BP in front of me. So if I've got that reference wrong, feel free to ignore it. I'll bring it back in writing.
It sounds quite a precise reference, but yeah.
Portfolio budget statement.
The PBS, not budget paper 2. So.
But I'm not sure then if the page number's right, to be honest.
So the table that I think that you're referring to is the movement of funds table for outcome 2.
Table 2.3?
Which explains, so that's not necessarily where there's been savings taken from a measure. That could be where funds have been moved from one year to another, reprofiled, or that will include reclassifications as well. So not all of those things, I guess, in that table are necessarily savings measures to fund other things. So can I ask which measure you were particularly interested in, Senator? Sorry, I've forgotten since you asked the question.
Look, I think I'll come back to you and I'll re-look at the table myself and get it to you on notice.
Yeah.
Because I think
the headline issue, Senator, is that in the March budget there was an uplift in biosecurity activity to be undertaken over 4 years. In the October budget, much of that activity is taking place over 2 years, and so money is actually being brought forward to escalate levels of activity, and some of it has been sort of redirected to have a very clear focus on Northern Australia disease preparedness or response. That's in addition to some of the other amounts of money that the Minister previously announced in relation to cooperation with biosecurity. So I think the accounting treatment of that is what we're sort of talking about here, and it's probably best if we explain that on notice.
Okay, if you could, thank you. I'll clarify my question on notice as well, but if you can come back, if you...
All right, I am told we can answer now, so why don't we just try and tidy it up in the next 60 seconds?
Okay.
So you asked earlier about the Immediate Assistance Fund. That reference on page 59 indicates that the 2.971 million that was allocated in 21-22 has been moved to 22-23 to be available for this year. With that fund, that's not unusual.
That wasn't a reallocation to fund the broader biosecurity measure. It was just a movement within that program?
Yes, from one year to the next.
I'm still a little bit puzzled then why in budget paper 2 it says, in the broad measure, it says this measure will redirect funding from, I'll leave out a whole lot, the Immediate Assistance Fund.
All right, we'll take it on notice, Senator, as we agreed, and we'll just try and tidy it all up, because it's obviously. I think the broad point is that money hasn't been taken out of biosecurity. Quite the contrary, money's been added to biosecurity or brought forward. It's the accounting treatment or the movement between years and how that's described in the various budget papers that we're talking. And we'll try and give a plain English explanation for it.
Right. Okay. The 14 million improve Australia's biosecurity system, foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease. Are the 18 biosecurity officers in place?
I know we had a detailed breakdown of those numbers. Just find the relevant brief.
The answer to that, Senator, is yes, they've been recruited and they are in place.
And
Where is in place? They're at international airports I'll have to take on notice of precise locations, but again, it would be Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, those major locations that receive the most amount of passenger traffic, particularly as it relates to foot and mouth disease.
So can we have a breakdown of that, where they are duties, whether they're doing broader biosecurity work or whether they're just focused on foot and mouth disease? And how did that interact? I know we had this discussion before, and I know when you recruit a new pool, these are always things you have to confront. But presumably you were already recruiting for biosecurity officers. So how has the overall pool trended whilst you've been recruiting those 18? Because it's all well and good to say, oh, we've recruited 18 over here, but if you wanted to recruit 20 in your general biosecurity pool and you've recruited 2, then you might have actually gone backwards.
No, well, we would have been recruiting to an ASL level that was established in the PBS that is then sort of passed through to me from a program perspective.
Yeah, but
so,
were you
so we
full?
had recruitment in train, right?
Yeah.
And then
So
we increased the intake of that recruitment by 18 because of that measure, right?
So there was no fluctuation. You found 18 new people. You didn't rob Peter to pay Paul.
No, because in any recruitment process, for example, Senator, we would get 1,000 applicants and we might only have 100 jobs. And as an example of that, we
Well, I wish that was the case at the moment, but I talk to a
we
lot
made
of
that one.
businesses where it's not.
Well, in my world, I'm getting 1,000.
People are very motivated to work for us, Senator. So,
in my world, a biosecurity detector officers 700 applicants for the last round that we ran there. Okay. Can I just go to the duty question, because I'd rather deal with that now if I could with the indulgence, and that is the duties of a biosecurity officer at an airport are all the same. So we don't have specific duties for foot and mouth disease or lumpy skin disease. The officers are trained across a range of risk management techniques. They all perform those techniques to the extent to which their training allows them at that time. So they're not specifically employed for foot and mouth disease or lumpy skin disease. They were employed by that measure to enhance our capability.
I've been wound up, so...
Sorry, Senator, I can answer the question on the Immediate Assistance Fund, if that's useful. So of the $14 million package, it includes $4.33 million over 2 years for the Northern Australia Coordination Network, and that was funded through the Immediate Assistance Fund.
So I'm not sure that actually answered my question.
So you asked where did the Immediate Assistance Fund make a contribution, I think, to that $134 million package? It was in the $4.33 million for the Northern Australia Coordinator Network.
Right, so and that was part of the broader biosecurity measure?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I've just got a question on the feedlots around Townsville. The feedlot approvals for Indonesia have gone from 35,000 head to 5,000 head. Minister, is this shut down by stealth if there's not approvals for licences for live export of cattle out of Townsville?
No, it's not shut down by stealth, but Ms Hinder can probably give you a bit more detail on that.
So, Senator, for both export meat establishments to export to Indonesia, as well as livestock feed stations for live exports to Indonesia, there is a process whereby the department provides a recommendation to our counterparts in Indonesia that the establishments or the facilities be exported. Unlike other arrangements that Australia has around the world, where the department provides that recommendation is acted on. In the case of Indonesia, it is important that they dispatch a team to Australia to undertake an audit and an assessment of whether or not those facilities meet Indonesia's requirements. Because of the COVID pandemic, progress to be able to arrange those on-site visits has been substantially delayed. The department and the minister have engaged with our counterparts in Indonesia, and we have proposed alternative audit dates. And we continue to be able to engage to be able to make that a priority.
Do you have any idea when that might be finalised?
Senator, we are quite hopeful that it will be happening as soon as possible, but in the same way that Australia undertakes assessments of countries that recommend facilities to export to Australia, In this case, it's the Indonesian government that needs to be able to take the necessary steps to provide those approvals to Australia.
All right, we talked a lot about trade relationships with shutdowns to live export to Indonesia, and the purchasers, the buyers now are getting very concerned. We have, ships having to sit in port for longer. It's becoming very problematic, and I just want to give a sense of urgency to the department that it's going to be very serious.
So, Senator, I certainly have a very deep understanding of how important this is to the sector and to the industry. And as well, so does the Minister. He raised it in discussions with his counterpart during his visit to Indonesia.
So how long ago was that visit?
Mid-July.
So how long have these feedlots been unqualified?
So I'm not certain how long that they've been on our list. I think it was prior to 2021, but I can take that on notice as to when we've made those requests and those approaches to Indonesia.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Senator Faruqi, we have a hard marker at 11 o'clock, and it should not come as a surprise. It's not the welfare of the senators that concerns me. It is of the staff. We don't want them here a second longer than they have to be. So we'll put some thought around where we start tomorrow before we get to 11 o'clock. So Senator Faruqi, kick off. But what I'm trying to say is 5 minutes to, we'll have a discussion amongst ourselves so we can work out where we start tomorrow. Senator Faruqi.
I have some questions on biosecurity with the horse traceability. Okay, last time we were in estimates in April, there was a discussion that $1.1 million commitment the federal government had made for horse traceability. There was a discussion around that. 300,000 was to be allocated for 2022-23. So I'm just wondering how much of that has been spent and what has it been spent on?
Matthew Bell, First Assistant Secretary for Trade Reform Division. Sorry, Senator, you asked the 300,000, have we spent any money this financial year?
Yes, I think there was a discussion around that, and I was told that it would be allocated for 2022-23, and now we're kind of 5 months into it.
So as yet, we haven't allocated any money.
So no money has been allocated. So that 300,000 that was supposed to be allocated has not been allocated.
It's sitting there.
Okay, so that's, is there any reason for that?
We're still waiting for the report for the National Horse Traceability Working Group, which is supposed to come in the next couple of weeks. And then once we get that report, we'll be in a position to have a look at how we spend the money in the most appropriate way.
Okay. In April, you said that it would be for stakeholder engagement with respect to draft business rules. So, I'm just wondering, we were told exactly what it would be spent on, so why hasn't it been spent on there? Why is now there a wait for a report?
So there was, I'll go back and double check to make sure I'm accurate, and I'll come back to you on those if I'm not. My understanding was there was some consultation around the interim report mid this year, and we're just waiting now for the final report. I'll double check about how we funded that for you, Senator.
Yeah. So what's the...
Sorry, Senator, I'm going to cut you short.
Yeah.
It's just imperative that I get this message across to you, Mr Metcalfe. I encourage the officers, if we can get a short, sharp response, let's do that.
Yep.
Senator Faruqi, I know that Senator McDonald has 5 minutes for Rick. I know Senator McDonald has 5 minutes for the Inspector General.
It'll be no more than 5 minutes.
Brilliant, and then Senator Roberts 5, and we can wrap up tonight so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
So could you get back to me and tell me what that was? And
certainly.
In April, you also said that funding had been offered to Victoria to support the next stage efforts to properly work through the costs and benefits of impacts of actually evolving a model that might be based on a national horse database with mandatory microchipping. Has that work progressed?
So that was one of the considerations of the working group, was about what does that look like, and we're waiting for that report to come to us to go. We have provided some funding in this year's budget to go to Victoria. I'll double check to see how much went.
Okay.
But we're just waiting for that final report, which part of that is that mandatory, the question of mandatory tagging.
Okay, so you're waiting on that as
Yes.
well. Okay, so it's been a long time that we've been waiting. I'm just looking at the most recent update from the Horse Traceability Working Group on the Victorian Government website, and that's dated 10th October. And it says the working group has considered feedback on a survey where respondents were asked about the possible introduction of a microchip-based system. It also says many respondents don't understand what is being proposed and the logic behind the various elements of the system, and few are keen to contribute financially. So I just want to clarify, had Victoria taken up Commonwealth's offer for funding to develop a model of microchipping before the survey, or did the working group just ask stakeholders what they thought without a model being available?
So the decision about microchipping for horses is actually quite a complicated decision about where you place the microchip, the cost and everything else. My understanding, and again I'll get back to you, my understanding microchipping in horses, in thoroughbreds and racehorses is already in place. It's about how you extend it, and it is actually quite expensive to do so. And that's one of the recommendations, one of the discussions in that report that we're waiting for. Is about
I just want to, I don't know why the survey was done if there wasn't a model available. It kind of seems like a self-defeating kind of way to look at things, because the response was a bit tepid because people didn't know what they were being asked about.
Well, I think it's one of those things, unless you actually understand about how you microchip horses and where you put the chip and everything else, it's actually, for lay people, it is probably not something they would naturally draw their mind to. But I can double check for you.
Yep. The update also says the working group is developing, as you said, its final report and recommendations. So when will this happen? Will this happen this year?
We expect in the next couple of weeks.
And it's going to be provided to the Agriculture Ministers' meeting?
That's the intent. Depends when it comes up.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. So that completes outcome 2. Mr Metcalfe, if we can move now to Rick. It should be via video conference, is that right? It is? Okay. And Senator McDonald, if you kick off with Rick. And Senator Roberts, you have questions where? Thanks, Maureen.
Inspector General first.
Sure.
Rick colleagues are joining us now, and I think they might have someone online as well.
Okey doke.
Yeah.
All right, that's great. All good to go?
Is someone joining online as well, please?
Yeah, Karen should be joining online.
Right. I think another witness is expecting to join online, but otherwise I'm sure we can press on, Chair.
No, they've given up the ghost. No, fair enough. Let's kick on getting
We'll
the
press
note
on,
from broadcasting in Hansard. So, all right, let's kick off then. Senator McDonald, and we don't want any opening statements, thanks.
You don't have an opening statement, I take it?
Well, we don't want it.
Okay. All fine.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Apologies that we are a bit behind. I want to ask you about the $908,000 efficiency saving identified in Budget Paper 2, page 83, for travel and legal expenses. Did the government ask you to deliver this saving?
So that's come as a result of the budget measures that have come through, that we've been asked from an operational perspective to be able to save that amount of money out of the current year budget.
I just will let you know, sorry, we've been joined, there we go, by Ms Pomeroy. Okay, Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Where would have you been planning to have travelled for $908,000? Was that to regional places, conferences, overseas? What have you cut?
The way which we will look to manage that is mainly across contractors and service provider that we have in place. We do had budget for the whole amount of money which we will be lending for this current year. We've got a little bit of subdued demand. As a consequence, our payment to our contractors that support us in loan servicing, we expect we'll be able to make most of that saving there.
Why do you have subdued demand?
I guess it reflects a few things. I think despite what we're seeing now weather-wise with regard to floods and so forth, in terms of farm business incomes and farm business outcomes that are being achieved, it's probably a little bit better than what it has been going back to when we were having loans before. And our main product is a drought loan.
Yes, happily.
Yes.
Or happily there's subdued demand,
Yes,
sorry, I should
yes.
say. In the annual report, it mentions 21 Agri-Starter loans, a total of $19.1 million. How is the RIC considering other ways to get first farmers into farming?
The main product which we do have is Agri-Starter. A commencing farmer would not be restricted only for that loan product, but is the main product which is geared towards young farmers coming into the business. That loan supports those coming in who might be share farmers, leases, noting also we've expanded the definition for farm businesses as well. That means that that's entitled to more businesses than what might have otherwise have been. But that's the main product which we would have, is Agri-Starter, to support young farmers coming into support of agribusiness.
Right, so not necessarily having to acquire the farm, but buying stock to adjust.
Correct.
Share farming, as you mentioned.
Correct.
That's
Yep.
terrific. Can you just give me a snapshot of total loans, settlements and customer numbers for the last period, please?
Sure, yep. So to the end of June just passed, the RIC in the last year settled near 1,500 loans. We have just over 2,800 active loan customers now who have had their loans settled, and we've settled just over $3 billion in loans.
That's a lot, isn't it?
It's a significant step, and the RIC turned 4 on the 1st of July, so it's a fairly significant contribution that's been made in quite quick time.
My recollection is in the early days that the RIC was having challenges meeting the expectations and targets. Sounds like you've got over that road bump.
Look, it's been a good year, really, I think, for what we've achieved. And if we look at the 30th of June, you know, we had something like 60 loans only which had been decisioned and waiting settlement. When you consider where that was once before, that's a significant step from where we were back 12 months before.
What's the biggest change to the business that you've been able to achieve the outcomes that you have?
I think increasingly looking to take on work ourselves. We have, as you'll be aware, had an external service provider that supports us, but I think increasingly as a young organisation we've come to understand our business and understand what we need to do. A strategy around owning the customer experience, being able to deliver, and then I think increasingly looking to in-source services and to deliver and take responsibility ourselves to scale and to respond to the needs.
Oh, that's interesting. Are you, so on notice, because you know, we're getting to the end of the night, but would you be able to give me a breakdown of your FTEs, where they're based?
Sure.
And perhaps the comparison to last year, so that I have a sense of you know, what it is that's made that change possible. And I'm reflecting on other financing institutions that, you know, would probably be looking at what you're doing and saying, I'll have a bit of what they're having.
Sure, thank you. So at 30th of June, we, in terms of FTE, had around about 62 staff on our business. It would have been more than that 1 year before. I'd have to get that number for you. But if we look at last year, a lot of our work was around settling. The year before was around approving loans in terms of that backlog. So we've therefore caught up with that. But 62 full-time equivalent staff at the 30th of June, 91% of those are located in regional Australia, and 69% of those are located within Orange.
Hooray. Happy story.
Thank
All
you.
right, if you provide that breakup of staff for last year and those regional places, that would be terrific. At estimates each year, the previous Shadow Minister would ask questions about the NAIF facility and why they weren't lending money and whatnot, and it sounds like you've got a similar story of the approvals process is slower than the settlement process, you know, milestones and drawdowns and excuse me. Anyway, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, everyone.
No problem.
And we will now move to the Inspector General for Biosecurity. Sorry, Ms Pomeroy, to put you through that.
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, my. Okay, welcome, and questions. Senator McDonald, do you want to Senator Roberts?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing tonight. In the House of Reps, during the Minister's second reading speech of the Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2022, Minister Catherine King said, quote, Varroa jacobsoni, a bee parasite which we all know as varroa mite, was also eradicated, and we are now working to achieve the same outcome for its more problematic cousin, Varroa destructor. That all sounds like everything's fine, nothing to see here. Minister, is it true that the outbreak of Varroa destructor has spread from the Port of Newcastle to Coffs Harbour and Narrabri?
I'm not sure that anyone has established exactly where the outbreak started or how it, or where it came from. Again, happy to be corrected. I'm not sure that has been confirmed. I do know that it has spread to a number of locations. I don't have a current list of exactly those locations, but Dr. Locke might be able to give you some more details there.
Only Senator...
Sorry, Chair, can I just explain that we do have the Inspector General in front of us. This question is really one for the department, but in the interest of cooperation, we're obviously very happy to respond to it.
Sure, and just so you do know, the committee does have that information. Senator Roberts, we received it up in Newcastle, or Rockhampton. Where were we?
I think the committee, sitting in its other
Newcastle.
guise, has taken extensive evidence on this issue, Senator, and I think the department's back before the committee next week as well.
So the short answer, Senator, is we don't know how it arrived in Australia. So New South Wales just released its 100-day report, and it basically draws some observations about where it's been detected, but can't draw a conclusive line as to where it's come from.
Okay. Thank you. How many healthy hives have been destroyed to stop the spread? My understanding is it's over 13,000.
As of 1st of November, there's been, I've got 16,830 hives have been euthanased.
Thank you. These hives are destroyed even after previously being tested, I'm told, and found to be negative. Is that correct?
So, Senator, they're eradicated in zones according to a New South Wales-led plan. So I couldn't give you the specifics of that, but I'm sure that happens.
So the National Varroa Mite Eradication Program is a cost-sharing system between the Commonwealth and the states. What has been the cost to the federal government in this outbreak so far, and what is the likely final cost?
I don't know if I've got the numbers right here, Senator, but it's... No, I don't have the numbers in front of me, sorry. But we can provide those details.
Yes, please. How much compensation does the hive owner get for the loss of their hive, and how fast is compensation, or how quickly is compensation paid?
So again, New South Wales is administering an $18 million compensation package, but the details of how quickly that's paid, I'd have to get from New South Wales.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Is there any government program dedicated to helping apiarists recover their bee stocks, Varroa, American foul brood, because they're having a rough time at the moment, and without bees we don't have any agriculture?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, and lucky last for the night. I wanted to ask, if I may, about your work plan, and I'm just desperately searching here for your name because you don't have your name plate?
Sure. Perhaps I should introduce myself.
Yes, that would be
Because
great.
I'm relatively new to the role.
Yes.
Yep. So my name's Lloyd Clump. I started the role in the 25th of July this year. So I've been on a steep learning curve for that for these last couple of months. So the Inspector General role, as you would know, is appointed under the Biosecurity Act. Thank you. There we go. I come from a background in biosecurity, so I spent the first 24 years of my career in mixed rural veterinary practice. I'm a vet. I then joined the Victorian department in Biosecurity, Biosecurity Victoria, where I ended up managing the operations of Biosecurity Victoria. I then spent 10 years as the General Manager of Biosecurity Tasmania, managing the Tasmanian biosecurity system. So I retired from that role 2 years ago, and here I am now.
You've come here highly regarded.
I was going to say, highly regarded.
Highly regarded, Mr. Clump, until the first incursion, then that'll all go.
I've been around biosecurity long enough to understand that.
He's not responsible for the incursion, Chair. He's responsible for finding out what we should have done. So it's a very important role.
Yeah, I think I should point out what, so clarify the role. It's an independent statutory role, and so it is to review the performance and functions of the department in how it implements the Biosecurity Act. The scope does not extend to biosecurity issues that are responsibility of states and territories. We have quite a complex biosecurity system that spreads across all of the governments and industries, but the IGB role itself is focused on the Biosecurity Act and its implementation by the department. You mentioned the work program.
Yes, thank you.
The Biosecurity Act requires me to consult with the Secretary and the Minister in the development of that work program. That consultation's underway, but I also take my consultation seriously more broadly. So I've met with a range of stakeholders as well, met with many of the staff within the department in the process of consulting around what that work program might look like. I would expect that consultation to finish in the next week or two, and that the work program would be published on the Inspector General Biosecurity website in the next week or two. The Biosecurity Act requires an annual program to be published. However, it also gives me the opportunity to be flexible, and if circumstances changed or I felt that it was necessary to change that program at any time, I have the ability to do that.
Are there projects left from the previous biosecurity work plan?
They've all been finalised, all the previous reviews. Yes.
Oh, that's impressive. Would you expect that it would include a review of the fire ant program, for example, in Queensland?
As I said, the scope of the IGB doesn't extend to the functions of states. What I could do is look at the department's role in how they manage that relationship. The role doesn't look to things like policy, doesn't look to the performance of individuals or the performance of groups. It's about process. And so even if I were to decide to look into that space, it would be about how the process was managed.
Right, the process of the relationship between the federal government and the state government, not the process of the state departmental officials who are carrying it out.
Outside my scope.
Well, that's tricky, isn't it? Because the federal government doesn't have as many resources.
And I have to be honest, it was one of the things I grappled with when I was first appointed to this role. Having come from state-based biosecurity and I've been, for 10 years, I was the Tasmanian representative on the National Biosecurity Committee. I have an understanding of the national system and how it operates across the Federation. And I could see, as my predecessor has mentioned publicly, the need for so a bit of work done in that space. That has happened. The Crate review of 2017, I think it was, looked at the Intergovernmental Agreement on Biosecurity and produced a raft of recommendations. All of that is outside the scope of the Inspector General Biosecurity role.
Are the recommendations of that review are outside the scope of your role?
The Federation and the relationship between the states and the territories.
It is problematic, isn't it?
It is.
Yes. I've spent a lot of
It's the
time
nature of our
wringing my
federation.
hands over all the interesting stuff is all at the state level, and we get to review.
Yes.
Yes.
Can I just one thing I would observe, Senator McDonald, I have to say I've been pretty impressed with the level of cooperation from the state ministers, and I think that's reflected at departmental level as well, at least in the time that I've been in the role. I can't comment on prior to that, but I really feel that over the last few months there's been a really shared determination at all levels of government, at ministerial and, from what I hear, departmental level to really progress an agenda here. I mean, I think that maybe the foot and mouth disease scare that we had a few months ago really sort of galvanised people's attention, and there's certainly a lot to be done, but I would certainly commend the level of cooperation we're seeing with different levels of government.
And if I take my IGB hat off, having been one of those representatives for many years, I would have to agree with the Minister, and I think it's one of the immense values of a group like the National Biosecurity Committee and its subcommittees, etc. In my entire time in that 10 years in NBC, I saw great collaboration and working together in the best interests of our national biosecurity system from that group.
One example of that, just briefly, the National Biosecurity Strategy that I released a couple of months ago was a collaborative document that was developed with the states and territories and really sets a bit of a roadmap for future actions. So the progress we've been able to make on livestock traceability, something that hasn't been, has been hanging around for years, and we're making real progress there. So hopefully that sort of spirit, cooperative spirit, stays in place.
I just want to go back to, because I share Senator Roberts' concerns around some specific programs. So, fire ants, yellow crazy ants. There is a list of incursions that have happened that there seems to be a constant, competing priorities and tensions between the states and wanting money from the federal government, but the state gets to carry out the work. And I appreciate what you've just said, that is actually outside of your scope. So what is it that you will focus on? What is it that you do have the tentacles to manage?
One of the things I've been doing is you can imagine that one of the first things I did when I even considered looking at the role was looking back at the previous Inspector General's biosecurity and what they have done. In the time that I've been in the role, I've as well as this consultation, I've been looking at where the gaps are, what has already been covered. Those previous Inspectors General have done a whole raft of work on things like pathways and specific pests and diseases, etc. So I've been looking at all of those areas, because the last thing I want to do is go back and duplicate work that's been done before, unless there's a significant change in circumstances which requires it. So I've been looking more at a strategic view about what does the system doing strategically, and there's a range of areas that the department has strategic approaches to. Well, my view at this point, is that I would prefer to look at that rather than go back and revisit all of the things that have been done by previous Inspectors General.
And Mr Clump, your timing is perfect. Senator McDonald, it is 11 o'clock. I know you could go all night talking to Mr Clump.
Thank you, Dr Clump. That was terrific in a very short space of time. I look forward to having more time with you at the next Estimates.
Cheers. Thank you.
And I apologise, Dr Clump, not Mr Clump. Colleagues, thank you very much. Mr Metcalf, to you and your officers, thank you so much for your assistance today.
In the morning.
We will see you in the morning. Minister, always a pleasure to have you in the room.
Hardly wait, Senator Still.
And can I just thank Jerry and his crew, but also to Hansard Broadcasting. Magnificent job, as always. let's knock off. We'll reconvene here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, where we will kick off Mr Metcalf with FRDC.
Fantastic.
Sound great?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
That's really in person. Yeah.
Right.